I was camping with my family and friends up in the mountains, sharing a tent with my older brother Luke and another friend called Evan. We weren't tired, and everyone retreated to their tents for the night. But the fire was dimming, and we were bored, so we went inside our tent to watch Adventure Time on my laptop. We all passed out after a few episodes, and I woke up sometime during the night into an episode of sleep paralysis. I have weird sleep habits and experience sleep paralysis every few months or so. So for those of you who haven't had it, basically, you're awake but you can't move, and sometimes experience auditory and visual hallucinations. I was aware of this, so I didn't have a full-on heart attack when I started hearing shuffling noises outside my tent, which continued and got louder and closer until the fabric of the tent itself was being touched by something. My computer hadn't died yet, and I could see my surroundings in the dim light off the screen. I watched the fabric compress as something pushed against it sporadically about 4 feet off the ground, then moved around the tent towards me. I watched 3 distinct impressions follow this creature around the side of the tent. It looked like a claw. I was terrified and filled with adrenaline, but another part of me remained calm, assuring my body it was all a dream. I couldn't do anything, so my fear was pointless, but I continued to observe it and my sleep paralysis began to fade, and I realized I could move. No longer so was I convinced I was dreaming. I reached over and shoved Luke awake. I tried to get him to look, to see if there was really something out there. But I must have sounded like I was sleep-talking because he just rolled over and went back to sleep, waving me off. Eventually the rustling stopped, and I was tired and groggy enough that I fell back asleep. In the morning I'd completely forgotten about it. That's until my brother-in-law said to us, "It's a good thing we put the dog in the car last night. There was a bear here," whilst we were sleeping. Dean pointed out the tree where we'd strung up our trash and saw the fresh, gaping claw marks about 9 feet deep up the trunk. That hit me hard. I had seen the bear and calmly watched it test the fabric of my tent 12 inches from my face. I went camping with the summer program when I was 16. 12 other guys being managed by 4 adult men, and we were having a great time. S'mores, hot cocoa, campfire stories, the works. We all had to be in our tents and either sleeping or awake, but quiet, by 11. I was in a tent with 2 other guys, staying up later and just talking typical teenage guy stuff. As one guy is talking, I start to hear heavy breathing nearby, like someone has just been running and is out of breath. I ignore it and keep listening. I figure I'm just a weird kid hearing things, or that one of the guys in the next tent is making the noise whilst he sleeps. Then we hear, "Please, help me," from outside. It didn't sound like anyone in the group. It sounded like an old man out of breath. We all went dead quiet and listened to this guy's breath, then asked again with a whimper at the end. I don't know what possessed this guy near the front of our tent, but he turned on a flashlight and opened the inner flap, but kept the outer zipped and looked out. We just see a pair of bare, old and scabbed pale legs standing there. It looked like this guy had been walking nude through the woods for some time. He asked for help and kept standing there. We were all paralyzed with fear. But the guy at the front managed to say, "Keep walking down the trail. A ranger will be there soon." The guy stopped breathing and said, "No, no rangers. They keep me here." It was at this point someone else finally spoke up. A chaperone came out of his tent with a flashlight and cautiously asked him how long he'd been there and what happened to him. The old man didn't answer, just started sobbing and ran off into the woods. We saw by the flashlight that he was completely naked and emaciated. This was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, when I was 20, and in a really bad way. I had been screwing up my life via heroin for the past year. But after a lot of help, love and luck from friends and family, finally, I was getting my head cleared and was almost there, above the black tar hell I had gotten myself into. I decided to get out of the city and drove 2 hours out to a smaller town in Missouri, where Google Maps told me a small campsite by water was. I knew that there shouldn't be very many campers because it had just gotten cold and was around 40 or so that night. Nearly there, as I'm driving down a misty morning road, just a picturesque straight 2-line highway. There's this object laying in the road about half a mile up. I slow my approach and can see this shaggy mutt just hanging out. I stop and rolled down my window right next to it, and she came up, licked my hand and wagged her tail a bit. She seemed to expect something of me. She had no tag, no tattoo for Chip, and was just a dog with no name. Naturally, I popped open the passenger side door for her, and she was so glad and hopped in. So now I've got this dirty but friendly companion with me for my little excursion, the dog with no name. The entrance to the campsite was only a half-mile further. As I suspected, there was no one around. I just dropped a 5 in the honor box and picked the closest site to the stream. I set up my tent, the same one I did set up for years with my dad as a kid, collected some dry sticks, and started a fire. The dog with no name just circled the campsite, looking content enough to sniff some leaves and roll around in the mud. I went to check out the rivulet, about 30 feet wide. It had a man-made stone dam that you could walk across. To the west was the deeper part of the river, sort of pooling at the dam. Then maybe an 8-foot drop to the east into calmer streams. Instantly, I wanted to go on, cleanse myself, symbolize, baptize, whatever. I grew up Catholic, so that kind of shit runs through my head to this day, though I'm far from religious. The dog sees me scoping out the whole time from the campsite. I can't bring myself to do it though. I'm hugely disappointed in myself. But it's cold, it's brackish, and I don't have a towel. So I go back up to smoke some cigarettes, eat hot dogs, and pet the dog with no name. Night falls quickly after all this meditation, and I roll inside the tent to sleep. My buddy sleeps inside the tent, next to the sleeping bag. This dog was awesome. And I wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. I can't put my finger on it. And my main source of warmth, the dog with no name, is missing. I slide out the tent, as I assume I left it unzipped, and there she is, just sitting there waiting for me in the pitch black, wagging her tail. I feel very strange, like something is happening here, and someone/something is telling me to get back down to the river and do the damn thing. We walk down the short trail together, surrounded by Missouri black. It's even colder than before, but I start to strip anyway, standing on the chilly stones of the dam. The dog with no name sits on the edge of the river again, just watching me, a slight wag. I'm now stark naked as can be, staring into this black pool that looks like supernatural ink. I should mention here that I hate swimming in the water. I can't see the bottom of it, and my fearful imagination takes over and I freak out. In other words, I stand naked on the dam for over 10 minutes. before I finally mustered up the balls and just dive into the blackness. It was cold as hell and scary as shit. When I came up for air, I was thrashing wildly back towards the dam, scrambling back onto the slick stones. I shook out my hair and was surprised how the adrenaline helped me keep warm. As I was picking up my shoes and clothes, I looked over for my buddy at the river's edge. The dog with no name was nowhere in sight. Back up the campsite, I look around, gently whistling and that kind of thing. I'm more than woken up by now, so I go ahead and start another fire as dawn is just starting to break. I have another hot dog for breakfast, and figure I might as well pack up and leave. This trip feels more than complete. I start my car up and check my phone. There is an hour time difference between the two. This happens to fall on daylight savings time. I'm not calling it a supernatural rip in time, but it's funny it was the night this went down. In fact, the exact time would have been around 3 or 4 a.m. the dog disappeared. So the dog never showed up again, and I never shot heroin again. Whilst prospecting out here in the Caribou region, I came across a set of rock piles, known as Chinese piles, out in the middle of nowhere. These being here means someone did a lot of digging back in the old days. So I started working, and after an hour and a half had about 10 grams of gold and was having a happy dance, when I noticed the small standing stones on each of the rock walls. Each stone had several Chinese characters on them, and in a moment of dread, I realized that they were graves. I put the gold in a glass bottle I found nearby and left it behind. I also took down drawings of the symbols to show to a local historian, who later confirmed my suspicions that yes, they were graves, and they likely hadn't been seen in over 150 years. Chinese miners believe that if a miner died on site, the ground became cursed by the fallen miner's spirit, so they wouldn't continue to mine the area, and they would tell anyone who they met in the area that it had been worked out. Sometimes they would do extra work to make it look like the site was finished off, so people wouldn't end up digging up their comrades. I've been back several times, but I won't dig there out of respect. The site's super creepy in the morning fog. You can almost see people's outlines sitting around the piles. One of the stories my boss out here told me involved some sketchy folk from Prince George back in the 70s, and went with them looking for some mining gear to steal, so they could claim jump a site a few kilometers down the road. My boss went down this forgotten path into a clearing with 2 ancient bulldozers and a small cabin. The rest went to the bulldozers to see if they ran whilst my boss went into the cabin and was greeted by a skeleton, laying in bed with a bullet hole in his head. They brought in the cops, and they figured the guy had been there since 1935, since that was the last date on the papers inside. I went to the same cabin with him a few weeks back, but the place had been burnt down by quad bikers. So, as a kid I lived about 100 miles away from the nearest town, at a house without electricity or running water, which is the works in the Colorado Rockies. This place was in the absolute middle of nowhere, and we frequently saw all kinds of wild animals, ranging from elk, deer, coyotes and cats. Our property and a bunch of other neighbors' properties bordered national forest roads, so to keep people off our road, we had to gate about 1.5 miles from our house that we drove through before we reached our house. This time of year, we are the only people up there, as all the other homes are hunting cabins, long empty by this time in late winter. Now, this was not the type of gate that you could drive around if you forgot your key. There were tons of trees all around it, with barbed wire, ditches and such, so anyone wanting for off-road around it would basically have to build a new road around this gate. Well, one night, my mother, brother and sister and I pull up to the gate, and we cannot find the key. It's gone. So one of us, i.e. me, has to walk all the way back up to the house in the pitch black to fetch the spare key and make their way back down. Now, it's recently snowed in January, and it is totally dark. You can't even see your hands in front of you dark. And with the new snow, you can't hear anything either. There are a few clouds in the sky, on and off to let some starlight through every once in a while. But it's dark, and of course there isn't a flashlight either. So off I go. First you walk through around 200 meters of trees, then it opens up to a huge meadow, which then narrows back down again to trees for another 200 meters, and then opens up again into another huge meadow, which on the other side of is our house. I set out and everything seems fine. I'm just irritated that I have to do this. I'm about 15 years old at the time and a little angsty teen that is peeved off at the slightest chore. I was not thinking about my surroundings in the slightest, but as I'm walking, I get that feeling that I'm being watched as I'm halfway through the first meadow. That deep, creepy dread that something is right behind you, and you can't see what it is, made it 1,000 times worse by the lack of light and lack of being able to hear. My first instinct was to run, but I knew that if there was something, I was just going to provoke it, so I kept going, and then stopped to try and listen, as I heard a crunch echoing my footsteps. Holy shit. This time I walked a little faster, and I knew there was something behind me. It was probably a cat as well, so I just kept walking right into the second bunch of trees before it opened up into a meadow. I could see our house. I could feel the pressure. At this point we were predator and prey, and I could feel the breath on my shoes. So second clearing comes up and I know what the plan is, and I am about to book it. Thankfully, I'm familiar with what to do, and I scream as loud as I can. As I do so, my dogs hear me and they run to chase whatever it is from behind me. They continue running past me and I book it into the house. When I get in, I grab the 12 gauge first and the keys second, then pick up the tractor keys and jump in. There was no way I was going to walk that again. As I'm driving back towards the gate, I see the dogs running back. At least they weren't hurt. That could have been extremely dangerous. I also see the tracks. I knew it was a cat. It actually started approaching me from the first meadow and was tailing me for a long time. I tell my family the whole story, and I know that I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. From that day, I refused to be out alone at night in the countryside without a weapon. I was camping on land associated with the Anasazi, long dead Pueblo Indians that very few people know anything about. This was when I was a Boy Scout. We hiked for a few days and we saw black bears every day. It's normally a somewhat unusual sight and freaked out the adult leaders and caused us to religiously use anti-bear tactics like bear bags. Not totally related to the story, but it slowed us down, which led us to the events here. Anyway, we camped in a wood cabin at the bottom of a plateau, and the local rangers told us a bunch of spooky camp stories about the plateau and its relation to the long-dead Anasazi people. Even their real names is lost to history, as Anasazi is what the Navajo called them, meaning ancient enemies, or those who are not us. Another part of what they told us that stands out is that the Anasazi were obsessed with ravens and possibly crows as well. And a lot of their superstition revolved around massive raven people and people with raven heads, stuff like that. I completely forget all the other details at this point, as it was well over a decade ago. Anyway, my tent mate is a bit slow, and is also very allergic to peanuts. He ends up eating some of the pre-packaged food that contains a copious amount. That, combined with the ongoing poor planning, fear of bears and sloppy leadership, causes the adults to decide to camp out on the plateau rather than keep going. On this scout ranch, you're only supposed to camp outside the designated areas and never on the particular plateau, just because of the geography and the environment. But forget the rules, because we do anyway. We set up camp, eat, lay the bear bag, and head off to sleep. That night, though, was the craziest thing. I could hear so much thunder, and so could my tent mate, but absolutely no rain, like insanely loud. My tent mate and I were terrified. It could have been heat lining, but it sounded impossibly close. We're terrified. He, the braver one of the two, actually goes out to check. As he opens the flap, I see the forest behind him. He comes back a few minutes later, and the thunder pretty much stops at the same time. He looks at me and goes to bed without saying anything at all. It's not unusual in itself. He could be pretty slow and non-social, and likely had mild autism in hindsight. But the next day, we wake up and a ton of things popped red flags. Firstly, our tent is facing an open field, which is very strange, because yesterday we both saw Forrest from when he left the tent to check. Second, no one else heard lightning that night, except for us, which was absolutely crazy as it was loud enough to wake everyone on Earth. Remember how my tent mate checked out the thunder as well? Well, he had no recollection of what he saw. He woke up confused, saying that the last thing that he remembered was just stepping outside. The good part though, the guy in the tent next door brought this up before we did. He also decided to get up and check it out, and he claims that when he stepped out of the tent, there were no trees anywhere. Just extremely long, tall pole objects, almost as if there were thousands of stilts. When he looked up, he also said that there was no lightning visible, but it was super bright, full moon on steroids bright. He also claimed that he had seen flying, winged, pitch black objects, bigger than cars, and they looked like they had wings on them, and that they were round. He dove back inside and doesn't remember going to sleep or the noise going away. Remember the giant raven myths? I did, and I was scared shitless. I wouldn't have believed him if I hadn't have seen the trees and heard the thunder for myself. About 10 years ago, I was working as a private investigator. It sounds cool, but it actually isn't. You spend about 3 to 5 hours each day driving to your cases, stake them out in a blazing hot car with the engine off for 8 hours, and then spend 1 to 3 hours in a hotel room writing up your reports before finally getting some sleep and doing it all over again. I did this job for about a year after completing my training to be a medic in the Army Reserves. I was young at the time, so the idea of making $50,000 a year and travelling all over the country whilst living out of a suitcase seemed appealing to 19-year-old me. As I said before, you spend a lot of time driving around in areas you're not necessarily familiar with. On one of those late nights, I found myself driving onto a twisting mountain road just outside of Taos, New Mexico. The area was heavily wooded with narrow roads that curved sharply, without a lot of places to turn off, since you were driving up and around mountains and forests. In the middle of the night, as I maneuvered my rental vehicle through a curve, I saw a woman stumbling along the side of the road carrying a small child. The sight caught me off guard and sent a shiver down my spine. It was so unexpected and so out of place. There were no houses nor buildings around me, and it was around 2 a.m. and pitch black. This unnerved me, but what sent the shiver down my spine was the way she moved. She lurched along with what I can only describe as a shuffle, straight out of a George Romero zombie flick, and she didn't look up or acknowledge me as I drove by. She just stared aimlessly at the road in front of her. You have to remember that I was 19 years old and fresh out of a year of extensive army training. I was in peak physical shape, and I thought I was Billy Badass at the time. I had spent a month working in trauma centers as part of my training, so I still don't often get freaked out or scared, but seeing this did scare me. I drove on for a minute or two thinking about what I'd just seen. Who was she? What was she doing here this time of night? How did she get here? The more rational part of my brain took over, and I came to a horrifying realization. I had been driving for about 1.5 miles past her, and I hadn't seen any homes nor businesses, nor had I come across any places to turn off since I had seen her. And it had been about 10 miles since I had come across a place to turn before I saw her. This wasn't normal. Something was wrong. I realized that she had to be hurt or in trouble. Perhaps she'd been in a car accident and was in shock. What if the child she was carrying was hurt? I was a medic. I had trained for a year to help people. Sure, I was scared and unnerved. But how would I feel if they later died of exposure out on the mountain, and I was too much of a coward to go back and help? Wouldn't I also be scared the first time I saw combat, when my friends were depending on me? I had to man up and turn around. And as soon as it was safe, I did so. I drove back to where I'd seen her, half relieved and half horrified when I could not find her. I traced the road 6 times. Where could she have gone? There was only a small area on the side of the road and guardrails for miles. I drove, turned around and drove, and turned around and drove, and turned around and drove again. I was obsessed with finding her. Part of it was out of concern for her child. Part of it was proving myself that I was doing the right thing, even though I was scared shitless. After a while, however, it became about me proving it to myself that I wasn't actually going insane. I spent hours looking for her. Eventually I stopped my car and started walking along the road, looking for any signs of her or any disturbance on the mountain to indicate that a vehicle had crashed off the road and down a mountain. I walked that entire 3-mile stretch of road in pitch black with a flashlight, at times yelling like a madman, listening to every twig and echo with bated breath. I didn't even care about my deadline or my next case. I was sure of what I saw. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't seeing things. And I wasn't overly tired. I saw her stumbling down that road, and there's no doubt in my mind. But there was nothing. Even when the sun came up and I drove to the stretch of road again 6 times, there was nothing. And there was no way for me to explain it, even after countless sleepless nights in the 10 years since devoted to it. I don't believe in ghosts. I saw this bullshit documentary and laugh away their evidence in stupid orbs like the rest of you do. But I also don't know where the hell the stumbling woman and her child came from, or where they went. So, on the off chance that you were stumbling down a windy road in Taos, New Mexico about 10 years ago with a toddler in your arms, please, tell me what happened, where you came from, where you went, and that you were both okay. I've been puzzled for a decade now. I used to regularly walk portions of the Appalachian Trail, and usually take a week or two by myself. Anyway, at one point I was coming over a pass and saw a figure on the trail ahead. Seems to be a lone young woman. It's twilight and the moon will be bright. I have solar rechargeable lamps, and I yell ahead, "Ahoy!" She doesn't break stride or pause. Being on the trail, people are friendly and cooperative. Looks like she's had a bad day, and no tent. Now sure, I like to sleep under the stars, and I usually hike with a hammock and a rainfly, but something seemed off. We were way out here. The last trail shelter was a few miles back, and we were on a very heavy bush cliff. Nowhere you want to camp for the night. I figure she might be wary of strangers at night, so I keep my own pace and don't really pay much more attention to her until she disappears over the next pass, and I realize she's walking this trail. Now dark, with some moonlight but heavy tree cover, without a torch, lamp or any personal light source. I'm getting worried about this girl. Remember, we are walking with a sheer cliff face a few yards away from us, and conditions aren't perfect. Roots, dirt, mud, moss, rocks, anything can trip you up. So I pick up pace and hurry over to the pass. She's nowhere, and there's a clear line of sight probably 200 yards ahead, and she's nowhere to be seen. But then I see a torch in the distance. Red lamp. Actually, there's two now that I'm getting closer. I flash my torch, and they flash theirs. I call ahoy, and a man and woman respond. We finally meet up and do the whole meet and greet, exchange trail names and chat for a bit about what's ahead in our paths, since we were walking opposite directions. I say to the girl, "You worried me back there. I saw you walking without a light and then you disappeared over the pass. I'm sorry I spooked you. Didn't think you were that far off though. Must have run like crazy to cover as much ground." She looked confused. "What are you talking about?" I explained everything, and she said that she hadn't seen anyone on the trail for at least 3 miles. There was no one reported missing, no abandoned campsites, nothing. I followed up with state police and rangers. Nothing. Who the hell was on the trail ahead of me, walking at night with no light, minimal gear, and then to just suddenly disappear when there's only one way to go along the trail? I'm still clueless. I used to work security, and several years ago I was assigned to a remote construction site where a summer camp was being built. It was quite literally in the middle of the woods, roughly 4 or 5 miles into the forest, with only a single access road that they'd been using to haul equipment and supplies and such. My job was to provide overnight security, doing a foot patrol of the entire area. The patrol covered around 2 miles, roughly once every hour, and then going back to my post, which was a tiny wooden shack not much bigger than a payphone booth to fill up my logs. Other than the occasional black bear, coyote or bobcat, it was a very boring assignment, with one exception. I was doing a routine patrol one night near the end of my shift, around 3 AM or so. I just passed the gate, where the access road enters the site, when I heard an extremely loud, piercing scream that seemed to have come from a distance down the road. It sounded like a woman screaming in absolute terror, and at this point I need to clarify. I hear bobcats pretty often around my house, and encounter them occasionally whilst working in remote areas. They definitely have a distinctive and creepy scream, but there is absolutely no way that this scream was a bobcat. I immediately took off sprinting as fast I could in that direction. I didn't hear anything else after the initial scream, but about 1/4 of a mile down or so, I came upon a car parked just off the side of the road. There was no car in sight when I'd come through on my way to my shift, so it had to have been parked there fairly recently. Not running and with no lights on, and no doors open nor anything. I called out to see if anyone was there, but got no reply. I looked around the general area and didn't see anything. Needless to say, I was pretty goddamn sketched out at this point. I ran back to my post and reported what I'd seen to the local police, since there wasn't really anything else I could do. Unfortunately, nothing ever came of it. I've never found out whose scream I heard or what caused it. The car was apparently owned by a guy who lived in the area, but I never heard why he was there. My supervisor suggested that maybe I'd heard a mountain lion or another animal screaming, but I've heard those animal sounds before, and although they're definitely freaky, there's no mistaking an honest-to-God human scream. A friend of mine and I were hiking through the woods. It was dark out, and we were beginning to head back towards home, when something came across the path by a fallen tree. It's hard to describe, but it looked like a man in a hooded cloak. It stood, and then slowly and silently moved to a tree and keeled. We couldn't see its face, but we got the feeling that we were being watched. We tried to shrug it off and keep moving. Further down the trail, we saw it again. Being in our early teens, we decided stupidly that we were going to get to the bottom of this. So we started after it, and it started charging. We screamed and it stopped, and then took off into the woods. Feeling brave again, I grabbed a big spear-shaped stick and took off after it. I ran for a bit through the woods until I could see the outline of it once more up ahead through the moonlight. I knelt and watched as another popped up beside it, then another, and then I heard moving to the side of me, realizing that whatever these things were, they had surrounded me. I quickly noped out of there in the direction I left my friend, so I know that sounds like the creepy part, but it gets weirder. My friend wasn't there when I'd left him, so I called out to him, and he responded a little away, followed by, "You've got to see this." So I followed his voice and came to a clearing. It was bright as hell, and floating around the clearing were legit balls of light, almost like the fairy fountains from The Legend of Zelda. These were pure white light, and we looked at each other, and then hightailed it back to the trail and went home. It was definitely the strangest and scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I grew up in a very rural area of the Deep South, and spent most of my time riding horses alone in national forests and expensive private properties that bordered our house. There was an old abandoned house 2 miles ride through the woods from me. I often rode by it on my journeys through the woods. Sometimes I tied my horse up, went inside and explored. But there was nothing really of interest. There was just trash, and things that looked like electricity bills from the 80s. I think an old woman used to live there based on some pictures that I found. Time went on, and I went away to college, taking my horse with me. I no longer rode past this abandoned house after graduating my college, and my horse and I moved back home for a little while, and I decided to go back to explore the area again. So I rode my horse the 2 miles through the deep woods to get to this house, which itself is probably 1,000 feet from a lonely gravel road that cuts through the forest. It is very secluded and almost creepy. The house is about 3 miles away from a paved road. I am less brave than I used to be, so when I entered the house I felt out of place and slightly scared. But I used my cell phone light to explore the rooms anyway. A lot was just as I remembered, but right as I was about to leave, I found half a skeletal calf in the corner of the entry room. I have no idea how the calf got shut inside a building. The doors were firmly shut when I approached it, and also the screen door opened one way, so it was impossible for both to be open at once for some creature to accidentally wander in. Furthermore, the nearest cow pastures were a good bit away from the house. I left the abandoned house with the image of my head of some deviant, cruelly trapping a calf in there for sick purposes. I hope I never have to meet the sickos who did that. It's felt like years. Allow me to explain. It was a vivid summer day, and I had taken a short notice trip to Arizona, trying to find some relief from the tiresome sunshine state on the other side of the nation. I only decided to leave when I was hit with a rather heavy day at work. My boss decided to chew me out for running late, despite the massive car crash on the motorway. A customer yelled at me because they didn't know what a Gmail was. Yeah, because I can definitely control traffic. And yeah, I definitely want to explain to you what Gmail is. I hate working customer service, so I called in sick and caught a last-minute flight to Phoenix. Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix. Nice and far away from the hell I called home. I wish I'd never decided to do that. Around 2 days into my trip, I decided to head up to Zion Canyon for some sightseeing. I had spent a lot of time around the Grand Canyon and figured I should set some time apart to check out other places in the area. Besides, I'd never been to Utah before. Maybe I would take a hike. That one trail I had already read upon. Angel's Landing looked dangerous, but it would be something incredible to experience, and certainly worth it if I made the summit. I turned on Google Maps, and my rather shitty Android fumbled around with it until finally it picked up the location. The voice of a robotic woman began to speak. It was the damn GPS lady. She guided me through several backwater roads with twists and turns and roundabouts, until she stopped with a final sentence. Head on Highway 89. Continue straight for 184 miles. Alright, seemed easy enough. As I finally approached the highway, I was absolutely in awe by the view. No more buildings remained. Only the wild, barren landscape of the southwest. Mountains peaked in the distance, covered by desert shrubs. Old trailers and abandoned houses dotted the landscape. Everything was so beautiful compared to the constant headache that was Florida. My eyes soaked up the desert views, relieved that for once it wasn't just endless miles of swampland. I felt so isolated. I was free from civilization for miles. But something was wrong. The desert didn't feel real to me. The sun was too bright, the mountains too still, and the sky too blue. The whole landscape seemed too picturesque, as if it were straight out of a postcard. It felt as though it were all a facade to drag me into something, and it was not unlike something straight out of a fever dream. You know those mornings as a kid where you wake up with a pounding headache and sense of false reality? I'd been driving for hours, and the scenery just seemed to remain stagnant. I was so sure I'd spent the entire damn day on the road, but the sun hadn't moved an inch. Was I hallucinating? God, when was this road ever going to end? Speaking of it, I'm still here. I've been driving on this road every day. It only keeps on going and going. I've been seeing the same road signs over and over. There's no civilization around. I've tried knocking on those trailer doors, but no one's ever home. And you know what else? Despite my solitude, I feel like I'm constantly being chased. I hate that feeling. That same feeling from when you're a kid and you sprint up the stairs from the pinch of darkness down, not daring to look back at whatever was behind you. That feeling when any source of noise of your house was enough to make you jump and run for your life. The source of the noise for me was the booming. And that feeling is always here. Every once in a while I hear a booming, as if someone is going at it with a gigantic drum. I slow my car down, and the booming gets faster, closer and louder. And that feeling, every time I slow, the feeling grows stronger, as if whatever it was is getting closer. It's like whatever that something is hunting me down, almost testing me, and every time I stop the booming gets louder, as if it's targeting me. I don't know what that is, but I feel like it's dangerous. I don't know what chases behind me, but I know better than the kid who runs away from his basement door the first chance he gets. Running away from that something, but that something is behind me. I don't know what it is, but it's got me trapped right where it wants me to be, and I can't get out. I've driven off cliffs and into rivers, yet I wake up on the side of the road again, to the same sight, my truck waiting for me to drive off again. I can't even commit suicide. The place won't let me. I've tried communicating through whatever internet I could scrounge up on my phone, but I don't even know if anyone has seen my cries for help. The screen just shows up blank, save for my own words written in desperation. No one will ever answer my texts. No one will answer my calls. I will never see any other cars. Only me. I never get hungry, or tired, or thirsty. Only trapped. It's like time hasn't passed. Time hasn't passed. Everyone is gone. Something's chasing me, and I'm still writing this. I think I've been in the same spot for too long. The boom's only getting louder, and now something is right behind me. Time has not passed, and I need to get out. Now. Tonight, my sister, brother-in-law and 2 friends and I all piled into a truck and we headed out to the desert near the old Cal Portland concrete factory. About half hour into driving, kicking up dust and messing around, everyone gets the chills, and my anxiety starts to flare up. We brush it off as the temperature difference and just keep going. 10 minutes later, we come around a corner and my sister says, "Please tell me you guys just saw that woman." We responded with, "What woman?" She says, "We just passed a woman standing on the side of the road wearing pink. I think it was a pink shirt, and she had blonde hair that was covering her face. She looked dead." I honestly thought she was messing with me, so we turn around and go to the spot where she saw her. No woman. Brother-in-law and I get our flashlights out and look around. No woman. I tell my sister she's seeing things, and she insists that she saw a woman. So I decide to check my dashcam footage. Sure as shit, there was a woman. She was crossing the road, it looks like, and she just vanishes into thin air. My camera isn't of the best quality by any means, and it was quite dark, but it's clear what we saw. My brother-in-law and I canvassed a 2-mile square radius with flashlights calling out to the woman, because we legitimately thought that someone was lost out in the desert. The entire time we kept feeling and hearing things around us. Some info to note, this was right next to an extremely murky pond. There is a possibility that her body could be hidden in the pond. A couple of years ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in the Pacific Northwest between San Francisco and Portland. We had rented a car and were stopping at different campsites every night on our way from the former to the latter. The first night we arrive at a campsite, we find that it had been closed for the season, despite the fact that we looked on their website and they say that they were open. So we ended up driving around, looking for another campsite on Google Maps. But at this point, it's getting dark. We see a forest firefighter outpost and pull in to ask them if they know of any nearby. They tell us that most of them are closed for the season, but there are a couple on their old map that we haven't checked. We get back on the road and find our way to one of these campsites. The sign for this place is literally resting on the ground and is a little overgrown. But at this point it's dark as hell and we really don't have many other options. As we pull our car into what we think is a spot, we see a few other tents nearby, so we take it as a good sign. We get out and start to set up our things, when immediately, things begin to get strange. Two guys walk directly through our spot and strike up a conversation with us. Both are looking a little rough. One of them has a zip-up hoodie without a shirt underneath, and I notice that he is extremely skinny. They're also both really dirty and have messed up hair, but hey, we're camping. They're both speaking very fast and seem kind of nervous. They tell us that they're actually seasonal workers nearby and are staying at this campsite to save money whilst they're there. Whilst we're talking to these two guys, a decade-old white Mercedes pulls into the campsite with all four windows blasting rap music. The driver and passenger look like some real ICP enthusiasts. They look around quickly and leave immediately. At the time, I thought they were probably looking for a campsite too. The two rough dudes also leave, and we continue setting up camp. Not too long after, we get another visitor. This time it's an older woman, with a 3-pack-a-day voice. She's nice enough, but also asking us some pretty weird questions. "You guys here for the horror show?" she asks. I'm thinking, what's a horror show? "Do you mean the haunted house, lady?" She tells us that lots of people come out for the horror show, and starts warning us about all the ghouls and zombies. She eventually leaves, and my girlfriend and I agree they must be talking about some kind of haunted house nearby, as it was early October. And you know, maybe that's where the seasonal worker dudes who looked kind of scary happened to be working at. It all checked out in my mind. We start our fire, and I begin breaking out the wood, when my girlfriend admits that she's freaked out. She's worried about the people that we've encountered and how strange this campsite is. She points out that there aren't really any sounds coming from anyone else's tents, with the exception of the one woman, who wouldn't stop coughing. No music, no children, laughter, nothing. I'm starting to believe her. But at this point it's pretty late, and we don't really have any other options. I'm also thinking that if the campsite is weird, it's just some harmless weirdos. She seems pacified by my confidence, and we continue making dinner. It's at this point a bunch of really weird shit starts happening. The two dudes we met right when we got there emerge from the woods without any source of light and without saying a word, walking straight into their tent. They have a very short and heated discussion which I can't make out. One of them storms out of the tent and walks straight towards the older woman's campsite, making eye contact with me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He then climbs into the cab of her pickup truck, and I realise there's already someone in there, and likely has been for some time, probably the woman. You can tell that they start smoking something from when the lighter flickers. This strikes me as especially odd. You smoke cigarettes in the car? Probably not. Pot? We're at a campsite in Northern California, and I'm pretty sure there aren't any kids around. Why go into the car to do that? Then it hits me like a sack of bricks. It's meth. They were all smoking meth, and the woman was probably dealing. The level of comfort she had established in her campsite indicated that she'd been there for a while. Meth explained why everyone was looking like emancipated zombies. It explained the juggalos driving through, getting spooked, and leaving. It explained the strange erratic behavior and constant coughing from everyone. This was clearly some sort of live-in meth village at a closed-down campsite in the backwoods of Northern California. It's at this moment that I realize the second guy is skulking around the edge of our campsite, clearly trying not to be seen. I conceded to my girlfriend that I also wanted to leave. We packed up everything very slowly and normally, trying to make it look like we were just putting away food and putting our fire out for the night. With only the tent left, I tell my girlfriend to get into the car and get ready to back out of the spot. The second I pick up the tent, the woman's truck starts up and her lights turn on. They were blindingly bright circular lights on a rack. I throw the tent into the trunk as fast as I can and I tell my girlfriend to back up. I'm standing behind the car to guide her, but also making it very clear to whoever's watching us that I have a hatchet. I was so on edge that if Mr. Rogers caught me off guard, I would have buried that thing into his skull. She throws the car into reverse, hits the pedal, and the car doesn't move. I can hear the engine revving, and I see the car lurching, but it's not going anywhere. For a split second I think they've slashed our tire somehow. This is how horror movies start. Suddenly it hits me. The parking brake is likely on. It was. She backs up, gets on the main path, and I jump in the passenger seat. As we drive out there, we can hear them start screaming about something. Once we get onto the main road, we do a Chinese fire drill. And I drive down the road at warp speed to the first bed and breakfast that we see. It was lovely. It was June 1987, because it was the baseball season after the Bill Buckner disaster. My girlfriend's parents owned the place. It was in southeast Idaho. It was a pretty big place with lots of acreage. The guy who was the full-time caretaker for the place had just quit, and my girlfriend's dad went out there to find a new caretaker. But the new caretaker couldn't start for 1 month. Her dad offered to pay me $1,200 to go out there. Free food, satellite TV, and all I had to do was keep an eye on the place and feed the dogs and the horse. I had never been out west, so I took him up on it, and it sounded better than doing landscaping. I spent the time reading, exploring, playing the dogs and riding the horse. It was completely uneventful, until that night. After the knocking stopped and dogs stopped barking, I eventually went back to sleep. I didn't freak out that much because there were 2 German shepherds inside with me, and I had a gun. I kept it on my nightstand. I had been drinking a little but was not drunk by any means. There were several neighbours that were a few miles away. I was kind of thinking that someone had just driven down the wrong driveway. Next morning at the crack of dawn, I opened the front door to let the dogs out and see a white Chevy Nova sitting in the driveway. It was near the small cabin for the caretaker. The cabin was around 100 yards from the main house. I called my girlfriend's dad and asked him if he knew anyone with that make or model of car. He said he didn't, and he called the police directly. Police show up, ask me a few questions, and walk around the property for an hour or so. The car was locked, and the police had it towed. I have no idea if it was broken down or not. There was only 1 set of tire tracks coming into the house. A few days later, my girlfriend's dad called me up to say the guy who owned the car was missing, and to call the police if anything weird happened again. I have no idea who the guy was at all. Don't know how long he was missing or when he was reported missing, or who reported him missing. He was just missing. My girlfriend's dad didn't know much about it either. After about a month, I go back home. The girlfriend and I break up shortly thereafter. I see her out of town a few months later and ask her if she ever found out what happened to the guy. All she knows is that the guy was found dead, apparently killed himself 30 miles away. The suicide happened several months after that incident at the house, and he was found a couple of days after that he'd killed himself. I asked her how he did it, where he was found and who found him, and I got nothing. And I never saw her again. I am an extremely outdoorsy female and love to spend a lot of time in nature. I spent the better part of my early 20s living in the remote northern locations and exploring a lot of Alaska, Yukon, and BC. I have many odd, frightening, and bizarre stories that came from my time in the north, and this is one of them. In the summer of 2012, when I was 22, I was living and working in a pretty remote town in northern British Columbia from May to September. The place I worked at was a campground in a provincial park on the Alaskan Highway, 4 hours north of Fort Nelson, and 2 hours south of the Yukon/British Columbia border. The best part about the park was the fact that it had a beautiful natural hot springs, which attracted tourists from all over North America every summer. I lived in an old trailer on a separate part of the campground, where the rest of the staff lived. I quickly got used to living in a place that had no running water, no electricity, no cell phone service, and no internet. And driving 4 hours to Fort Nelson every 2 weeks to get groceries and do my laundry, life was pretty sweet. I got to hike, go for late night dips in the springs, and make some traveling friends, and spend quality time in nature, getting to know the flora and fauna of the landscape. My job at the campground? Park facility operator, which was general maintenance and cleaning of campsites, as well as gatehouse attendant, wildlife interpreter, and sometimes I had a few security shifts here and there. The feeling of living in the woods was so completely different than the feeling of living in a city, as far as safety goes. In the city that I'm from, there are people around, and you are aware of the fact that your house or apartment could get broken into, but emergency services are pretty quick to respond, and neighbours are also a big plus. However, in the woods, I felt very vulnerable. The closest police were 4 hours away, and I lived in a trailer that was run down enough that it could easily be broken into. Not to mention it was pretty dark, which made it all the easier to sneak around at night. I was already on edge sleeping every night. The trailer next to mine was abandoned by the previous manager of the campground, after his son had shot himself in the head inside of it. The previous manager had promised numerous times he would hire a company to drive up from Fort Nelson and tow the trailer away. But that never happened. Not whilst I lived there, at least. And nobody seemed to care about it too much. I went into the trailer once, saw the blood and brains were still on the wall, and never went back again. Back in the 90s, there was also a fatal bear attack at the hot springs. We all had to read the incredibly gruesome and detailed police report for our bear aware training. So yeah, unsettling to say the least. One night, at probably around 2 in the morning, I'm asleep inside my trailer and am woken up by a very loud banging on the trailer door. Reasonably shaken, I look outside the window next to my bed, and I see a car with its lights on and 2 men standing at my door. I can feel the blood drain from my face. This is the moment I've been scared of the entire summer. Through the door I say, "How can I help you?" And one of the guys, clearly hammered out of his mind, starts rambling on about something. No matter how hard I try, I cannot understand what he is saying. I say, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me." And the other guy starts frantically trying to explain something in the same drunken state as the first guy. I decide at this point that they don't mean any harm, and I open the door to speak to them. They look visibly shaken, and I can tell that they are desperate for my help, but don't have the mental capacity of a sober person enough to coherently tell me what is wrong. One of the dudes starts telling me a very long story that I managed to piece together through all of his slurring and hiccuping. Basically, he says that him and his friend are on vacation, and they came up from Fort Nelson to party. They had a really long drive, but were at the hot springs and they were having beers. And they were sorry about having beers. They weren't drunk, clearly. And then he drops the bomb that someone is running around the camp, stabbing people. I look at the guy telling me the story, and I notice that he has blood all over his clothing. I say, "Someone is going around stabbing people?" And he replies, "Yes, someone's running around stabbing everyone." Then the other guy yells, "Come on, let's go." And they hop into the aforementioned car and sped off, before I got a chance to question them further. Now I'm standing at my trailer door, in the darkness, alone, thinking that there's a maniac running outside wielding a knife. I have no phone, and I know that the only person who has a phone is the ranger, and his cabin is about a 5-minute walk away from my trailer. I remember at that point that I do have a radio, so I run inside my trailer, lock the door, and try and get the ranger on the radio. Of course, his radio is switched off, and the only thing I think I can do at this point is to go to the ranger's cabin and notify him of the situation. I slip out of my trailer and run through the darkness across the maintenance ground, past the creepy suicide trailer, and through a thicket straight towards the ranger's cabin. Every single noise I hear from the surrounding forest is making my heart pound faster. I keep imagining this maniacal man sneaking through the bushes, entering people's tents, and slashing everybody like some bad horror film. I get to the ranger's cabin and pound on his door. He answers within a few minutes, visibly sleep deprived, and I tell him the whole story. Whilst I'm there, he calls the police, and he tells him that they are on their way and will be there in 4 hours. The ranger grabs his gun, walks me to the back of the trailer and says, "Don't let anybody in." I stay up the rest of the night, listening for any sort of disturbance around me. The intense kind of listening, where you're concentrating so hard on any external sounds that might be made, that you almost feel death from the silence. After about 2 hours of doing this, my trailer starts rocking back and forth. I freeze. My heart drops. I can hear the sound of someone breathing extremely heavily, and I'm thinking, this is it. The knife-wielding maniac is going to murder me, and this trailer is going to have to be another one which they will have to tow away. I'm just sitting there on my bed, in my trailer as it's rocking, waiting for the maniac to stop tormenting me and just break the window and stab me. I am listening intently to the heavy breathing, and that's when I hear a grunt, a very non-human sounding grunt. I get a feeling that it's not what I think it is, and I peer out of the window, and I see a bison is scratching its back on the side of my trailer, causing it to rock back and forth. The RCMP get there around 6:30 AM and proceed with their investigation for about 10 hours. They close off the springs and the entire campground turns into an episode of CSI. We don't hear anything about what took place during the night until the investigation is over. Apparently there was a guy at the springs who made a lewd comment about one of the females in another group, which resulted in an argument. The guy disappeared and returned an hour later with a knife, stabbed 2 of the guys in the group, and booked it back to Fort Nelson. Not before stopping at my trailer with his buddy to tell me, of course, of the incident. Yeah, one of the guys at my trailer. He was the dude stabbing people. My guess is that him and his friends stopped by my trailer to try and make it look like they were innocent. Drunken logic. The 2 guys that were stabbed survived, which is good. For many days following this incident, I was cleaning up blood-soaked clothing and rags from all random places over the campground. So knife-wielding maniac, let's not meet again. From 2012 to 2013, I did a lot of hiking in and around the coastal range of Oregon. I would frequently go out by myself for days, and coming to town to restock on food if necessary. It was commonplace for when I was in town to spend the whole day hiking back the 4 hours to where I was camping at dusk. The trail I took wasn't well traveled and looked more like a deer path than anything. I had chosen my campsite for its lack of foot traffic and its serenity avoiding conventional locations. I only had a cell phone on me during this period of hiking and camping, no bright clothing, and no GPS nor tracking device or emergency beacon, which probably wasn't the smartest idea looking back. There were times I heard and saw things whilst out in the forest that I didn't recognize by sight and or sound, but nothing came close to the incident that I had in May 2013. I had just done my usual restock in this small town some 6 miles from where I had decided to camp for the night, and I spent the day in town as usual. I started walking back to my camp location at about dusk. Half of the walk, I choose to use dirt roads, until veering off on the deer trails that I used earlier in the day. By this time, it was completely dark, but it was clear out and possible to see the trail just using the moonlight. I don't listen to headphones whilst hiking. I've always thought it's wise to be able to hear what's around you in the event of there being a predator, whether that be man or animal alike. I was mentally doing some calculations for the next day's hike when my mind is literally stopped mid-track. I hadn't heard anything, and I don't hardly make any sound when hiking. If I'd heard something, I would have known. For some reason, be it a sixth sense or survival instinct, I'm not sure, but I was jolted quite suddenly out of thought and made very aware of the fact that I wasn't alone on this trail. What was odd to me, especially, is that even though I had heard nothing whatsoever, no light wind, no birds, I knew acutely that something was behind me about 30 yards down the trail. I still to this day have so many unanswered questions about how I knew this. Standing really still, I turn around and look down, but I don't see anything in the trail. But I feel it. It's honestly really difficult to pin down exactly how to describe what I felt, because I hadn't felt that way before or since. I was standing straight up, fight or flight, and my logical mind was saying that there's nothing out of the ordinary, whilst my senses were saying to get the hell out of there. Again, looking back, and remembering I have no idea what to say. It's really hard to express. It was like I was being taunted, and I felt it. The presence of something or someone was down there in that trail, and for some reason, I knew that it knew that I knew it was there, even though I couldn't see it. That's what scares me. I knew, and it was bright enough out for me to see 30 yards down the trail with no problem. There was nothing there, and I felt as if I were being called or beckoned to come closer. This was maybe 30 seconds into looking down the trail. I was panicking, but I still wasn't sure what to think, because I wasn't seeing anything threatening, so I turned around and started walking at a quick pace. I don't know what else to do. I knew that if it was in fact a guy out to kill someone, he was probably going to end up killing me on this trail, or in my tent after following me back. So why run? I would say it was not even a minute into the quick trek back that I heard what can only be described as a sound like rushing or swooping air, and then what seemed like a rake sliding across the dirt trail. The former sound happened right after the latter. These sounds happened together at about half a second apart for 4 times. They were very close to me, maybe 20 yards back, and looking back, I don't know how I was able to stay composed and not soil myself, but somehow I mentally stayed focused enough on getting myself back to my tent. I ignored the panic and just kept walking quickly, not looking back. Whoever or whatever it was that followed me, the majority of the next hour, I kept heading forwards and didn't look back. A few minutes from my camp location, the fight or flight instinct gradually but succinctly left, and I crawled into my tent and didn't sleep a minute that entire night. Morning came, and I picked up and left. I grew up on the countryside, right next to a national park, frequently visited by nature lovers and bird enthusiasts. It was the kind of park where you're not really allowed to bike or ride horses, only walk or run. But 10-year-old me felt that this was a stupid rule, and so I did anyway, because the trails were perfect for it. I knew fully well that I wasn't supposed to do that, and was caught a few times, but nothing much came of it, apart from a half-hearted, "Don't do it again." And of course I did. Until one day, something frightening happened that made me stop. My family were horse breeders, and I would often take them on horse rides, usually into the Forbidden Park. This day, very early in the morning, the first day of summer holiday, it was beautiful outdoors, misty and foggy, yet a sky that promised a sunny day ahead. Since it was so early, before 6 a.m, I knew that there wouldn't be anyone on the trail to see me. So I set the horse off at full speed along the trail. I only slowed down on the part of the trail that got steep on one side, leading down to the river, because the thought of one step too close to the edge was too much even for a kid with next to no non-existent risk assessment skills. Suddenly the horse came to a halt and refused to take another step. I grew up with horses all my life and knew that this usually indicates that you need to investigate. Is there something with the hooves? Did the horse spot something that spooked it? So I checked and the hooves were fine, but the horse didn't move an inch. and that's when I saw it. Someone had set a trap. A thin, sharp metal wire across the trail, in perfect neck height for an adult. I stopped and looked around, but didn't see anyone. The wire was well attached to two trees and impossible for me to remove, so I led the horse around it. And, to do so, I had to walk up a bit into the wooded area on the side of the trail. That's when I heard the singing. The song is called Hey Tom Te Gubar, and it was that particular melody, but the lyrics were different and sung in a muffled, sniggering voice. Imagine Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. Today I only remember parts of it, but translated it would have been something like, "Hey, all you runners come here passing, let the lifeblood pour out." I, as silently as I could and with my heart in my throat, backed away and got up on the horse and hurried back the way I came as fast as I could. I knew I had to tell someone about it, but at the same time wanted to avoid admitting to riding a huge and very forbidden horse on those protected trails. So now I had a problem. The old stories about a mad old man living in the shed in the woods, a shed that was once a cottage for a local hunter, came back as I hung on the horse for dear life. I got home and told my older brother what had happened, and he went back there with me in tow. We found the wire trap, and after a while of searching, we also found a spear-like pole in the ground, right on the spot that you'd land after you came running and jumped over the fallen tree on the trail. That's when we called the police. The area was searched and several similar traps were found, but no sight of the old man. The following summer though, there was big news in the local paper about spear-like poles being found right under the water's surface, directly under the little tower you're supposed to dive from at the lake. And black garbage bags filled with big rocks were found on the narrow bridge crossing the river, so that if a car had hit it, there's a chance that it would have gone off the road and straight into the water. When I was about 10, me and my friend were walking on a road near the river when we spotted a tipped-over canoe. Having been in the fairly shallow river many times before, I didn't think twice about stepping in to push the canoe up and out. But just as I leveraged, the ground seemed to disappear. I was sucked down into a pit and tumbled around like a rag doll, only to be spit back out maybe 20 feet downstream and sucked under again. This happened over and over, as my friend was running alongside trying to get a hold of me. Luckily, I was being shot to the surface often enough to get a little air before going under. He eventually reached me with a branch, and I was able to get out. We didn't make a second attempt on the canoe, and didn't tell anyone about the experience for fear of getting in trouble. But a couple of days later, we learned that an elderly couple had just drowned upstream. Their canoe tipped over, and the undertow took care of the rest. I was nearly killed trying to get the same canoe that had just killed 2 people. I was about 13 years old, walking through a small section of pines back to my grandmother's house. It was a really dark and cloudy day, and was walking under the trees as it was very dim. As I walked, I saw a kid sitting underneath a tree ahead. This was a relatively rural outskirts of a small town, and there were only a few kids that lived around. I walked up to him to see who it was, as I didn't think I recognized him, so I stepped closer. It was a young boy, head down, gaunt and skinny. He was wearing burlap or wool pants, a ragged dress shirt, both very dirty and dingy. He had what looked like 2 little tin can wagons or cars, and was pushing them around in the dirt. As I got closer, almost right in front of him, a feeling of absolute dread and sickness washed over me, and all of a sudden, I felt like I was going to throw up. "Hey," I kind of stuttered. He looked straight up at me, and I froze like a stone, ice cold. In one quick move, he grabbed up his wagons and jumped to his feet, and circled around the back of the tree. It was quiet. I felt fine all of a sudden. I walked up to the tree, and he was gone. When I hiked alone frequently, I used to see flashes of colour out of the corner of my eyes. It happened often enough that I learnt to pretty much ignore them. I dismissed most of them as birds, small animals, or my imagination. The ones that still caught my attention were the red or blue ones, and one time, pink. The bright colours were more hard to rationalise away. Carbon Glacier in Mount Rainier National Park, June 5th, 2001. I remember crossing the suspension bridge on my way to the Carbon Glacier, and it looked to be in very poor condition and was missing a couple of boards, forcing you to take a large step. The second missing board was right in the centre of the bridge, where you're furthest from the ground. My sister crossed first, and stopped about 3/4 of the way across. She turned around slowly, looked back at me, and yelled for me to step on 2 slats at a time, as one just broke under her foot. I froze at the second missing board, and it took me several seconds to take that long step across the hole. We decided to use the lower crossing to avoid the suspension bridge after. These days, it was the only way to go since the trail on the other side of the river washed out. We were having a good day talking and laughing and telling stories. My sister was in the middle of a story when a flash of white went past my peripheral vision on the left. I ignored it, but what I couldn't ignore was the fact that my sister had stopped talking. I turned to ask her what was wrong, and she was pale. She said someone was walking up the trail and just disappeared as they approached me. She was visibly shaken and upset. I chose not to tell her about the flash of white, as I had seen it at the same time. We were both teary and shaking and hiked out pretty quickly and very quietly. It took me several years before I spoke about it again. When I told my sister about the white flash, she couldn't remember any of it, as she completely blocked out that day. 2 years later, in an effort to see the standing file account at Washington State, I was given permission from the Highline School District to hike on their property to the old Stampede Pass lookout, now at Camp Exquisite in North Bend. The woman at the office told me that I should hike around the property after visiting the lookout. It was a beautiful sunny winter day. I hiked to the lookout and then started down a different trail. The trail was fairly open, with a lot of salal. I heard a little girl laughing off in the distance and assumed that someone else was enjoying the trails like me. Not a moment later, there was a flash of pink. I'd never seen pink before, and it gave me quite a fright. I looked into the woods and saw nothing. My stomach turned and my eyes teared up. I decided I'd had enough of Camp Exquisite and quickly headed back to my car. I was babysitting in a very remote house in the middle of nowhere, up in the mountains on the coast. I remember it was around 9 p.m, and the kids' parents would be getting home in about an hour. I had put the kids to bed, so was downstairs by myself watching TV. However, every so often the TV would flicker to static, and to be honest, it was starting to scare the shit out of me. It wasn't until the point where I looked up from the TV and out the nearby window when I lost my shit. There wasn't anything actually outside, but it seemed as if I saw in the reflection what looked like a Tin Man standing not too far behind me from the couch. Needless to say, there wasn't actually anything there when I snapped my head back to see where it was in the reflection. I grabbed my shit and wanted to be out of that house as quickly as possible. I actually ran upstairs and sat down quietly where the kids were sleeping until the parents got home. I particularly remember that when the parents arrived, I said I had to leave, and I was pulling out of their driveway in my old shitty Ford Laser and looked up into the kids' bedroom. The same reflection I saw earlier was looking back down at me, with a hand raised as if it was saying goodbye. I never babysat there again. At my grandparents' on vacation to Iowa. They live in the middle of nowhere. Couple elderly neighbors and cornfields for miles. It was around 2 a.m. and I was going to go have a smoke before bed. Their back porch has a big sliding door. Well, I walk into the room with the sliding door, and there's a guy in a creepy mask. He's quietly wiggling the door trying to open it. I got so scared, I felt my butthole clench up, and I dropped my cigarette. Right then, the guy freezes and looks right at me. He pauses, then starts frantically shaking the door trying to open it, like this dude was trying to rip the door off the house. I run over to my grandparents' gun cabinet and grab something. By the time I whipped around to point it at him, he was gone. I ran and woke up my grandparents. We all walked around the house with loaded guns for a minute, but the guy was gone. A couple of weeks later, some bald guy walked out of a cornfield wearing a dress. He stood by the highway for half an hour, then got picked up by some sketchy car. I won't even go into cornfields in broad daylight anymore. This happened when I was 10. There were 5 or 6 of us spending the night at Charlie's house. Her parents owned a ranch in hill country region of Texas, and their home was built on top of a hill. Other than the dirt driveway up to their house, the hill was wild land covered in cedar trees. It was a clear, slightly chilly night in maybe October or November. But after the sun went down, the moon was out, so we stayed out playing hide and seek, using the driveway as a base. Their ranch was far enough out of town and well fenced, so her parents didn't have a problem with it. Anyway, during one round of hide and seek, me and my friend Georgina were the last 2 hidden. We were very good at hiding and avoiding the seekers, and they managed to find everyone else. Also, we thought. We almost made it back to the road, when 3 of the girls unknowingly cut us off, and we ducked behind a ridge of dirt to remain concealed. Georgina threw a rock across the road behind them to divert their attention, and we were waiting for them to get far enough off the road to make a dramatic rush for the safety of base, when I heard what sounded like a rock getting dislodged and sliding down the hill behind us. I thought Georgina might have done it, so I didn't say anything, but she kind of looked at me and asked if I was okay. I was about to reply when we heard what sounded like one of our friends, Charlie, the ones whose house we were staying at, calling from away down the hill behind us. "Help me." We bolted upright and yelled for the others. They came running back to the road, and we told them what we had heard. No one had seen Charlie since we'd started that round of hide and seek. We took them to the spot where we were hidden, and from there we called Charlie's name. For a moment, all was quiet. Then, faintly, even further down the hill, we heard her say, "Help, I'm stuck." We panicked and ran up the driveway as fast as we could to get to Charlie's parents. When we burst through the kitchen door ready to yell for her mum and dad, she was there at the bar eating a popsicle. "I wondered how long it was going to take for you all to find me," she gloated. We all flipped out, in the only way 10-year-old girls can. Her parents heard us freaking out downstairs and came down to see what's going on. We told them what happened, and her father grabbed his shotgun, got into the truck, and went to drive around the ranch, making sure that there wasn't anyone on the property who wasn't supposed to be there. He didn't find anything. I've always wondered what we heard that night. We didn't talk about it much, but I know it remained in all our minds every time we stayed there past sundown. I live in a small town in rural Australia. I am a cyclist, and I coordinate sport events, marathons, and sell bike gear and whatnot. Around 6 a.m, I drove my bike up the mountains, and on the way, I passed a woman sitting by the side of the road. At first I thought she may have been a hitchhiker, but there were no hotels around and she had no bags. I stopped my car around 400 meters away from her, grabbed a bottle out of the car boot, and walked down to see what was going on. At that moment, I realized she's one of the most gorgeous women that I had ever seen. She was probably in her 20s, pale as hell, long wavy blonde hair to her hips, and one of those really German hourglass kind of figures, with these deep blue eyes. She was wearing one of those long summer dresses that beach kids seem to love, which was friggin' weird for the middle of the Australian bush. So I walk up to her like, oh my god, but I'm also thinking, what the hell? I hand her the bottle of water and ask her if she's lost or needs a lift back to town. She just stares at me, doesn't take the water, and doesn't blink. I think, oh shit, is she some kind of crazy? So I ask her if she ran away from somewhere, and she just says, no, and hadn't blinked yet. So I ask her if she's waiting for someone to come pick her up, and she says no again. I ask her where her house is, and she says, here. Keep in mind I am halfway up a mountain, and there are no houses here at all. So I was kind of starting to get creeped out by this lady. I walked back to my Jeep, and I was going to start driving back down the mountain and call the cops and get them to come pick up this lady. And she follows me. I was like, look, are you sure you don't want me to run you back to town? And she just says no again. So I'm all like, look, I don't feel comfortable leaving you here in the middle of nowhere. Please let me take you to the police station. And she just turns around and walks off into the bush, miles from anywhere. And I'm sitting there like, what the actual hell? And then I started to get really scared when the bug and bird noises started to come back. It made me realize I hadn't heard a single other sound whilst I was speaking to her. No magpies, no crickets, no early morning sounds at all. I hightailed it out of there and called the local coppers when I reached the bottom of the mountain. Basically, I said there's a woman up in the mountain who refused to get into my car, and then realized how stupid that sounded and hung up. Whoever you are, I hope that you are okay. I have had the fortune of traveling all across this great and wonderful nation. But I've seen something whilst camping that makes me reconsider mountain folk in Georgia. Now, I love my home state. I love exploring the vast amounts of wilderness we have here. I just happen to carry a gun at all times whilst exploring now. I didn't then. I went to the Blue Ridge Mountains with a friend to hike. A week without cell phones, we called it. Except we had his satellite phone, just in case of an emergency. We hike as far as we please, and fish, and we find water. Of course, we also have a GPS and a compass to ensure that we don't get lost. So we're on our next to last day of hiking back. We come across a small clearing in a valley that has a nice sized pond. We stop to set up camp and fish. As night falls and our fire is fading, with our bellies full of fish, wild onion, potatoes and wine, we lay down to sleep. And then I hear it. My friend is fast asleep, and the sound doesn't wake him. There's something outside, close by, but not distant enough. A moment of stupidity and adrenaline hits me as I grab our machete and exit the tent brandishing my lackluster weapon. The sound of that of a drum is being played with skill and expertise that only a child with the basic idea of rhythm can possess. Upon exiting the tent, I see a fire and a woman across the pond. She's not creating the drum sound. Instead, she has a black kettle hoisted above her fire, and she's stirring it. She turns her face to me, and I see that she must be as old as the mountains themselves. Her clothes are nothing but rags, yet she has an aura about her, one that is dark and filled with terrible wisdom and knowledge. Her ancient eyes meet mine, and I become paralyzed by fear. The drumming grows louder, and then stops suddenly, and she's gone. So's the fire, and any evidence that she even existed. I started our fire again, and did not sleep. Upon hiking out of the woods and back into our car, we decided to stay at a hotel in a small town nearby, since I was exhausted from staying awake. Of course, I had told my tale to my friend when he woke, and we packed quickly and moved as fast as our legs would carry us. We got to the hotel, which, thankfully, had a restaurant and bar. I told my tale to some locals, and the consensus was that I had met the mountain witch, whose land I was trespassing on, and we were only alive because I had stayed awake. They may have been jesting, but they seemed very serious. I now carry a firearm whenever I hike, mostly because it makes me feel safer. And whether you believe my tale or not makes no difference to me, dear listener. But there are dark and ancient things in this world. Stay safe. In the early 1980s, I was about 8 years old, and my father decided to take me to deer camp for the first time. We were in far northern Wisconsin, where deer camp is sort of like a religion experience, especially our deer camp. Anyway, when we got there, my dad leaned in about 3 inches from my face and gave me a thinly veiled threat that he called a piece of advice. That what was done at camp stays at camp, and especially not to tell my mother what I was about to witness. It was mostly just a bunch of middle-aged drunks in long johns telling dirty jokes and playing cards. But to my eyes, it was the best place on earth. The first morning, my dad wakes me up early to go hunting with his best friend, who had cancer and wasn't expecting to make it back for next year. We were way back in the woods in a standoff when an unseasonal thunderstorm rolls in and chased us back to the truck. On our way back to camp, my father slams on the brakes because he sees something in the middle of the road. It was raining so hard that we couldn't tell what it was from inside. So my dad went to take a look. A couple of minutes later, he climbs back into the truck and simply says, "She's dead." We raced for miles to the nearest phone to call the police. It turns out that she was heavily pregnant, had put her car in the ditch about 5 miles away, and had died from exposure when she became lost looking for help. My main memory of this, though, is bursting out crying on the way home, because I just knew I couldn't keep this big of a secret from my mother. My dad simply told me that there were exceptions to every rule, and this was definitely one of them. I was running on the trails at the Nathan Hale homestead, an 18th century farmhouse and property of a Revolutionary War hero. This was in Connecticut, which is only about a 10-minute drive away from my grandmother's lake house. I could not find a map of the trails anywhere online, and there didn't seem to be any signage at this place, just a bunch of random mountain bike trails in the woods. I was only going to run 4 miles, so I estimated that I would run for about 30 minutes, using my watch to keep myself on track. So I ran around the trails for a while, and nothing seemed too out of the ordinary. It was around 9 on a Monday morning, and the only sounds were the distant hums of Route 31, birds chirping, and the occasional squirrel or deer that scampered off whenever I came near. The trail seemed to wind around a lot. If not for my better than average directional skills, I could have easily gotten lost. About 20 minutes in, I saw something strange about 50 meters off. A finely polished and light-colored wooden coffin. I was a little weirded out, to say the least, and waited until I got closer for a better look. I rounded a corner where several old tree stumps blocked my view, only to find that the coffin had disappeared. Where it should have been, there was just a clump of ferns. Odd. I turned around shortly thereafter and made my way back to my car. I was maybe half a mile out when I heard a very distinctive knocking on a nearby tree. I was a little spooked, but chalked it up to be a woodpecker or something. However, not 30 seconds later, there it was, on a completely different tree ahead of me. Exactly the same rhythm. Tock, tock, to tock, tock. I picked up the pace. The trail widened a little, and I could see way ahead to the entrance to the parking lot where my car was. There it was again, on a tree seemingly right next to me. I truly started freaking out, and started to book it back to the lot. I was nearing the opening, when time seemed to slow down. All of a sudden, it felt like the temperature dropped about 20 degrees. The birds stopped singing, and my simple Timex watch started to malfunction, making all sorts of beeping noises, and the numbers glitching on the screen. The beat sounded impossibly loud this time, like it were hacked into every surrounding tree with an axe. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, as I anticipated hearing the rhythm again. I burst into the parking lot, and everything went back to normal. The temperature was back in the mid-70s, and birds were chirping away. I looked at my watch, only to discover that it had gone completely blank. I stood there and stared at it until it flashed 12 o'clock, Monday, 1:01, January 1st. My watch had completely reset itself. It had never done this before. I got into the car and started the engine. The clock on the radio read 12. That couldn't be right. It should have been around 9:30 or 9:45 at the latest. So I threw her in reverse and backed up to where I could clearly make out was the main road. However, as I was about to throw the car into drive as it sat there, I heard a sharp, rapping sound on the back window, like someone hitting it with their knuckles. It was the same beat. There was no one else in the parking lot when I finished my run. No cars, nothing. I didn't dare look back and hightailed it back to my grandmother's house. I have no idea what could have caused this series of events, and I still could not explain it to this day. I was geocaching once, and as I was wandering through the woods, I came across a small patch of trees that had Mr. Potato Head faces nailed to them. I was a 15-kilometer drive from civilization, and nowhere near a trail. As the cache was deep in the woods, I contacted the cache owner, and he swore that they weren't there when he put the cache together, and it was his private land, so nobody should have put them there. The other instance of weird was up when I was hitchhiking, and decided to set up camp off in the woods not far from the highway. I had a fire, ate, and set up my little tent, and fell asleep without problem. I woke up in the middle of the night due to some heavy breathing outside my tent. I listened for a bit, scared shitless, and then some movement, and the sound was gone. I woke up the next morning, and there was a photo of my family stuck with a nail to a tree right beside my tent, and fresh footprints in the dirt. Being the idiot that I am, I followed the path of the footprints, a kilometer or so back into the woods, where it ended at a road. Across the street was an abandoned house, and while checking out the house for anything useful, I found several other photos of people from the photo, individuals' headshots, and notes apologizing for not protecting them or being there for them. I got a feeling like I wasn't alone, and decided to make an exit, and as I came out of the house, there was a pickup truck in the road watching me leave. He offered me a ride back to the highway, and some food and drink, and told me all about the family that lived there, and how they had all died. Apparently, the father had an accident whilst driving, and struck an oncoming vehicle, with the mother and 2 kids inside it. He lived, but everybody else died. My brother James was part of the orienteering team in high school. For those of you who don't know, orienteering is where they get you to go to the middle of nowhere in teams of 2. They give you a map, a compass, and you must find your way back to each check-in station in order, and it's a race. So my brother and his partner set out and make it through the first few checkpoints, and they're feeling pretty solid. But they don't make it to the next one when they're supposed to. They double check the map, do some math, and figure out that they miscalculated some angle or another, and are now almost off the edge of the map. They recalculate and set off in a new direction. Keep in mind, the line was never intended to be part of the orienteering run. This is unexplored territory, and they came across what my brother said could only be described as a crater. A deep bowl in the forest devoid of trees. And at the center was an ambulance. They are in the woods, miles upon miles from any road, and there is an ambulance that looks like it's decades old sitting in a crater. So, being teenage boys, they decide to investigate it. My brother said that the forest was well on its way to reclaiming the vehicle, that it was rusted and covered in plant life. It looked out of date, like it was coming from the 40s or some bygone era. In the back, the gurney was still there, but bent in the middle, like something had smashed it. There were brown smears on the walls that could have been rust, or dirt, or shit or blood. They both got a horrible feeling from the place and took off out of there. My brother thinks he could probably find it again, but flat out refuses to. I am a hunter and mountaineer. It was a chilly December morning, and I hiked in pre-dawn. I'm talking about an hour and a half to go 3 miles off the beaten trail. I got to my nest, and about half an hour before sunrise, and started to settle in. The wind kicked up a fog, and the fog rolled in that was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Within a few minutes, my visibility was about 5 inches. I'm sitting tight, huddled up against the freezing wind, when I start to hear twigs snapping close to me. For no apparent reason, what is normally a rapturous sound, indicative of an imminently successful hunt, sent a frosty chill down my spine. I chambered around in my 30-30 as quietly as I could, and lay flat on my back, tucked against a fallen tree. The rustling was moving closer through the fog, but I couldn't see anything. The sun was starting to peek over the mountains to the east, and visibility was starting to increase. The rustling of twigs and leaves was sporadic, sometimes directly in front of me, sometimes behind or beside me. I remember laying the rifle across my chest, thinking to myself how silly it is to react like such a coward. I rationed with myself that bears and mountain lions are a rarity where I was, so I had likely stumbled into a herd of whitetails that had bedded down and decided to sit up. The rustling stopped immediately, as it was fully dawn by now. I was looking through the fog for the outline of my prey, which I had assured myself was literally around me. It wasn't. Seemingly nothing was. By now the fog had faded away, and it was apparent to me that I was alone in those woods. I hunted all that day, without seeing as much as a squirrel. Around 3 in the afternoon, after fighting the wind in an abnormally cold day, and not wanting to hike out by flashlight, I decided it was time to start back to the truck. Walking out of those woods was the most uneasy I had ever felt. Lawfully, once you make your way back to the trail, you're supposed to clear the chamber of your rifle, but not that day. What is normally a stroll through the woods, I undertook with the seriousness of an animal being stalked. I would walk, then stop and listen, and I never heard or saw anything during my retreat, but I could feel eyes on me. I was about 100 feet away from my truck when I rounded the last corner and saw, hanging at eye level from a tree by a noose, a stuffed bear in a blaze orange jacket. I am a giant, broad-shouldered outdoorsman, but that one shook me up something fierce. It was early 1984. My two friends and I went to the Wildwood campgrounds on Long Island with my family. It was a safer time back then, so we thought we'd explore the forest. We went up to the cliffs, looking down at the beach, and back into the woods soon becoming bored, so we headed deeper in. The woods were dark, tangled and overgrown with weeds and brambles. It was obvious the area was not used or even explored often, as it was so dense, so we started heading back. We noticed something upon our return, a house in the middle of the forest, most windows broken with a sagging roof, old and out of place, with no road leading to it, and no power lines either. It had a mailbox at the front, as well as a brick chimney. We entered the small home, of only a few rooms on the ground level, and a gaping hole in the floor showed an exposed basement below. A rotting wooden table, surrounded by peeling wallpaper of roses that sat next to the kitchen. There was a collection of old things, and what I identified as a very small, white gas stove speckled with corrosion. The stairs up and down looked unsafe and rickety. Small animal feces was everywhere, and I don't remember any electrical sockets, lights, or anything of that nature. It must have been from the early 20s or 30s, and the forest had begun to grow around it. The whole place was creepy, and smelt like egg or a struck match. But what made it really creepy was the hole in the floor. We could only see part of it, as the floor bowed, and we feared getting too close. We could see on the basement floor that there were hundreds of playing cards, but only red ones, hearts and diamonds. I'd guessed that they were all red. Everything else was really dark. They were poured up in a heaping pile. For why, or if anything was underneath them, we will never know, because it scared us for some reason. The dark hole lit only by that spot, making the white and red cards seemed brighter. They were clean. They were new. And we got the hell out of there. I live by a small river, and my friend and I always spoke about putting a boat on it one night, and just letting the current take us downstream whilst we fished all night. Well, a few years ago, we finally did it. We loaded up the boat with our fishing poles and a case of beer, and headed out around 10 p.m. We put the boat in up the river, and my friend's girlfriend drove the truck home. The trip was only about 4 miles in a straight line, but throw in the curves of the river, and it was doubling back on itself. The actual trip was more like 15 miles. We'd been told it'd take about 6 hours, so we got to the river around midnight and expected to be home before 7 a.m. The river was really low that night, but we didn't expect it to be an issue, so we shoved off. The first few hours passed pretty normally, and we caught a few fish, but we passed a cutoff, and the river current just slowed to a halt. Around 2 a.m., we hear this faint groaning noise off in the distance. We didn't think much of it at first, because we are both campers, and we're used to the forest noises. As we keep moving slowly down the river, the groaning noises keep happening, and it's getting louder. I can't even really accurately describe the noise itself. It was a very throaty, groan/moaning sound, with a short duration. I say it was like a zombie noise, but it was very distinct, and at times it sounded like a man groaning in pain. For the next half hour, the noise got louder, until it felt like it was literally just out of sight on land, and it was loud. So I mentioned the river was really low. Well, at this point in our trip, the river walls were nearly vertical and 10 feet high. The sound is at its loudest right now, but as we go down the river, it doesn't get any quieter. We aren't moving past the groaning. It's following us in the darkness of the forest. We're both getting weirded out about it, and we're both assholes, and we're amplifying the situation by coming up with all kinds of scary things that it could be. It's a zombie, or a dying man trying to yell for help, a banshee, a ghost, or could it be a serial killer messing with us? Maybe it's a siren trying to lure us off course. As it nears 3 AM, we're way behind schedule. To say I'm on edge is an understatement. I was trying to play it cool because my friend was playing it cool, and I didn't want him thinking that I'm a pussy. We're shining our flashlights into the forest, and we're watching as things scurry off in the darkness as the light hits it. The groaning is still going on. The loud groaning happens about once a minute, and something there is a quieter, slightly different sound that happens in between. The sound is finally behind us, but it wasn't getting much quieter. With the sound behind us, we figured we were in the clear, but we weren't so lucky. About 5 minutes later, we hit a log jam, and our only choice was to go ashore and carry the boat around the debris. There was one problem. We couldn't actually get out of the river. As mentioned, the river walls were 10 foot high, and our only choice was to go back up the river a couple of 100 feet to a low spot and carry it all the way round. Now, I was really dreading about getting out of the river. It's dangerous enough walking down the riverbanks in the pitch blackness, and I didn't need a zombie banshee serial killer making it worse. So we turned the boat around and head back towards the sound. We pull the boat out of the river and the sound just stops. This is it. It is definitely a serial killer taunting us, and now that we're out of the water, he's moving in for the kill. There is no more acting manly and unafraid. My friend knows I'm freaked out, and I'm sure that he is too. The boat is usually kind of heavy, but tonight it feels lighter than ever. We're practically jogging that thing down the muddy banks. Everywhere we look, we see what is ducking behind a tree and staying out of the light from our flashlights. We finally get past the log jam. We're putting the boat back in the river, and whatever is following us is right behind us. I'm in the boat, and my friend is getting in. He pushes us off out the river and runs around and yells into the darkness, "What do you want?" At this point, the Loch Ness Monster steps into the light and says, "I need about 350. Okay, that part didn't happen. But we get back on the boat in the river, and the noise has suddenly stopped. But we're both ready to go home. We run the motor until we get to a bridge. My friend calls his girlfriend and gets her to come pick us up 2 hours earlier than expected. She asks why we cut the trip short, and he makes up some bullshit excuse about the river being too shallow and blocked up with debris, because neither of us wanted to admit that we were grown-ass men being scared of the dark. I never told anyone else I know about this, and I don't think he has, but we still mimic the sound every now and then, and any strange noise is instantly referred to as a zombie banshee. I live by a small river, and my friend and I always spoke about putting a boat on it one night, and just letting the current take us downstream whilst we fished all night. Well, a few years ago, we finally did it. We loaded up the boat with our fishing poles and a case of beer, and headed out around 10 PM. We put the boat in up the river, and my friend's girlfriend drove the truck home. The trip was only about 4 miles in a straight line, but throw in the curves of the river, and it was doubling back on itself The actual trip was more like 15 miles. We'd been told it'd take about 6 hours, so we got to the river around midnight and expected to be home before 7 a.m. The river was really low that night, but we didn't expect it to be an issue, so we shoved off. The first few hours passed pretty normally, and we caught a few fish, but we passed a cutoff, and the river current just slowed to a halt. Around 2 a.m, we hear this faint groaning noise off in the distance. We didn't think much of it at first, because we are both campers, and we're used to the forest noises. As we keep moving slowly down the river, the groaning noises keep happening, and it's getting louder. I can't even really accurately describe the noise itself. It was a very throaty, groan/moaning sound, with a short duration. I say it was like a zombie noise, but it was very distinct, and at times it sounded like a man groaning in pain. For the next half hour, the noise got louder, until it felt like it was literally just out of sight on land, and it was loud. So I mentioned the river was really low. Well, at this point in our trip, the river walls were nearly vertical and 10 feet high. The sound is at its loudest right now, but as we go down the river, it doesn't get any quieter. We aren't moving past the groaning. It's following us in the darkness of the forest. We're both getting weirded out about it, and we're both assholes. And we're amplifying the situation by coming up with all kinds of scary things that it could be. It's a zombie, or a dying man trying to yell for help, a banshee, a ghost, or could it be a serial killer messing with us? Maybe it's a siren trying to lure us off course. As it nears 3 a.m, we're way behind schedule. To say I'm on edge is an understatement. I was trying to play it cool because my friend was playing it cool, and I didn't want him thinking that I'm a pussy. We're shining our flashlights into the forest, and we're watching as things scurry off in the darkness as the light hits it. The groaning is still going on. The loud groaning happens about once a minute, and something there is a quieter, slightly different sound that happens in between. The sound is finally behind us, but it wasn't getting much quieter. With the sound behind us, we figured we were in the clear, but we weren't so lucky. About 5 minutes later, we hit a log jam, and our only choice was to go ashore and carry the boat around the debris. There was one problem. We couldn't actually get out of the river. As mentioned, the river walls were 10 foot high, and our only choice was to go back up the river a couple of 100 feet to a low spot and carry it all the way round. Now, I was really dreading about getting out of the river. It's dangerous enough walking down the riverbanks in the pitch blackness, and I didn't need a zombie banshee serial killer making it worse. So we turned the boat around and head back towards the sound. We pull the boat out of the river, and the sound just stops. This is it. It is definitely a serial killer taunting us, and now that we're out of the water, he's moving in for the kill. There is no more acting manly and unafraid. My friend knows I'm freaked out, and I'm sure that he is too. The boat is usually kind of heavy, but tonight it feels lighter than ever. We're practically jogging that thing down the muddy banks. Everywhere we look, we see what is ducking behind a tree and staying out of the light from our flashlights. We finally get past the log jam. We're putting the boat back in the river, and whatever is following us is right behind us. I'm in the boat, and my friend is getting in. He pushes us off out the river and runs around and yells into the darkness, "What do you want?" At this point, the Loch Ness Monster steps into the light and says, "I need about 350. Okay, that part didn't happen. But we get back on the boat in the river, and the noise has suddenly stopped. But we're both ready to go home. We run the motor until we get to a bridge. My friend calls his girlfriend and gets her to come pick us up 2 hours earlier than expected. She asks why we cut the trip short, and he makes up some bullshit excuse about the river being too shallow and blocked up with debris, because neither of us wanted to admit that we were grown-ass men being scared of the dark. I never told anyone else I know about this, and I don't think he has, but we still mimic the sound every now and then, and any strange noise is instantly referred to as a zombie banshee. One night, I was solo camping in a remote lake above a small town. You're not allowed to camp near the lake, so I hiked up a little ways onto the hillside and set up underneath a camouflage tarp. It must have been around midnight. I was all snuggled in my hammock when I hear laughing and yelling in the distance. I peek up from behind my tarp to see what looks like a handful of college-aged dudes drinking and fishing and having a good time. Okay, whatever. I tried to sleep anyway. I drift in and out for about an hour, but I'm kept from sleeping by an extremely loud bird in the tree next to me that just keeps hooting and screeching. Eventually, I pick up a large branch and thunk, swinging it at the tree to shut it up. Suddenly, the dude bros go silent. I can tell that they've frozen and are looking intently in my direction, trying to find the source of the noise. I crawl back into my sleeping bag and try to sleep, but the bird starts again. I decide I need to find some pine cones or something to throw at it to scare it away. So I get out of my sleeping bag, move outside the tarp, and start looking on the ground. I decide to try the branch again and slam it as hard as I can into the tree trunk, and the sound rings out loudly. They all look over to see a pale naked figure hunched over in the tree line, staring at them. I immediately scramble on all fours under my tarp. To them, it must have looked like some horrible pale creature disappeared into the underbrush after having been caught observing them. They go silent, have a muffled, terrified conversation, and pack up and leave. I slept soundly for the rest of the night, but those guys must have been pretty freaked out. This happened when I was in high school in the 90s. I grew up in a rural western town. That meant not a lot to do, but lots of places out in the heavily wooded canyons and hills right outside of town. One particularly popular spot for hanging out, hiking, rock climbing and doing various other activities was called Falling Rock. It's right along the rim of Dark Canyon and features pine woods going from highway straight out to a sharp, abrupt drop-off down a sandstone/limestone cliff. It's several hundred feet down to the creek at the bottom, and there are various hiking trails and ways to get around the cliffs and down the creek. I went there frequently with friends in high school, not to smoke weed or drink or whatever, but because the place was also held as sacred by the Lakota, and by proximity, by teenage wannabe Wiccans like me. We'd see their red prayer bundles up in the cedars all along the cliffs, and to me and my coven of fellow dumbasses, that made this an obvious place to try and visit and contact spirits. I hiked it enough to become very familiar with the area, especially with a deep overhang that was almost like a shallow cave. It wasn't visible from the top of the cliff, or from the main hiking trails, I only learnt about it after someone showed me how to get to it by scooting down a steep incline between two particular pine trees on my butt. Also, during this very confused part of my life, I had a best friend who was an extremely bad influence, and who kept getting me involved with older guys. At 15, I lost my virginity to a 22-year-old guy in the Air Force that she had introduced me to, and then left me alone with. I won't say he made me do anything, but I also won't say I was entirely on board when everything happened. She later gave me away for a night to a Turkish guy who spoke no English. Then, she started seeing a guy in his early 20s. She was 18, and more or less told his 40-year-old something uncle that I was all his if he wanted. I was a 16-year-old dumbass. I didn't know about this scheme. I just knew that my best friend had just invited me up to Falling Rock to hang out with her and her boyfriend. I was less happy when I showed up and found the uncle there. I'd met him before, and he wasn't a dick or unattractive. Actually, he was quite attractive, or even especially creepy. It was just knowing he was more than twice my age, and very clearly wanted much more than the Air Force guy had. He didn't just want sex. He was in love with me, and wanted me to love him too. I knew it. I just didn't know what to do about it. But I did tell my friend I didn't want to see him around when she and I got together. She apparently ignored that bit of what I said. He and my best friend's boyfriend were both cowboys, following the rodeo circuit. As such, they showed up at Falling Rocks in their boots and hats and all of that. And it made them slow. My friend was morbidly obese, and none of them knew anything about Falling Rock, whereas I know the area very well. I had driven my own vehicle there, but had parked in the lower lot, about a quarter of a mile closer to the highway than the place where they parked theirs. When I saw that their uncle was there, and he started getting overly friendly right away, I planned to get away as soon as possible. We started walking, and it wasn't before long that I got ahead of them, and ignored their calls to come back, and vanished into the woods, down one of the less used hiking paths. This was broad daylight, and I had a plan. I was going to just loop around the northwest, through the thick woods, and come back up the lower parking lot, get into my car and drive away, and let my friend explain why she'd brought the uncle later. I made good time, and got back up towards the road to the main parking area, where my friend and the uncle had parked. I was almost there, when I saw another guy close to the uncle's age, but slimmer, blonde with a beard and a camouflage coat on, coming up from the trail in the parking area. We were a few hundred yards away from each other, but he stopped, clearly seeing me. I don't know what it was, but I didn't like something about his stance. His expression, I don't know what. I started to slink back down the draw I had come up, and he started to follow. No mistaking it. He turned off a well-worn obvious path to the Falling Rock cliff face to follow me, little teen-aged girl, down into nothing but deer trails and scrub and cacti. He didn't say anything all the while. It seemed like he was trying to be as quiet as possible. I knew the area better than he did though, and was a lot less cautious about my footing. I got back to the top of the cliff as quickly as I could, and popped up just ahead of where the uncle was sauntering along the edge, right next to where the big overhang would be. The uncle and I saw each other. I pointed back down the trail where the strange guy with the beard could clearly be heard stomping up behind me, and then I dropped down on my ass and boot scooted right out of sight. I got to the overhang and heard the exchange between the uncle and bearded guy. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" asks the uncle, sounding absolutely pissed. "I'm looking for my girlfriend. She just came up here. She's got dark hair." "Oh yeah? What colour shirt's she wearing?" I was wearing a grey hoodie with my dad's college logo on it. "It's a grey hoodie," said the bearded guy. The uncle proceeded to go absolutely batshit, yelling and cursing, and based on the noise, throwing fallen tree limbs on the other guy, and the other guy just ran. I could hear him thumping and crashing down the steep hillside not far from me. My friend's boyfriend kept running when he heard all the noise, and I could hear him yelling at the guy too. All kinds of vile shit you wouldn't think a good Christian boy would say. The uncle called my name for a bit, and I finally came out of the cave. And then, my fat friend finally joined us too. It was a weird day to have your sort of stalker save you from someone who seemed to really have it out for you. But I'm pretty sure that's just what he did. I wish I could say something better by him, but all I really did was disappear. I didn't talk to my friend for over a year, long enough for her to dump her boyfriend and for the uncle to go away with him. I don't know what happened to either of them. I don't know if I could recognize them now, as I'm twice the age I was then. I do wish them well though, but still, would rather not meet again. When I was around 13, I went camping with my Girl Scout troop. This wasn't uncommon for us, as we camped often, at least twice a year. The only difference was that my troop had the privilege to camp out 2 nights in a cabin. The cabins were not big. I was 5 foot, and if I were to lay down widthwise, we only had about 3 feet of walking space between the bunks. Each side had 2 sets of bunk beds, so there were 8 beds in each cabin, and there were 4 cabins. We had a large troop, so we occupied 3 cabins including the mums, who stayed the night with us. During the day activities we went on as normal. Other troops came to spend the day, and we did arts and crafts and archery, and other sport-like events. This ended around 7, when all the other girls went home. Around this time, we cooked dinner, ate, spoke, and then started a fire. We sat around and had girl talk like normal, ate doughboys and marshmallows until 9, when we had to go to bed due to the camp's curfew. In my cabin, I had my 2 best friends, one in the bed below me, and the other in the bunk across from me. We had bunks that were the closest to the window. To imagine the cabin, just imagine a rectangle with walls, and a screen door. Now, go into the screen door, and on either side of you, there are, as I said, 4 bunks, and at each end of the corridor or window. My mum was sleeping in the cabin across the way with my troop leader and the other mum. Soon we're all asleep, but my friend Lisa, who was below me, isn't very good at sleeping outside, and was soon awake and sitting on the edge of my bunk, poking me. I cracked my eyes open and shone my flashlight at Lisa, then at Tara, who was sitting across the way. She was awake as well. Since we weren't technically allowed to be awake unless we were using the bathroom, we decided to go get my mum, who would take us through the trail to the bathroom, just to let Lisa catch a breather. By now, the fire was basically out, and we had my flashlight as our light source. So we bundled up, because New England is freezing at night, even if it's spring. As we were getting dressed, I put my flashlight in my mouth so that I could use both hands. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow. I thought it was my own, and camp was playing tricks on me, but I looked anyway. My scream may have broken all the rules in camp about curfew. My entire cabin was up. My friends were screaming, and my mum and my leader were trampling over each other to get into the cabin. When I turned to look at the shadow, I saw what was actually a man staring through the window. I don't know how long he was there for, and when I started screaming he took off. My troop leader talked to the ranger the next day, and he said that he would talk to the night ranger, but we never got any other answers other than maybe it was an animal. Either way, we never went camping there again, and this incident still haunts me to this day. So, creepy pervy man, let's not meet again. The man who told me about his terrifying experience in the Colorado wilderness is one of those distant relatives that everyone has. They're your third cousin twice removed, or something to that effect. I'm not positive how exactly we're related, but he is an incredible guy. Greg is a decorated Green Beret with a silver star to his name that he earned by capturing the leader of an Afghan sniper cell without incurring any casualties. Despite his status as a huge badass and his not unconsiderable size of 6'3" and 200 pounds, Greg is a teddy bear. He is an extremely humble and kind person. I've had a lot of experiences in the outdoors, having lived in Colorado for most of my life. And Greg and I have had extended conversations about our adventures in the woods at my grandma's house for Thanksgiving. We were sitting on the couch, wearing tacky holiday sweaters, when the conversation turned to hunting. Greg mentioned offhandedly that he used to be an avid hunter, but had an experience that turned him off it. He said he doesn't even like guns anymore, something I found surprising coming from such an accomplished soldier. I pushed him to tell me what happened, and thought he seemed uncomfortable with the idea, but he finally relented and did tell me. I'm going to switch this to first person now, to tell it to you in the same way that Greg told this story to me. It was late October, which means elk season up in Indian Peaks Wilderness, and I went up there to bag a few elk and just relax for a few days by myself. I parked the truck near a trailhead about 8 miles from where I wound up setting up camp, and was looking forward to a nice weekend in the woods with some peace and quiet after packing all my gear in and getting ready. The first morning, I was in my deer blind, about 20 feet up a tree, with a cup of coffee and my rifle. The sun had just come up about an hour ago. About 50 yards from my tree, the tree line ended and opened into this big meadow where a lot of the elk tended to roll through, and I could sight my rifle pretty well through the trees and see most of this big grassy area. Perhaps a couple of hours had passed, which isn't really boring in the deep woods. I just drank coffee from my thermos and listened to all the life around me, feeling the woods getting ready for winter. I couldn't believe my luck when I glanced over at the meadow and saw a large group of elk had started grazing in the meadow. The silent animals plodded along, oblivious to me watching. Among the group was one of the most beautiful elk I had ever seen. It's what was called a monarch, which means it had antlers with 8 points each, something really rare. I quietly clicked the safety of my rifle and sighted it. When you're hunting an animal like this, you want to put a bullet right where the skull meets the spine, in order to sever the spinal column and kill it instantly and painlessly. The focus, when you get it in the zone, is incredible. I swear I could feel the firing pin punch forward, and the bullet would leave the barrel as I pulled the trigger. That beautiful elk went down silently, and all the others scattered for the tree line. I was ecstatic about the shot and the elk as I climbed down out of the blind and set off for the meadow. I had left my rifle in my blind, something I regretted soon, and had only my small knife on me to gut the animal and drag it back to camp. As I was making the short walk between my blind and the meadow, I noticed that the woods around me were completely silent. Some of this is normal after you fire a gun in the woods, but for it to drag on this long was unsettling. I thought nothing of it, and continued to walk the short walk through the dense pines. As I was about to clear the trees and step into the meadow, I noticed something odd. I could see the elk's body lying in the grass through the trees, but there was something else. There was what looked like another elk, antlers and all, on the opposite side of the dead elk from where I was coming to walk out of the tree line. almost looking as though it were gently nuzzling the elk's dead body. This was weird, to see an elk treat a dead elk like this. They usually scatter, but I continued walking towards it, trapezing in the duff and hollering in an attempt to startle this other elk off. It snapped its head and looked up at me. Over the body of its fallen friend, this strange new elk eyed me with an unafraid glare. I say glare because it didn't feel like an animal looking at me anymore. Its glassy black eyes gave me the same caught, red-handed feeling that you got when your parents would catch you doing something wrong. I felt suddenly uncomfortable and out of place in the woods that I loved so much, and somehow hated and guilty. I no longer wanted the elk, and I stopped dead in my tracks and watched this animal, and it eyed me angrily. What it did next gives me nightmares to this day. The thing that stood before me on the other side of the dead elk must have been lying on its stomach, and it put its arms down and pushed up, putting its legs underneath it. It reared back, glaring at me, along with its evil glass eyes. My breath caught in my throat. Most of its body was at least somewhat human, but terribly emaciated and elongated. It appeared to stand at least 10 feet tall, not including the antlers atop of the elk's head. It was bald everywhere but the neck up. It looked stickly pale and pink. Its legs at the knee bent backwards, like the back legs of an elk. This horrible, skinny, naked, unnatural thing just stood there, glowering at me, with a hatred that was palpable. The woods around us were silent. It might have been a second, minute, or hours. I felt the disapproving parent feeling shift. I felt more like an ant under a shoe. I took a step back. My boots felt 10 pounds. My body felt numb, and the noise of my footstep was ear-splitting. I took one more, and then ran. Running through thick woods is tough, but I ran faster than I have ran in my life. I passed under my blind with my $4,000 rifle sitting in it, without even slowing down. I ran all the way back to my camp, which must have been a mile, before I stopped and took my breath. It took me another minute to dare to look behind me. I was alone, but the woods around me were still silent and brooding. I wanted more than anything to pack up and go home, but I knew that I could not make it back to the car before nightfall, and I didn't want to be exposed at night. I cooked an MRE in my tent and stayed there for the rest of the night. When night fell, I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop myself from starting at every little noise. I kept thinking about possible rational explanations for what I saw. Maybe there's a crazy guy out there who found an elk head and is wearing it around scaring people. But no explanation I came up with quelled the maddening feeling of fear that I felt, the horrible sense of being hated and guilty and far from home. And nothing explained why that thing was 10 feet tall with inverted knees. As soon as the sun came up, I ran back to the blind and took it down. Then, I ran back to camp with my rifle and pack, packed everything up, and hiked out. I've never fired a gun in the woods since, and I don't intend to ever again. I'm not a spiritual person, but if that wasn't something in the forest telling me to leave it alone, I don't know what is. I can take a hint. I don't think I'll ever know exactly what that creature was, but I know what I saw. Next time you're up in the woods alone, be quiet, be respectful, and don't kill anything that you don't have to. I thought at first that Greg's story was too far-fetched to be true, but as he told it, I saw how truly scared he was. This confident, softly spoken military man was stuttering through his story, hands shaking and face pale. I still don't know what to make of it. But the area he said it occurred is one I'm quite familiar with, and it can be an eerie place. Sometimes, being alone in the woods can feel like anything but. It just might be that there's some force out there, some inhuman creature who guards the woods. Just in case, I take extra care to be respectful whenever I'm among nature. You never know who could be watching. I'm not convinced there is an afterlife, or such a thing as ghosts or demons, but I once saw something in the woods that felt so unnatural, it made me second guess how I see the world. I was hiking up a hillside, thick with trees, in the middle of the night during a long weekend. Some friends and I decided we would hike to the top of the hill and light off some fireworks. Approaching the hill and surrounding the base of the hill was a rolling grass valley. It was around midnight, full moon, and a light mist, something straight out of a horror movie. The strange part was, I wasn't nervous or scared or anything. I was having a great night with my buddies. I didn't have any of my defenses up. My buddies and I just hiked in a straight line through the rolling grass valley approaching the hill, when something caught my eye. On my right, I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing perfectly upright on the top of a small grassy hill. It was standing there right next to a large dead tree. I couldn't make out any details. Both the tree and the tall figure were silhouetted underneath the moonlight. The strange part was seeing this figure didn't scare me. I didn't immediately sense any threat. I almost assumed it might have just been another hiker or somebody having a smoke. I passively turned my flashlight on it, and that's when it happened. In an instant, as my light hit the spot where the figure was standing, it instantly moved just outside the range of my flashlight, like it teleported or something. But just as vividly, I saw it standing in its initial spot as my light hit that spot and the figure moved. I could see it standing just outside my range of light. My breath paused in an instant, and a wave of dread washed over me. Something felt 100% unnatural about what just happened. As a reflex, I moved my light to the new spot where the figure was, and as my light passed it, it disappeared. I've never passed out in my entire life. Not from heat, not from getting knocked out, never. But in that moment I felt my knees give way from underneath me and I fell to the ground. My friends turned and looked at me trying to pick myself up from my knees, and they were too wobbly to stand. They helped me, and I tried explaining to them what I experienced. Perhaps it was all just shadows and lights and my eyes messing with me. But I'll never be able to explain that sensation. The feeling like I had just seen something I shouldn't have seen. Something so unnatural that my body's instinctual reaction was to just go limp. My father used to have a business in maintaining the woods. It's a thing in my country. It basically means cutting down dead trees and hauling them out of the area, as well as generally being a tree surgeon. This means that he was out in the woods all day. Good evening all, and welcome to this dark and chilling night. I have a number of scary stories for you today that are sure to leave you with chills. So without further ado, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. Do you know what it's like to live without a soul? Because I do. It's like watching a romantic movie that's so perfect, you find yourself falling in love with the character. Then the lights come on, and you suddenly remember that person didn't exist. And even if they did, they would never care that you exist. It's like running the wrong way on a racetrack. It doesn't matter whether you ever finish or not, because everyone else has already crossed the line and gone home. You've run further than anyone else. Your legs are in agony, and there's a fire in your lungs, but you're still running, because you're afraid of the silence when you finally stop. Living without a soul is sitting in the eye of the hurricane. Life is moving all around you, and sometimes it feels like you're part of it when it passes too close. But in the end, nothing and no one can even move you. And though the wind howls fierce in its savage glory and sweeps all the world from under your feet, you'll never know what it feels like to join that wild dance. And that's okay. You tell yourself that, at least, you won't be hurt like all those other fragile humans, burdened with their souls. But deep down, you wish that you could feel that hurt, just for a moment. Just so, once in your life, you knew there was something important enough to be hurt over. I lost my soul while I was only 6 years old. My father didn't want me. My mother told me so. She said I was the reason that he left, and I believed her. I was in first grade at the time, and our class project was to make a paper lantern which was closed at the top. The hot air from the candle was supposed to lift the lantern, although mine wasn't sealed properly and couldn't leave the ground. I was getting really frustrated, and after the 4th or 5th attempt, I got so mad that I actually ripped the whole thing to shreds. My teacher, Mr. Hansbury, a gentle dumpling of a man with a bristly moustache, squatted down next to me and gave me the lantern he had been building. I was so mad that I was about to destroy that one too. But he sat me down and said, "Do you know what I love most about paper lanterns? They might seem flimsy, but when they fly, they can carry away anything that you don't want anymore. You can put all your anger into one of these, and the moment you light that candle, it's going to float away and take your anger with it." That sounded pretty amazing to me at the time. I settled down to watch him glue the candle into place, concentrating all my little heart on filling the lantern with my bad feelings. It started off with just the anger at the project, but one bitterness led to the next, and by the time Mr. Hansbury was finished, I'd poured everything that I was into the paper. All the other class lanterns only hovered a few feet off the ground, but mine went up and on forever, all the way to the top of the sky. The other kids laughed and cheered to see it go, and my teacher put his hand on my shoulder and looked so proud. But I didn't feel much of it. How could I? With my soul slowly disappearing from view. I remember asking Mr. Hansbury if I could go home and live with him after that, but he said he didn't think my mother would like that. I told him that she would, but he still said no. I didn't suppose it would have mattered one way or another though, because it was too late to take back what I did. There's something else besides the numbness that comes when your soul is gone. I didn't see them the first night, but I could hear them breathing when I lay down to sleep. Soft as the wind, but regular and calm like a sleeping animal. I sat and listened in the darkness for a long while, covers clutched over my head. The breathing seemed so close. I could feel its warmth billowing under the sheets. I cried for what seemed like hours, but Mum didn't come up, and I was too afraid to get out of bed. I don't think I fell asleep until it was light outside. Mum was angry at me in the morning for keeping her awake. She heard me, but she thought I would give up eventually. I didn't get breakfast that day, and I didn't mention the breathing again. That was only the beginning. I think a soul does more than help you appreciate the things around you. It also protects you from noticing the things you aren't supposed to see. And with it gone, they were everywhere. Beady eyes glinting from under the sofa, a dark flash at the corner of my eye, scuffling in the drawers, and late-night knockings on the door and windows. I never got a good look at them, but they were always watching me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and feel their weight all over my body, pinning me down. Rough skin against me, dirty fingers digging into my nose and mouth. Worse still, their touch penetrated my mind, inserting thoughts so vile that I knew they couldn't be my own. Although, the longer they were in my head, the more difficult it was to be certain of that. Did I want to insert a needle into my eye and see how far it would go? Probably not. Then why could I not stop thinking about it? Were they making me think about beating my classmates into bloody pulps, or setting fire to people's homes to watch them weep on the sidewalk? Or was that all from me? The first few nights I lie awake and cried myself, but I soon learnt to be more afraid of my mother than I was of the creatures. As much as I hated the shadows, they never hit me after all. I wouldn't call it living, but I continued to exist for years like that. During the day, I kept to myself, exhausted and numb. All colours seemed muted, except for the glittering eyes which tracked me from unlikely crevices, all around, muffled for their scrapings and breathings. The only time I would really feel was when I would lie awake in the darkness. But these were the times I wish I felt less. Neither screams nor silence brought any comfort from the intrusive probings, and my mind was flooded with persistent images of violence, self-destruction and despair. Over time, I found a trick to help me get through the insufferable nights. I convinced myself that my body was not my own, and that nothing it felt could do me harm. The real me was lying safe somewhere, high up in the sky inside a paper lantern. No matter what my flesh did to anyone else, that had nothing to do with me. I kept everything below the surface as best I could, until I was 14 years old. By then, I'd lost the ability to distinguish the origins of my thoughts. All I knew is that I wanted to hurt someone. Hurt them as badly as I wanted to be hurt in return. I picked fights at school. I pushed my classmates around, and they stayed cleared of me. I once drove a pencil into someone's hand where they weren't looking, grinding it back and forth to make sure the tip broke off inside the skin. I heard the creatures sniggering at that, but it was a disdained kind of laugh. When I was called into the principal's office afterwards, I was surprised to see Mr. Hansbury there too. The principal was all rage, lecturing me about stamping around like the Spanish Inquisition. Mr. Hansbury didn't say much. He just looked tired and sad. He didn't speak up until the principal dismissed me, at which point he put his hand on my shoulder and leaned in real close to ask, "Have you looked for it?" I didn't have the faintest idea what he meant. I gave him a stare that a marble statue would find cold. "Your lantern, did you ever try to get it back?" I told him to piss off. "I'm sorry for telling you to send it away," he said, gripping my shoulder to stop me from leaving. "I thought it would be easier than facing, but I was wrong. People can't hide from themselves like that." The pencil was good, but it wasn't enough. My thoughts matched the sardonic tone of the laughter, mocking me for my pitiful attempts, as the creatures crawled over me at night, and their intentions mingled with my own. I decided to bring a knife next time. I considered a gun too, but resolved that it wasn't personal enough. I'd rather look a person in the eyes when the blades slipped them than shoot a dozen scurrying figures from a distance. And what happened to me afterwards? It didn't matter, because the real me was safely floating in a breeze 1,000 miles away. It wasn't going to be at school this time. I wanted to take my time and not be interrupted. Instead, I went out at midnight, the taste of those dirty fingers still fresh in my mouth. I didn't care who my victim was, as long as they could feel what I was doing to them. My neighborhood was quiet at night, and there weren't a lot of options though, so I decided to head down to the 24-hour gas station on the corner. The kitchen knife gripped between my fingers, cold air filling my lungs, groaning laughter and applause from the creatures thick around me in the darkness. I almost felt alive there for a second, just like I did with the pencil. But this would taste better. Holding the knife, I felt like a virgin on prom night, with my crush slowly unzipping my pants. I wasn't in the eye of the storm anymore. I was the storm, and tonight would be the night that I saw the paper lantern floating in the air, just a few feet off the ground. The shell was so filthy and stained that I could barely see the light inside. It was impossible for the fragile thing to have survived all these years. More impossible still for the single candle to have burned all this time. But I knew without a doubt that it was my light by the way the creatures howled. They hated it with a passion, and would have torn it to shreds if I had not gotten there first. I plucked the lantern from the air and guided it softly to the ground, the shades screeching as they whirled around me. Feral animals cowed by the miraculous flame. Holding the lantern close, I found the note that was attached. I found this in the woods. Took a couple of days to find it. Mr. H. I collapsed on the sidewalk, trembling for all the time I'd spent away from myself, blubbering and sobering like an idiot until the flame guttered out from my tears. The howling creatures reached a feverish point, and then there was silence, all rising together into the sky with the last wisps of curling smoke from the lantern. It hurt like nothing I'd felt in years, but it was a cleansing kind of hurt. I didn't hide from it. I didn't send it away. I didn't drown it with distractions or fight its grip on me. I won't go so far as to say that pain is a good thing. but it is undeniably a real thing, and I'd rather hurt than send it away to live with the hole it leaves behind. The devil is known for his patience. He will see a ripening sin in our youth and wait all the long years of our life before the harvest. And why shouldn't he? What is one more soul to the untold billions in his dominion? What is one more year in the infinite span of his corrupted reign? Perhaps by waiting, he is even giving us a chance to spend our lives repenting for what we've done. But I wouldn't know. Sins such as mine are so terrible that no absolution is possible. So I suppose there was no reason for him to wait. He came for me in the woods, while the mutilated woman I killed was still in my arms, warming my body with her blood. It's strange that I cannot remember why I even killed her, or even who she is, but this feeling of guilt so permeates my being that I would have walked to hell myself if I had known the way. I will not waste effort describing the devil. The impoverished words at my disposal have only been designed for this material world. Even as he stood before me, he was more removed from my understanding than the glorious sun was to a blind worm. It is suffice to say that he could not be perceived with any one of the senses, but the pressure of his presence so commanded my consciousness that I was aware of nothing else. Escape was impossible. Words were meaningless. I let this woman slip from my arms and stood to face him with all the dignity remaining to a man so removed from God. When he turned from me and began to walk through the fading light of this dying world, I kept pace with him. I did not turn to either side. Where we walked, I do not know, but it seemed as though he could have relived my entire life in the time it took for him to stop. As long as he was beside me, I could not make sense of what else might be. Even the thoughts in my head and the temperature on my skin were insignificant to his companionship. As terrifying as it was to know my fate, I had found certain tranquility in the mindless journey at his side. Now that I could feel him begin to depart, however, my mind revolted, as though starting from a nightmare. I forced out the first thought I could muster to delay his departure. Who was she? You will suffer more if you do not know. And he was gone, and with him the curtain lifted within me, to reveal the horror of his empire I now found myself mirrored within. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call hell a person than a place, however, considering the unceasing sentient screams which pummeled me from the land itself. Writhing shadows sensitive to the touch, grasping endlessly at me with hands that were not hands. Endless cities sprawled before me as open wounds upon the rotting corpse that I stood upon. The sky was unobstructed by stars. Instead, vaulting endlessly into a timeless abyss. And looking at it, I experienced the ghastly sensation of balancing on an eroding precipice, which poised to tumble me endlessly into its yawning void. Charnel winds slithered their way into my nose and mouth with tangible substance, forcing me to let oiled coils like writhing serpents penetrate my lungs with each breath. Beyond the cities in the distance rose the obscured ghost of monstrous beings and gods who roared in endless decay, which fate had forgotten them to. Through this blasphemous temple, to the end of the universe I went, cowed constantly by half-conceived winged terrors, which beat the air with a sound like the ceaseless wet bludgeoning of fists on flesh. There are two kinds of pain which I had come to expect from the world of the living: the physical and the emotional. Never had I experienced a physical pain so excruciating as the boils which began to swell across my body, nor the mental burdens as debilitating as the taunting echoes which sneered at me from the living tissue beneath my feet. Every good memory of my life was poisoned against me, and each shame and guilt was mangled 1,000 times over by the leering spectators which narrated my ordeals with intimate knowledge and exaggerated effect. Worse than either was the spiritual pain I endured, however, the gnawing hopelessness and depression which robbed even my sense of self. I was not a person in hell. I was hell. I did not feel pain. I was pain, inseparable and indistinguishable. It was then, in the lowest reduction of my humanity, as I crawled across the putrid ground in a trail of my own ruptured boils, that she took pity on me. Gentle hands shed my skin from me, not as a torment, but as a release. My disfigured limbs were cut away by her flashing knife, each slice bringing a pain so pure and clean that I welcomed it without question. Layer by layer, she flayed me, until at last there was nothing left to cut but my soul. Again, it is difficult to describe her without the resilience of my moral senses, now stripped from me. But if you understood me when I told you that I was pain, you will understand again when I tell you that she was beauty. My husband was wrong about you, she told me. You didn't kill anyone, and you don't deserve to be here. I'm going to help you escape. I couldn't comprehend how anything could exist outside of this. What universe would accept me, as torn and broken as I was? What universe could accept knowing it had the capacity to so punish an innocent soul? I don't deserve it. What left of me, I replied. I know I killed her. It's something you can never cut from me. She killed herself by loving you, and for that, you are not to blame. Do you see these hands? When she cupped my hands in her own, I knew she was creating them as she spoke. Clean, strong hands, untouched by the blemishes of hell. These hands could never be used for hurt. These eyes could never look upon such evil as its own creation. I didn't even have a face before she spoke, but my entire body was growing with each word. It was as though the seed of my soul was sprouting new life. Shards of bone lanced out and flourished with muscles like thickening bark, organs dropped and swelling like ripening fruit, and the network of veins and arteries blossomed towards her as though seeking nourishment from the sun. Through the macabre landscape we sped, dancing across the festering world as softly as light through a drop of water. I could see her more clearly, and further we traversed, although she never stayed still long enough for me to get a proper look. Bare feet skipped across the rotten land and twirled her through the looming spectres which besought us on all sides. It is a wonder that the oppression of this unending night had failed to extinguish her spark, and invigorated by the purity of her wake. I was whole again. You are his wife, then? It was difficult to speak to her as we raced, but I managed to slip in a few words every time I was able to draw near. We are bound to each other, yes, she replied. And then she was gone again, leaping fearlessly between fragile grips as she vaulted upwards. I followed her, up the tortuous broken hands the size of hillsides, which stretched vainly from the ground towards the vacuous sky. Of all the madness in this cursed place, that must be king. My husband is not mad, and neither am I for being with him, she replied. She was pulling herself up, through the fingers now, stopping to wait for me atop one of their monstrous joints. And if I were to love you instead, I asked, would that be mad as well? She smiled at me and stretched her slender hand to help me clamber up beside her. We sat together staring upwards from the bottom of an endless sky, the slightest brush of her leg against my own intoxicating me with rapture. All love is paradoxically mad, she replied. It is an assault on reason, but in doing so it creates its own reason. But it won't do any good, because this is where you have to leave. And will you leave with me? She shook her head. You can't prefer to stay here. She nodded, saying, but you are free now, and that is what matters. All you must do is jump from this point, and with the body I have given you, you will be able to fall all the way back until you've left hell altogether. I've already left hell, I said, since the moment you found me. And if I were to leave you here, then I know wherever I found myself would be hell again without you there. You are being silly, wasting time. If my husband finds you with me, he won't, because you're coming with me. I cut her off, preferring not to dwell on the thought of being found. I can't. I made a promise. Then I can't either, and that's my promise to you. To prove my point, I even slipped down the finger we sat upon and began crawling backwards towards the massive palm. Stop it! If he'll find you, he'll what? I shouted back. What can he possibly do that he hasn't done already? I saw in her something I could not live without, and she must have seen something in me that she could not let die. I hadn't even made it back to the giant palm before her hands clasped me and heaved me back onto the twisted finger. We stood there for a while longer, together, hand in hand, staring up at the terrifying fall. Then the wet bludgeoning drums of the winged creatures began, and I could feel the tension wash through her body. I watched her, although she could not meet my gaze, and just the drumming began to close in around us, I felt her coil to leap. We jumped together, flying and falling simultaneously, in a dizzying tumble. The massive hand snatched at us as we began to depart, but it was too slow to prevent our liberation. The entire world screamed with more agony than could be contained. But though the lands reverberated with its echoes, even this deafening cacophony was quickly falling behind. The gut-clenching freefall distracted my attention, but I never let go of her hand as we whirled through the timeless void. It wasn't until the initial exhilaration began to fade when I could tell that something was wrong. I didn't have to look at her to feel her hand withering in my grasp, her skin wrinkled and dried as though years of heat began into it. Her skin wrinkled and dried as though years of heat beat into it with every second we passed together. Soon it began to crack and bleed, washing me with her warm blood. While I still felt healthy and strong, I was forced to watch with helpless terror as her body was devastated by the passage through the void. Her smooth hair began to mold and free fall in greasy clumps. Her face was torn, as though blasted by relentless sand, and though her fingers clutched onto me ever more desperately, I could feel the strength fleeing from them. No torment in hell could match the guilt, knowing she was enduring this for me. As the spinning abyss began to slow, I was able to swim through the air and clutch her onto me, cradling her in my arms as her body continued to deteriorate. Blood was now flowing freely from 1,000 sourceless wounds. When finally the black sky relinquished us back into the woods where I began, I was soaked in her blood and my own freely falling tears. Staring at her mutilated form, she was completely unrecognizable from before. My head was clouded, as though freshly waking up from a dream, and though I tried to hold on to the details, they were stolen from my mind with an inexorable decay. Soon I could not even remember who I was holding, or how she'd gotten there. All I knew is that it was my fault, and the weight of the guilt which her death bade me carry. When the devil came for me again, I knew I would follow him willingly, no matter what horror lay in store for me. I knew I deserved it for what I had done. I am at least 15 feet from the frozen shore when I hear it. The ice feels as solid as concrete, so I take another step. The Winnebago Shishish is like most of the Minnesota ice-out lakes, which will remain frozen until spring. There's no chance of breaking through. At least, that's what my girlfriend Amy keeps telling me. There's a knock. I hear it cracking. We shouldn't go so far out. I hear something cracking. Is it the voice of my terrified boyfriend? I glare at her, or at least at the waddling bundle of winter coats, which has devoured her without a trace. Somewhere in my head is faintly echoing the song, "I will do anything for love, but I won't do that." I can't turn it off, but I do my best to turn down the volume so I can take another step. The thick blanket of snow which covers the ice keeps me from sliding, and if I really concentrate, I can pretend I'm walking on a regular snowy field. Knock. It's just so hard, with that sound like an ephemeral gunshot deep below the ice. Reverberating echoes insidiously linger, somewhere between hearing and imagination. There isn't any reason to be afraid, but I'm trembling. It's just because it's 14 degrees outside. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to start stomping and throwing rocks, Amy shouts. Then we'll see how solid it really is. When did she get so far ahead of me? It's amazing how quickly the world can pass you by when you're staring at your feet. I scramble and slide another few shambling paces towards her. It's easier to move if I just focus on her. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look. And that is when I hear another knock from under the ice. I look down. My body doesn't ask for permission first. I couldn't help it. When the sound comes from directly below me, I stare down into the blank patch of ice where the snow is thinner. I stare down into the blurred blue-tinged face on the other side and the hand which pulls back. But the knock doesn't come. This time, the hand simply presses against the underside of the glassy window. Fingers spread wide in an intimate gesture, as though inviting my touch from the other side. Seriously, dude? I'm gonna freeze to death waiting for you. Amy? My voice is muffled from my scarf, but I can't look up from the lake. The face is coming into focus as it presses itself against the ice. Amy's skin had never been so pale, her eyes never so blue, as though staring up at me from below my feet. I swear to God, if you're gonna pussy out on me, then I'm leaving your ass here. You said you'd go all the way out with me. Amy. The other Amy. Underneath the ice. Her mouth is moving too. It isn't hard to read her lips when it's only one word. Run. You've got 5 seconds before I leave you here, my girlfriend shouted. 4. My knees buckle, and I tremble down to peer into the ice. The other Amy isn't exactly identical. Her clothing is different, but familiar. She's wearing the purple sweater my girlfriend had been wearing yesterday when we'd gone out skiing together. Amy, wait! I put my hands against the ice to mirror the girl underneath. She recoils immediately, her face twisting into that of desperate fear. Amy and I had been separated for about an hour yesterday, when she moved onto the advanced slopes while I was practicing on the bunny hill. Had something happened to her during that time? 2! There was another knock, her fist slamming into the underside of the ice, which vibrates underneath me, then slamming again. Her movements frenzied in their urgency, her mouth straining as the silent screams ripped from her body. The muscles in my legs coil beneath me, so tense they may as well be a brooding avalanche which needs only the weight of one more snowflake to begin. 1. The voice was different. It was still Amy, but it wasn't her, like comparing a black and white photo to the original. All the colour, all the life, all the flavour had been drained from the sound, leaving only the barest skeleton of her voice to hang in the frozen air. Run! Screams the girl from under the ice, but I can't leave her there. I clasp my hands together to raise them above my head, smashing them into the window. It feels like the bones in my fingers are rattling together from the impact. Underneath, the girl is flinging her entire body against her side of the ice. I'm giving up on you, shouted the colourless voice. It sounded like it was further away, but I didn't look up. The girl below the ice is growing weaker with each stride. Her fingers are stiffing and inflexible. Her mouth is still working over the same word again and again, but each iteration comes more slowly as her jaw resists the effort. I can break through. A deep hollow crack is resonating with each blow. Flurries of snow and ice shrapnel explode in the air as I strike the ice again and again. The girl below is sinking now, but I'm not giving up until glacial waters spray from the crack. One more blow and I'm through, plunging my hand into the numbing chill to seize the stiff fingers slipping deep into the water. The skin is so hard and cold it feels like metal, but life surges into her as she responds to my touch. She's gripping me now, and if I can just get stable footing, I'll be able to haul her out. But she pulls before I have a chance, and I'm already tumbling into winter's gaping mouth. Water so cold that it burns my skin, closes over my head. The other Amy braces her feet against the underside of the ice to pull me deeper still, launching off with her legs to send both of us spiraling downwards. I can feel my eyes freezing all the way to my skull, but I can't shut them if I want any chance of finding the hole in the ice. She's still clinging to me, but a few wild kicks buy me enough space to start crawling my way back towards the surface. I expect my impetus to rocket me straight out the water, but my head only slams into the impenetrable ceiling of ice. Even down here, it sounds a lot like the knocking I've heard since I arrived. My wild finger probes the ice as far as I can reach in every direction. I went straight down and back up. The hole should be here. My skin rivets against the numbing darkness. The pressure in my lungs is mounting by the second. My body demands a scream, but I refuse to waste the last remnants of my precious air. I'm pulling myself along the bottom of the ice in every direction, but the strength in my fingers is swiftly fleeting. The hole is gone. The light is dying, and soon I will follow. Soon, but not yet. Fingers grip around my ankle. I'm not strong enough to kick free anymore, but another hand latches onto me and begins to drag me, and I know in my heart that it's the hand of death. Then the pull. Water rushes over me, but I can barely feel it anymore. There's a momentary pause as the hands refocus their grip and then pull again, dragging me deeper still. My last uncertain thought is wondering why it's growing brighter around me instead of darker. An idle curiosity of no consequence. She's pulling again, and at that moment, my legs are pierced by a sudden wind. My brain can no longer process how that's possible. Then another pull, and the water begins to pour off my body. My head is suddenly clear from the water, and I collapse onto my back on solid ground. I'm coughing and spitting up water, but a warm blanket is being wrapped around me. My eyes flutter open from the life-giving pressure, and Amy is there. Amy, in her purple sweater, perfectly dry. She's holding me to her and wailing incoherently. I must have passed out after that, but when I woke up, I was back inside her house. She said I must have been crazy to break the ice underneath me, but she ran back as soon as she saw me fall in. I was upside down in the water, but she managed to pull me out by my ankles. What on earth were you thinking? You could have died. I didn't tell her about the face under the ice though. I didn't ask her how she could have changed back to her purple sweatshirt in the middle of the ordeal. And above all else, I didn't ask her about the knocking, which I still hear resounding far above my head, almost as though it were coming from another world. I don't think I'm ready to find out. It's no secret that I drink. My friends will make jokes like, "Your idea of a balanced diet is a beer in both hands." I'll laugh with them, but I don't miss their pitying smirks. When I'm out to have a good time though. And when I'm in, well, either way, it feels like I'm only smiling once I've knocked back a few. I have this weird habit when I'm drinking alone, where I like to watch myself get drunk in the mirror. I start off by seeing this drab, aging overweight slob, and I'll make a game out of drinking until he looks happy. I'll grin and make faces and watch myself laugh and wonder why I can't be like this all of the time. I can steal a few hours from reality until my girlfriend gets home from work and we start to bicker. And then everything that didn't exist a moment before is suddenly there again. The second she walks in the door and sees that I've been drinking, the smile disappears from the mirror. Usually, we'll only have a discussion, although she's the only one talking, so I tend to think of it as a lecture. Sometimes she'll give up and let it go, but then there's cases like the other night, where she works herself into some kind of frenzy. I guess I'd forgotten to pick her up. I knew it was my fault, and I apologized. But it didn't matter. Nothing I said got through to her anymore. It was like she couldn't even hear me. And she just kept getting louder and louder. until all the words morphed into one long, angry blast, not ceasing until the door slammed behind her. It was just me and the mirror after that, so I took another drink and watched it smile. A big, sloppy smile, as wide as I'd seen, stretching my face into a caricature of itself. It would have been heartwarming to see if I really had been smiling. I turned my head slowly from side to side, watching the mirror from my peripheral vision. The man in the mirror turned too, matching my movements exactly, giving me full view to all its leering teeth. Meanwhile, I felt my own closed mouth with my hands, just to be sure. The mirror was smiling, but I was not. That unnerved the hell out of me. It was a wake-up call. I emptied the rest of my bottle down the sink, and I went to lie down for a while. The weird thing was that I didn't really feel drunk though. I was still walking straight, thinking clearly. I was barely even buzzed. Laying there in the dark and thinking about what happened wasn't any better. I felt like I was going to start sobbing. After about an hour of tossing and turning and hating myself, I got up to use the bathroom and looked in the mirror again. I wanted to see myself smile, even if it wasn't real, just to know that it was still possible. I was even more sober than last time. I could feel the miserable weight of it. My reflection though, a coy dimple at first, but before my eyes, it was stretching into a beaming grin. I felt my slack, loose face again, with both hands, then reaching out to touch this smile in the mirror. My hand tensed into a rigid claw. I didn't feel the glass. I felt the warm, moist, tightly pulled lip. The stubble of its face, the curve of its chin. My hand slipping through the mirror, as though it wasn't even there. I wasn't afraid exactly, more mesmerized by something so far beyond my understanding. Then, when my reflection turned to walk away, I felt like part of me was leaving with it. I watched myself exit the bathroom on the other side of the glass. Now the mirror showed an empty bathroom, and my reflection was gone. I touched the glass again, and it felt cold. The smooth surface I was familiar with. I was about to try and sleep whatever this was off, but then I heard the door open. She's back. She changed her mind. Suddenly, the mirror didn't matter. I raced through my apartment faster than any kid on Christmas morning, stumbling to a halt when I reached the living room. It was empty. The door was locked. No one had entered. But then I heard her voice. "Look, I know I said I wasn't coming back, but..." Her voice was coming from behind me, sounding muffled, almost as though she was speaking underwater. I raced back to the bathroom, the mirror still empty of my reflection. I was beginning to think it was another hallucination, when I heard, "I'm so sorry. I'm going to be a new man from now on. I promise." My own voice, coming from inside the mirror? It too was muffled, seemingly a long way off. But even if my reflection had left its bathroom and gone into its version of my living room, How could my girlfriend have entered that living room instead of my own? "You look different somehow," she said. "I can't quite put my finger on it." Unless, of course, I had changed places with my own reflection somehow. If he was in my real living room, and if I was behind the mirror. "Did you do something with your hair? It's usually parted the other way," she added. "I'm just happy to see you, that's all," my voice said. "I guess you're not used to seeing me smile." "Maybe you're right. It's a good change." I climbed onto the counter at this point, an inch from the glass. But still, no reflection. I mapped the entire surface with my hands, then harder, pounding my fists against the mirror, watching the whole pane rattle against the wall. "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" I shouted. If they could, they made no sign. I heard them talking softly for a while, and then she started to laugh. I don't remember the last time I heard her laugh. I was getting desperate by this point. I wanted to smash the mirror to pieces, but I was afraid. That would block my only route home. I sprinted back to the living room, threw open the door searching for something, anything, to make sense out of this madness. I didn't make it far before I heard her scream though, and I felt compelled to run back and see what was going on. My heart leapt when I saw my reflection again in the bathroom mirror. He was still smiling, even humming to himself while he washed his hands in the sink, washing the blood from his hands. I couldn't hold myself back anymore. I threw my whole body against the mirror, and it exploded on impact, splintering shards of shrapnel, showering 1,000 bloody hands, which rained around me. I didn't stop hurling myself again and again into the empty frame, smashing and driving each fragment of glass into my hands, until there was nothing left but diamond dust. I was heaving for breath when I walked back into the living room. My real living room. I knew it was real because I saw her on the couch, her throat and mouth cleanly slit from end to end, smiling wider than she ever had when she was with me. I took my keys and my wallet, and I ran, leaving everything behind for good. The police caught up with me about a week later. They interviewed me and took prints, but apparently the one on the knife didn't match mine. They were completely backward, in fact. I haven't had a drink since that day, but God knows I've wanted to. I guess I'm just too afraid to look in the mirror and see myself smile. Me and the guys were just doing a sweep of an old oil refinery when I found the eggs. I guess they liked the heat, because they were all clustered right around the fractal distillation chamber, which gets up past 720 Fahrenheit when the crude oil is being heated up. The whole building was scheduled for demolition though, and it was our job to make sure the place was cleaned out. "Anyone want a souvenir?" I shouted. Guess the crew was in the other parts of the building. The eggs were about the size of my fist, all black and covered with thick bristles, like an especially paranoid cactus. Only one of them was really even intact. Maybe it's because the refinery hadn't been running in a while, but 5 out of the 6 eggs were cracked and leaking some kind of thick, rotten-smelling jelly. I was more motivated by the clock than curiosity though. and I was about to mark the room as clear when... "A souvenir? Want a souvenir?" The voice was muffled and frail, but it was definitely coming from inside the egg. I crouched down next to it, scooping up the tiny ball in my worker's gloves. "So what are you supposed to be?" "Supposed to be," was all that it chirped back. Yeah, maybe it was the fumes in this place getting to my head, but there was something profoundly sad about that little echo. I dropped the egg in my pocket of my overalls, intending to show it off to everyone at the pub after work. Intending being the key word there. We didn't finish clearing the place until almost 6, and then there was a last-minute permit issue that had me driving around collecting signatures until past 9. I was dead tired and so ready to collapse at home that I barely remembered the weird egg in my pocket. If it wasn't for the little spikes, it would have been forgotten entirely. It must have liked my warmth though, because it seemed to keep trying to huddle closer to me in my pocket. When I got home and put it on the counter, I could actually hear a soft rattle as its spines shivered against the tile. "You got a name?" I asked it. You got... Can't you say anything more?" "I'm Phil." "You got a Phil." That's all it could do. Echo me. Was I weirded out? Yeah, sure. But it was cool too. I felt like a hero for saving it, and I guess I was feeling protective, because I hated watching it tremble like that. I put the thing on an oven rack and set it to 100 Fahrenheit, keeping the light on and checking on it occasionally. "Any more, Phil? Anything more?" Just still an echo, but it felt like there was more deliberate thought behind it. The voice was getting stronger, but it was still shivering. I turned the heat up, incrementally, and it continued to encourage me until I hit the max temperature of 550. I figured that if it could survive being pressed up the fractional distillation chamber, then it could survive this too. The egg seemed to be loving it, sure enough. "Supposed to be, thank you, Phil." I never remembered saying thank you, but it could have picked that up whilst listening to me from inside my pocket. I was only intending to let it bake and warm up for a little while, but I was so tired that I just fell asleep on the couch, watching TV. "Phil, Phil, Phil, Phil!" Shrill, insistently urgent. The first sound I heard when I woke up, still half asleep. I raced to the oven and turned on the light. Thick black jelly was dripping through my oven rack. Had I accidentally killed it? I opened the door and a wave of sulfuric air brutally forced itself into my nose and down my throat. I gagged and reeled back, desperately searching for an oven mitt to save the little guy. The shell had been shattered into a dozen pieces, and there was nothing inside but the charcoal goo. "Phil, over here, look what I found!" It wasn't dead, it was hatched, and it was peeking out from my cupboard with a bottle of seasoning in each hand. Wide red eyes without pupil or cornea took up the entirety of its face. Black skin with green fuzzy splotches, like fresh moss. 2 long fingers on each hand, with little mouths on each end of it, which it was speaking from. I wasn't afraid of it or anything, but shit was I surprised. It had already formed a perfect circle of spilled herbs and spices on my counter. There was a wide assortment of opened bottles and jars that would stick its fingers into before deciding whether to spill the contents into the circle or not. "Stop that, you're making a mess!" Phil, it's a circle, Phil!" It squealed with pride. "What the hell are you?" The hell you!" It mimicked in a voice which was obviously a crude impersonation of me. I spent the next 20 minutes chasing it through my apartment, trying to trap or corner it somewhere. Of course, the little bugger thought it was just a game, and squealed and giggled with delight as it evaded my grasp over and over. I briefly considered calling my landlord, but somehow this seemed like something that would end up adding to my next rent payment. I was already late for the demolition though, and I couldn't fool around forever. Eventually, I lured it back into the oven where it seemed almost comfortable and slammed the door tight. I used a bike lock to secure the oven shut and cranked the heat down to 220 and left for work. I was worried about leaving that thing in my apartment all morning, but I managed to sneak off on my lunch break, race home and check on it. Just seeing that my building hadn't burned down or anything was a bigger relief than I realized. Then there was a palpable tension as I opened my door, half expecting my place to be torn to shreds. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, even the oven was still closed, although the bike lock was on the ground and it had been turned back up to 550. I took a deep breath and turned on the oven light. Jumping back, I saw the wide red eyes blinking in sluggish contentment on the other side of the glass. No harm done. I fastened the lock back on, this time pushing a heavy recliner to block the door as well. Imagine my surprise when I saw the creature hiding under the chair I was moving, or the bump from inside the cupboards, or the squealing giggles coming from my bedroom. I counted at least 6 of them before my lunch break was over, and the more I searched, the more circles I began to find. On the carpet, in the closet, on top of the TV, little circles of herbs and spices. And when they ran out of those, they improvised with whatever they could get their hands on. Mustard, mayonnaise, crumbled chips. There must have been 100 circles in my place. Meanwhile, my phone was ringing every 5 minutes. The demolition crew yelling at me, wondering where I was. I couldn't leave them in here. God knows what they get up to. I couldn't stay to watch them either though. I just opened a window and did my best to chase as many of them out as I could. They seemed bigger than they were this morning, almost the size of my head now, and their strong fingers had no trouble scaling down the brick building to escape. Anything more, Phil? Perhaps that was the original one, but I couldn't tell for sure. It clung to the outside of my building, hesitating to look back at me. Supposed to be happy here, Phil. Supposed to be home. My phone was ringing again, so goddamn impatient. Answering with one hand, I grabbed a broom in the other to push the creature further away from the window, hoping the rest of them would find their way out when they were ready. I followed the siren call of my cell phone and went back to work. That was the last time I've seen one of them, and I guess I should be thankful for that. But I'm not. I could tell something was seriously wrong when I was still a few blocks away from home. A dozen trash cans were lined up in the center of the road, and I had to get out of my car to move them. All the trash had been removed, and it was spread on either side of the cans in the shape of a long, evenly curving line. When the trash had run out, it was replaced with anything and everything to continue the unbroken line. Broken wood, loose bricks, stolen bikes, and streetlights, all jumbled together. It just looked like a giant mess here. But I bet if I looked from the air, it would be shaped like a perfect circle. 2 or 3, maybe half a mile wide. Please, tell me that's not another summoning circle. 11:50 p.m. on New Year's Eve. The raucous beat of the music is echoed by the pulse in my veins. Iridescent lights lance through the air all around me, and the teeming heat of pressed bodies forces me to swallow great lungfuls of heavy air, thick with sweat and cheap perfume. I can't be the only one who isn't dancing, but anyone who notices me will immediately recognize that I don't belong here. Smiles and sniggers look the same to me, and all laughter is tainted with condescending jokes at my expense. Living with crippling anxiety is my personal nightmare. Just trying to start a conversation with someone feels like standing on the roof of a tall building. One little push, and I'm free. The clenching knot in my stomach has frozen me in place. I must have started walking towards Chase at the DJ table a dozen times so far at this party, but I've never gotten within a few feet before I had the irresistible urge to check my phone, go to the bathroom, or disappear off the face of the earth entirely. Guys like Chase don't look twice at girls like me. It doesn't matter if we like all the same music. It doesn't matter if there is electricity which ignites the air between us. Maybe things would be different if he was the one to say hi first. But how was that supposed to happen when I couldn't even get close to him? Looks like you could use a drink. I don't understand how I heard the words so clearly over the pounding music, but I didn't turn to the barman. Maybe if he thought I didn't hear them, he'd give up and leave me alone. Maybe too. What's your poison? He insisted. I don't drink. I dismissed him over my shoulder. You mean you didn't used to drink? I finally turned to see an elderly man with a closely groomed grey beard and a vest which fit so closely that it might as well have been sewn onto his skin. His dark eyes drilled into me with undistinguished fascination. You didn't used to do a lot of things, he continued. There was a time you'd never walked before, but then you started, and you haven't stopped since. Now it would be silly to say you don't walk, wouldn't it? You aren't even the same person who couldn't walk anymore. What do you mean, not the same person? A sudden lull in the music was punctured by Chase's voice on the loudspeaker. 5 minutes to midnight, who's ready to burn the rest of the year? He was answered by an overwhelming cheer, but the old man's words still clearly punctured the chaos. I mean, you're remembering someone else's memories. Next year you'll be new again, and then you'll remember all the memories you have now and think that they're yours. You'll have all the same habits, be afraid of all the same things because you think that's who you're supposed to be. But it's not. The new you will have to decide for herself whether she wants to keep copying a failing strategy or learn from it and try something else. I don't have a failing strategy, you don't even know me. How could I? He replied promptly. You're a blank slate tonight. Even you don't know you yet. So how about that drink? I nodded, not fully understanding why. He spoke with such a simple surety that I couldn't muster anything to refute him. The barman pulled a purple bottle from under the shelf and spun it deftly between his hands. A fountain of thick, rich liquid, like cough syrup, sprouted into a perfectly placed mug, which I hadn't noticed a moment before. What is it? Just what you need. Cheers. He poured a second glass for himself and toasted me. May we make room for new growth by pruning the dead branches, and may we leave what's dead behind. I took a long drink, forcing myself not to gag as the thick liquid dribbled down my throat like oil. He finished first, slamming his glass upon the table and wiping his beard with the back of his hand. Before I had a chance to finish mine, the barman added, "Those who die a little each night will never feel the pain of those who go all at once. You're the lucky ones." Huh? I wiped the last of the thick residue from my mouth. It's almost midnight. Are you ready to let the old you die? Almost midnight. I was running out of time. I felt a certain tranquility while walking towards the DJ table. The old me would have turned away by now, but I didn't slow down even when Chase looked right at me. The electricity wasn't a barrier anymore. It was charging me, an exhilarating fuel which propelled me through the churning dance floor. I even allowed myself to step in time with the music, bobbing and swaying with the mesmerizing beat. It almost felt like I was flying, until suddenly I was close enough to finally say, "Hey Chase." My wildest paranoia couldn't have prepared me for his reaction. Glancing up from his computer, Chase's face contorted into a horrified caricature of his self-assurance. He lurched out his chair so fast that it tumbled over backwards. I rushed to help him, but that only made him kick the chair in my direction and scramble across the floor. The music was deafening this close to the speakers, but it wasn't enough to completely drown out the grotesque retching as he vomited on the floor. Through the beat, I could still clearly hear the wailing sob rising in my throat as I sprinted away from him and turned to the bathroom. I couldn't understand what happened until the burning began. My fingers gingerly grazed the swiftly swelling lumps on my face. I covered myself with my hands as I ran, brutally shoving my way through the crowd and then slamming through the bathroom door. A girl in a black sequins party dress dropped her makeup and screamed. I almost trampled her on my way to the mirror, but she wasted no time in ducking under the sink and crawling towards the door. Looking in the mirror, I honestly couldn't blame her. Some of the lumps in my skin were the size of golf balls, and they were growing by the second. The larger ones were actually wriggling, almost as though there were an insect squirming just beneath the skin. More lumps were appearing on my hands, and the itching, burning radiating down my body left no ambiguity about what was happening under my clothes. I would have screamed if my tongue weren't swelling too, but it was all I could do. Just try to keep my airway clear. Then the first boil popped, and I couldn't contain the howl which ripped from my lungs. I heard the door open, but it snapped shut immediately. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror. More boils were rupturing by the second, splattering the glass with thick purple syrup, which clung on like long strands of mucus. More of them exploded in my mouth to trickle down my throat with the same oily taste of the drink. My hair was sliding from my scalp in great clumps, matted and greased with the bubbling purple liquid. The only thing which kept me from completely losing my mind was the sight of fresh pink skin which shone beneath the savage gashes in my face. The burn was growing more intense by the second, but each exploding boil revealed more healthy skin below it. I started ripping at the tattered shreds, peeling them and dumping them in a soggy pile around my feet. Beneath all the skin that was falling off, I didn't even recognize myself. My new skin was lighter and clearer, and the new hair which sprouted was a short ruffled blonde that was nothing like the long dark hair which lay in clumps around my feet. Nothing was the least recognizable, except my eyes, which were stretched wide with a familiar anxious terror. What the hell? Chase must have been following me into the bathroom, as those were the words that exited his mouth. How long had he been watching? Long enough. I stepped away from the wet pile of old flesh that littered the ground. My clothes were still soaked in the liquid though, and more chunks continued to rain out my dress and down my legs. He looked like he was about to vomit again. "Hey Chase, I want to try something, come here." He didn't move, but he didn't have to. I crossed the space between us more quickly than I thought possible, and all at once our faces were inches apart. But he didn't turn away. Outside, I could hear the countdown towards midnight. 5. I pressed my finger to his lips to silence the budding question. 4. I cupped his head in my hands and drew him towards me. 3. I felt his hard lips soften against mine. 2. The taste of his sweat as my mouth made its way down his neck. 1. The squirt of blood through my teeth as they sank into his flesh. He was thrashing now, but each movement just forced my jaw to tighten until I could feel the first vertebra crunch under the pressure. All the shouts of Happy New Year drowned out his terminal scream, which strangled to a whisper when his trachea collapsed. Part of me died that night, alongside Chase, but the old man knew what he was talking about. It's much easier to leave your dead parts behind than let them weigh you down. And for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid anymore. Years ago, when I was in jail, I used to pray every night. When you're little and you pray, it's because you want something from the world that you don't know how to get. And when you're older, it's because the world wants something from you that you don't know how to give. The lights would go out at 11 p.m, and I would pray to be a better man, humiliating myself before the arbitrary silence of my thoughts, begging and pleading and even screaming when the thoughts became too loud to contain. Then one night, an unscheduled cell search interrupted my routine. The inmates all had to wait against the wall while our block was cleared. And it wasn't until after midnight when I was able to begin my prayers. All those years my mother used to drag me down to the church. She never once told me that God isn't the one who listens to midnight prayers. I began as I always do. I kneel on my bed, close my eyes, and with my hands clasped together, I'll ask, is anyone listening? This was the first night that someone answered. Yes. I didn't dare open my eyes, terrified that the reality of my cell would be all I saw. The voice was soft, patient, and infinitely sad, as though it had seen and heard more than its heart could bear, but had such respect for the suffering that it stoically refused to turn away. I'm afraid, I said, because I knew at once that I could not lie to such a voice. I'm afraid that I'm going to die in here, that the world has decided who I am because of one mistake, and that there's nothing I'll ever be able to do to convince them otherwise. You are right to be afraid. You will die in this cell, the voice said. My whole body went tense. For a moment I thought I was talking to a guard who was trying to screw with me. But the calm certainty of the voice was enough for me to keep my eyes closed and believe. If I couldn't have faith here and now, what hope did I ever have? But that doesn't mean that this is the end. Your body has been branded and discarded, the voice continued. Do not waste any more time trying to save what is already lost. My soul then. Your soul is hungry to keep living, and this is how you must feed it. Find and kill a human, and then take your own life. When these eyes close for the last time, the eyes of your victim will open, and you will be looking out. The strain to look at my saviour was excruciating, but some instinctual terror forbade me. Either I would look upon some unspeakable abomination and be forced to abandon my hope of a new life, or I'd see some imposter and know it to be a lie. And if I don't like who I've become, I can kill again. I barely breathed the words. Will I become a new person each time? As many times as you like, purred the presence. When you're old and tired, taking a child will let dance this mad show again. My mind was racing immediately, disgusted but enthralled by the idea. And if I die by chance, if I'm hit by a car or something and I haven't killed anyone yet, where will I go? That will be up to me to decide. The voice was smiling now. I don't know how, but I knew. I couldn't take it anymore. If this was some sick joke, then I wanted to know before I betrayed anything anymore. I opened my eyes and flung myself in a rapid dash against my cell door. There was no one on the other side. No one in the corridor which stretched open before me. The voice did not speak to me again. I have prayed to be a good man, and this is how my prayers were answered. I will become a good man, but I had to find and kill him first. Killing another inmate would be pointless. Why start life again in another cell? It had to be a guard. Someone with access to the outside, so that I could make my way out and then kill again. It took about a week for me to get a metal shiv that would be up to the job. I took my victim into the yard during the bedlam of gang squabble. He was innocent of everything, but standing next to me when the opportunity arose. And I do not wish to dwell on the incident with any more detail than that. I only had a few seconds before the other guards tackled me, but it was enough to force the shiv into my own heart. And the light bled from me, and the pain dissolved into oblivion. I prayed again for forgiveness. No answer came, but the welcome darkness. And the searing white light, which roused me in the hospital. I wasn't shackled. There was a woman leaning over my bed, shedding tears of joy that I was all right. Her name was Mariah, and she didn't know that she was a widow now. There was a boy who wouldn't stop wailing and laughing. He didn't know his father had died on that prison yard, or that I had taken his place. Was it a kindness that kept me from telling them the truth? They were so happy that I was alive, that they readily accepted my memory loss, although I did seem to maintain some of his muscle memories and habits. It started off as guilt that made me unwilling to leave them, but guilt alone could not endure through the years as I have done. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you I loved them as strongly as they love me, but waking up with my new wife and staying strong for my boy, I've never been so happy as that. I lived with them for 5 years, until I suffered a minor heart attack. I felt like a ticking time bomb after that. The big one could happen any day, and this new life I had worked so hard for would be replaced by some unspeakable unknown. Giving up this new life would be the hardest thing I'd ever have to do, but I couldn't take the anxious suspense any longer. It was time to kill again, and again, and again. I wouldn't let myself get tied down like that again. That one was famous, or another had a better house, or a hotter wife. The lives were a blur, fading in and out so quickly that I became everyone and yet no one. It turns out killing people is quite easy. It's not getting caught that's hard. But since I always sacrificed my own life in the same moment, getting caught was never an issue. I wanted to experience everything that life had to offer. One day I was a schoolgirl, the next I was a professional athlete or a race car driver. Taking highly skilled people was my favourite, because with little practice and their muscle memory, I was just as good as they ever were. I spent several years as a number of prominent musicians, leaving a wake of scandals as I inevitably took my own life to move on. I don't know how many lifetimes I could have spent this way, but I never had the chance to explore them all. I was using a healthy body to experiment with a variety of drugs when I was ambushed by an undercover cop. I didn't have a chance to switch bodies again, and before I knew what was happening, I was back in jail. It was a minor possession charge, and I had plenty of money hidden away for bail, so I didn't make any fuss. The point is that I saw her again at the station. Mariah was dating again. I guess she had a thing for a man in uniform. Seeing her sitting and laughing, knowing that she moved on from me so easily, it just made my blood boil. I guess I hadn't realized until that moment that throughout all the glamorous lives I'd lived over the last few years, I hadn't once been as happy as I was as when I was with her. It wasn't as easy as I thought to slip back in. I killed her new boyfriend without trouble, but she didn't stay with me long. It was as though she noticed the change right away, dumping me almost as soon as I stepped foot in her house. It took 2 more bodies trying to seduce her, only to be turned away each time. Frustrated, I consented to bide my time, waiting until she began dating again, so that I could replace him and have her. 3 boyfriends later, the same story each time. I killed each of them, only to be rejected the moment I appeared in their body. It seemed as though she could sense my presence somehow, but each time she turned me away. I only wanted her more. It didn't help that she was becoming unstable. I hadn't counted on how psychologically devastating it must be to continue dating new people and yet sense that they are all the same. She practically stopped going outside altogether, and I was going crazy trying to figure out how to reach her. You don't know how much it hurt me to tell you what happened next. This is my confession, and before God and the man and otherwise, I wish my sins to be known. There was one person in her life that Mariah would never abandon, and children are always the easiest of targets. I caught him leaving school one day. He's been taking the bus since his mum started locking herself in. I was wearing the body of a policeman he'd grown up around, and he'd had no reason to suspect my intentions when I offered him a ride. I didn't drive him home though. I was taking him out into the woods where there wouldn't be a scene. Trying to get close to Mariah through her son might seem strange to you, but after living so many lives, I wasn't encumbered with such artificial distractions as romance or maternal love. I wanted to be close to her again. I wanted her to love me, and if she was too broken to love another man, then I was willing to make a compromise on her behalf. Get out of the car, I ordered the boy who was once my son. Where are we? I thought we were going home. Just get out. Those big almond eyes stared at me for a long time. Then he smiled. Okay, I trust you. We're going to play a game, okay? I've got out of the car with him. My hand was cramping up from flexing beside my gun. Okay. Close your eyes. Okay. Don't open them. Promise me. Okay, Dad. He closed his eyes. My blood froze. Why'd you call me that? I asked. Sorry. His little brow furrowed in deep thought. I don't know. It's just that you smell like him. Only I don't feel it in my nose. Where do you feel it? The boy crossed his heart, still clenching his eyes shut. I slid my gun back into its holster. The game goes like this. You count to 100 while I hide. When you open your eyes, you have to find me, Ready? Ready. When we finished playing, I told him to get back in the car and we drove back to his home. I didn't go in to see Mariah. I just dropped him off and didn't look back. No matter what happens from this moment on, I know this life is going to be my last. I know it doesn't mean much, but for what it's worth, I'm staying on as a cop. I'm going to protect that boy and his mother for the rest of my life. And when chance or old age takes me at last, I'll deserve whatever happens to me next. I have prayed to be a good man, and this is how my prayers are answered. I just wanted to get home that night. An impromptu board meeting ran late, and I had to stay until almost 9 p.m. just to take notes. When I finally did get out of there, waiting for the elevator was absolute torture. My heels were killing me. My bra was a dagger in my back, and all I had to show for my hard work was a legal pad full of insane political drivel and off-colored jokes. 5-10 minutes before the door opened. Inside, a pair of giggling teenagers were shoving each other back and forth. One girl, one boy. Baggy hoodies, ripped jeans. They smell as though marijuana was a perfume. It didn't take a legal secretary to guess they had been playing an elevator game by pushing every button. I thought about reprimanding them, but the moment I stepped inside, they went dead quiet. Maybe they knew they were busted. The building should have been on lockdown by now anyway. I don't even know how they even got in here, but as my energy was so depleted, I didn't really care. "Where are you going?" I asked, just to be polite. The boy started to giggle again for a second, then stopped. So abruptly, I almost thought I was imagining it. It looked like the girl was holding her breath. She hid her face beneath her hair and went to push floor 1. Not my kids, not my problem. What was my problem is the elevator was going up instead of down. I moved towards the row of buttons, and the girl fell flat on the floor and scrambled out the way like I was made of lava. I mashed the highlighted number 1, but we were going up quicker than ever. Faster than it had ever gone before. There was nothing to hold on to, but I had to press myself to the back of the wall from falling over. It was shaking now too, buckling back and forth as it screeched up the cable. The lights flickered, and a cold wind started to whistle through the cracks in the doors. It wasn't like a storm or anything though. It was more like all of the heat in the elevator was flooding out into the shaft. Another lurch, the hardest one yet. I fell straight on my ass. The kids playing the elevator game were holding on to each other and managed to remain standing. But even after we'd stopped, they kept clinging on as though holding on for dear life. The number 1 button went dark and number 10 turned on. Slowly, ponderously, as though it was struggling against a near insurmountable pressure, the door slid open. I started to stand, then slipped again as one of my heels snapped clean off. I took the other shoe off, so frustrated that I just threw it at the kids. "Now look what you've done, you've broken the bloody elevator." The boy glanced in my direction, but immediately turned away again. They were straining to look outside, but terrified to get close to me. Good. They should be scared. Vandalizing a legal office was a stupid thing to do, as stupid as picking a fight in a police station. "I want your names, your IDs, both of you," I snapped. "You will be held responsible for any damages incurred, as far as the trespassing is concerned." But they still wouldn't look at me. The boy grabbed the girl by the hand and darted out the hallway. I couldn't just let them run havoc. "Hey you! You can't go in there!" I had to run to keep up now. "That's Mr. Bogle's office, you aren't allowed to." Of course, I patted myself down for my cell phone, but it wasn't there. I must have dropped it when I fell in the elevator. I half turned back, but the door was already closing. I took a step in the direction, but then I heard something crash from the office. I spun again, sprinting down the hallway in my bare feet. The boy was sitting on Mr. Bogle's desk, while the girl stared out the window. "Look at the sky," she said, "and how tall the buildings are." "Dude, this is crazy," he replied. Either they were stoned out of their minds, or it wasn't just marijuana. They were running their hands over everything, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they were rolling too. The boy was even poking the potted plant like it was some alien creature he had never seen before. "That's enough!" I roared. Finally, they both looked at me, and at each other, and then back at me. Did they regret playing this stupid elevator game yet? "Let's get out of here." The boy rammed straight through me with his shoulder, sending me spinning back to the ground. The girl was trying to jump over me now, but I managed to grab her by the ankle and drag her down. She thrashed melodramatically on the ground for a few seconds, but before I could get to my feet, she planted a kick in my face and broke free. The door was already closing by the time I got to my feet, and they were both inside, staring at me with wide, trembling eyes, as though they were somehow the victim in all of this. I felt absolutely feral as I lunged at them. I managed to get my fingers in the cracks before the elevator closed, and the sensor reflected the door was open wide. Half a dozen buttons had already been pushed, glowing like one big middle finger. The final stage of the elevator game had been played. They were cowering in the corner as I loomed over them, an inferno of retribution burning in my eyes. Fine, let the elevator take the long trip down. That was just longer for them to be trapped in there with me. Now they couldn't run. The struggle was absolutely pitiful. The boy's throat was almost comically fragile, and I was amazed how little pressure I needed to ram my broken heel through it. The girl was almost gone by the time I got to her, withering to a husk in seconds after the venom from my nails coursed through her legs where I had grabbed her. I got out of the elevator at the bottom, straightening my dress. I found my phone again and fixed my hair after snapping the other heel off my shoe. I was able to look almost presentable again. I thought I could finally go home after all of that, but it didn't take long to realize that I'd never been further from home in my life. What strange green plants they have here. The dark blue sky was nothing like the purple and orange we have at home. No wonder they were so surprised by everything in my world. If everyone here is so fragile as these two little ones, then I think I'm going to have a lot of fun here. A single-engine private plane, skimming low over the Alaskan wilderness. Glacial waters, as clear as a polished mirror, reflecting the vast primordial forest and savage peaks which loom above us. A testament to the stoic grandeur of an Earth which existed long before humanity and will continue to endure long after the footnote of our existence has been forgotten. For one glorious moment, it feels as though the world was created just for us. But that was before the engine stalled mid-flight, before the violent plummet and the mercy of a deaf God, before the ground accelerated towards us, all happening much too fast to regain altitude before the crash. An explosion so loud it was silent. Light so bright I saw nothing. Bone-jarring impact. Everything lurched so bad, it felt like my soul must have been ripped clean from my body. I wish I'd died the second we hit the ground. I wish my husband had too, but he lingered in that broken body until nightfall. Our hands had never clasped so tightly as when sealed together with his blood, and no words were as precious as those escaping between his shallow breaths. "Promise me that you'll survive," he said, "whatever it takes." I wasn't in a much better condition than him. One of my legs was broken, several ribs had snapped, and 3 of my fingers were still clinging to the bottom of my seat where I'd braced for the crash. Now, a dozen feet away, I didn't expect to last the night, but I still made that promise. I'd like to think that hope gave some small comfort before his eyes closed for the last time. After that came the war between slow starvation and my desperate hope of being saved. A hungry animal could easily find me first though, lured by the scent of charred flesh and fresh blood, which teased my nostrils. But there was another war going on the surface, my human dignity against my will to survive. I lasted almost 4 days before I took the first bite. Just a mouthful, holding the strip of his skin to my mouth and wetting my parched throat with his blood. By the end of the week, I'd become more methodical, stripping the flesh clean to roast, cracking the bones for their marrow, wasting nothing. By the end of 2 weeks, there was nothing left of my husband. I'd given up on ever being rescued, instead starting the long walk back towards civilization. I was amazed at how quickly my legs had healed, and as I tracked, I felt myself filled with a restless vitality that I could only attribute to my will to live. I barely slept at night, and barely rested during the day. It's almost as if I'd spent my entire life being sick, but I'd gotten so used to the feeling that I thought that's how everyone is supposed to feel. I can tell you right now that life is a lie. Your blood is not supposed to be passed sluggishly and unnoticed through your veins. Its power dormant. You should feel the electricity of your flexing muscles, each explosive fiber primed to your will. Those pristine wildernesses were not where I had been banished to die. It's where I came alive. I don't know how long I travelled in such a state, falling into a trance from my single-minded determination. I think my husband's spirit must have been guiding me through though, because I found a sudden understanding in navigating from the stars, just like he learnt from the Navy. Eventually, I found what I was looking for, a couple of campers, fresh from the big city. I was so relieved at hearing another human voice through the trees that I surged forward like a wild thing. All my pain and sacrifice had been building to this moment. Elegant French words, a woman's laughter, a way home. That is what I'd kept myself alive for. But that's when I saw them. him panting and sweating to move his grotesque belly, her screaming and carrying on as though I were less than human. Well, it goes to show that you sometimes need to take a step back in order to see things clearly. After everything I'd been through, I couldn't feel anything but pity and disgust for these torpid creatures, willing victims of what their artificial life had deformed them into. The husband was bigger, but the wife tasted better, cleaner. I lived more vibrantly in those next few nights, feasting and regaining my strength from their unused bodies than all the years they'd wasted on being half alive. I wasn't only getting stronger either. I started catching my thoughts slipping in and out of French. I thought my husband had been guiding me through the woods, but now it seemed more appropriate to say that I had consumed some aspect of him, just as I had done with the French couple. I was hungrier than ever, gnawing, incessant hunger, almost as soon as I'd finished. Like my stomach, threatened to digest itself if I didn't get more. I tried eating some of the trail mix and granola bars in their packs, but it tasted like so much sawdust and dirt. Even the beef jerky tasted like cardboard, although that's not unusual by itself. And it was obvious that the more I ate, the more I needed it. The prospect of returning to my frail old self, unbearable. But the idea of living in the woods, biding my time in agonizing solitude, whilst waiting for my next chance for a meal, I don't think that's any better. Unless, of course, I go back to my old life, without giving up what I need to survive. And such easy targets. There are the kindergarten where I used to teach. I didn't even waste time stopping at a hospital. My wounds had mended on their own, all but the missing fingers. I only stopped off at home long enough for a shower and some new clothes before heading back to the school. Surrounded by a sea of little shaggy heads, not even reaching my waist, I could almost taste them. The other teachers were shocked to hear of what happened, of course. Their version was lighter on the details, but despite their generous offers to help, I insisted that I wanted to be back in the classroom as soon as possible. "See guys, I told you she wasn't dead." That was Roddick. He likes to finger paint. I hope it doesn't have a bad flavour. "What happened to your hand? Ew, gross, you're gross." I'd be lying if I said this was my first time I'd contemplated Tiffany's horrible demise. "You don't have to come back. We're having fun without you." "Oh, don't you worry." I squatted down to Sandy's level. "Having me around will be more exciting. Now take one of these and hand one out to everyone in class." I may be hungry, but I'm not an idiot. I'd never be able to take more than 1 or 2 children before causing such a scene that it became impossible to continue. "What's she handing out? What is it? Let me see," Tiffany shouted. "It's a permission slip," I told her. "We're going on a field trip. You, me, the whole class. We're going camping. It's not just the taste that makes children special. It's their innocence. And if I ever want to start over and live a normal life again, I'm going to need to eat until I'm innocent again, too. You can feel Missy enter a room before you see her. The ambient sound of the college classroom dissolve when she speaks. All the raucous shouting and laughter-filled, muffled, besides the softly spoken melody of her voice. She wears light and shadow with equal grace, every angle making her appear as though she were posing for the painter's canvas. From the depths of her eyes to the supple curve of her body, Missy was a walking captivation. She was a dream, and I, her dreamer. But it was all too soon that I had to wake. She called me the night before she died, an event I've kept private until now, out of its sheer impossibility. She'd been absent from class a week before that, but now she spoke fast, rattling off a string of letters, demanding that I write down everything. I was scrambling to keep up, unable to ask questions. 20 letters total, ranging from A to D. They want more from me than I can give, she explained in a breathy rush. I have to go now. Memorize it, okay? You'll understand when they take you. The line went dead, and I couldn't reach her again. She wasn't in class the next day. Our psychology professor announced that she met with a fatal accident, refusing any further details. No one else seemed to care, but each passing day, I felt the burning of her empty chair in front of me. All I could do was memorize the list she gave me, and wait, hating myself for not doing more to get to know her while I had the chance. Then came the test. Just think of it as a survey, Professor Russell said, distributing the papers. Do your best and don't worry. It won't affect your grade. It's just a little experiment for the department. The impossible test. Indecipherable characters. Enigmatic equations. Utter nonsense. Students were looking around and starting to laugh. Professor Russell smiled indulgently, just urging us to take our best guess. The only thing that seemed familiar was the Scantron answer key. 20 questions, 20 letters. Coincidence or not, I filled them in from memory. I could feel the professor's eyes lock on me as I wrote with purpose. But I didn't care. I was consumed with the mystery of Missy's disappearance, savouring this last connection before she faded from the world altogether. Tests were collected, but I could tell the only paper the professor was interested in was mine. His keen eyes kept flashing between my test and my face. Then he excused himself to go to the bathroom, fishing out his phone as he left. I took the opportunity to follow. I've got another one from my class. Professor Russell was talking on the phone, his back to me as he walked. Perfect score, just like Missy. I tried to get closer to hear the voice on the other end, but the professor heard me and turned around. Going somewhere? He asked, pressing the phone against his chest. Bathroom, I grunted, rushing ahead, feeling his eyes on me all the way down the hall. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, patiently waiting for when I got out. We need to talk, Elijah. His voice was flat and dark. How did Missy die? I hadn't meant to blurt it out, but there it was. It had been on the tip of my tongue for so long that I'm surprised I even lasted this long. The professor arched his eyebrows, studying me. She isn't dead. Not exactly. I can take her to you, if you want, but you might not like what you see. The professor wrote something on a notepad and handed it to me. Midnight, room 031. Pack a suitcase. The psychology building? I asked. I didn't know the rooms went below 100. He pressed a key into my hand before turning back towards the classroom. This will let you into the basement. Oh, and Elijah. He glanced back as he opened the door. You might want to make an appropriate excuse to your friends and family. They won't be seeing you again for a while. Missy and I were never close before the night she called me. Our relationship was little more than collaborating on the occasional assignment, or exchanging a covert smile across the room. Is it possible to love someone when you don't know the first thing about them? Regardless, I was impotent against my overwhelming curiosity. Professor Russell's doubtlessly counted on that purposefully, withholding details to bait his hook. It seemed so obvious looking back, but at the time I couldn't think of anything besides the frantic desperation in Missy's voice. She needed me somehow, and that's all I needed to know. If only I had known what waited for me, then no compulsion, mortal or otherwise, could have made me step through that door. Instead, I was outside the room 5 minutes before midnight. I'd called my family to let them know I was accepted into a foreign exchange program and that I might be out of touch until I got set up there. I felt the strangeness of the place the second I opened room 031. A descending stairway cut deeply into the ground. Steps and walls hewn from large uneven stones that would better be suited to a medieval castle than a university. I had to use my phone as a flashlight, laboriously struggling my suitcase behind me. The stairway terminated in what can only be described as a wall of flesh. Taunt skin so tight as to be almost transparent, stretched from wall to wall. The outline of faint blue veins was pulsing rhythmically beneath a single great eye. Almost a foot across was embedded the center. It blinked at me as I approached. A small stool was placed in front, with a serrated knife resting on top. Another note with my professor's handwriting read, "Continue until you can go no further." The door I entered at the top of the stairs slammed shut, and I jumped at the sound. I pushed the feeble flashlight of my phone as far up as the stairs as it would go, but it couldn't reach the top. If someone had entered behind me, then I wouldn't know. "Hello?" My voice cracked like it hadn't done since puberty. I picked up the knife and turned back to the wall of skin. The eye strained wider, staring at the blade in my hand. The whole wall began to violently tremble, goosebumps even appearing on the surface. I slowly set the knife back down, watching the wall visibly relax as I did so. Footsteps on the stairs. "Hello?" I tried again, stronger this time. "Quiet," hissed a male voice from the darkness. "We'll go further if they don't see us coming. Black eyes greedily caught my pale light. The boy who entered my illumination was about my age, probably no more than a college sophomore. Bumping along behind him came his own suitcase, considerably larger than my own. "Did you pass too? What's going on?" I asked. "You should know if you read the test. We've been accepted to the MC Academy." "MC?" I stared in open confusion. "Mortal Coil." A flash of sneer as he pushed past me. He grabbed the knife from the table, and I flinched. "How do you not know this? We're going to demon school." "You mean a school that teaches demons? Or a school that teaches— What are you, stupid? You couldn't have even read the paper if you didn't have demon blood in you." I opened my mouth to ask more, deciding instead to hold my tongue just in time. Somehow, it didn't seem wise to tell the condescending guy with a knife that I cheated my way through and didn't really belong here. "You want to do it, or should I?" he asked, holding the knife handle towards me. The wall was shaking so badly now that I could feel a gentle wind wafting from its convulsions. The other student must have noticed that I was frozen with confusion, because he pulled the knife back a moment later. "Fine, but you get the next one. I'm not going to carry you the whole way." He spun and thrust the knife directly in the giant eye on the wall. It clenched shut, lurching and thrashing against him. He grunted and leaned the blade, pushing it even deeper as blood flowed freely to drench him up to the arm. The flesh was rumbling like a man trying to scream through a mouth that was sewn shut. 5, maybe 10 seconds before the trembling stopped, the boy withdrew the knife to make a few savage slashes until the flesh relinquished its hold on the walls and fell into a heaping mass on the floor. "Guess this is mine now," he said, wiping off the dagger and storing it in his suitcase. He lifted his case a foot off the ground and stepped through the leaking monstrosity on the ground. "You coming or not?" he added. I nodded, but it was nothing more but a reflex. I tried not to look down as I gingerly stepped over the mess on the floor, almost vomiting as I felt it squelch beneath my feet. What have I gotten myself into? He introduced himself as Michael Suland as we continued. Not the company I would have chosen, but he at least seemed to know what he was doing. I was careful not to ask anything that would betray my ignorance after that, but I was able to pick up a few clues from his idle conversation. Michael didn't know he had demon blood until recently, but he'd suspected there was something different about him since birth. He accidentally watched the original Saw movie when he was 8, and his parents only caught him when they heard how loudly he was laughing. He'd broken his arm skateboarding so badly once that the bone ruptured from his skin, and he spent an hour playing with it before going to the hospital. He even said he felt like he was nocturnal sometimes, describing the night as something which fit him as naturally as second skin. The shrill wailing of an infant broke the conversation. We exchanged glances, his face a mask of greedy excitement, like a child in the candy shop. When we stopped next, there was a closed door blocking the hallway. Wooden this time. At least, although that did nothing to distract from the crying infant placed upon the matching wooden table. He couldn't be more than 2 months old. I picked him up, trying to get him to stop crying. Michael was reading the note. "The key is inside." "Inside what?" I asked. He just smiled. I'm not gonna do that. My response was visceral and immediate. This is sick. The first note just said to go as far as we were able. That means we can stop whenever we want. That means it's a test, Michael corrected, stooping to open his case. He glanced at the dark hallway behind me. I could leave. I could close the door and pretend none of this ever happened. I turned back to see Michael producing the serrated knife, still wet with blood. Leaving wouldn't stop these tragedies, though. I would only enable the school to continue training these monsters. Doubtlessly, preparing them for the worst atrocities yet to come. Maybe that's why Missy led me here. Maybe she wanted me to help her put an end to all of this. We're here because this is the only place for people like us. Might as well get used to it. Michael offered me the knife, and I instinctually shielded the child with my arms, backing away from him. Kill it now! His voice was edged with a sudden intensity. Quick! We give up, I shouted to no one in particular. Whoever is watching, we give up. This is as far as we can go. Elijah, you idiot! Give it to me then. No, I won't let you. Michael lunged at us with the knife, but I managed to scramble out of the way. I lost my balance on the uneven stones and fell straight onto my arse though. I covered the child with my body, but had to let go a moment later as a piercing pain like a fistful of needles was gorging into my hand. The infant had latched onto me with unnatural ferocity. It shouldn't have even had teeth yet, but I could clearly see multiple rows of razor edges burrowing into my skin. I screamed and strained to pull it off, but every movement did nothing but give it a fresh angle to burrow further. Bash it against the wall, Michael shouted. I did so, again and again, beating the tiny body into the stone, feeling the fragile bones inside splinter with every iteration. The grip finally began to slacken, until finally I was able to stomp the tiny creature's body and rip my bloody hands free. It almost looked reptilian where it lay on the ground, its yellow eyes boring into me as they closed to slits. Welcome home, master, croaked the dying monstrosity. Ready now? Michael asked, handing me the knife once more. I didn't hesitate this time. I plunged it straight into chest and tore a long hole straight down into its navel. A hot mess of insides oozed out, and I had to actually dig my fingers into it to retrieve the bronze key. It bled profusely from a dozen puncture wounds. I wrapped it as best I could with one of my extra t-shirts, but I can only imagine what ghastly infections might come from those wounds. I don't know whether it was loss of blood or horror of this place, but I felt so lightheaded that I almost toppled the second I stood upright. Come on now, easy there. I was surprised by the gentleness in Michael's tone as he helped me to my feet. We're in this together, so let's do it right. We both want to get to this school, right? I nodded meekly, allowing him to guide me to the door. Then let's not give up before we have to, he said. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how far this rabbit hole goes. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. Thank you to everyone as well who opted in for the consolation prizes. So they've been randomly selected, and I am now very keen to let you know who won. There have been 15 winners because of the sheer volume of you, and those of you are listed in the description. So go ahead and see if you've won. And congratulations to everyone who did. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to leave that like and subscribe to not miss what I have in store for you next. And just because the competitions have come to a close, Don't forget to hit that bell icon and drop a nice comment with what you thought on the video, or a negative one if you didn't like it. It's always good to know. If you've got a story that you would like me to read, all that you need to do is send it to my email or my Reddit, and I should be able to see it. But please make sure that you include paragraphing, punctuation, and description, as that does maximize your chances of it being read. But anyway, for now guys, I am going to sign off. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.
My name is Pascal. I'm 22 years old now, but this event happened 3 years ago when I was 19. It happened in the middle of the night when my parents were away for an important company meeting. The company was kind of far away from where we lived, so I stayed home by myself while they were gone. One time, while I was at home alone, I looked out the window randomly and froze. There was a tall man, almost dressed entirely in black. He was wearing a tuxedo and holding a kitchen knife. This guy was standing right outside of the door, looking at me. He wasn't laughing at all, and his head was twitching continuously. "Sir, please get off our property, otherwise I'll call the police." I opened the window and told him. Then the man replied, "Oh, you can do that if you want, as long as you don't look away." Because of this strange attitude, I felt anxious, so I grabbed my cell phone and called the police. But when I looked out the window again, he was gone. At that very moment, I heard footsteps coming from downstairs. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to lock my garden door, so it was still open. I thought I was gonna die at first, but then I pulled myself together. I got my bat and looked down the stairs, slowly, trying not to make a sound. There he was. He was just staring at me. He didn't move, but said, "I told you not to look away." A few moments later, we heard sirens. The man still did not move. But then he suddenly changed his mind and walked over to me. I tried to swing my bat towards him, but I was so scared. I couldn't do anything except scream. The police broke down the door. One policeman tried to arrest him, and the other one tried to take the knife away from him, but the man resisted. He was strong. Even though he was outnumbered, they couldn't stop him. They threatened to shoot him in the foot, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he attacked the two policemen, and they tumbled down to the ground. I ran to one of the rooms and slammed the door shut, but he kicked in the door. When the door opened, I could see his face, and I will never, ever forget that moment. However, at that very moment, the police caught up to him and shot his foot. The guy started screaming in pain. Shortly after that, he managed to jump outside of a window and disappeared. The policemen chased after him, but unfortunately, they failed to arrest him. I never saw that guy again. I'm glad that I survived that incident, but I also feel nervous that he'll come to my house again. From that day on, I always made sure I locked all the doors and windows.
When I was a teenager, I would often explore the deep web with my friends, specifically weird stuff on Hidden Wiki. There were definitely a lot of links to choose from. I never clicked on the violent links because I'm not into that. My friend Latrice told me to click on one that says new best friend. After doing so, it takes you to a page where you have to make a profile. I put the name Lisa on my profile. My real name is Susan. Once I made the profile, you are directed to a main page that has categories. They were silly, serious, smart, and smothering. We clicked smothering. I thought it was funny. After choosing, there was a list of people with their pictures, male and female. I clicked on a profile of a guy that had the name 5, like the number 5. I entered, and it didn't seem like someone who would be a smothering friend. When I was searching through his profile, I received a message from him asking if I were looking for a friend. I looked at Latrice, and she laughed, but also told me to respond yes. So we're messaging back and forth for maybe 30 minutes, and then Latrice had to go. I told him I'll be back on tomorrow, and he said okay. Maybe a week went by where I would talk to him every night. He seemed very nice, so we exchanged numbers so we could talk more. Everything seemed fine until I clicked on another profile and someone else messaged me. I started talking with this other person, but still was texting the guy at 5, which I knew his real name now as William. The new guy had the name Bill on his profile. A day went by, and he seemed cool, but then William randomly asked me why I was talking with Bill. I didn't know what to say, so I never responded. He kept texting with angry messages, so I blocked him. I didn't receive any texts, only a single message on that site, and it said soon. One day after school, my friend Latrice came over to have a sleepover. We got comfortable, went to my room, and did our usual of surfing through the web, being nosy. I brought up that guy. Then I received a text message that said, "Why'd you block me?" from a random number. I replied with a question mark. Then he replied, "It's me, William." He texted me from another number after I blocked him. I told Latrice how creepy this guy is. Then Latrice stopped me from talking because she thought she heard something. Then I heard a voice. "I'm not that creepy." We both responded by screaming and looking around. I saw someone coming from under my bed, so we ran screaming out of my room, and my mother called the cops. They didn't get him because he left through my window, and nothing could be traced back to him. I'm starting to think that he was both of the people I was talking to. That definitely opened my eyes to the dangers of the internet. I would never visit the dark web again.
A few years ago, me and my family went on our yearly holiday to Madeira, which is the birthplace of my parents. It was pretty normal for us to go annually, as our grandparents were living there. We would sleep in one of our grandparents' home, and during the day, we would go to festivals. If you do not know much about Madeira, then this story will probably give you a better idea. It's not that a physical thing occurred that holiday. It was just this nightmare that became very real for me as a child. As I said before, I was staying at my grandparents' house while in Madeira. I had a room to myself on the upper floor. It was pretty creepy since my grandmother loved Victorian-style dolls. Once I was able to fall asleep, I had a creepy dream that I can't forget. I woke up, and from my bed, I could hear movement on the floor. I looked down to see that the floor was covered in black insects, just crawling around. I could not see the almond brown wood floorboards, and began to yell for help. Someone opened my door, and I saw my little brother come in, but behind him was a woman in a hideous purple dress. I never saw this woman before, but before my brother even came closer to me, I saw the woman force her hand into his back and tear out his heart. I remember screaming in the dream, and all the woman said was, "Your parents aren't here." And I woke up. I was so scared that I went into the next room where my brother should have been asleep, but because it was dark, I couldn't see him. Well, I was a dumb kid. My anxiety level rose even higher. I ran out, went downstairs, and none of my parents were around. I started to panic more because of what that lady in my dream said, and I started to cry even more. Then I heard my older brother call my name from up the stairs. The stairs I just ran down. I told him I had a bad dream, and he stayed in my room after showing me that my little brother was snoring away in his bed. The next morning, my brother told my parents how I behaved, so my mother asked me what happened. I told her about the dream with the lady in the hideous purple dress. My mother's face became serious, and she looked worried. I didn't know why, since that was unusual for her. About 2 years later, I was going through my parents' wedding album in our home in Madeira, while I was sorting out the top floor of the house with my younger brother. I noticed that one of the pictures was ripped in half. I thought it was unusual, so I began looking through to see where the other half was. It wasn't in the album. I brushed it off. About an hour later, I was going through one of the drawers in the living room cabinet. I saw this picture of a woman in a purple dress. She looked almost identical to the woman in my dream. It was the same dress. I began to get goosebumps, so I put the album on top of a table and opened it to the page with the teared up picture. I began to shiver once the tear of both pictures fit perfectly well together. With worry, I began to ask my mother who was in the image. All I know to this day is that she is perceived as a witch and fled with my maternal uncle from Madeira. Soon after, the whole community began to believe it. This is possibly all just a coincidence, but it does send a shiver down my spine. I've never met this woman, but she appeared in my dreams. I have no idea on whether or not I will forget the specific details of that dream, especially since I found out more about this woman, who is my aunt-in-law.
This happened about 5 years ago. I was 11 years old and it was pretty early in the morning. I was in the backyard playing basketball with my younger brother before I headed to school. We had a basketball hoop in our backyard. Our backyard was located next to an alley, and our gate was pretty short, so anyone who walked through that alley could see right into our backyard. After playing for a bit, we noticed that two strange men in the alley were checking out our neighbor's backyard. I didn't feel safe around them, so I led my brother back into the house. We were going to ignore them, but after eyeing them a little longer, my suspicion about them turned out to be right. Watching them from the window, I saw one of them hop right over our tiny gate and was now in our backyard. Then we rushed to go tell our mom. My mom went straight outside to see two strangers standing in our backyard. She yelled at them angrily and told them to go away. She called 911, but they ignored her and didn't leave. One of the men just stared at us. All of a sudden, he went into the shed we had in the backyard and pulled out a lawnmower that was inside. At first, we were all confused and we thought they might be trying to steal it. Then my sister started to record the incident, thinking it might scare them, make them run away. But it didn't work. My mom called 911, and the men weren't saying anything to us. But one of them seemed to have changed his mind and was trying to convince the other man that they should just leave. Then the man who pulled the lawnmower out of the shed turned the lawnmower on. And we were totally confused at that moment. A random stranger just comes into our backyard and completely ignores everything we say to him. Why would he go into our shed, pull out a lawnmower, and turn it on? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. However, his next move made even less sense and was even more insane. He flipped the lawnmower upside down and just stood there looking at it. A few seconds later, our confusion soon turned to horror after watching what happened next. He dived headfirst into the spinning blade of the lawnmower, which cut his neck wide open and ended his life. All this happened in the blink of an eye. My mom screamed at the top of her lungs, which frightened the 911 operator. I couldn't believe what I just saw. I was only 11 years old at the time, but it must have been even harder for my younger siblings to watch that happen. A few minutes later, the ambulance and the cops arrived at the backyard. The police came by to ask a few questions, but the video my sister took had the whole incident on video, so the cops knew the story was legit. I couldn't help but feel bad for the other man that was with him. When the incident happened, he screamed too, started crying and begged us to call for help. But it was already too late. I didn't go to school that day because I was in shock. After that, I couldn't sleep at all. I had nightmares for a while. I wished we'd never saw that and wondered what happened to that man to make him want to end his life. I also couldn't stop thinking about our lawnmower. It was old and worn out. You needed to pull the cord multiple times, and with some luck, it might turn on. But he pulled that thing once and it started right up. Everything was odd that day.
This happened to me when I was 17 years old. I live in Canada, and this situation took place during a snowstorm at around 9 p.m. It was extremely dark outside, and I was waiting inside a bus stop shelter after my part-time job to get home. Although I live in a crowded city in Toronto, it was very quiet that night, and there were barely any cars on the road due to hazardous weather conditions. I was waiting all by myself for about 10 minutes until one man who looked like he was in his 50s entered the shelter. He had a disgusting smirk on his face, which made him a bit creepy looking, and that pretty large guy started making small talk with me. He had a creepy low voice, and he kept asking me what I was doing out in this weather and where I was going. I was feeling anxious, but there was only me and that man, so I told him I was going home after work. He smiled and said to me that the buses are going to be delayed because of the weather and won't be coming in for a really long time. I took out my phone to check the bus times. However, due to the deadly cold weather, my phone died completely. Then he came closer to me. He smelled awfully disgusting. "Hey, you want to come with me for 5 minutes?" he said. I said, "I'm sorry, sir. What do you mean?" He said, "Let's go hang out for a bit. Don't worry, you won't miss your bus. I will bring you back safely. Come on." I wasn't stupid and was aware of pedophiles, so I stepped back and refused. But he kept insisting that I should go with him. I was so afraid that he would do something bad to me. However, luckily, one lady came into the shelter, and the man immediately closed his mouth. After waiting for some time, the bus finally arrived. It was me, the lady, that creepy man, and 2 other people on the bus. He sat all the way at the back of the bus where he could watch me clearly, and I noticed that he kept staring and staring. I was so nervous, and when it was my stop, I got off along with the lady. And as I kept walking, I saw that the man got off with us and was right behind me. I freaked out and thought there was no choice at all, so I grabbed the lady's arm and asked her if she could walk me home because a man was following me. She also noticed that the guy was acting strangely, so she whispered that she would take me home. I walked with the lady, and when I looked back, he stared at me for a while and disappeared. When I arrived home, my parents and I thanked that lady repeatedly, and after that, I never saw him again in my life.
I work as a nurse in a hospital, although I can't reveal exactly where because of privacy reasons. Recently, a fairly popular celebrity came to be treated here, although I can't reveal who due to the aforementioned privacy reasons. Honestly, I was pretty surprised he was coming here. Not to shit talk my place of employment, but this place has a bit of a record of being really bad in caring for people. Not that I'm a bad nurse or anything, it's just that a lot of the surgeons seem to fuck up their job and not get fired for some reason. This made it all the more confusing to me that this celebrity came here for surgery to remove a late-stage brain tumour. Speaking of, my friend Patricia was a huge fan and really wanted to be the one assigned to him post-surgery. She was even thinking of asking him for an autograph, which seemed unprofessional to me. Anyway, he was flying in for treatment tomorrow, but my current job was to assist a surgeon with the surgery of a little boy who swallowed a bunch of his toy marbles. I was surprised they decided to opt for surgery though, because they were previously recommended to wait for him to pass them. It was me, the anesthesiologist, and the surgeon in the room. I was staying nearby to the site of the surgery, and everything seemed to be going well. Then, the surgeon slipped and cut the kid's stomach lining open. It was horrific. The smell of stomach acid almost made me vomit as it began to dissolve his intestines. Despite our best efforts, he was dead within 10 minutes. What disturbed me was how unfazed the surgeon was. After we failed to save him, the surgeon left to break the news to the parents almost immediately after. I thought I heard the anesthesiologist mumble something under her breath, but I couldn't understand clearly. It was something about food. My shift was over though, and I walked to the subway to grab some dinner, then caught the bus home. I was pretty tired, so I watched some Netflix in bed until I fell asleep. That night I had a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare. I was in the hospital, and that kid was there in front of me. Only his whole body was hollow and his chest cavity was opened and bloody. His eyes were gone too, but still, he stared at me, and the entire time he pointed straight down. I finally woke up, and with relief from being free of that dream and more guilt from the failed surgery, I started my day. I got to work and Patricia was fairly bubbly. She spent almost the whole morning talking my ear off about the celebrity. When he finally came in, she started freaking out and tried to walk up and talk to him. His bodyguards pushed her away though, and she returned to her duties dejectedly. Just before my lunch break, I was called into my supervisor's office. He said he had something very important for me to do, and that it needed to be done ASAP. He told me to go to the transplant center and get 10 hearts, then go to the basement. I was pretty confused and wanted to ask some questions, but he cut me off and yelled,
"Either you can do this shit right now, or you can walk out and kiss your job goodbye."
I was pretty pissed. He would fire me daring to ask a question, but the management would avoid firing the incompetent surgeons even though they should. I left in a huff to go collect the organs, and found them waiting in a case there already, with a note signed by the doctor that gave me access to a restricted room in the basement simply called Room 60. I didn't have the slightest clue what was in there, and marched onwards to the elevator and went down to the basement. I walked to Room 60 and showed the security guard my note. He looked me over and said, "Oh, this is your first time doing this, huh? I feel sorry for you. Try not to panic if you know what's good for you." He then unlocked the door, and I stepped in. Immediately I was hit with a smell I would describe as rotten eggs, pennies and a corpse. The ground was slick with something and it was dark in there too, with only one dim overhead light. The room was pretty big, and in the middle I saw some nondescript blob. Then I heard what sounded like a deep breath in, and the blob started moving. The thing, which I now started to realise was a body, was walking towards me with stumpy, fat legs. I screamed and tried to run away, but I slipped on the ground. As my face got smeared in it, I realised the stuff on the floor was blood, and as I turned onto my back, I was face to face with the thing. It looked like a very pale, morbidly obese man, although it was much taller and much fatter than any human could be. It had large curled horns, as well as no mouth. Instead, where its mouth should be, there was just a row of pitch black pointy needle-like teeth surrounding a hole. It paid me no heed and reached out to pick up the box of organs. It opened the box and ate all the hearts in handfuls, stuffing 3 at a time in its mouth. I was terrified and ran out the door, slamming it shut behind me. The security guard looked me in the eyes and put a reaffirming hand on my shoulder. It looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. He told me that he would walk me out of the building and that I could have the rest of the day off. Now I'm at home, still shaking and typing this up. I got a text from Patricia, and apparently the celebrity's surgery was a massive success. I'm wondering what I even do now. Is this the type of thing I can report? Would anyone believe me?
This happened when I was about 11. My 2 friends and I, all of us male, were swimming in my friend's backyard one night around 10 p.m. My friend's house borders the junior high school property and is separated by a chain-link fence. As we were swimming, I look over and I see a tall man dressed in black and a baseball cap, just standing there like a zombie, just watching us. For some reason, I didn't get scared. I just thought it was weird. I mention him to my friends, who both look over and immediately start screaming their heads off and start swimming away to get out of the pool. Their reaction woke me up to the situation, and I started swimming out of the pool too. We are one by one trying to use the ladder, and I was in the rear, so as I'm waiting, I look over and the guy is scrambling up the fence as fast as he can. We made it to the house and managed to slam the door and lock it just as he reaches the door. This was the back door, which was like 80% clear glass, so he just stood there looking at us as we screamed our heads off. I even noticed he was holding a baseball bat. We run and hide behind the living room couch, and he keeps jiggling with the doorknob. But luckily, he never used the bat to break the glass, which would have been really easy. He walks away and my friend runs and turns the security alarm on and calls his dad, who was off running errands. My friend's dad said he was almost home and to stay inside. We turn the TV on and start to calm down, when all of a sudden, the alarm goes off. I almost shit my swimming suit for the second time, and our stupid 11-year-old minds decide just standing there screaming was the best option. My friend's dad happened to get home while this is happening. He gives the operator the secret password that everything is okay, grabs his gun and searches the property, but he didn't find anyone. We still swam at night after that, and we never met that crazy guy again. Also, I'm 25 now, and I don't know why we didn't just call the cops or why my friend's dad didn't call the cops.
This happened around the year 2011, when I was 13. One day my friend was planning on throwing a party at his place, so my older cousin drove me there. It took about 4 hours to get there, and when I finally arrived, it was around 8 p.m. A few hours later, we were having fun, but out of nowhere, I had to use the bathroom really badly. About 5 minutes had passed, and while I was in the bathroom, I heard a crunching noise coming from the woods. At first, I thought it was someone who arrived late to the party, but all of a sudden, I heard loud banging on the glass. I started to think it might be my friend just looking for me, so I told him that I was inside the bathroom. However, it wasn't my friend. It was a guy who looked like he was in his late 50s. He said that his car broke down. He then asked me to help him, but I was already paranoid about strangers, so I simply told him that I couldn't help him. He nodded his head and walked away. When I was done using the bathroom, I went back to the room where my friend was. I told him what I saw and what the man said to me. My friend looked like he just saw a ghost. Then he finally said that for almost 2 months, this man was stalking his entire family, and also saw him from the bathroom window tons of times. They asked the police to check their area several times, but they couldn't help his family. When he said that, I thought he was overreacting, until I heard the same banging noise now coming from the door. It was more violent now. Everybody paused what they were doing and looked at the door in shock. One guest broke the silence and said it was probably only the pizza delivery man. But my friend told me not to answer the door at all costs. I looked through the peephole, and there he was. The same guy I saw through the bathroom's window. He had a psychotic-looking face and was licking his lips nonstop. We all just stood there in silence and hoped that the man would go away. But after a few minutes, the loud noise came from the basement. The guy threw a brick at the basement's window and crawled through it. Suddenly, it sounded as if a gunshot echoed through the entire house. My friend and most of the partygoers screamed and ran out of the house. I stayed behind along with a few others. One of the older kids was trained in martial arts, so I saw him assault and attack the man until he was shot. Afterward, the man escaped and ran into the woods. The whole scene was chaotic now. An ambulance and police car arrived soon after, and fortunately, the kid that was shot survived. After a few days of intense investigation, the police went to my friend's house and told him that they caught the guy. It turns out that he was living in the woods. He also kidnapped 3 kids, but luckily they were found in time and set free. But they also found out that he had already killed a few kids already. So after that, he was condemned to death for murder.
This happened a while back when I was 11. We used to live in a 2-story house with the second floor being a wooden floor. There's a slight crack on the floor, so if anyone steps on it, it creaks. And one night, I woke up at around 1 a.m. The moment I opened my eyes, I heard heavy footsteps behind me as my body was facing the wall. My bed was next to the wall, and my computer was by my head. My door was always open since I never close it when I go to bed. At first, I was confused about why there were heavy footsteps with chains dragging on the floor. The heavy steps sounded as if it stepped on the floor's crack. I heard the floor creak. The footsteps seemed to fade away to the end of the hallway to my uncle's room. It creeped me out and I couldn't move my body. I just stared at the wall in fear, then closed my eyes. Soon after, that noise came back to my room slowly. I heard the creak again, and all of a sudden, the chains whipped the floor door. That sound was so loud, so I opened my eyes for a few seconds in fright, but closed it again. I said to myself that it was all a dream, and it was nothing. It became silent until I heard a loud smash on the keyboard that's right by my head. I screamed, but kept closing my eyes forcefully. Suddenly, one of the deep voices started murmuring loudly just above my head. Its sound was so low beyond recognition, so I couldn't understand what the thing was. Then I started to pray to God. I was not honest and trustworthy back then, but praying was the only way to erase my fear. So I kept praying, and surprisingly, the voice faded away. The next day, I told my family about what happened, and they were surprised. I was given a rosary by a relative as protection, and she told me not to take it off. So ever since then, I've been wearing it. However, just a month after that, around 3 a.m., I was sleeping and suddenly, my rosary fell and shattered into pieces on the floor. I jumped out of my bed immediately when it happened. I was so confused, but I didn't want to check on what could have caused it. So I decided to go back to sleep and just collect the scattered pieces of the rosary when I woke up. The next morning, I told my family about it again, and they got really scared because it was really unusual. But they couldn't do anything about it, so they just tried to cheer me up. Nothing has really happened since then, but I always wonder what would have happened if I opened my eyes to look right above my head to see who or what that deep voice was. This happened a couple of years ago. One night, my mom decided to hang out with her friends at a casino, and my dad was at work. So my 2 older sisters and I were home by ourselves. My sisters were 14 and 15 at the time, and I was 11. After my mom left, it was pretty exciting to be home by ourselves. But an hour later, it got boring, so we decided to play a game. We ended up playing hide and seek. At that point, I was a bit scared because it was 11 p.m., almost midnight. But then I kind of brushed it off since I thought my dad would come home soon. I didn't want to admit that I was scared. Also, I don't want to be home alone, so I decided to play. Let's just play hide and seek in the backyard, I suggested, but she refused. There are no hiding spots back there. Let's go to the forest, my sister said. After my sister said that, shivers went down my spine. But anyway, we stepped into the forest that's nearby. Go count, my second older sister said to me. I decided that I had to be brave. My other sister gave me a blindfold. What is this for? I asked. "Put it on and try to find us," my sister said. While my sisters used flashlights to find a place to hide, I put the blindfold on and then counted to 30. When it was time, I said, "Ready or not, here I come." After walking around, touching every tree I walked by, 10 minutes had already passed, and I still hadn't found my sisters. Even while I was walking on this trail, I could barely see anything, so I tripped on a twig and fell. My clothes got dirty and my knees started bleeding. But I had no choice. I got up and walked around some more. I came across a tree and knew I finally found something. It felt like a person. "Haha, found you," I said. I then heard my sisters walking by behind me, saying, "Hey, how did you not find us yet?" At that moment, I froze. I took off my blindfold slowly and saw an old man sitting there smiling at me while holding a knife. "Can't I play with y'all?" he asked, with a cracking voice. He wore a dirty shirt, and his hair seemed like he didn't shower for a long time. My sisters and I screamed and started running out of the forest as quickly as we could. While running, I looked back and noticed the man chasing after us while holding the knife, swinging it in the air. He was laughing like a mad person. I've never felt that kind of fear before. But after running for a while, the old man couldn't keep up. He stopped running, stared at us, and then he turned around and went back into the forest. We got closer to our house, and then we saw our dad pulling into the driveway. We ran to him and told him what just happened. He was shocked, so he called the police immediately. The police went to the forest and they searched those areas for a few hours. After a while, they found and arrested the old man. The next day, we learned that the old man killed 4 female children and dumped their bodies in the woods. All the local news stations were covering the incident. When I heard that, I felt sick to my stomach. I am glad that we are safe, but now I pray for the 4 souls of the children. May they rest in peace.
I have a sister who got married when she was 18. She had a daughter named Susie. Her husband was unemployed. She had to work 2 jobs to support herself, her daughter, and her husband. Every day, she left the house at 8 a.m., and she only returned around 8 p.m. every night. Around this time, Susie had an imaginary friend. She told my sister it was a little girl named Jessica. Susie would talk about her all the time. My sister even overheard her talking to Jessica. It creeped her out, and after a while, she told Susie she was forbidden to talk about the girl. We weren't allowed to mention Jessica when we came over to visit. One day, Susie told her mom, "Jessica is mad at you because you don't believe she's real. She comes to play with me when Daddy closes the closet door after you leave, and he lets us out before you come home." My sister had no idea this was happening. Her husband was supposed to be watching Susie during the day. Instead, he would lock her in the closet with a box of cereal and leave her there all day. When my sister discovered what was going on, she kicked her husband out. The poor little girl spent so much time all alone, locked in a closet, that she had conjured up an imaginary playmate for herself. My sister divorced her husband and got custody of Susie. She decided to move out of the house they were renting. When the moving van came, the old man who owned the house came over to help them. He was talking to my sister and said, "I was always worried about your little girl on those basement stairs. My granddaughter fell down those basement stairs and broke her neck. She died in front of the closet down there." When she heard that, my sister got the chills. "What was her name?" she asked. "It wasn't Jessica, was it?" The old man looked at her and said her name was Jessica. She was only 4 years old. She couldn't say it properly. "And how did you know that's how she said her name, Jessica? How did you know?" My sister was in denial. She told him she didn't know what he was talking about. She refused to talk about it, grabbed the last of her things, and left the house for good. Even today, we're still not allowed to talk about Susie and her imaginary friend, Disica. My sister remarried a few years later, and Susie got us a great new stepdad. But Susie, when we speak alone, she always brings up that little girl and what she looked like. And it still creeps me out to this day, because I don't really believe in that type of stuff with ghosts and paranormal, but there's no way that Susie could have known about that little girl. But who knows? Maybe they are real, and maybe not.
Every night, I hear my mother through the walls, but she never talks during the day, only at night. Like clockwork, she begins at midnight and abruptly stops at 6 a.m. I've heard everything, from harsh whispers, playful talking, cackling, and even screaming. Some of the things I hear her say frighten me. It's about dark and dreadful things. Whenever I enter her room to check on her, the silence is there. She just rocks in her chair. This is enough. I can't take it anymore. My mom has been suffering from seizures for the past few years, and they're getting worse. The doctor told me that she needed full-time care, so I volunteered. Even though she has always been estranged and I hadn't seen her in a decade, I knew she needed me. So I kinda thought it might be my last chance to stay with her. But it's gotten too much. She scares me. She doesn't even eat. I've tried and tried, but she doesn't open her mouth. I've tried to get her out of her bedroom, or at least out of her chair, but she gets aggressive. So whenever she needs a bath, I bathe her right where she sits. She just rocks in her chair, mindlessly smiling at her closet. She does this all day. I have no idea what I have to do next. I'm about to go insane. I can handle caring for her during the day, but at night I can't anymore. So I finally went to the doctor for some help. I told him that she's been keeping me up at night with her whispering and talking. And I also told him that it's getting too much and she's starting to scare me. But his facial expression while looking towards me was weird. He stared at me like he didn't understand what I was talking about. And what the doctor said next scared me even more. "Well, I think you had a bad dream. Your mother bit her tongue off a few years ago. She can't talk at all." It happened when I was around 11 years old. One day, I was at my friend Kenzie's house. My other friend Emma joined us too. It was a lazy weekend, so we decided to kill some time by baking cookies and doing other things. We all gathered in Kenzie's room and did our geometry homework, which was the main reason we were all there. But soon after, we got bored doing it since we were young teenage girls. So we jumped on the bed, watched YouTube and Netflix, and told each other scary stories. The one I'll never forget is Kenzie's story. She told me a story that kept me paranoid for the rest of my stay at the house. She told us the owner of the house was found murdered in this house, and she sometimes feels like someone lives in her closet. A few hours later, Kenzie's parents said that they were going to a party and wouldn't be back until 6 in the morning. Kenzie didn't want to spend the night with her grandma and little sister, so she suggested that we should have a sleepover. It sounded like a great idea, so we just called each of our parents, and it took a lot of convincing to have the sleepover. When we got permission, we all changed into Kenzie's pajamas, got in bed, and watched something scary. It was almost 8 p.m. Kenzie's room was so messy, it almost looked like a pig's pen, so we decided that we would record a time-lapse of us cleaning. We were in the middle of cleaning the room when the doorbell suddenly rang. It was our pizza delivery. We all forgot to turn the camera off and left to eat. We just sat in the living room, ate, and talked for a while. After we finished eating the pizza, we went back to her room. I realized that we left the camera on. But as I reached to grab my phone, I felt something. I was anxious, even though her room was very silent. So I told my friends to come closer. We all stood there and watched the video. As soon as we left, the window opened slowly. There was a man who came inside, and then he ran into the bathroom. We all froze, knowing that someone was in the bathroom, which was connected to this room, but tried not to make any noise. Then Kenzie told us that we should all leave this room, so we did just that. We went to her grandma's room with her little sister. We immediately locked the door, called the police and Kenzie's parents. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 5 minutes. When they arrived at the house, they went to Kenzie's room and found the man. Near the sink was a gun and a pocket knife, and they arrested him. It turns out that he was put in jail last week for raping young girls and then murdering them. But he escaped prison and tried to find another victim. I couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if I didn't look at the footage on my camera. To this day, I hate going to sleepovers. Now I'm 16, and I heard that the man escaped again after killing the security guards. I hope he's not looking for me or my friends. This story takes place in South Africa, my home country. It happened last year during July, right after I turned 18. I had a 3-week holiday before I had to go back to school, and my sister decided to take me and a few friends to KwaZulu-Natal for a trip to a mountain range. It was me, my sister called Kate, and my 3 friends, Ashley, May, and Hannah. The last place we visited before we went to the cold mountain range was called Isandlwana, where the Shaka Zulu army fought Britain with many fatalities. We got to the place at around midnight since there was no security, so we decided to explore the grounds and look at the thousands of graves placed around the land. It wasn't until after I asked to give it a rest and find a place to stay for the night that my sister pulled a box out of her bag. It was the infamous Ouija board. We used to believe in the paranormal side of the world, so all 5 of us decided to play. I mean, it was such a perfect place to do it. So we sat down by one of the bigger graves and started playing. But the board wasn't really doing anything until my sister lost her temper and took her fingers off. The keys started moving around in short circles before going over the letters and spelling out RUNTHEAREHERE. Run. They are here. At first, we were all kind of laughing. We weren't really scared because we'd had a crap ton of alcohol before playing the game and thought it was one of the girls doing it. However, all of a sudden, Ashley stood up, cried out in pain, and she claimed something was stabbing her. "Help! Help me!" she screamed, so we immediately stopped playing and went to help her. When she lifted up her shirt, we could see a long and deep scratch that went from where her heart is down to her stomach. We were all shocked, so we left the place in a hurry since the nearest clinic was over an hour away. When we arrived, Our situation only got worse, considering we were a group of white girls who only knew how to speak English and a bit of Dutch, while everyone inside of the clinic was a Zulu native and didn't know any English. We couldn't get my friend any help, since neither we nor the nurses understood each other until we lifted up my friend's shirt to show them the wound. We felt so stuffy, and eventually one nurse sterilized her and bandaged her up. However, surprisingly, the next morning when we woke up inside of my sister's van, she was no longer wounded, and it was as if the event didn't even happen. Someone later told us that it might be a Zulu trademark to cut their enemies' hearts from their gut in respect of the body they had killed, preparing them for the afterlife. But who knows? Now, over a year later, none of us truly know what happened. I go to university, and they are still my only friends. The memory becomes more and more distant over time, and I sometimes believe that we all just hallucinated. But the one thing for sure is that I will never, ever touch the Ouija board again.
Thank you so much for making it to the end. Come back, I look forward to seeing you. I'm an Uber driver in my city, and was working a later shift than usual on this night. I had something come up in the morning, so I didn't get started until well past 8 p.m. or so. This was my first time ever working that late, so I didn't really know what to expect as far as how busy or not busy it was going to be. I got my answer pretty quickly though, because by 11 p.m. I'd only done 4 drives. I was even thinking about switching over to Uber Eats for the night and seeing if I'd have better luck on there. Just as I was about to do so, another pickup request came through. It was a 35-minute drive, which was good for me because it meant I'd get paid more. I accepted it and pulled up into the pickup location. It was a train station a few minutes away from me. I drove through the parking lot slowly, looking around for any signs of the person I was meant to pick up. After making a full circle through the lot, though, and still not seeing them anywhere, I parked and decided to wait. There wasn't a single car in the parking lot. I don't even think any passenger trains were running at this time of night. I thought maybe they might have set the wrong location or something. But before I could even text them, I saw a man approaching my car. He had a dark sweatshirt on with the hood pulled over his head, and aside from confirming the ride was for him, he didn't speak at all. I began the drive, and the man stayed quiet in the back seat, not even taking his phone out or anything. He just sat there dead-eyed looking straight ahead. I didn't want to be that driver that always tries to make annoying conversation, so I just drove and stayed quiet. While driving, a couple of times I glanced back at him in the mirror, and his eyes were just staring directly back at me. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence when driving people around, but for some reason with this guy it felt incredibly unnerving. He didn't look away or blink either. He would just stare at me until I looked away. After a pretty unsettling 35-minute drive, I finally got to the drop-off location. It wasn't an address, actually. It was a specific location the man had pinpointed on the map, and this specific location just so happened to be at the end of an open field that was completely covered in dense fog. I looked in the mirror, seeing the guy staying in the car and not making any attempt to move at all. "Get out!" Not sure if I'd heard him right. I turned my body and looked at him. He looked me in the eyes with a terrifying stare and said it once more. "Get out!" I felt my body tense up, and before I could even think of what to do, I saw from the corner of my eye multiple other men running up to my car. There were 2 or 3 of them, all holding bats or knives and wearing dark hoodies that covered their faces. They swarmed my car. Just as I put it into drive, they were able to get the back 2 doors open and tried to jump in. The man inside the car was yelling at me and trying to reach over and open my door, probably to push me out or something. As I started gaining some speed though, and getting away from the group, the man inside fell into the back seat again and then jumped out onto the road. All the men disappeared into the fog right after. I kept going though. I pulled into a gas station a few miles down the road. Both of my back doors were still open, swinging around wildly. There were dents all over my car. While I was driving, an officer met me at the gas station to take my report, and another went to the field it happened in. Of course, the whole group was nowhere to be found. They did find a phone on the road, though, which is the one that had been used to book the Uber. It probably fell out of the man's pocket when he jumped from my car. It turned out to be a phone that had been reported stolen, though, not even an hour before I'd picked the guy up. This seemed to all be an elaborate plan to rob someone. It's hard to assume they would have just let me go with no harm done, though. They probably would have done something to ensure they had the time to get away in my car without getting caught. I don't know what would have happened, but I do know I barely managed to get away that night. Earlier this spring, I was camping in the woods 4 hours north of where I live. There was a small lake there that I'd go to a lot. It was never crowded or even really known about. I don't think so, at least. It made for a nice, peaceful getaway. Every time I went, when I got there on the first day and set everything up, nobody else would ever be there. The lake wasn't too big and was surrounded by a grassy beach area with woods all around it. It had a good view of the shores all around the lake. Not too long after I arrived this time, I saw a man emerge from the woods on the other side and set up a tent. He looked like your average camper, really, and was keeping to himself for the first little while before sundown. Eventually, though, I saw him making his way around the lake and over toward my campsite. He had a friendly smile and introduced himself as William. He said he wasn't sure if I saw him set up camp or not, but he'd seen me from across the lake and just wanted to come over and say hi, since we were both out here in the middle of nowhere. He said it was a lake nobody usually came to, so he'd never met anyone out here before. We talked for a while, and he seemed really cool, actually. William said he was 26, which was around the same age as me. We both seemed to like this camping spot because of how secluded it was. After talking for 30 minutes, he went back to the other side of the lake as the sun was finally setting down. Not much else happened that night, but in the morning we ended up talking and hanging out, and did so for most of the rest of the day. He shared a 6-pack of beers with me, and we sat on the beach and had some good casual conversations. When we went back to our tents at the end of the day, I was sitting by my small campfire. I was thinking that I was really happy I'd met William. He seemed like the perfect buddy to go camping with. Maybe some other time. As it got later, though, I started getting ready to stomp out the fire and go to bed when I saw William walking around the lake. His campfire had gone out a while ago, so I thought he would be in his tent already sleeping. Apparently not, though. He walked up to my campfire, and right away something seemed different about him. "Hey, everything good, man?" I said. He smiled and suddenly seemed back to how he was before. He said he came over to ask me if I wanted to see a cool spot he had found that had a really great view. I told him it was kind of late to be going out, but he assured me that the view was only so great because it was so dark out. The way he was hyping it up made me feel like I couldn't miss out on this. What would be the point of going camping out in the woods if I passed up all the good views? I got up and followed him to the other side of the lake, then trailed behind him as he led us through the woods. There was no path or anything, really, so pretty quickly I knew that whatever spot this was, William had to have been there many times before to know the exact way without getting lost in the dark. We walked for maybe 15 minutes before William started slowing down. He pointed ahead and smiled, like this was the view he was talking about. When I walked out in front of him and looked to see, though, there was only a small structure, an old RV or camper of some sort, that looked like it had been abandoned and succumbed to the elements for years. Moss was all over it, and holes and rust covered the entire side. I turned back to look at William, wondering what was going on, but his face was now cold and empty. He looked like a completely different person. "Hey, what's going on?" I asked. He didn't answer. Feeling a rush of fear, I started looking around. That's when I heard the rusty metal door swing open behind me. I only saw for a split second as someone else came running out and started charging at me. I began to sprint away. I could hear both William and the other person following close behind. I gave all of my strength to keep running until I thought I'd lost them. By then, I'd run out so far into the woods, though, that I had no idea where I actually was. I kept on walking, keeping my eyes on the trees until the sun came up. By the time I found my way back to the lake, I saw from the tree line that all of my camping gear was gone. It looked as if I had never even been there. I stayed hidden and got back on the trail, making it back to my car eventually. I made a report with the local police, but they never mentioned finding anything. I don't know if they even really looked, to be honest with you. What those two had planned for me that night is horrifying to think about, but at least I got away before having to witness it firsthand. This happened in July of last year. My house was having some pretty big problems, and as a result, I was left without any power for several days while it was getting repaired. I worked from home, so obviously this was a major issue. I ultimately had to rent out an Airbnb to stay at for a few days, at least until the power was back on in my home. I don't exactly live in the biggest city, so there weren't too many options for Airbnbs near me. The closest one that was at a reasonable price was about a 45-minute drive from my home. It was in an even smaller and more secluded area, which was often referred to as not the best section of my city to live in. I would only be staying there for a few days, though, so the amount that I was saving seemed worth it. When I arrived, I went right inside and basically straight to bed, exhausted from everything going on in my life. The next morning, I got up early and started setting up my laptop in my workspace. Just before I had to start work, though, there was a knock at the door. I debated on whether or not to even open it, because it wasn't even my house. I thought that maybe it might be the host or something. I went over and checked to see who it was. On the porch was a man in his early 30s, covered in tattoos. He didn't look like the Airbnb host or even a salesperson, really. I was unsure as to why he would even be here, and not really wanting to know, I figured he'd just leave if I walked away from the door. I went back to my desk and finished getting ready and started some work. I had some meetings and a lot of things to catch up on from my absence the last few days. I don't think I left my desk a single time until 8 p.m., and even then I was considering going back to work after going up and picking up some dinner. Only a couple of minutes after I got back and started eating, though, another knock came at the door. I immediately got up and went to check who it was, and wasn't too surprised to see it was the same guy from before. What could this random guy possibly want from me this late in the day? I was actually more bothered than I was concerned. Again, I just walked away from the door and went back to eating my dinner. After 30 minutes, I decided to work for at least another hour. I was tired, but the work I had to get done was a lot, and I knew that putting it off until tomorrow would just make me even more stressed out. I put my headphones in and tried to focus for the next hour or so. I got a lot done, and once I was satisfied, I finally closed my laptop for the night. I hadn't realized just how dark it had gotten in the meantime, though. I guess my laptop screen was the only light I had on. I went to the front and flicked on the light. A chill instantly rushed through me. Going down the front hallway were faint but unmistakable shoe prints. Looking around, they were all over the place, even going right up behind the desk where I had been working. Terrified, I slowly followed them over to the back door, which had been popped open. I don't even know how to describe what I was feeling. It was pure horror. Only moments after this, footsteps started coming down the stairs. They were slow and careful, as if trying not to be caught. When they got to the bottom, a man peered out into the hallway and looked directly at me. It was the same man, easily distinguishable with all his tattoos and everything. He looked surprised to see me moving around. That surprise quickly turned into rage. His face had no emotions other than irritation and anger. I was going to try to say something to placate the man, but no words came out. My heart started pounding in my chest as I turned around and sprinted out the back door. I ran through the backyard and out into some trees far behind the houses. I hid behind one of them and pulled out my phone to start dialing 911. I quickly closed it when I heard footsteps running toward me. I hadn't expected them to follow me outside, but luckily they passed by without finding me. They continued to run out into the dark. Once I got in contact with the police, I went back inside the Airbnb and waited for them. I gave a detailed description of the man, and they actually found him the very next day to my surprise. It was actually confirmed to be him by the tattoos I'd noticed. He'd actually broken into several homes in the days leading up to this, doing horrible things to those who lived in them. I don't know what he was planning to do to me, or why he seemed to have left me alone at first, but I can rest easy knowing he won't be able to do such things ever again. I'm a 26-year-old woman. It was in October of last year when this happened. The weather was getting colder, and we had a few days in a row of constant raining. I didn't really mind much, as I spent most of my time working from home anyway. This particular day, I had gotten up early and started work around 1 p.m. later in the day. I was interrupted from my Zoom meeting, though, by the power suddenly shutting off. I knew right away it was the power to my entire house, not just my computer, because all the lights had gone out too. I quickly grabbed up my phone and used it as a light source, then went over to the window to see if the neighbors were blacked out too. It was really dark outside because of the clouds and heavy rain, but I could see that all the houses nearby still seemed to have all of their lights on. Now I was actually a little worried that something was actually wrong with my home. I left the room and went downstairs, getting a better flashlight and heading into the unfinished basement. I maneuvered around in the dark through my stacked-up storage boxes until I got to the electrical panel. The main power switch was in the off position. I'm not too experienced with these sorts of things. I flicked it back to the on position and everything immediately lit up again and seemed to be working perfectly fine. I figured it must have been an electrical short or something. I shut the panel and went back upstairs to my office, then waited for the internet and everything to get running again. I rejoined the Zoom call and got back to work. I was at my desk for the rest of the afternoon, working late to prepare a presentation for tomorrow. I didn't finally close my computer until 8 p.m. or so. The storm was going just as bad, but it was way darker outside now. That made every flash of lightning beam through the windows. I got up from my desk and opened my office door, but as I left the room, I heard a few strange bumps from downstairs. I didn't think it was anything more than something blowing into the side of the house initially, but as I got to the bottom of the stairs, the power shut off once again. It caught me by surprise, even scaring me a bit. I stood there for a moment and listened for anything that might have caused it. It was eerily silent, aside from the rain and thunder. Even the bumps I'd been hearing just moments ago had stopped as well. I went over and grabbed my flashlight again. I made my way over to the basement door, opened it, and walked down to the bottom of the steps. The sound of the storm was way louder than I was expecting, echoing through the room in a way it hadn't before. I shined the flashlight around and started walking through the various boxes toward the electrical panel. On the floor below, there was a puddle of water. I was shocked, but I don't think it had really set in yet as to what that meant. I got closer and pointed the light all around the floor, seeing more and more wet areas on the concrete. That was when my light fell on a few stacked up boxes. Above them was a window, and that window was wide open. Water was flowing down the wall into the basement. My heart was racing. I approached it and saw there were muddy shoe prints on top of the boxes, like someone had used it as a stool to climb in and out of the window. I spun around frantically, flashing my light all throughout the basement area. I was terrified I would find someone hiding behind the boxes and watching me. Instead of sticking around any longer to figure that out, though, I sprinted up the stairs and ran to the first floor. I grabbed my keys and locked myself in the car, then called the police. They arrived 10 minutes later, clearing out the entire house. They didn't find anyone, but they did confirm that someone had broken in, finding that someone had undone the screws to the window pane. The police set it back into place to prevent any more flooding, but after I gave my statement, they basically just said to update them if I had any new information. There was nothing else they could really do. Now I'm left with no idea who broke in, or what they were trying to do. Even more unsettling is the fact that it must have been them that shut off the power earlier in the day. They had likely been in my basement, only a few feet from me and hiding in the dark. I had no idea. That could mean they had been in my house for hours, and yet I still can't find any reasons for why they did all of this. In 2018, I went through a divorce that left me basically without anything. I managed to move into a small home, but had nothing to fill it in with. I needed furniture, appliances, literally everything. Obviously, this is a big task to take on, especially financially. I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to get some discounted stuff on Craigslist. My priority at the moment was on big things like the couch, TV, and so on. It didn't really take that long to find some good deals. I messaged a few people and picked up a few things, and during the process, I found and contacted a seller about buying their TV stand. It was posted for $40 and looked like a super average wooden TV stand. The seller, Matt, was very strict on when I could pick it up, though. It had to be after 9 p.m. because of his work schedule, and it couldn't be on the weekend either. This time frame did work for me, but I found it odd just how specific he was. I figured that was probably why no one had bought it yet. I agreed to pick it up on a Wednesday at 9:30. On that day, I followed through. He sent me his address, and I headed out. It was 30 minutes to his place from mine. The town he lived in I'd only heard in conversation before, and I'd never actually been to it. I soon found out exactly why. Most of the houses I saw were completely run down and very old. Even the roads were in bad shape, with a lot of the streetlights not even working at all. Pulling up to Matt's house didn't make me feel any better. It was just as run-down looking as all the others, with only what looked like a hallway light on inside. I sorted out $40 and shoved the bills into my pocket, then stepped out and walked onto their porch, ringing the doorbell. As I waited, I looked around at his lawn. He had stuff everywhere, garden statues and strange decorations all throughout his yard, even on the porch as well. Eventually, he opened the door. Matt was a tall and skinnier-looking man, probably in his 40s or so. He had an extremely tired look on his face, as if he hadn't slept in days now, and I could smell the booze oozing from his breath as he welcomed me inside. If I'd known beforehand that this was who I'd be buying from, I never even would have come here, but it was too late for that now. As we walked down the hall, there was various stuff scattered all around the house. Not to the point like a hoarder's home you'd see on TV, but more like an abandoned house that had been trashed by random teenagers. When we got to the living room in the back of the home, he pointed at the TV stand. The room was barely lit at all, making it very hard to see what condition it was in. "Any chance you could turn on the lights for me?" I politely asked him. Matt didn't respond, but walked over to the wall and flicked on a small lamp in the corner. It was at that time that I got a really weird feeling that something was wrong. Before I even got to look at the TV stand, I heard someone else behind me. Another man had come around the corner, now standing next to Matt. He didn't say hello or anything, he just watched me. I was really unsure as to what to make of this. I didn't want to overreact right away, but I was also getting an eerie feeling that was only growing ever larger. I was standing there, trying to think of what to say or do. Matt walked past me and stood in front of the TV stand. They were now on either side of me, not speaking at all. Several long seconds passed, as nobody spoke or moved. I quickly shoved my way past the other guy and went down the hallway toward the front door. As I left, I could hear them laughing in the room behind me, like this was a funny joke or something. As I got halfway to my car, the front door slammed shut. I can't even find any reasons for what occurred that night, or what those two guys were trying to do. Maybe it was just some sick joke they were pulling, trying to get me to freak out. Or maybe they had something more sinister planned and decided not to act on it. I don't plan on finding out, though. I was 23 and looking for a studio apartment to rent. I was fresh out of college and had almost no money to work with, only making slightly more than minimum wage. I really needed the absolute cheapest place I could find. At first, I was looking for one bedroom and studios, but over the following weeks it became apparent that that was just not really in the budget. Reluctantly, I went on Craigslist and looked at their section for housing. I knew this site had a bit of a bad reputation, but one of my friends had had a very good experience and vouched for it. So I decided to give it a go. The first day of looking on Craigslist, I didn't really find anything though. I did get a little bit of hope seeing that there were a lot of listings. They just weren't in my area or price range. I think it was on the third or fourth day when I reloaded the website and found a new listing that piqued my interest. It was for a place a few miles away. I clicked on it and looked at all the details, seeing it was a studio in a small apartment building. The pictures were really low quality, so pixelated I couldn't really make out anything. Everything else seemed perfectly good though. I sent the owner a message and he replied very quickly. We scheduled the tour for later that day, around 7 or so. From our quick back and forth, I saw nothing unusual about this guy. His messages were very professional, and he seemed happy to show me around. A couple hours later, I got in my car and started driving over to the address he'd sent me. I should mention that I knew beforehand this was not a nice area of our city. It was the cheapest area, though, and I honestly didn't think it was that bad. In hindsight, maybe I was just being naive because it was my only option. Anyway, I pulled up to this rather old-looking apartment building. I parked on the side of the street and got out, texting the man that I had arrived and was walking up to the front door. I didn't see the guy anywhere, so I buzzed the room and waited for a few seconds. The door unlocked and I stepped inside, greeted by a staircase in the middle and 2 rooms on either side. Before I even got to looking at the room numbers, though, a voice yelled from somewhere above saying they were on the 3rd floor. Assuming this person was talking to me, I started walking up. At this point, I was beginning to wonder why he hadn't met me at the door, though, especially when he was so professional when texting. As I reached the top of the steps, there was a small hallway with 2 doors, one of which was open. I walked over and looked inside, seeing a man standing a few feet away and looking over at me. He greeted me and shook my hand, then showed me inside. Immediately, I was very confused, though. The place had a couch, TV, chairs, even food on the counters. It was very clearly lived in. "Does someone else live here?" I asked kindly. The man replied with a short laugh and said that no one did, and everything would be gone by tomorrow. I smiled and said okay, but something about that response didn't come off the right way to me. He started leading me further in, pointing out features of the place. It suddenly came across to me that this wasn't even a studio. There were multiple doors which led to other rooms. This was at least a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, and there was no way the price could be what he said it was. It seemed like he noticed my suspicions as he stopped what he was saying and moved toward the hallway. He opened one of the doors that was clearly leading to a bedroom and started telling me to look inside. Before I could answer, we were interrupted when my phone chimed. I pulled it out of my pocket and checked to see who it was. My face went pale, seeing it was the man from Craigslist asking where I was. I looked up in horror, realizing what had happened. I could tell that whoever this guy was in front of me knew that I'd figured out his scheme. The terrifying moment passed, and the man didn't move or say anything. He just stood there and looked at me with a blank stare for a moment. I hurried out of there and down the stairs, not hearing the guy attempt to follow me. I got in my car and left, being so horrified that I never even texted the actual man back, as I was no longer interested in staying anywhere near that place. I didn't know if he was in on it too somehow. Whoever that guy was that lured me into his home was so close to being able to probably abduct me. I don't know, and I don't even want to know, but I never opened Craigslist again after that night. This happened a long time ago, roughly 22 or 23 years ago, I believe. I recently discovered a bunch of message boards where I enjoyed reading about other people's creepy experiences, so I decided to share one of my own. I was a single man at the time this happened, and loved going on long drives roughly once a month or so. It was mid-autumn, and I decided to go for a drive after work. I headed to a spot I liked a lot at the time. I worked a job that allowed me to finish early on Fridays if I made up enough hours throughout the week. Well, usually I would have finished earlier, but there was a deadline I needed to work, so I had to stay a bit later than expected. I'm quite a stubborn person. I was looking forward to my monthly drive, so I was going to go on it no matter what. Just because I was heading off a little bit later than expected didn't mean that it wouldn't be fun. My destination was a convenience store about 2.5 hours away. The roads were nice and quiet, and there were some long winding roads and highways, which allowed me to really build up some speed. I arrived at the convenience store and parked in one of the corner spots. That store was a little unusual because it had a large number of parking bays. I think the convenience store owner had bought the piece of land it sits on, and previously it belonged to a hotel or something like that. As a result, there were way more parking spots than necessary. That's my guess anyway. I liked using that store as my marker to turn around and head back. I would park, grab a drink and some snacks, and maybe even take a quick nap as well. Since it was autumn and was at a much later hour this time around, I thought I would just take a nap until the sun came up. I kept a sleeping bag in my car for situations just like this. I locked my doors and my windows. I was a lot more tired than I thought it would be, so it didn't take me long to pass off to sleep. I reclined my seat and drifted off into a dreamless rest. I remember that I was suddenly jolted awake when I felt a pair of hands grab me from behind and attempt to pull me backward. I immediately thought this couldn't be possible. I'd locked the doors, and I was alone in the car. What the hell was happening? I was in a state of absolute confusion and shock. In the chaos of me trying to cling to the steering wheel and whoever was behind me trying to pull me backward, I heard something that still gives me chills to this day. It's been 23 years now, and I still remember this exact moment clear as day. As I was pulled back further, I heard a woman begin laughing hysterically. That was despite me having been alone in the car previously. The laughter slowly decreased in volume until it completely faded away. The grip on me released, and I tugged myself forward. I looked over in my rearview mirror, and I didn't see anyone behind me. Somehow I knew that I wouldn't. I got out of the car in a panic and stood by the side of it, taking deep breaths. I was shaking with fear. I had no explanation for what the hell just happened. I had a flashlight in my car, so I grabbed that. I wanted to have some light to accompany me. I was frantically shining it around the parking lot, hoping to see something, some sense of something normal, to take my mind off what just happened. My flashlight fell on an old, tattered poster, which had been tied to the chain-link fence. It read something like, "Information needed. Body of foreign national woman found inside suitcase. Suspect and victim unidentified." My heart sank. I thought the hands I felt and the laughter I heard must have belonged to the ghost of the woman. If it was her, it was an unfortunate final resting place. I know how crazy I must sound by saying that. It was a really scary as hell experience, and I was a real nervous wreck. I almost didn't want to get back in my car. I also didn't want to get back on the road either, because I was so tired. I really regretted going on a drive so late at night. I was so annoyed with myself. I went over to the convenience store and bought a bottle of tea. I went into the bathroom to calm myself down for a while, and then walked back out to my car. I had little idea of what to do now. I didn't want to die by a ghost, but I also didn't want to die driving while tired. I did the following. I poured a little of my tea out by the car and also poured some into the cap and left it nearby. I said a prayer and asked if they could please allow me to sleep a little while longer. I climbed into my vehicle and tried to get some more rest. Amazingly, I fell asleep without much issue, and I didn't wake up again until morning came. I have mixed feelings about that night. It was scary, but it truly was a very unique and memorable experience. This happened when I finished work early one afternoon. I had the sudden urge to go for a long drive, so I went home and quickly got ready to head out. I left home by the evening. Didn't really have a destination in mind. I just hopped onto the highway and picked some random streets and roads to turn off on. I remember turning off the satellite navigation as well. I don't know what really got into me that day. I just kinda felt like disappearing. I wanted to get away from everything and go someplace new. It was a really fun and spontaneous drive. I stopped off at random restaurants along my travels, had some udon noodles that were really fantastic as well. As I moved away from the cities and towns, I saw more of the countryside, which was great to see. I saw some wild vegetables growing and stopped to look at them. They looked pretty tasty to me. I drove for a good long while, almost through 2 prefectures entirely. That was when my sense of adventure slowly waned. I checked my dashboard clock and saw it was coming up on 1 a.m. or so. To be honest, it was much later than I expected it to be. I found a roadside station along the national highway and decided to pull in and sleep in my car for a few hours. I had planned on sleeping in the car that night anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I'd even prepared to use the roadside station's bathroom to brush my teeth. I pulled the sun visors down on the windshield and used a piece of cardboard I kept in the car to block out the street light. I wedged it under the sun visors and pretty much covered up the windshield entirely. It wasn't the brightest light, but the main idea with the cardboard was to stop people from looking in at me. I managed to block everything but the rear seat window behind me. I had an idea to cover that window, though. I hung my jacket on the little hanger thing on the door and thought that would be enough to put people off from looking in on me. With everything in place and total privacy, I got ready to go to sleep. I think that because of the mood I was in, I found it really difficult to get any rest that night. I couldn't shake the lingering sense of adventure I had in me. I was completely restless. I decided to search for local restaurants and sightseeing spots as well. I was already excited to see what I could find on my spontaneous travel. That was when I heard my jacket begin to slip off the hanger it was on. It was a pretty heavy jacket, so it made a lot of noise as it slipped down. I spun around to look as it was falling and received the shock of my life. As I turned around, I locked eyes with a complete stranger staring at me. It was a man. He was giving me this emotionless, cold glare. It really shocked me to see him staring like that. It was frightening as well. I paused for a moment, staring back at this guy's pale white face. What I saw made me unable to believe what was happening. I got my smartphone out because something was wrong with this guy's face. It looked like it was kind of pulsating or morphing in shape somehow. It's hard to explain. I turned on my smartphone's flashlight and lit up the dark car. I then aimed the direction at the back window where the man had been just moments prior. The face that had been staring at me had already disappeared. I sat there for a couple of seconds in complete shock. Then I unlocked my door. I don't know if this was the best decision I ever made, but I did it nonetheless. I stepped out and looked all around. I shined the light in all directions, but I could not find the owner of that pale face I saw peering in at me. There was no one there. I asked myself who that could have been and what could have possibly happened to them. I couldn't answer that question. Though I've never been a believer in the paranormal, that is something that really made me consider alternative possibilities. To this day, I have no explanation for what I saw, nor for what was wrong with the man's face. I drove to another lot immediately after that. There was no chance I was going to fall asleep again there in that parking lot. So, my hobby is sleeping in my car. I like to do it on days before public holidays, since I don't want people to see me. Usually if I do, they report me to the police, and the police inform me that I need to move. If it's not the police, then it's the youngsters. They peer into my car windows. It makes choosing a perfect spot all that much more difficult. It was around summer of last year. It was late at night and I was driving around, trying to find a decent place to sleep at. I was on a mountain road when I saw a turn for what looked like a disused building. There was an old rusty sign that said this used to be an observatory of some sort. I saw one other truck in the car park of this place. Figured that whoever it was must be taking a rest too. I pulled in. Perfect. There was another truck in the car park too. I parked away from the truck in the middle of the car park and pulled out my phone. I played with it until I became sleepy. I then put the seat all the way back and pulled my blanket over me and fell asleep. I woke up sometime during the night. My throat was so dry, I went to grab a drink from my bag, and just as I did that, I heard a small stone or something like that strike the back of my car on the rear windshield. I looked at my rear view mirror. There didn't appear to be anything out there. I simply took a drink and went back to sleeping. The second time I woke up was because I really needed to use the restroom. I looked at my phone. 4:27 a.m. I got out of the car and kind of hoped the abandoned observatory might have a toilet. I didn't want to climb over a fence and wander around in the middle of the night in there, though. I found a spot out of the way and relieved myself. As I was doing so, I heard one of the truck doors open and shut. Someone else was awake. As I came back to my car, I saw a man just standing there. He looked to be about my age, wearing glasses. "You couldn't sleep either, huh? Scared of something?" I looked at him a bit puzzled and asked him what he meant. "Huh? You didn't notice?" I was a bit spooked by his response. He began to elaborate. He said that he had been watching a DVD when I pulled into the parking area. He thought it was a bit odd since only truckers exclusively use this place to park and take a rest on particularly long drives. As his DVD finished up, he just so happened to look up and saw a woman standing on the front of my car with her hands on the hood. He said that seeing this really freaked him out. He took his eyes off the woman for just a second, and when he looked back, she was at my driver's side window, trying to open the door. He said that when she noticed him looking her way, she ducked down by the side of my car. He kept checking on me for a while to make sure she wasn't doing anything suspicious, but he didn't see the woman anymore. He then went to sleep in the back of his truck. After checking, all his doors were locked. I thought he was just trying to freak me out, so I questioned him. He said that if I didn't believe him, then I should check the outside of my car for handprints, as she had her hands cupped up against it and against the glass when she came by the side of my car. He came with me. The window didn't appear to have any handprints on it, so I thought this might be the kind of thing truckers did to make sure us non-truckers didn't use their parking spots or something. As I went to check the hood, though, I noticed there was a small pair of indentations on it. I was pissed. I heard the trucker shout, "Hey, there's something worse around here, buddy." There were scratches and indentations, as if something had been striking at the door. I heard the door of another truck open and close, and another older man came over. He said he had seen the same woman before, that she'd done the same thing to him on many a night. I thought she was just after some company, but she never said a word. She just stared. I asked a local about her in a bar down that road. Turns out, apparently she did that all the time. They said it was fine, though. She wouldn't try to hurt you, at least. I looked at the other truck driver in shock. I hightailed it out of there. I couldn't handle it. Knowing how dark and isolated we were in that location was enough for me. Someone arriving on foot in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night just to mess with people? No, not dealing with that. I had to go. I had a very creepy experience a couple of years ago. I'm an avid reader and have completed many a book series since I was a kid. Reading has always been one of my favorite hobbies, so I go to my local library all the time, especially to get some more books. There's one very close to where I live. I remember I went there one time trying to find some new books to read. I was interested in branching out the types of genres that I was used to reading. This time, I spent a lot more time there than usual. When I was there, I remember things started out average, then quieted down. It was around 6 p.m., and the library closed at 7. I was near a random bookshelf in a very quiet area. As I stood in the aisle all by myself, I found some books I was interested in. I picked one up and wanted to read a little bit to get a feel for the story. I was reading it for maybe 5 minutes or so. Everybody knows how libraries are extremely quiet, and this one was especially so. It was getting really close to closing time. I was lost in all my reading when all of a sudden I heard what sounded like a whisper from behind me. Somebody leaned into my ear. "Hey!" I turned around, but I didn't see anyone there. It seemed like the sound must have been coming from the next aisle over. Maybe they weren't talking to me specifically. Whoever it was, I decided to pay it no mind. I went back to the book, and about a minute went by. Then I heard it again, this time a little louder. It sounded like a man's voice. "Hey! Hey, you!" I turned around again. This time, I thought I could see someone moving around in the aisle next to me. I couldn't see much, though, because of all the books on the shelves. The only things I could see were between the empty gaps. I decided to go over there and see what was going on. I walked past to the other side, but no one was there. They must have moved out of the way to another aisle. I walked past a few more aisles, and a man was in one of them. It could possibly have been the Whisperer, but he wasn't looking in my direction and didn't seem to be paying any attention to me. I didn't want to ask him directly, so I turned around and walked to where I had been before. I decided to just leave, because whoever was doing this whispering and hiding game was really creeping me out now. I got the books that I wanted to check out and then did so. I left. After I left, I drove home and arrived back safe and sound. Just minutes later, not long after getting inside my apartment, my cell phone suddenly started to ring. I didn't recognize the number. I picked it up and answered, wondering who it could possibly be. What I heard on the other end was the same whispering I had heard at the library. Somebody was saying hey to me, just like before. It was the same man's voice. I asked multiple times who this was and asked them how they got my number, why they were calling me. None of my questions were answered, though. After maybe 10 seconds of whispering, followed by 10 seconds or so of silence, the person on the other end hung up on me. I blocked the number after that and didn't go back to that particular library for several months. I only went back there during that time to return books. Luckily, I never got another strange call or had another eerie encounter like that. I've been back to that library since then, and everything's been perfectly fine. I still wonder who that was and how they got my number. I'm a single woman, and I live alone in the city. I work as a salesperson. Due to the nature of my job, I work what some would consider to be antisocial hours. I don't really mind the hours myself, to be honest. That's not why I'm here. I just want to share my experience. I usually stay up late on Sunday nights because of this, and sleep in on Monday mornings. I like having my working life be like that, in all honesty. There are a lot of people living in my building, and a lot of them look like they're office workers and salespeople just like me. I think that they work more normal hours, though, because Sunday nights are always really quiet around here. Well, it always used to be, but recently I've been hearing some strange noises. What sounds like someone on my floor wandering around. At about 3 a.m., I remember hearing this strange scraping sound, accompanying heavy dragging footsteps. I hear these noises coming from the communal hallway, which passes by my apartment. I've been thinking of moving out, I can't lie. I don't know. Maybe you'll agree with me that it's for the best by the time you hear the end of this. I think that the floor plan of each apartment in my building is the exact same as mine, so everyone should have their back bathroom next to the entrance, then a small window at the front of each apartment. As you can imagine, I'm a night owl, so when I would hear noises out there, I would easily wonder, who is this? A newspaper delivery man? I thought that must be it, because who else would be coming to the building that early to walk through the communal corridors? After I thought about it a bit more, though, that didn't make much sense. Newspapers get delivered a little bit later in the morning, not at 3 a.m. It just didn't seem feasible. Then I wondered if maybe someone was doing some early morning workouts. That couldn't be it either, though. That scraping sound, what would they have been doing? And the long, slow footsteps didn't seem like someone who was working out either. Maybe some kind of rehabilitation training? It could be that, I thought to myself. Eventually I managed to convince myself that this strange noise I was hearing was some person doing rehabilitation training. I still thought of it every now and then, though, and wondered why it always had to be at 3 o'clock in the morning. I had Mondays off work, obviously, which is why I stayed up especially late on Sundays. Twice a month, I also didn't work on Thursdays. I didn't usually stay up late on those nights, though. I wondered if perhaps the same noises could be heard on Wednesday nights. I stayed up on one Wednesday to try and find out. Lo and behold, I heard it yet again. What was strange about it, though, was the manner of movement had changed. It made me feel uncomfortable. Now my rehabilitation training theory didn't make sense either. They were dragging their feet at a speed much faster, these little bursts of speed. I started to get a bit scared. We did have a prowler in our area, so I wondered if someone was coming here to scope out the place. Needless to say, I didn't really feel good when I started hearing these noises right outside my door. I went to make sure my door was locked because I was feeling so nervous. The dragging and scraping went down the hall to the end of my floor. I knew they'd have to go past my door again. They wouldn't be able to leave the building otherwise because the stairs and elevator were there. The footsteps headed toward the deepest part of our floor, the apartment at the end of the hall. I thought that apartment must belong to this late-night wanderer. It wasn't until later, though, that something dawned on me. The apartment at the end of the hall was vacant, and it had been vacant for some months now. No one was supposed to live there. I have no idea what could possibly be going on. I can't get any sleep at night. I've been looking for a new place to live recently. I'll take pretty much any place I can get at this stage, and I'll tell you why. Ever since the night I heard those steps on my floor, I've heard them going back and forth outside my door every night, before eventually heading down the hall. I have no idea why they've recently started targeting my apartment in particular, but I know I've got to get out of here before something happens to me. This happened about 10 years ago. My husband and I were really into overnight trips up and down the country. Back then, we lived quite a carefree lifestyle, and I miss those nights somewhat. Not the night I'm about to talk to you about, though. We usually drove back late at night after a trip. We liked it that way, as the roads were more clear, and the night was cool and calm along the way. Eventually, though, my husband and I both needed to use the restroom, so we decided to pull into a roadside station. I think it was about 2 or 3 a.m. or so. We were in a prefecture famous for being called the Sea of Trees. It had a lot of nature and was a really beautiful place during the day, but during the night it felt really wild. The roadside station we stopped at was very close to the Misaka Pass. There's a lot of nature in that area as well, very green. The pass itself is surrounded by a forest. Because it was the middle of the night, naturally the station was closed, and there wasn't much light in the area either. We pulled into the quiet parking area, and my husband and I trotted off toward the bathrooms. There was a separate building located a little away from the stores they had there for the bathrooms. There was a light on there, but like I said before, it was a very dim light. Honestly, more than anything, it made the area look kind of gloomy. I could see some brighter light leaking out of the building, but for some reason that night, I hesitated. I suddenly got the feeling I didn't want to go inside. I didn't know why I felt like that at the time, but I guess I do now. I didn't know when I would get the next chance to use the restroom, and we were a long way away from home. It's not like I really had a choice. My husband walked off into the men's side, and I headed into the ladies'. It was very clean in there. As I was gazing around, I noticed that the ceiling between the two was joined. Moreover, there was a little gap, allowing sound to travel. That actually gave me a sense of security, knowing I was in a space kind of connected to the one my husband was in. I still didn't like being in here, though. That strange sense of apprehension did not go away. The building had lots of glass in its design, and the roof was kind of cylindrical. In a sense, it kind of looked like a mirror on its side. It's really hard to explain. The structure was a bit, intimidating. I wanted to get in there and get out as quickly as possible. There was just this weird energy about this place. All the doors to each stall were open. I didn't need to see that, though, to realize I was the only one in there that night. I worked myself up, but I couldn't calm myself down at all. All I managed to do was make myself feel nervous. I could hear the sound of my breath growing heavier. I quickly got on with what I came there to do. I tried to keep my mind calm. I sure was good at making mountains out of molehills, it seemed. While I was in there, I seemed to be completely alone. It was absolutely silent. I quickly finished up, washed my hands, and ran outside to find my husband waiting out there for me. I ran over to him. The very first thing he said to me was, "It's good you weren't in there alone, huh?" I asked him what he meant. "Well, I only say that because you didn't want to go in there. You said you were scared, so I figured you might have felt a bit more at ease with someone else in there with you." I didn't understand what he was saying. I was alone in the bathroom, wasn't I? My husband noticed that strange look on my face. He said, "What? You know what I mean. As soon as we went into the bathroom, you must have heard those high heels coming in behind you. I mean, if I could hear it in the men's room, you must have heard it too." When my husband said that to me, my blood ran cold. As I've said many times before, I was certain I was the only one in there at the time. No one else came in, and I never heard any footsteps like my husband said. I was at a loss for words. My husband must have seen the confused and frightened look on my face because he stopped talking about the bathroom. In a much more serious tone, he said to get back to the car. He took me by the hand and led me back. Without saying a word, we got back on the road. We spent some time driving in silence, and then we started speaking again. After a few hours, we arrived home in one piece. My husband looked up the roadside station online and found out that at one time in the past, there had been many offerings of flowers and dolls in the bathroom as a kind of memento to commemorate someone's passing. It does make me wonder if I truly was alone in the bathroom that night. I don't know why my husband was able to hear what he heard, and I wasn't. Maybe I'm not so sensitive to spirits. I do remember those terrible feelings of nervousness and anxiety, though. Maybe those feelings were brought on by the presence in the bathroom with me. I don't know. We've never been back to that particular roadside station, despite having the opportunity to do so many times. When I was a little bit younger, I often went out after dinner and stayed out until it was really late at night. I loved playing catch with my friends. We were quite a sporty group back then. We loved to play tossing the baseball back and forth. We even found a secret access point into the schoolyard. It seemed like some other kids had cut a hole into the wire mesh fence that surrounded the schoolyard. When it was dark enough out to not be detected, we would slip in through that hole and go play catch at school. You can play catch in the dark if you're focused enough. Plus, the ball is coming at you at a high speed while your vision is impaired. It adds a thrilling element of danger to the game, and of course a lot of fun as well. It's seriously dangerous though, so don't do that. I can't lie though, I really did enjoy the thrill of it. The night this happened was no different than any other night. We snuck in and were having a good time. After a while though, one of us picked up on a noise that seemed quite unusual. Actually, I think it might have been me who noticed it first. Actually, it sounded like there was a ball bouncing in another part of the schoolyard. We didn't ever play anywhere near the area it was coming from. We played in a place near the hole in the fence, so we could leave immediately if security or the cops came. Of course, we hadn't ever met anyone else there during those times. As I looked in the direction I heard the sound coming from, I saw what looked to me like the vague outline of another kid. This kid looked younger than me and my friends though, just based on the stature. He was far away from us though, so it was difficult to see him clearly. It was about 1 a.m., and we were playing in the high school kids' playground. We had never heard anyone coming or going, and were trying our best to listen out for things like that, so we wouldn't get in trouble for trespassing. It was seriously weird how we hadn't heard this kid at all until that moment. My friends and I were kind of freaking out. This kid was all alone in a place he shouldn't be, and he had gotten in without any of us realizing. He was in a completely dark area too. There were basically no lights at all. The only reason we could see him at all was because of a dim light in the area nearby us. The kid appeared to be playing catch all by himself. He was picking up the ball and throwing it. It would bounce off a nearby tree, then roll back to him. Suddenly, the kid launched the ball in our direction. We watched as it slowly rolled into the light and down by our feet. We were creeped out. The kid didn't say a single word, but the intent was clear as day. He wanted to play with us. Not knowing what to do or how to react, we just stood there in silence, watching as the kid made no attempt to come closer at all. He just stood there in the dark looking back at us, waiting. One of my friends broke the silence, saying, "Let's go home, guys." We agreed with him. This was way too weird, and we didn't want to be there anymore. What kid would be playing alone at 1 a.m., and why did he want us to go into such a dark area with him? We thought we were crazy being out as a group so late. We never expected any company, and certainly not a solitary kid. As we turned our backs to leave, we heard a rush of oncoming footfalls behind us. It sounded like someone was rushing at us. Out from the darkness, I was so scared I started running. My panicked friends joined me in the sprinting, and we all scrambled to get out of that hole in the mesh fence. As we turned around, nobody was there anymore. After we escaped, we didn't really ever mess around at the school grounds after hours again. It just didn't feel right. One of my friends said that when we were all rushing to get out of the school area, he had dropped his catcher's mitt. He saw it the very next day, hanging on the top of a tree branch, the very same tree the kid had been throwing the ball at. It was a scary night indeed. My friends think it was a spirit we encountered that night, some lonely soul, maybe someone who had been bullied in life, now seeking friendship in the afterlife. If that's truly the case, then that makes me feel a bit sad that we ran away. However, now that I'm older and a lot more cynical, I wonder if maybe it was actually an adult. The person was so far away, and because we were much smaller and younger back then, we didn't have a full perspective. Maybe we just thought it was a kid. If option 2 is what's true, it's a little more sinister with what he did with that ball. Whoever it was, they were surely trying to entice us into coming out of the light and into the darkness by offering to play with us. I don't know which one is true, but I know that it's a memory that's a pretty damn spooky one. I used to work nights at a 7-Eleven in the countryside. It was somewhere in Saitama, Japan. I won't say the exact location, but 7-Eleven is pretty much the same all over really, just with more or less people coming in depending on where you are. Being in the countryside, mine obviously had less people, mainly delinquent biker kids stopping by for cigarettes, or people on their way home after work or something. There was one customer, though, whose memory will haunt me forever. As I said, my 7-Eleven was in the countryside, so it was basically the brightest thing around as far as the eye could see at night. The day this happened was a quiet weekday night. I think Wednesday or Thursday, perhaps. I've always found that those 2 days tended to blur together the most. No one had come in for over an hour now, and I had done all my nighttime duties for basically the entire night. I was working alone, as I very often did. The volume of traffic at night in this particular location could never justify paying another person to work there. I was just lazily wiping the counter for the 5th time that night, just listening to the cicadas and crickets chirping outside. I was so focused on my wiping that I didn't even notice a figure at the window staring in at me. I jumped in surprise upon looking up and seeing him, and did a polite nod. It was a wrinkly old man with these unsettling and dead-looking eyes. Unusually, he did not return my greeting gesture. Instead, he just kept staring at me. I think it was about 3 a.m. or so. What was this old man who was pushing at least 75 years old doing out here so late at night? It's not exactly unheard of, I suppose, but he wasn't actually doing anything apart from staring at me. He had not made any attempt to enter the store either. I was starting to get really creeped out. The outside of our location was pitch black and extremely quiet. Like I said, I hadn't seen any customers in over an hour. In fact, I hadn't even seen any cars passing by the road in that long either. Another thought then occurred to me. There were no cars in the car park, and there weren't any houses nearby for miles. Either this was a ghost, and I didn't really believe in ghosts at all, or it was a suspicious person. I couldn't really think of anything else it could be. If the man was a ghost, he was very solid looking for one of those. The longer he stared at me, the more creeped out I felt. I came to a decision, and I'm not really proud of it. I figured that if the man wasn't going to come inside the store, he was not a customer. And therefore, whatever was going on with him, I should just put it out of my mind. I pulled the blinds down over the window he was staring in from. My hand was shaking as I did so. It was so eerie, being mere centimeters away from his face, with him staring into my eyes the whole time. I just couldn't look away. The old guy didn't even budge a single inch, despite me being so close to him. I felt all the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I could see his chest visibly moving up and down, so obviously not a ghost. After I'd closed the blinds, I went back to the counter and stood there very uneasy. Was the man going to enter or not? I really didn't know what to do. It felt strange just leaving him out there. The creepiness of the situation had put my mind in a bit of a panic, and I wasn't really thinking straight. After a while, I realized that I should probably go and see if he needed some assistance or something. After all, it seemed like there was something wrong with him. I mustered the courage to go to the front window and raise the blinds once more. To my surprise, the man was still there. We were locked in a staring contest that I just couldn't look away from. His eyes kept getting wider and wider. The old man slowly brought his head right up against the glass, softly at first, but he began to bang it with his face harder and harder. I had to do something to stop this man. I ran out and tried to stop him from hitting the window with his face, but he was much stronger than I expected. He bashed his head against it again and again. I tried harder to stop him. I didn't want to hurt the man, and I didn't want him to hurt himself either. I managed to gain control of him for a brief moment, and then he did the unimaginable. he started to yell out this continuous, unintelligible sound. The longer I held on, the louder he yelled, until his scream was so loud that it was actually starting to injure my ears. I ran inside and called the police, with him still bellowing outside. I tried my best to explain this strange situation as I could. I was extremely shaken up by these events. Luckily, the man was screaming so loud the operator could even hear him on the other end of the phone line. The police arrived 15 minutes later. They seemed to be familiar with the man, so they calmed him down and loaded him into their patrol vehicle. They took the man away without really explaining anything to me. About half an hour later, they came back and explained to me that the old man lived in a care facility about 10 minutes away by car. That meant it was 30 to 40 minutes away on foot. The old man, before his mental deterioration, actually used to live in a house where the convenience store now stood. Apparently, it had been sold to pay for his care. He actually escaped from time to try and go home, and couldn't understand why his house was no longer there. I left the job after learning that. I knew that if something like that happened again, I could just call the police. But whenever I worked nights after this, I got real sad, imagining I could see the old man's dead stare once again. I was always on edge and very jumpy, and even lost a bit of sleep over it. This was about 8 to 10 years back, so I'm guessing the old man has since passed on. I wonder sometimes if even his spirit is still trying to find its way home to this day. I'm uncomfortable sharing certain details about my story, so I'll be purposefully vague. This story happened back when I was in middle school. Against my wishes, my mother had enrolled me into an after-school program called ELP, which stands for Extended Learning Program. I already hated school enough, and being forced to stay there for an extra hour just pissed me off. I would usually get out at 4, but with that program, I was stuck until 5. I did well in school and didn't really need the extra time. My only guess is that my parents wanted to keep me out of the house for another hour. My house was a short walk away from the school, so I would usually be back by 5:20 at the latest. On the day in question, a huge storm passed through our town during the school day. When 5 o'clock rolled around, there was still an overcast sky, which made things much darker than usual. As soon as I left the school grounds, I noticed this suspicious old station wagon moving very slowly down the street toward me. Maybe it was just a confused grandmother of one of the students or something, unsure of where the drop-off area was. I simply did my best to ignore it and continue on. It wasn't until I was a block down the road that I realized this vehicle was very specifically tailing me. I looked behind me to see something truly terrifying. Behind the wheel of that vehicle was someone wearing a white mask with a smiley face drawn on it. I should have taken off on foot then, but instead I just stood there like an idiot as the car approached me. Soon, the wagon came to a stop next to me. I looked directly at the driver's creepy mask before a muffled voice spoke to me. I didn't respond. "Need a ride, kid?" I looked to the ground and shook my head. When I looked back, I was horrified to see that the driver was now pointing a gun at me. I took a few steps back. The driver then pulled the trigger, and I heard a loud clicking sound. "You're dead." The wagon then took off down the street. I stood there in total shock. Some jackass thought it funny to point a gun at a 14-year-old kid. I ran home and immediately told my parents about what happened to me. The police were called, and apparently they ended up finding and arresting the man a couple of hours later. He was outside a grocery store. Apparently he suffered from schizophrenia and had gone off his meds. The gun he pointed at me was real, but it had not been loaded. Needless to say, he was locked up in a facility indefinitely until his treatment made him better. The good news is that after that happened, my parents felt really guilty, and I never had to go to that stupid after-school program again. This happened back in the late 90s. I was around 9 years old, I believe. To give you some background information, I grew up in a cul-de-sac toward the back of my neighborhood. Our school was only a mile down the road. The only crimes I'd ever heard about was when high school athletes would prank their teammates by covering their cars with toilet paper and Cool Whip or something. Needless to say, our parents were never really all that worried about our safety. I remember I was sitting in my front yard, waiting for my friend to get home from soccer practice. All of a sudden, I heard a woman scream from somewhere close by. I looked over to see my next-door neighbor, Heather, running as fast as she could down the street and crying hysterically. She flew past me into her house before I could even ask what was going on. When I looked back to where she came from, I saw a white vehicle cruising down our street slowly. The vehicle looked severely rusted and beaten down as well, the kind of thing that wouldn't have looked out of place in a junkyard. Through the tinted windows, I could just about make out a shadowy figure in the driver's seat. The car's engine revved up as it sped off and disappeared. I didn't really see any details of the driver's face. However, I could tell they were looking directly at me as they took off. Even at my young age, I knew something threatening when I saw it. Once the initial shock wore off, I ran inside. I don't know why I didn't tell my parents about the incident. I just kept telling myself it was none of my business. Maybe it was Heather's boyfriend and they got into a fight or something. If she really was in some kind of danger, I would leave it to her to tell someone about it. A few days later, I overheard my mom talking to a friend of hers about someone that was apparently trying to lure kids into a white vehicle in the next subdivision over from ours. I remember cutting into that conversation and saying, "Mom, do you know if it was really a white car? Because I saw Heather the other day running away from someone in a white car." They completely ignored me, saying it was rude to interrupt their conversation and I shouldn't be joking about such a serious thing. Honestly, not much happened after that. Again, this was many years ago. To this day, I believe that I witnessed Heather only mere seconds away from being abducted by whoever that was. I don't recall if they ever apprehended the suspect. All I can do is hope they were never successful for their further attempts to attack someone. This happened when I was working in a convenience store near a cram school. I used to work late at night, and I was known as a bit of a senior there. I had more experience than all the university students who worked there part-time. It was a great place to work, if I'm being honest. I have some really good memories of being there. This experience, though, tops the list of memories, and it's not exactly a fond memory either. It's definitely something I'll never forget, though. Our convenience store didn't get all that busy at nighttime, so me and the other staff members often found ourselves free on most of the nights. When we had this free time, we'd kind of just hang out in the back together, eat, and read magazines. It was really great, actually. One night, while we were doing our usual thing of hanging out in the back, I was on shift with a junior, and I was checking the security cameras. I really liked this particular guy. He was nice, and we had a good back and forth. We used to have a lot of fun discussions about movies and stuff. Always just a great partner to have around. The monitor in the back room was split up into 4 sections. 2 parts of the screen showed the cash registers, and the other 2 parts of the screen showed portions of the aisles. When I looked at the screen, I saw there was a woman stood by the magazine rack. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Customers come in and out all the time, and often browse things for a moment. However, this was a bit different. Neither of us had heard the entrance chime when she came in. She had this long, dark hair, and looked very disheveled, for lack of a better term. My coworker noticed her as well, and said, "Hey, I didn't hear the chime, did you?" To be honest, there had been occasions where the chime didn't ring at all in the past, so we carried on talking without giving it much thought. What we usually did was just come out of the back when the customer approached the register. After a while, though, the woman didn't appear to be moving at all. She was just standing there perfectly still like a statue. She didn't even grab a magazine to browse. She was just kind of staring off into space. My coworker asked me if she was planning on shoplifting, perhaps. It hadn't occurred to me, but it could be a possibility. It was pretty odd that she hadn't moved at all. We had an idea. We were going to go out and check on her. We would go in a pincer movement, coming from either side. You know, make it look like we were stocking the shelves or dusting them, to ensure that she wasn't actually trying to steal something. We walked right up to the magazine rack, but when we arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. We headed back to the back room, thinking she must have left without buying anything. Oh well, whatever. When we got back to the staff room, though, I looked at the monitor again and was shocked to see the woman standing in the same spot at the magazine rack. Well, how the hell did she do that? Was the monitor malfunctioning or something? We spoke about it amongst ourselves and decided to go out there and check once again. We headed out in the same pinching movement as before, toward the magazine rack. Once again, she was nowhere to be found. How was she doing this? We rushed back to the staff room. I, for one, was absolutely chilled by what was going on. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I couldn't explain what was happening here. We were quiet. The first thing my colleague did was check the monitor. He told me that once again the woman with the dark hair was gone. I was feeling relieved. I thought he must have been feeling the same. Something weird was definitely going on, though. I wanted to see the monitors for myself, so I leaned over my colleague's shoulder to get a closer look. "Don't move," he said. I listened to him and froze in place. He sounded scared. I stayed next to him thinking, what the hell is going on? I was worried. Was he all right? Did something happen? I looked at the reflection on the monitor, not the live feed, but the reflection on the glass. I could see our faces, but there was something else behind us as well, a figure that I immediately recognized. It was the woman we had seen earlier. I felt my back go completely stiff. We were frozen in place, watching that reflection for a minute straight. All of a sudden, she darted backwards and toward the left. We stayed there for another minute, too scared to move at all. I tried to calm myself down until I couldn't bear it anymore. I looked away and slowly turned around in fear, expecting to see her hiding somewhere behind us, but to my surprise, she was nowhere to be found. We both backed away from the monitors in silence. "Something's going on here," my colleague said, as if he wanted me to agree that he wasn't going mad. He looked at me with these pleading eyes. I looked away and said, "Yeah, I agree." By the time I looked back, he was completely fixated on the monitors again. I felt my heart sink in my chest. What the hell was going to happen next? I looked at the screen, and once again the woman was back out by the magazine rack. Only this time she was turned up and facing the camera. She smiled and slowly opened her mouth and began to say something that I couldn't quite make out. I'm not exactly a lip reader here. Without saying anything, my colleague ran out the back door, leaving me alone in the store. As much as I also wanted to run out right behind him, I had a responsibility as the senior staff member. I spent the remainder of the shift stood out front by the register. I figured that if I didn't look at the monitors, then I could visibly observe whatever the woman was doing. But as far as I know, since I didn't check the monitors, that was the last time I saw that woman that night. I was pissed at my colleague for sure. but he apologized very sincerely and I forgave him. It was the strangest and scariest experience I've ever had. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what exactly happened that night. My name is Austin. I'm a 26-year-old man, and this story took place about a month ago. This occurred on a trip my fiance and I were on. We had just moved down to Florida for a chance at some better opportunities, especially for myself from where I was living previously. My fiancé had to sacrifice a lot for this transition though, so to help ease the stress a bit, we decided to go on a weekend trip to Universal Orlando Resort and have a fun time together. We had planned out everything ahead of time. With the tickets being so much money, we opted to go for a cheaper hotel to bring the price down a bit. Turned out that was a big mistake. We arrived at the hotel the day before we were supposed to visit the resort. We could immediately see why it was so cheap. The sign said Quality Inn, but from the looks of it, it was previously a run-down hotel some company had bought and slapped their own name on the sign. The room was nothing special at all. In fact, as soon as I sat down on the bed, the frame broke right away. First clue as to just how bad this place really was. We didn't spend too much time in the room though, as we planned to go to a movie that night anyway. We just quickly dropped off our bags and left. By the time we got back, it was around 11 p.m. or so. I was really tired and I had quite a bad migraine. I quickly changed for bed and laid down, hoping I could just fall asleep. My head was really throbbing. My fiancé did the same shortly after, and before long we both drifted off. Before I continue, I'll explain the layout of the room briefly. As soon as you walk in, to the right are two beds with a night table in between them. To the left was a table and a dresser where the TV sat, and if you kept going straight, you would walk to the sink and bathroom area. A typical hotel room layout, really. My fiancée always needs to face the door when she sleeps, as it makes her feel more at ease. She was pressed up right against my chest, so it woke me immediately the moment I felt her suddenly jolt up. She tapped on my shoulder and whispered to me that she could hear someone at the door. She said it sounded like they were trying to get it open. I couldn't hear anything myself, but the sound of her voice made me believe she was not making this up. We sat there listening in for what felt like forever. It was only around 10 more seconds before I did hear something. It was the sound of someone trying to open the door with a key card. Before I even had the chance to speak, the door suddenly opened. Fortunately, my fiancé was smart and had put the door latch on before we went to bed. Through the crack in the door, I could just about see an eye peering in at us. I immediately jumped up from the bed and yelled, "Wrong room, buddy!" The man then mumbled something unintelligible. Whoever it was, they seemed to be under the influence of something, or speaking in a language I couldn't understand. What he did next, though, didn't need words to explain. He tried with his whole body to shove the door open. I yelled at him again, this time with more force in my voice, trying to scare him away. I'm not the most imposing guy, but I am somewhat well built for my height and size. I was unable to, though. After I shouted at the man, he stopped pushing on the door for a brief moment before charging his shoulder into it, trying to break it down. My fiancé screamed and told me to stop the man from coming in. From what I could see through the door's crack, the guy was pretty hefty. Had to be at least 6'1" and over 250 pounds. There was no way I was going to be able to stop him with just strength alone. I grabbed the car keys off the table and held them in my hand with the keys between my fingers. I decided that if this man managed to get into our room, I would swing until I could not anymore. I ran over to the door and flung my whole body against it, throwing the man back just enough for the door to shut again. He immediately charged back and threw his whole weight into it, screaming something I couldn't understand. Next to the door, there was a window where I finally got a good glimpse of the man. It confirmed his predictions of his size compared to mine. To my surprise, I also saw a woman who I could only assume was his wife, along with 2 kids by their side. I couldn't believe this guy was acting this way in front of his own family. I was snapped back to reality by my fiancée screaming that she was going to call the police. Suddenly, the man stopped, and I could see him ushering the woman and kids away into an SUV. Moments later, they shot off into the night. I didn't know exactly where they went, but I told my fiancée to call the front desk anyways, to let them know what just happened. Nobody answered, so I decided to go to the desk myself and speak to whoever was working that shift that night. I walked into the lobby where a line was already forming, so I had to wait. After about 20 minutes, I was second in line when a lady approached the counter and spoke. When she started to speak, the words she said sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, we just used this key card to get into the room, but there were already people in there. It was the wife of the man who'd almost busted down my door." I immediately started to look around. Once I looked behind me and out the doors that opened into the lobby, I could see the same man standing there beside his SUV. I didn't make a move, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I turned my head back toward the desk and kept it that way. The lady left with a new key card. It was then that I approached the desk and explained what happened to me. The lady behind the desk told me it was her fault. She had given those people the key to our room by accident. I was so angry that this woman seemed to act as if whatever had just happened to my fiancé and I wasn't anything to be particularly concerned about. I told her to write down a note that I would be back in the morning to speak with the manager about leaving early and getting a refund. I was more pissed off than I cared to admit. My fiancé didn't want to stay there for the night, but it was already too late to find another place. We relented, and once morning hit, we packed our bags and made our way to the front desk. We fully expected the manager to have been filled in on what happened, but once we got there, we found out that was not the case at all. The manager didn't know anything, and even said he'd asked the woman working the night shift if anything in particular had happened that night. She told him no, that nothing had. I was more pissed off now. The manager gave us a refund and checked us out early, while apologizing profusely. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, the rest of the trip was pretty great, and we had a good time at the resort. I'm glad my fiancé had the awareness to put the latch on the door that night, because without it, that man could have simply walked right in. Even with his family standing right there, he acted like a deranged lunatic. I was prepared to attack him if he managed to get inside. Something really horrible could have happened that night, over a simple misunderstanding. Always be aware of your surroundings, and never compromise when it comes to your personal safety. This happened during the summer of 1977. It was either late July or early August. I was hiking with 3 friends of mine. Back in those days, I was an avid mountain hiker. We were on a 3,000-meter hiking course called the Uraginza, which is part of the Japanese Alps. That hike is definitely not for the faint-hearted. I just want to briefly describe it for you. The course duration is about 4 nights and 5 days. However, if you're a very fast hiker, it's possible to do it in just 3. That was not the case for us, though. The duration also doesn't take the weather into consideration either. It's highly recommended you add at least 1 extra night to your schedule to be able to adapt to changes in the weather. The area is well known for its extreme steepness, but the trail is well maintained. The advice most people give is to walk at a consistent and steady pace, especially at the beginning of the hike. This would help you avoid overexhaustion. On the second night, we were set to be staying at a hut in the mountains. The hut was pretty empty at the time. It had lights that you had to generate yourself, and a TV as well. I have to say the food was very nice. I bet it's changed a bit nowadays. Overall, though, it was a pleasant experience. All the nights were out by 9 p.m. Like my group, I imagine the other hikers were probably exhausted or eager to get an early start at hiking the following morning. There were about 3 others in there with us, in this big open room. I crawled into the thin bedding when the lights went out and got ready for sleep. My friends and I were sleeping close together to share some of our warmth. The hut was dark, but it wasn't silent. There was light snoring all around us, and there was another sound as well. It sounded like someone was listening to a radio at a low volume. It was tuned in to this fuzzy-sounding station, but occasionally the volume would spike and get much clearer. I wanted to ignore it, but I kind of couldn't. It was very irritating. I didn't say anything, though. I figured that whoever it was listening to this would shut off the radio soon enough. The radio was not turned off, though. It was getting later and later, and I wanted to sleep badly because we had a lot of ground to cover the following day. I got up and went to find a staff member. The staff member came back with me into the sleeping area, and we went in search of the owner of this mysterious radio to ask them to turn it off. Because the staff member was pacing around looking at everything, it piqued the interest of several of the other hikers. Before long, everyone was wide awake, but we still weren't able to find the owner of that radio. No one came forward to claim it as theirs. The staff member went over to the area where we'd all stored our gear and found out the radio was playing in someone's backpack. Once again, no one came forward to try and say it was their radio or even their backpack. The staff member unzipped the bag fully and took the radio out. He turned it off and we stood there a little confused. The staff member broke the silence. He said he recognized this bag. Apparently, the guy who owned the bag had arrived with a load of gear and seemed very well prepared, but had never come back the following morning to retrieve his gear. Apparently, he just disappeared. He left in the middle of the night on the route down from the mountain hut. It would take longer than a day to go back if he needed to. It's unknown why the owner of this radio and bag left without his belongings, or even his coat either. The staff member had a look on his face that seemed to say, "I've seen this before," so I asked him what he thought happened to the owner of the radio. He replied that there was of course no way the man could have gotten down in just one day. Even in the summer it would be considered suicidal, if you catch my drift. We all thought it was kind of weird that the radio had suddenly turned on all by itself then. As we spoke, about to put it down, it turned on once more. Something about the fragments I could hear in the darkness of that hut and the lonely mountain made me think it was someone trying to contact us. Some of the words that came across through the radio stuck with me. It almost seemed like someone was calling from beyond, asking for some sort of help. It sent shivers up my spine just thinking back on it. I remember just hearing the words, "I'm right here," over and over. I'm not sure if that meant that this spirit was someplace else, or still here in our realm. I think about the owner of that radio every now and then, and I can't help but wonder about what led him to leave the hut on his suicidal mission in the middle of the night, what led up to his final moments. We turned the radio off again after. It was spooking us out too much, but I wonder if even more communications would have come through if we left the radio on for the entire night. I'll start off by saying that this isn't my story. It's a messed up experience from when my older cousin Dylan was just a kid. He told me about this recently, and I'll be saying it from his point of view moving forward. I think everyone has memories from their childhood that bother them. I'm 24 years old now, but this is something that I'll never forget. When I was in elementary school, I did what was called the Extended Day Program. It was essentially a daycare after school for kids whose parents worked late. This happened to me when I was in the 2nd grade, and I was 7 years old at the time. My parents worked late on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. My older sister Alyssa had a part-time job at McDonald's as well. Usually my parents would come pick me up on Tuesdays and Thursdays. My sister would get off and pick me up at around 4:30, which was an hour and a half after school ended. It was a chilly day in March, and we were all on the playground just sort of messing around. It was about 4:10 or so when the teacher who was watching us on the playground, Mr. McCann, told me that I was going home. He walked me back into the school where I grabbed up all my stuff and walked out to the lobby. There I met a young woman who was no older than 30 years old. She was skinny, about 5'2", and had extremely long and dark hair, with tanned skin and a very pointy nose, had lots of makeup on, and a nose ring and tattoo on her left arm. She knelt down and asked me if I was Dylan. Me being a dumb kid, I said yes, and she introduced herself as Heather. She told me she worked with my sister and was here to pick me up, since apparently my sister had to work extra late that day. As a side note, she never once mentioned my sister by name. Anyway, she grabbed my hand and started to drag me out to her car together. Obviously, I didn't yet realize anything was wrong. No alarm bells were going off in my head or anything. Again, I was a dumb kid. When we got to her car, she offered me some M&Ms. I thought she was just being really nice to me, so I ate them. I know what you're most probably thinking, but luckily they just turned out to be normal M&Ms. At first, nothing seemed off at all. Heather actually took me down the right way that my parents and sister would always take me to and from school. It wasn't until she passed right by my street that I started to realize that something was off here. I told her that we'd passed by, but she only responded by saying okay and kept going down the main road. She no longer had that caring, friendly tone that she had when I met her less than 30 minutes before this. Now she seemed very cold and standoffish, not really caring about how nervous I was. I asked her if she could get me a Happy Meal, and she responded by telling me to shut up. After a couple of minutes of silence, I asked her another question, and her answer terrified me. "So, are you and Alyssa friends or something?" "Who's Alyssa?" My heart and lungs dropped to the pit of my stomach. Even as a kid, I knew that meant I was in serious danger. I started crying, afraid of what was going to happen next. Heather kept screaming for me to shut up, and even reached over and punched me a couple of times. Eventually, she got so fed up with me that she pulled over and put the car in park. She pulled out a roll of duct tape from the center console. Just like in an action movie, though, a police car just so happened to pull up behind us right on time. Heather immediately dropped the duct tape and slammed the car into drive, then floored it down the road. The speed limit was 30, but she was going at least 70. This lasted for about 5 minutes. I kept crying as Heather floored it even further down the road, taking turns at ridiculous speed. All of a sudden, we came upon 2 police cars blockading the road. She slammed on the brakes, sliding to a stop just before hitting them. She got out and started running immediately, but the cops were able to stop her before she got to the forest alongside the road. Heather was immediately taken into custody. One of the officers grabbed me and took me home in his car. When I got home, Melissa was sobbing, and as soon as she saw me, she hugged me for 2 minutes straight. My parents arrived home shortly after. They had heard about what happened, and were both very upset. That night, they had a very long talk with me about stranger danger. The police came back later and checked in on us. They asked me a few more questions as well. It turns out that Heather was not the woman's real name at all, and she had no connection to my sister whatsoever. Even though I had no idea at the time, the woman's ex-boyfriend was also on trial for child pornography and sex trafficking. What confuses me about all of this is how Heather even knew who I was. Keep in mind I was only 7, and this happened before social media and all that, so I have no idea how she could have found my information. I do have a theory though. Mr. McCann, the teacher that ran the after-school program, was fired after this incident. I saw in the news many years later that he had been charged with molesting a student at another school. He ended up taking his own life before he stood trial. I think there's a good chance that he sold me out to Heather, and they were connected. I have no proof of that, of course, and I'll never know for sure. All the kids out there listening, please be careful with strangers, and always listen to your parents when they warn you about the dangers of the world. To all parents listening, for the love of God, stress to your kids about stranger danger. Hopefully Heather is either in jail or got some kind of help, and she'll never try to harm another kid ever again. I'll try to keep this as short as I can, because I don't really know a lot I can say about it. It's all very confusing to me. Despite this having happened a long time ago, it still sticks fresh in my memory. I've told this one to a couple of friends and family members, and we're all still left scratching our heads. So I'm opening it up to the internet. This happened when I was returning from Shiga Prefecture, which meant I was going through the mountains. You might not know exactly what that means if you've never been in the area, but it's a bunch of long and winding mountain roads going through forests and various trails. It was also nighttime, so it was basically pitch black out. It gets really, really dark in the mountains. I will admit I was going a little faster than I usually would. Like I said, it was nighttime, and if I'm honest, I should say it was late at night as well. I was way behind my schedule and wanted to get home and get some sleep. I was gunning it through these mountain roads, making some really good time, when something catastrophic happened. I felt like I'd just hit something, run over something. Based on the impact I felt, I would say it must have been no bigger than a basketball or something. Sadly, there are many wild things out in the mountains that could be that size. I screeched the car to a halt and pulled off to the side of the road. I parked and looked back, but I couldn't see anything in the road. That gave me a bit of relief. I did feel that I'd hit something though, so I knew I had to start searching. I got down on my hands and knees and looked beneath the car to see if I could see any damage. I couldn't see anything though. It was dark, so I grabbed my phone and activated the torch. I shone that bright light under my vehicle and searched all over. It didn't appear like there was any damage or dents or anything. It didn't seem like I'd hit anything at all. I double and triple checked the area, and I didn't find anything. I didn't think there was much else I could do about this, other than get back in my car and head home. It was really weird, and to be honest, I really didn't want to leave. I knew I'd hit something, I just didn't know what it was. I had to leave though. There was nothing I could do, and no evidence of what it was. I just drove home completely perplexed about this. I couldn't come to any meaningful kind of conclusion. I kinda forgot about that incident for a while, but I was reminded of it when a friend of mine called me one night. My friend called me regularly, and we would talk about all sorts of things. That night he called me to tell me that he'd just had a similar experience to mine. He was driving through the same mountain passes, and that was when it happened. He said he'd screeched his car to a halt because he'd hit something, and just like me, when he got out of his car to check, he couldn't find anything at all. He was reminded of my experience, so he got back in that car and left. I thought it was more than a coincidence that both of us had had the same kind of experience, and that got me thinking. I think that someone had set some kind of trap up out there. Let me explain what I believe. I think that someone set something on a fishing line or something with the intention of getting someone to step out of their vehicle. I thought it might have been some sort of carjacking thing. I don't have the greatest car in the world, but my friend does have a nice one. He sunk a lot of money into making it top of the range. We both got out of our cars and weren't robbed at all. That made me think a little more, and I wonder if it was because we were both men, and maybe this was a trap intended for people of the opposite sex. That really unnerves the hell out of me. Naturally, I reported this suspicious occurrence, but it didn't amount to anything. Damn, the mountain roads at night can be really terrifying. This happened back in 2012, when I was still attending college. Me and a few friends of mine opted to band together and rent out a one-bedroom apartment near the campus area. We were a bunch of party animals back then, and we wanted our own place so we could indulge in that lifestyle without worrying about our parents or the school's administration. The apartment complex was located in a rather unsavory part of town. The cops were called out there at least once a week to break up fights or respond to reports of break-ins. All we ever did there was shower and sleep, having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls all the time. It was just part of the deal, though. One night, my roommates went to a party, while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things seemed pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. or so, when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. There was also a muffled noise, as if someone was saying something, although I couldn't quite make out what the words were. This went on for about 10 minutes before there was a loud smashing sound. It was at that point I got up and made my way over to the peephole. At first, I didn't really see anything. I just waited and observed to see if anyone would pass by my door. About a minute later, a figure wandered into view and stood between my door and the door opposite from it. It was a Caucasian man. I'll list 3 things that instantly made every alarm bell in my head go off. First off, the man was not wearing a shirt and was profusely sweating. There was also a large axe in the man's right hand that he was dragging behind him. Last but not least, whoever this deranged individual was, he had a black leather gas mask on that completely hid his face from view. I was awestruck at what I was seeing. This was the kind of character you'd see in a low-budget horror movie. This kind of shit doesn't happen in real life. It was a real shock to the system. As if reading my mind, a creepy muffled voice then began singing. As soon as the man finished his verse, he lifted his left leg and heaved the axe into my door. His movement was so fast that it caused me to stumble backward. As I scrambled to my feet, I heard another voice from further down the hallway. "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" I rushed back to the peephole. The masked man was now gone. To the left of my front door was a fire escape, where he was able to make a quick getaway. I then saw the apartment security guard step into view, with his taser already drawn. "Hey, do you want me to call the police?" I shouted through the door. "Yeah, if you don't mind." "Alright, I'm heading out to cut them off." I immediately called the police and explained the situation to them. Unfortunately, the masked man managed to evade both the security guard and the police as well. The complex was surrounded by a small forest, and there were just too many ways for the man to escape. After the lease was up, I moved out of that hellhole. A lunatic pacing up and down the hallway outside my door, wearing a gas mask and dragging an axe behind him, was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a terrifying experience, but I can look back on it now and sort of laugh a bit. I hope you enjoyed my story, and stay safe out there, guys. I saw a thread a little while ago. I think the title of it was something like, "Has anyone seen a shadow person?" I've never really believed in things like that, but recently I've turned from a skeptic into a believer. I want to share my experience here. You may laugh at me, or you may just feel as if you've seen something similar. The thing I read about said that these shadow beings, if you ever see them, aren't really that harmful. Well, I can't exactly say whether that's true or not. It is just a random thing I found online. I've read some people's experiences where they do seem to be harmful. The shadow thing I saw, though, I'm not exactly sure what was going on. Let me just tell you about what happened, though. It happened while I was waiting in line to board an oncoming train. I was leaving a friend's place. A friend of mine had moved, and I wanted to stop by and wish them well. I was absent-mindedly gazing out towards the tracks when something caught my eye. There was a person. Well, not quite a person, I guess. Something human-shaped that appeared on the tracks. It was raining out, but it wasn't really affecting my vision. I had to blink and rub my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I couldn't really tell if this figure was a man or a woman. All I could see was a shadow. This is going to sound completely strange, but it almost kind of looked like a television searching for channels but darker. You know, the static sort of thing. One thing I noticed almost instantly, though, about this figure on the tracks was that it appeared to be missing a part of its left leg, just below the knees. I couldn't really make out any facial features of this shadow, obviously. I could tell that the head had a strange shape to it. It looked like part of it had caved in or something. This all probably sounds like the ramblings of a madman. I didn't really have time to fully process or question it, though. There was a train pulling in. I really still thought it was a person on the tracks, despite how strange this appeared. I was shocked that no one else around seemed to be reacting to it. Not one person in the line for the train seemed to see what was unfolding. A tiny announcement rang out along the platform, and we were told the train was approaching and to keep away from the tracks. I thought that if there really was a person there, they were about to be mowed down. I began to panic. I don't think anyone else around me was even paying attention. They were all staring down at their phones and talking with their friends. I heard the train's brakes as it approached the station. It approached the figure, and I clasped my hands to my ears, expecting to hear screams and shouts, but I heard nothing of the sort. Honestly, I thought I was going crazy at that point. The train stopped in front of me, and I decided to take a look back toward the tracks where it had been. I saw that whatever this was, it was still there. I was about to get on the train. I wanted to get away from here as fast as possible. I couldn't believe what I saw next. As I was about to board the train, whatever this thing was peered over at me. Although I couldn't make out any features, I could just feel it looking at me. Next thing I felt was a prodding on my back and a voice snapping me out of my stun. "Miss, can you get out of the way? There are people that want to board the train, you know." Apparently, I was holding up the line, and I hadn't realized until that moment. I didn't really know what else to do other than to apologize and move aside. I backed off the train, causing a bit of a scene. I watched the train leave and saw that shadow thing was now on board with the other commuters. It was looming over a passenger standing by the door, almost appearing to study her. I didn't really know what to think anymore. I worried about that passenger, and I worried about myself too. Was that even real, or was that something that I just imagined in my head and I'm losing it? My name is Jackson Caballero. I'm a 15-year-old sophomore, currently living in Texas. For some backstory, I live in a house with my mom, dad, and my younger brother. My mini Australian shepherd lives there as well. My neighborhood is a safe place, which makes the events of this story even more unsettling. I was the only one awake in my house at the time. It was a typical Monday morning, and I had begun my usual morning routine of making breakfast, and watching some YouTube videos. As I sat down, I realized I had left my headphones upstairs, and I would have to go and grab them quickly. For some reason, I'd always had this irrational fear of the second floor of our home. I don't really know why, I just kind of did. I was a bit apprehensive about going upstairs and grabbing my headphones as a result. As I walked up to the second floor, I heard a noise coming from the stairs. I stopped and listened in, but when I didn't hear anything else, I thought to myself that I was being a bit ridiculous. Of course, there was nothing up there. I walked up the stairs and grabbed my headphones off the table, but I was surprised when I turned around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the bathroom door move, as if someone was hiding behind it and looking at me. Whoever it was tried to duck behind the door, not seeming to notice that I'd seen them. I froze mid-step and turned my face toward the door. All the lights were off inside, and I didn't want to alert whoever was in the bathroom. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, though, I saw a stranger looking at me through the crack in the door. I nearly lost it. I ran down the stairs as quickly as I could and immediately called the police. The operator said to stay on the line, just in case something happened. I heard a loud thud from outside, and it made me look out the window. Whoever had been inside my house had just jumped out of the second-story window and was now limping toward the gate outside. The guy didn't get very far, though. 2 police cars pulled into the driveway and stopped the man. The whole commotion woke up my family, and I had to explain to them and the officers what just happened. The intruder was arrested and ended up getting a prison sentence for breaking and entering. It was about 2 years ago when I was walking to class. I saw a boot in the middle of a crosswalk at my apartment complex. I thought, isn't that odd? I live in a sort of ghetto-ish area, and it was a cold time in the spring. At first, I thought it must be some sort of animal, because it had clearly been run over flat. As I got closer, I noticed it was a boot, and the boot seemed to have some orangish red stuff splattering out of it. It seemed as though this was a foot that someone had run over. It was either a female child or teen's boot. It was even more odd because it was only one, and it didn't seem connected to anything. Here I was, staring at a boot with a foot in it that had been run over by someone. I tried to report it to the police and ask around, but no one seemed to know how it got there, or even knew it existed until I showed them, and there was no evidence of how it got there either. In 2019, I had taken a trip to northern Wisconsin, and had been staying in an Airbnb. It was a cabin located in the woods, right by the Canada-US border. It was actually part of a park that had a bunch of similar cabins that I think were all owned by the same person. I wasn't far out from town or anything, though. It was only about 10 minutes from the nearest store. The area immediately surrounding the cabin, though, was very secluded. Each place had their own trail, leading to just their cabin. The first couple of days of being there, I mostly stayed by myself, either inside or walking on the various trails. After that, though, I got kind of bored and thought I'd try to hang out at the park center with some of the others that were staying in the cabins as well. The park center was basically just this big area with some charcoal grills, fire pits, and various benches. Every time I'd passed it by, there were groups of people standing around and having a good time. I decided to go and check it out myself. I showed up at around 5 or so, and right away I met a couple really cool guys. We shared some beers and sat by the fire pit, just sharing some casual campfire talk. It was just us for a while. Around sundown, another guy showed up, though. Of course, we offered him some drinks and let him join us by the fire, but I could immediately tell something was off about this guy. He wasn't talking that much, and didn't look like he was enjoying himself either. I mean, this park was for people who were vacationing at the cabins, so it was a little bit strange that he looked so tired and unhappy. It kinda killed the mood for the next couple of hours. I don't think any of us wanted to tell him to just leave, though. Would have made us feel bad. Eventually, one of the guys left, and then the others started leaving as well, leaving just me and this random dude. I stood up and put out the fire, then said I was going to head out for the night, but that it was nice meeting him. The guy stayed sitting and just stared at me with this tired stare. I turned around and walked away, not saying anything else. While I started walking down the trail, I did look back a few times. I caught the man still looking at me. He'd look away immediately as soon as I noticed him, acting like he'd never been watching me. Luckily, the trail to my cabin was well lit by outdoor lamps, and from what I could tell, he didn't make any attempts to follow me. I made it back inside and took a quick shower, then sat in the living room for around 15 minutes before going to bed. After the few beers I'd had earlier, I passed out pretty much right away. I can't recall exactly what time it was that I woke up. It was all kind of a blur at first. I remember being very confused, rolling over to look at the clock. That was when I saw a man standing in the doorway to the bedroom. I could only see his figure, as there was only moonlight coming through the window. I was horrified and frozen, staring at this man. The man spoke, and I recognized his voice as the guy from the fire pit earlier. "I need to stay here," he said, in a broken and harsh voice. I didn't know what he meant. I tried to ask, but only stuttered out a few syllables. He repeated himself once more. "I need to stay here." He spoke even more harshly this time. I quickly replied by saying okay, but I still had no clue what was going on, or what the man even meant. At this point, I thought he was a psycho or something, which meant he was also unpredictable. I slowly got up from my bed, careful not to make any sudden moves now. My eyes were beginning to adjust, and face to face with him now, I could see him more clearly. His tired look from earlier was even worse, and sweat was dripping profusely down his face. We looked each other in the eyes for a few moments, then he stepped back into the hallway. He stood with his back against the wall, as if giving me space to leave. I noticed that his left hand was stiffly held to his side, like he was keeping something out of my field of view. After a few more moments, I quickly walked past him. As I turned the corner, I saw him still standing in the hallway watching me leave. Once I was outside, I ran down the trail, and by chance a group was at the park center having drinks by the fire pit. I got them to call 911 for me, and a few minutes later they came in to search the cabin. They found the man standing in the hallway still, holding a knife in his left hand. When they got him down to the station, they did attempt to question him, but his answers didn't really make any sense, and the man seemed really unstable. They believed he was mentally unwell. I don't even know what else to say about what happened. I'm just thankful that in that moment, something told the man to let me go before anything else happened. I had booked an Airbnb several weeks in advance in a town I'd never been to. A client I was meeting for work lived in the area, so I was only going to be staying there for a single day, then driving back home afterward. The drive was 3 hours. When I pulled into the driveway and got out, the neighborhood it was in was very quiet. Most of the houses' lights were off, and trees covered the lawns, blocking out most of the view. The only thing I really saw was a person walking down the road. They were really far down, and nothing really looked off about it. For some reason, though, they gave me a strange feeling. I went up and unlocked the door, going inside and situating myself. It was a very average house, nothing really special about it. That was just great for what I needed, though. After making my rounds and checking the place out, I opened the front door to retrieve my other bag from my car. As I stepped out onto the porch, though, I noticed someone standing in the road. It was the person I'd seen walking a few minutes ago. They weren't walking anymore, though. They were just standing in the road and facing the Airbnb. As I started walking toward my car, they noticed me and began swiftly moving away. I kept my eye on them while I was out there, getting suspicious about whatever that was. They seemed to just keep walking, though, continuing down the street. I went back inside and made sure it was all locked up, then opened the garage and pulled my car in just to be safe. Throughout the next couple of hours, I did a few checks outside to see if that guy was still walking around somewhere. I didn't see him anymore, though, and having to get up early the next morning, I decided to just go to bed and forget about him. I slept decently well, waking up a few times during the night. My alarm went off at 4 a.m. for me to really get up, though. The sun was still down, so it was still dark outside. I groggily sat up in my bed, and right away, I saw a light coming from underneath the bedroom door. I didn't remember leaving any lights on, though. I thought I somehow must have overlooked the kitchen light or something. I got out of bed and walked up to the door. Just before I was about to open it, I heard something right on the other side. It sounded like something was moving around at the end of the hallway. I opened the door. Seeing the living room light was on, I immediately knew I definitely would have turned that off. The sound continued, though. As I walked down the hallway and looked into the living room, I was surprised to see a man in the corner, searching through one of my bags. He had a black hoodie and ripped-up jeans, which is exactly what the person I saw walking around was wearing. I only looked at them for about a second before they snapped around and faced me. They didn't look startled at all. It was almost like he'd been expecting me. He dropped the bag on the ground and immediately yelled at me to stay where I was. He began making his way over, and I only had a split second to decide what to do. I turned around and ran back to the room, slamming the door shut just before he caught up to me. He rammed into it with his whole body and even tried to kick the door down. Then he started messing with the lock on the other side. Thinking quickly, I opened a window and jumped out, running away. By the time I was able to get the police there, the man wasn't in the house any longer. My bags were gone too, of course. To make things even more terrifying, the bedroom door was wide open. He'd managed to pick the lock and get in. If I had just stayed hidden in the bathroom or something, who knows what would have happened to me. Police seemed to think there was more intent behind this man's actions, aside from just robbing me. So all I can do is pray that he doesn't find me again. I was backpacking through a route I'd found in the Cascades National Park. It was an outback trail that typically takes 3 days one way and 3 days back. I didn't really know too much about it or how popular of a trail it was. When doing these long backpacking routes, it usually doesn't matter. You'll most likely not run into many people anyway. On my third day out, though, I passed by one of these campsites and saw a man sitting by his tent. I took a break, and we talked for a bit. He mentioned he was staying there for the night and heading to the peak of the trail on the following day. I told him that's where I was heading today, and that I'd probably see him when he got there. I left shortly after, and got to what would be my campsite for the next 2 nights. The view was something I'd never experienced before, and made for a great rest day. For that whole day, nobody passed through, and when it came to nighttime, I was still the only one camping there. I thought back to that guy I'd met at the campsite a day behind me, who said he'd be reaching the trail's peak on this day. He never showed up, though. I thought maybe he decided to turn around for some reason, or just camp out for another day at the place he was already at. In the morning, I packed up and started heading back down the way I'd came. I got a late start, though, so at the very least, I was hoping to make it to the same campsite I'd seen the man at. I was really sore for some reason, too, which really didn't help at all. Before I knew it, there was almost no daylight left. I put on my headlamp and continued on the trail, walking for another hour past sundown before I made it to the campsite. The tent the man had set out was still right there, set up like he'd never left at all. Knowing his plans to continue hiking, and knowing that staying at one campsite for several days while backpacking was quite unusual, I called out, asking if the man was all right. There was no response. I walked up a bit closer. I wanted to check in on him. The flap on his tent was already partially open, and nobody was inside. I felt a lump form in my throat, like my body knew something wasn't right here. I stood and looked all around, but I didn't see a single sign of him anywhere. That was until I saw a glimmer off in the distance. There was a faint light sitting still far out in the woods. I began walking up to it, going about 40
There was an abandoned factory near a train station that recently had been torn down. A couple of years ago, when it was still standing, it was dilapidated and tagged all over. It looked nice and abandoned. After crossing the train track and hopping a few fences, we got to where the door once was. It was now a boarded up hole. We cranked our crowbars to get it off, and once we did, we found a huge open space, everything stripped, copper wiring and such. Everything dusty, and wooden bits rotted. It smelled dank and mildewy, and was so dark, and it seemed like no one had stepped in there for years. This factory was huge. We decided to pop out from wherever we had, and came to explore another side. Once myself and my 3 friends came out, we searched along the sides to find another entrance. Then, the flashlight pointed at us. Shit! The cops. Goddamn, I don't need a trespassing charge. Then, oh shit, he has a gun. I wish this was a cop, and threat of a charge. We were huddled behind a hunk of scrap, and he was bellowing for us to get out. The fear I felt at that moment was unreal. Shaking, clammy, we stepped out. He pointed this bright-ass flashlight at us. His demanding voice went from a low growl to a more frantic, pissed-off one. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here? Do you know where you are? One of us, the calmest in our misguided Scooby gang, said confidently that we will leave and never return, and to please allow us to. He says he'll walk us out, which was less walking us out, more so blinding us with his flashlight, and directing us to jump the fences and walk away, with his gun pointed at us. Having my back turned towards this weapon-wielding man was terrifying. My option was to do what he said, and hope that he wouldn't shoot. The obvious one. But having to trust that he wouldn't mess us up while vulnerably climbing the chain-link fence in the dark will always stay with me. I don't know if there were people maybe taking meth, or what was being done in that factory by its apparent occupants. It's gone now, but that memory gives me chills whenever I pass there. I have a few more instances with abandoned places, but this was the most traumatizing. On another occasion, the same group of friends and I would visit this big, multi-level building that was up in the mountains. It was supposed to be a rec center or country club, but it was stopped in the midst of construction because of the outdated and hazardous materials being used. I believe this was because of asbestos, and a building was built elsewhere, but this one remained because of financial reasons. On the drive to get there, you pass by some beautiful mountain homes, and then up a half-mile long dirt road, but without any lights on, as not to disturb the neighborhood. We would go into this concrete and metal structure late at night, breaking open glow sticks and flinging them around the rooms, and spray painting and other kid shit. We frequented it until this incident. The group that had gone there was smaller than our usual, 4 or 5, and was just me and 2 other friends. We were equipped with a lantern, a flashlight, and just going to hang out. The entrance were these huge metal doors. They were extremely heavy, and it took the 2 of us to push very hard to move them even a little bit. They were always open. Everything looked normal. Usual amounts of cigarette butts and general trash. Doors open, no other cars or anything around. Everything looked as if no one was there. We entered into a room about the size of a bedroom. That is directly to the right. This one is so dark and small compared to the vast open spaces of the lower levels. So naturally, the most fun to spray glow sticks and have glow-in-the-dark shit in. There is a comically creepy book that is a pretty old children's book sitting there. It's about Mother Goose and tells little tales that we've all heard. The illustrations are super weird looking. Anyway, who doesn't love getting scared? So one of my friends picks it up, because we're into this creepy book that we found and are probably going to keep it. We keep walking around the inside and hear squeaks and screeches. This is in the mountains, and this is an old building. Whenever we heard noises, our minds go to 2 places. It was either 1, an animal or bug, or a clanky piece of metal, as these things were heavy, or 2, we are in an abandoned place at night. Anything heard is going to be scary. We all smoked at the time, and went outside to the stairway that goes into a hole where there is a locked door, sat on the stairs and smoked. We heard a little high-pitched scream that almost sounded like it could be from a magpie. It creeped us out, and then we began to hear rustling and some sort of soft clomping. Very rhythmic. Almost seemed to be too much for people walking. But probably there was another person here. So we decided to scope it out. We carefully walked the perimeter, but see no people, no cars, nothing indicating that someone else would be there. When we walked to the entrance, my friend jokes that the book is haunted and causing these disturbances. She says that she better give it back to the ghost so it won't get mad or something, and throws it towards the entrance. It lands, opens, and flips a couple of pages. The night was still very still, not breezy or windy, and we started to freak out. We feel a little unsettled and unsure if we should go back in. We also lost our lighter, so we only had our flashlights, as we couldn't light our lantern anymore. Then, this huge creak. One of the doors is shut. How that happened without us hearing is beyond my comprehension, as we would have definitely heard it. It's extremely loud. The other door, this heavy-ass door that is damn hard to move even one bit, is closing on its own, fairly quickly, and glides shut with a loud bang that makes us all jump. We booked it at that point, ran into the car, and never went back. It doesn't seem that scary to recount, but damn, when I think about what I saw, I feel sick. I have horrible nightmares about this place, when the outcome is much more grisly, so that doesn't help. It was my first night in a new city, and I called my mother to tell her that I had arrived safely. She tells me that the girl I dated when I was 17, as I was now 23, and hadn't heard a peep out of her in 5 years, called out of the blue looking for me and left her lumber. Lonely and bored, I rang her up and had a strange catch-up session. She told me she was engaged to a woman, and that her life after we broke up was a series of unfortunate events. We hung up on pleasant terms, with no plans to keep in touch. 3 days later, I am exiting my building, and who is standing there in the rain, waiting? Yup, her. She had flown 2,500 miles in the middle of the night because she thought we were destined to be together. She told me how she was so torn up about us not being together that she had pulled out all of her pubic hair. She also bought her fiancé, who was as crazy as she, and was urging my ex to have a baby with me. I calmly tried telling her that this was insane and that I had no interest in any of this, when out of nowhere it all goes black. I wake up to chaos, and my doorman is holding the fiancé down waiting for police. Turns out, she'd hit me on the back of the head with a full bottle of champagne that they'd bought to celebrate with us. Arrests were made and restraining orders followed. A few years back, my husband and I were living in an apartment in Brooklyn. One night, we decided to check our neighborhood sex offenders registry, and we discovered that an offender lived in our building. Not a big deal to us, as we didn't have any children at the time, but I should mention that this guy was one creepy looking dude, and I'm talking about wild hair, crazy eyes, and a creeper. We would see the guy walking around the building or neighborhood every now and then. He even set up fruit stands for a while, and would wildly yell at people as they passed by. He never bothered us, so we mostly didn't think about him. At the time, I was working a crazy job, where I would be at work really late every night, and have to take a taxi home. On those nights, my husband would stay up late, and wait for me to get home. I was also a bit brain dead when I would get home after a 20-hour shift, so sometimes it would take me a while to find my keys, and my husband would have to let me in. One night, I had texted that I was leaving the office at around 3 a.m. About half an hour later, my husband heard our door handle jiggling. Assuming it was me, he got up to let me in. However, something made him look out the peephole first, and there he saw him, the sex offender, completely naked, standing outside the door. As soon as my husband looked out, the guy stopped jiggling the handle, looked up, and put his eyeball right up to the peephole to try and look in, as if he could tell if someone was looking out at him. Then for some reason, my husband opened the door. As soon as he did, the guy tried to force himself in the apartment. Eventually, he got the door closed and called me. I was about a mile away from our building when I received the call, and I was terrified. It must have been obvious, because when we got to the building, the taxi driver asked if he could walk me to the front door. I told him yes, and that I would appreciate it, and he stood with me until my husband came from outside to walk me in. We lived on the 6th floor, and from the moment we walked in, you could hear someone running up and down the staircase. We ran to the elevator and jumped in, pressing the closed door button over and over until the elevator started to move. When we got to about the 3rd floor, the floor where the sex offender was at the time, He began banging on the elevator doors, trying to get in. And then we heard him go to the stairs and start running up the stairs to catch us. When we got to our apartment, we called the cops and reported the terrifying situation. It took them 2 hours to arrive, and by that time the guy had already picked up his clothes and gone home. The cops didn't even come inside the building. They made us go outside and didn't even get out of their cars. When I explained what happened, they responded by saying, "You live in Brooklyn, get used to it." Eventually we moved out of the building. But whenever we go back to that neighborhood, we still see the guy at his fruit stand, yelling at people walking by. A few years ago, I was backpacking in Eastern Washington with some friends of mine. I don't know how well you guys know Eastern Washington, but it's pretty much dust, sagebrush, and dirt. We decided to hike up on top of this canyon, and from there, you could see miles and miles of straight nothing. After a few hours of traversing the top of the cliff, we eventually found a little crevasse that kind of took us a little ways underground into a pretty decent sized cave. The cave was filled with little bones, like mice and bats. In one of the corners of the cave, there was a rock fixture that jutted up from the ground and almost made a separate room. In the room, we found lots of scratches on the walls, photographs, and 3 bottles with notes in them. While this was kind of off-putting on its own, we figured it was just some sort of joke, and we'd find a silly SOS note in the bottles. The scariest part about it all was the photographs were super ordinary, of families and normal people, and 2 of the notes in the bottles made no sense at all. While it was English, it was pretty much straight gibberish. None of the words made any sense in context with the other words. The 3rd bottle had a super ordinary letter, talking about what they'd been up to, something you'd send to a fairly distant relative after not speaking with them for a while. I don't really know what to think of it all. I feel like it could have easily just been someone joking around, but it was almost too strange for that. Under a church in my local town, there is this green door covering with no handle, because it's a wooden, real fake door. Legit though, it's a door with no hinges. It's meant to just stop access into there. I'd like to mention the door is on the back side of the church, and outside the church grounds. There's no road near it. One day, me and my mates saw someone had smashed the wooden door thing to pieces. As typical teenagers, we wanted to explore, but me being me, I said we should research it. In our town, there are quite a lot of tunnels linking houses and shops that are usually chained off, but a lot of them are still open and haven't been explored. This was the first time when we wouldn't have to ask a shop owner to have a look. I found that they were apparently all these ghosts, including the Blue Drum Boy, who got killed during a war in the early 11th century. My friend believes in all the paranormal stuff, so he got his cross and ghost shit ready. I packed a 500 lumen torch to light up the place and had a pack of batteries spare, as well as a walkie-talkie and all the other essentials. It was the early hours and pitch black, and we went in. Everyone was completely silent as we crept down the stairs, and suddenly we realized there was a 90-degree turn where we couldn't see the right. Everyone was scared shitless to go down first, so my mate lit a red flare and threw it in. Then we all walked in together. There was this huge room with another doorway. We looked around the first room, finding needles and blood. We carried on through the doorway and found a grate that had a ladder off it. Obviously, we were buzzing and thought, what a great idea to cut through the lock and climb down the ladder. 3 out of the 4 of us were down when the largest of us all started climbing. It was rickety and kind of rusted, and it broke when he was halfway. The exit from the ladder was a tunnel, completely dry and pitch black, but he fell and shattered both ankles. Oh, and there was a bad stench. Yeah, bad situation, as we couldn't get back up the ladder, and my mate couldn't walk, and he was the biggest guy, so we had to carry him. Basically, when me and one other mate carried on, leaving the others to find help, as the walkie-talkies got no reply, we walked past rotting rat corpses, live rats, and a shit ton of blood stains. After about 30 minutes of walking, after about a mile, we found a crossroad. Straight, left, or right. Basically, left was a dead end, right was a dead end, and straight had a ladder. The ladder was rusted, and we were scared to climb it. But I climbed it, and found someone with a needle in their arm, dead. Their face was rotting, and I was about to be sick. The ladder led to identical rooms, but no lock on their grate. I went back down the ladder, got the others to come back, and we managed to get my large mate up and out and took him to the hospital. We couldn't say where we went or talk about the dead guy, because we knew it would be trespassing. We had a neighbor before who was possessed by demons. Apparently, she made a deal with a demon when she was younger, but it followed her. When she got possessed, 4 or 5 men were holding her down, but she trashed them like toys. A pastor was called, as the whole neighborhood watched, and when the exorcism started, her body twitched and spasmed. She also levitated less than an inch above the bed. The exorcism was very exhausting, and she said that she would just go with them, as in the demons, but they told her to trust in God, because if not, she would be dragged to hell. After the first day, they thought that they had moved all the demons, but some of them were still holding on to her. They did another exorcism, and finally they were all removed. They removed a total of 6 demons within her. And I also saw a news story on TV, where several students in a school in a very rural area were possessed. What's weird about this is they started speaking Latin, German, and Greek, languages that are not taught in schools here in Asia, the Philippines. I found it incredibly creepy, and is certainly one of the scariest things I've heard in my life. I spent various stretches of time backpacking and camping throughout the US, and have seen some strange things. My brother and I came across an abandoned trailer town of sorts that scared the hell out of us. We also came across a run-down and really small town out in New Mexico that seemed to have 1 person living in it. On the fact that there was still some food and supplies there that were just fairly fresh. We spent a couple of days there trying to find the person, just to find out why they were staying in the town, and we never found a soul. We also found the skeletal remains of an unknown number of deer, ranging from bucks to fawns, ensnared in barbed wire fencing that encompassed a 10 by 10 area in the Ozarks. A few of the skulls topped the fence posts, and there was one post in the middle of the area that had decaying deer bodies. Looked to be 2, but there were only 6 hooves jutting out of the wreckage, and they were wrapped around it. We found a dummy hanging from a tree while in the Yukon Territory of Canada, literally out in the middle of the woods. No reason for it as far as we know. We also came across a dead junkie on a road out to Olympia, obviously OD, as he had his arm tied and a needle in his hand. Eyes were glazed over and staring right ahead with his mouth slightly ajar. I need to give you a bit of background. When this occurred, I was not living the healthiest of lifestyles. I quit using heroin when I was 25 and moved to France for 5 years. I just recently moved back to the States this past summer. This is relevant because it speaks to my mindset at the time, all about how this occurred, and why I was comfortable taking the absurd risks I took. I was a drug fiend. Anyway, onto the story. When I was 20, I had moved from Baltimore to the Eastern Shore, thinking the distance would help mitigate my habit. It didn't. Instead, I just ended up driving to Baltimore every couple of days and buying several $100s worth of heroin, instead of just buying less on a daily basis. In the process, I got to know a lot of good people, some of them hacks. In Baltimore, a hack is someone who operates a cabbie illegally. Often they take people into the city to pick up their drugs, or just charge half the rate of a legit cab driver. I had met an older guy at a Dunkin' Donuts in Dundalk who did this. Now, I wasn't into the habit of using hacks, but one night, my ride went down a one-way street the wrong way in front of a police officer, and we were pulled over and searched. It ends up the idiot had brought his stash of pot with him. So we were arrested, and God was I pissed. Around midnight that night, they released me. It ends up that not only had my friend admitted ownership of the marijuana, but the reason they'd used to search us, that his license was showing up as suspected, was bull, and my friend's lawyer had called them up on it. So there I was, in the middle of Baltimore City with no ride and nowhere to go. Dope sick in the middle of December. They released the men and women separately, and my friend's cell phone was still off at the time when I tried to call it. It ends up he'd been released several hours earlier, but had left his phone in the truck. For anyone who hasn't had the pleasure of being arrested, they impound your vehicle. You're out of luck re-getting your vehicle back. Not to mention another couple of $100 in the hole. As I mentally ran through my list of options, I remember the hack I'd met earlier that week, and decided to give him a try. I figured that at the least, if he was still awake, I could pay him to help me cope, and drop me off at the Greyhound bus station to wait out the night. Well, I called, and not only was he up and about, but he was also only about a 10-minute drive away from where I was being released. The fact that he was still up and about at 1 in the morning may have given normal people pause. I just assumed he was probably a crackhead, tweaker, or some such, and wrote it off as luck. Within half an hour, he showed up, and I clambered into the long grey sedan, just grateful to be out of the cold and back on solid ground. Now, to give you an idea of the way this guy came off, the very best I can think to describe him is grey. Everything about him just grey. His vehicle was a medium dinged up grey. His hair was very longish and a deep, solid grey. Even his palace seemed grey. I remember he had the face of a postmenopausal woman. Sort of Jolie, if you know what I mean. Soft. In retrospect, the guy was creepy as all get out. But, at the time, he seemed unexceptional. And really, in the drug world, there are so many weird people that unless someone comes off as blatantly volatile, you eventually learn to just ignore the crazy. If you don't, you'll drown in it. We managed to cop in Baltimore. There's always someone out. I asked the guy to take me to the Greyhound station, just wanting to get well and to curl up, till I could think about catching a bus. And he just sort of looked at me, looked down, looked back up, and then asked if I just wanted to go watch TV at his place till the buses began running. Looking back, I remember feeling a bit hesitant, but the man seemed so unexceptional, such a non-entity, that I couldn't imagine him being a threat. And, if I'm entirely honest, I just wanted a clean, warm place to get it on. I was well beyond dope sick at this point. All my consuming thoughts were to just get straight. Taking my silence for hesitation, I remember him telling me not to worry, and he wasn't going to try anything. I ought to have mentioned that I am a 5'6", 100-pound female, 20 years old at the time, and the bus station wasn't the safest place for a tiny female like myself to be hanging out at 2 o'clock in the morning. That he was just trying to help. Well, I thanked him. I said sure, and we proceeded to drive out towards the county. To this day, I'm still not sure in which direction we even went in. Just that wherever it was that he lived, it was about half an hour outside of the city, and that it was not in the woods, but in a heavily wooded area. As we neared his house, he started acting a bit strange. Not enough to set off the alarm bells yet, but still. I'll never forget him saying that either the police chief or the chief's son lived in the same cul-de-sac that he did, that they were friends, and that the guy had helped him out of what turned to be a few predicaments. The house was right on a lake, with a dock in the backyard, and I have no idea what county this was in, and no one I've tried describing it to has ever been able to pinpoint it either. It was totally alien to me. We pulled into his driveway, and I was shocked to see that his house was closer to being a McMansion than the hovel I assumed I was in for. He would go on to tell me as he parked and we walked up to his door that it had belonged to his mother, who had recently passed away. Here this ratty little man with a ratty little car, in his ratty little clothes, is living in an extremely well and expensive house, driving around all day and night for pocket change, and basically living in a Dunkin' Donuts. I was a bit more skeptical. When we went inside, the situation became even stranger, but at least more familiar, more in line with what I'd seen the guy do thus far. The house was covered in two things: dust and knickknacks. And when I say covered, I mean covered. Every square inch surface space was covered in a tacky little porcelain angel and dollar store crap. Shelves, tables, the top of the ginormous old box television, even the kitchen was covered in them. The kitchen itself I only saw for a brief moment, but I'll never forget how even the sink was filled with the things. There were the obligatory dollies that all old people seemed to have in spades, all of them, coated in dust and discoloured. I asked where the bathroom was, and excused myself to go get high. I was getting pretty weirded out at this point, and I just wanted to get straight to it in order for me to decide what to do. The first thing I did was went back to the living room, which was the first room you walked into when you came into the door. I didn't want to go any deeper into the house. I really wanted to take a look at the lock on the door and to create an exit strategy, and hope I didn't really need one. The hope was quickly dashed. The first thing the guy did was bring me a glass of water and a handful of pills. I asked him what the pills for, and he said to sleep. Now it's 3 a.m. At this point I have to be at the bus station by 6 at most, and we have maybe 2 hours before we need to leave. I tell him that I don't think that's a great idea, since falling asleep isn't on the agenda, that we didn't have time even for a quick nap. Well, he starts to become pretty insistent that I take the pills. Believe me, if we weren't so out in the middle of nowhere, not to mention it being December and bitter cold at this point, I'd have booked it. Instead, I sort of laughed and took the 2 pills out of his hands and stuck them in my mouth and took a sip of water saying, "Well, what the hell." Immediately he brightened and shuffled off to get me another glass of water, which I requested. Looking back, I shouldn't have even drunk the bloody water. I spat out the pills and shoved them in the seat of the sofa. The whole time we'd been talking about little things. Baltimore, local politics, music, nothing deep. At this point, he starts asking me about my chemicals, about drugs. Specifically, what sort of drugs will knock someone out, but not harm them. How much you need, or what for someone. Say, for someone tiny, like myself. I try to act as if this is entirely normal conversation. At this point, it seems that my existence is dependent on whether or not I register how abnormal the entire situation was. I think my thought process at the time was that I couldn't act as if I knew anything was going on. And as time went on, which you'll see what I mean in a bit, was that I couldn't act as if I knew what was going on. That I couldn't act as if there was anything strange or alarming occurring. That he would be stupid to let me leave and let me live if he knew that I knew exactly what was going on here. That I need to seem like a non-threat. The whole time we are having this discussion, by the way, the guy kept trying to get behind me. At one point he succeeded and started rubbing my shoulders. I just laughed, said I wasn't a fan of massages, and that I needed to run to the bathroom. When I came back, I made sure to sit on the side of the sofa that was against the wall, and I'm looking around for a phone. But I don't want to ask for one, because I don't want him to know that my cell phone is dead. Yeah, another great stroke of luck. My cell phone had died about 5 minutes after I called the creep to come and pick me up. Now this whole time, the guy had been pacing around the living room, sitting for a few minutes, only to get back up again, walk back and forth a bit, and then, of course, sit down. He'd begun talking about his mother, how she collected these knickknacks, and how she'd died, a heart attack, and how he'd been thinking about renovating the house, but hadn't had the heart to make any changes to anything yet. So he says he wants to show me something. He wants to show me the upstairs. Why I didn't run screaming out of that place I didn't know. I think part of me was still very much hoping that I was misreading the situation, and this guy was just lonely and creepy and socially maladaptive. Not actually dangerous or anything. But here we were, yet one more horror-filled trope coming into play. Creepy obsession with mother and bizarre dust-filled house, perfectly preserved in memory of her, down to the last glass that she used sitting on the kitchen table. I shit you not. And now the guy wants to show me the upstairs. He wants to show me her room. So I follow him up the stairs. At first, he makes it obvious he wants me to go up before him, but I wasn't having any of that. We get to the second story, and there were 3. I never made it to the third, however, and turn off down this hallway, and he opens the first door to the left and goes in. Honestly, I'm half expecting to see the body of his dead mum lying on the bed or something, and find myself seriously relieved when I find myself standing in just one more dust-coated room full of crap. I don't remember much about the room. I remember the bed was made, and that I couldn't tell if the comforter was dark or just covered in so much dust that it appeared that way. He gestured for me to sit down, and I obliged. What followed was the worst experience. He sat down on the end of the bed, next to me, and began talking about his mother. After a bit, he looks at me and said, "You're so beautiful. I bet little girls really like you." I tried to lead the conversation back to his mother. He gets up and walks over to the far wall of the bedroom, starts referring to our earlier conversation about drugs and knocking someone out. He asks me what I would use to knock out a child, what I would use to keep a child knocked out for long periods of time safely. I'm trying at this point to act as if I'm still on point, as if I'm not finding this line of conversation to be dreadful, creepy, and horrible. I tell him I really didn't know. I'm just a dope friend, not a chemist. He asks about heroin, and if that would be safe. At this point I've just had it, and I think he could tell. And he says, "I want to show you something." I begin to protest, and tell him that I have to use the restroom, but he insists. He pushes on the cheap wood paneling on the wall, and a large square of it swings open. He gestures inside, says he's been working on it for a few years, that it's just big enough for a small woman, but made for a child. It's a sort of cot, and there are loops on the end for rope and some other restraints, I'm sure. I noped out of the bedroom and down the stairs. I didn't run, I just told him I had to use the restroom again. While I am walking, shaking down the stairs, I pull my cell phone out of my purse and mimic dialing on it. I was lucky that he stayed behind too close up the bedroom, and that the thing in the wall, so that he didn't see my phone, wasn't even turning on. I pretended to be having a conversation with a friend of mine, and at that point he showed up, began loudly recounting that we had transpired the evening to my friend, and I told him how I called the nice gent we had met. I'd been with my friend Tom at the time we'd met the guy, and that he had picked me up, and that I was now at his house, but we would be leaving shortly. And then I pretended that my friend had offered to come pick me up from the bus stop, and in one respect I was lucky. The guy knew I was living out of town, but he didn't know I was living 4 hours away, or that any friend of mine would have to make that hellish long trip if they were going to come and collect me. I told my friend that I'd head out for the bus station ASAP, and that I'd see him soon. I still remember the look on the guy's face as I said that. It darkened. You know the look that snotty, spoiled little kids get when someone actually dares them and tells them no? It was like that. It was like that look, but worse. There was something almost perverse about seeing it so openly displayed on the face of a 50-something-year-old man. So I started to grab my purse and zip up my coat, all the while gibbering on about how my friend remembered him and had said to tell him hi. It seemed at the time that there were two things that were of the utmost importance at that moment. The first, to make him feel that I hadn't found him or anything he said or displayed odd. I didn't want him to think I would be some sort of threat to his plans or his well-being if he ever let me leave. Secondly, I wanted him to know that he was identifiable, and that if someone, at least someone, who could identify him, knew I was with him. This is pretty much the end of the story, although I had one more far worse encounter with the same guy a couple of weeks after. He took me to the bus station and acted shitty the entire time we were driving there. The second encounter convinced me not only that I was lucky to be alive, but that I had spent several hours in the home of a serial killer. Do I think he had done anything yet at the time that I spent at the terrifying early morning in his house? No. I think he was gearing up though, and by the second brief encounter I had with the guy, I'm positive he had. I don't know how to put it. That uncertainty he displayed me with was gone. I think by that point, he'd crossed the line. I took down his license plate number as he was leaving that morning, and I did contact a friend of mine who was a police officer, and gave him a description of the creep's house, car, his license number, first name, cell phone number, and a detailed account of what transpired that morning in his home. A year or so later, I would receive a call from the very same officer asking if I still had a record of the info I'd given him. Unfortunately, I no longer did, and the owner of the Dunkin' Donuts on Eastern Avenue that the creep usually did frequent had no information on him. The last he'd seen of him, the creep had come by to show him a car he'd purchased. It was black and a sedan, and that's all the owner knew. I was on high alert for a week or so. I'd received a couple of sketchy calls from a blocked number, but nothing I couldn't pin on the creep. My life went back to normal. My normal, at least. And after a couple of weeks I was able to convince myself that I had exaggerated the whole encounter. After all, I was still breathing. So one day, Tom and I decided to take a trip to the city to pick up my stash for the next few days. Usually when we went to Baltimore, we'd pick up about $500 or $600 worth of scramble, 70 pills low. And this would last the two of us about 2 days, sometimes 3. I had a hell of a habit. Well, on this day in particular, we decided to pick a bit more than usual. I can't remember why, but the entire trip was cursed from the get-go. We were late leaving the shore, and there was an accident in the harbour tunnel that ended up backing up traffic for a good 3 hours. By the time we made it to eastern Baltimore, my contact had dipped. I ended up getting in touch with another guy who sold out of Dundalk, so we went down to Erdman Avenue, the same Erdman Avenue of the creep's Dunkin' Donuts. And so I had Tom park in the Goodwill parking lot, so that I could go find my guy. Most of my contacts knew Tom, but this guy I was going to meet was one of those paranoid hitters, and wouldn't serve me if he even knew Tom's truck was in the vicinity of where we were meeting. So I had to hoof it. I can't remember exactly where it was he wanted me to meet him, but I'm fairly certain that it was on Dundalk Avenue, or Merritt Boulevard, one of the large roads that runs through Dundalk like a vein. Whenever I'm in the city and I have to walk anywhere, I employ the look down, look at your feet, never look a stranger in the eye. If a car honks their horn at you, do not respond method of minding my own business. A large part of the reason I do this is the unspoken reason. It's because a lot of people will assume that you're a hooker if they see you walking. Generally, if you don't respond when they honk their horns and holler at you, after a bit, they'll probably leave you alone. And don't forget the police and the undercovers. It's their job to harass you a bit and to see if you'll respond, to see if you're doing business or merely an unlucky member of the vehicleless tier of society. On this particular day, I remember being more than a little spooked at the absence of traffic. It wasn't a nice day. It was overcast, grey, a standard January afternoon in Baltimore. But it wasn't abnormally shitty either. There was certainly no reason for it to be so quiet. I was walking down one of Dundalk's larger roads. The traffic should have been steady. There should have been a few people shopping and walking about at least. But no. It was just me and the occasional ragtag car. I was about a mile down from the road from my meeting point, with my dealer, when a black sedan pulled up next to me. It was the creep. He opened the passenger side door from inside and told me to get in. Now I seriously considered altering this story from my point of view to make myself look like and feel like less of a retard. But so far, I've been entirely honest in my retelling of this encounter with the guy, so I'm not going to start lying. Anyway, please cut me some slack. Over the 3 or 4 weeks that had passed since the incident at his house, I'd spent a fair amount of time talking myself into believing that I had over-dramatized the whole encounter. That maybe that little room in the wall, with the cot, hadn't been what I thought it was. In short, I had tried to convince myself that I was just a heroin-addled junkie who had blurred the lines in between reality and fantasy. So when the creep pulled up and told me to get into his car, there were a lot of reasons why I did that, instead of doing what a sane person would do, which is start screaming, running, and pitching a fit and just generally noping the hell out of there. I've tried to figure out that day why I did that, and all I can say is that I'd been convincing myself that there was no way I'd actually experienced what I thought I had, and my dislike at the feeling that I'd been a giant coward. I sort of felt compelled to face the guy, and verify that no, there was nothing strange going on, and that it really had all been in my head. But at the same time, there was another dynamic at play. The fact that I was still sickeningly afraid of the creep. I remember pulling back from the open door of the car and looking around, looking at the whole lot of no one and nothing on the street, and thinking that if I didn't go willingly, he could easily run me down on his own. I told him I was busy, and I told him I was on my way to meet my guy, and he said that's fine. He'd take me the rest of the way and drop me off, that he'd even take me back to wherever I was going afterwards, if I wanted me to. So I got into the car. I was absolutely terrified. Then I fell back into the same routine I'd utilized the first time round, acting disoriented and high, harmless, and glad to see him. I asked him what he'd been up to, and he said in a perfectly monotone voice that he'd tried to call me, and why hadn't I answered. I explained that I used throwaway cell phones, and that I had acquired a new one since my minutes had run out on the other. Now I remember I said that I'd only been about a mile or less from my meeting point with my dealer when the creep pulled up. My hopes were pinned on him keeping his word, and actually taking me to where I needed to go. If that happened, I thought that everything would be okay, and that I didn't need to worry. But of course it didn't. When he blew through the light we needed to turn at, I told him he missed my stop. "Oh," he replied, "don't worry. I'll take you to where you need to go." I just want to talk to you for a minute first." I felt sick to my stomach. He pulled off Dundalk Avenue, and I could see that he was turning into one of those little parks that they have dotted throughout the city. Parks with jogging paths and a few token toys and swings for children. If I recall correctly, there was some sort of school or other government building in the background. I remember thinking that as soon as he slowed down just a bit, I was going to jump out of that car. I also remember thinking that I need to relax, that if he even thought for a moment that I was beginning to freak out, my chances of him slowing down or giving me any sort of out would be nil. You see, the whole time he had been going on about how he was looking for sedatives and wanted to get some Xanax, as well as a cocktail of other drugs. How he'd really like my help, and how he'd been scouting the park we were in at the moment, as well as other parks throughout the city and county, and how he was certain that with someone like me by his side to help lure little girls back to his house, he could fulfill his dream, he said. And here is what terrified me the most. He could use the dock behind his house to get rid of the bodies. I've never disliked myself more than I did that day. The whole time he'd been talking about all of this, I'd been doing two things. One, I had begun to slouch down in the passenger seat with my eyes almost shut, trying to act as if I'd nodded out. I could only see him a little out of the slit in the corner of my eye. The whole time he was talking about this and that, and how he'd been rooted around underfoot in front of his seat. Slowly, sneakily, as if he was trying not to make any noise. So when I could respond to him, I would make a warning gesture, like move my hand to indicate I was about to open my eyes. The last thing I wanted to do was to make him feel like he'd been caught, and that he had to pull whatever it was out immediately. The second thing I'd been doing was how I was responding to his questions. Instead of acting freaked out or upset, I was trying to act like I was on board with all of this, but not too on board. I was trying to act like I was considering it, like I had the option to do this if I wanted or not. I didn't want him to think of me as a victim, and I didn't want him to think that I was thinking of myself as a victim. I was hoping that if I acted like his peer, like a potential partner in crime, that he would treat me like one, or at least pretend to for long enough for me to leave the car safely. He was starting to circle the park when he began to slow down significantly. Through the slit opening of my eye through my eyelashes, I could see him reach as far down as he could under the front seat, all the while watching me intently to see if I'd move. I knew it was time to get the hell out of the Dodge, because whatever he had, whatever he was looking for down there, he did not want me to know about it, and that terrified me, and God was I lucky. I was lucky because at the same time that he was slowing down, another car had come out of nowhere and was slowing down next to his vehicle. He sat up, and I bolted. I just grabbed the door handle and fell out of the door and ran without ever looking back. I pulled my cell out of my purse and called my friend, and had him pick me up from one of the stores on the corner of the avenue. I was bawling, terrified at my own stupidity, at how close I knew I had come to ending up in someone's psycho dungeon. This was how he referred to the hole in the wall during the rant that day. All because I didn't listen to my instincts, or hell, just pure common sense. I cried and cried and cried, thinking about the creep and all the things he said he wanted to do to little girls. This, for all intents and purposes, is the end of my encounter with the creep. But 2 or 3 months after all of this happened, I received a phone call one day, and I didn't answer it because the number was unfamiliar. Later that week, I checked my voicemail. It was the creep. He changed his number and wanted to let me know he had finished renovating the house and wanted me to come see it. He said he put an ad in some paper and was letting out various rooms at boarding rooms for women only, and that he had some interesting ideas he wanted to talk over with me. I forwarded the new number to my police officer friend and changed my own. Despite what I said earlier when I had told the creep that my number I'd changed and I used throwaway phones, my number had never changed. I just never answered because I didn't know, and prior to our second meeting, had not bothered to set up my voicemail at that point in time. Over the years, I've tried on and off to find the creep's house. Now, with Google Maps, I may even be able to narrow down the county. The Dunkin' Donuts he hung out at every morning for years is the one on Edmond Avenue. Google Maps shows the Dunkin' Donuts with a bus stop out front, for anyone that's interested in checking it out. I still think the best bet is the owner of the Dunkin' Donuts. The creep hung out there for years, picking up business, drinking coffee, and talking to the owner. I refuse to believe they didn't know each other a bit better than the owner made out, or that the creep just never showed up there again. I can believe that he may have cooled it with that place after our brief encounter, but I think it's almost a given that he'd have gone back eventually. The only other point of possible identification I can think of is the cop that the creep claimed lived in the same cul-de-sac that he did. He said it was either the police chief or his son. I remember him seeming to find that amusing, and he laughed about his friendship with the cop. But they were on the river of the cul-de-sac, and it had to be accessed via a bridge from the main road. Beyond this recollection, I'm tapped. Anyone out there with addiction issues, you can beat them. I was a heroin addict from 19 to 25 when I picked up and moved overseas. For me, it took relocating halfway around the world to get far enough away from my addiction to overcome it. But I'm going on 6 years clean this April, and I'm thankful that my life doesn't consist of elements like the above any longer. If I can do it, anyone can. My friends and I found a 22-year-old girl, face down in the mud, with both her legs broken and compound fractures. She had no cell phone, no water, and no food, and nothing to keep her warm. Her friend was dead. Here's the backstory. My 2 friends and I were hiking in a pretty popular spot in our area. It's an 150-foot waterfall that takes about 45 minutes of uphill hiking to get to. We decided to go bouldering around the bottom of the waterfall, as there are various little pools and boulders where the water runs off from the waterfall. This bouldering trail is not on the main trail, and not very many hikers ever veer off the main trail. When we found her, obviously we called 911 and gave her any supplies we had. Eventually a helicopter showed up, and they flew her to the nearest hospital. Turns out, she was hiking with her friend the night before, when they both fell off the waterfall. Her friend must have gone and gotten help, but unfortunately died less than 100 yards from where the girl was found. So no one even knew she was hurt, or that she was even there. It's a miracle she was still alive, and mind-blowing to think what she had gone through when we found her 20 hours later. I lived in a national park by myself for 3 months. Several times when I was going back to my trailer for the day, I would hear music, like a music box or ice cream truck. It was always loud and sounded like it was coming from somewhere over my head. One day, I decided to look for the source, so I followed the dirt road past my trailer. The music continued. I couldn't tell if I was getting closer or not, and I had my eyes on the trees. I looked down, just in time to avoid stepping on a snake. I scrambled, but it didn't move. I realized it was dead, and it wasn't alone. There were half a dozen dead copperheads stretched out in the road, looking in the same direction. I went back to get my car because I couldn't bring myself to step over them, but by the time I got my keys, the music had stopped playing and I didn't hear it again. This happened to my wife. She is an RN, and she was on float to another unit helping out, as she normally worked cardiac, but she was helping out on this one occasion in the Alzheimer's unit. She was saving a particular patient for last, as the patient was very well known to be a real pain. Very old and mean to everyone, and just generally tried to make the nurses miserable. She and the respiratory therapist got to the patient's room at the time, so they decided to tackle her together. They got to the room, and the patient had smeared shit all over the walls of the bathroom and the hospital room. She was standing on the bed, screaming and jumping up and down. The two of them somehow got the patient calm, got the horrible mess cleaned up, and got their job done. She said it took about 3 hours. They then went and put a big do not disturb sign on the door to make sure the patient could calm down and get some sleep. They were standing, one person on each side of the door, herself and the respiratory therapist, catching their breath and proclaiming how much that sucked, when they spotted someone. A big farmer-looking guy wearing a John Deere baseball cap, overalls, a red plaid checkered shirt, and big work boots, coming down the hospital hallway, and he looked kind of annoyed. He walked right past them into the patient's room, slamming the door open. My wife caught the door on the backswing and marched right into the room after him, with the respiratory therapist right behind her, planning on dragging him back out and giving him a piece of her mind. When she got in, he was not in the room. There was no sign of the person she followed in. She looked under the bed, she looked in the bathroom, and she checked behind all the curtains. She even made sure the window still would not be open. No sign of the farmer at all. She then noticed the patient was sitting upright in bed, just kind of staring off into space. So she asked her, "Did you see someone come into the room?" The patient replied, "Yes, it was my daddy. He said he was coming to take me home tonight, and that you mean people won't be able to hurt me anymore." She responded with, "That's great. How about you get some rest before he comes to collect you?" The patient then lay down and went to sleep. The patient died that night. My wife and the respiratory therapist swapped stories to make sure they were not crazy. They both saw it. There was a guy on my shift who got a domestic call on the other side of the county. He responded to the house and found a guy running laps around the yard of the home. The family said in broken English that the guy was possessed, and they had called a witch doctor to help out who was on the way. The crazy guy ran up to the officer and got in his face, so the officer detained him by placing him in handcuffs and laying him down on his back on the porch until he could figure out what was going on. While talking with the family, he noticed that the guy was moving. The heels of his feet were on the ground and his body was flat, but his upper body was 3 inches off the ground, and his hands were still behind his back handcuffed. The dude was levitating. The officer pushed him to the ground, took off the handcuffs, and told the family how they should have him committed, and left. No one ever went to follow up. I hope he got the help he needed. Me and a few good friends decided to explore this abandoned child's hospital that we heard about that was in a small village about an hour away from us. We get there, and it's this huge plot of land. Trees surrounding the whole place, and the building in the center. It looked extremely creepy. We had to climb up the wall to get inside, as we couldn't get in on the ground floor, and we had to go through a window that was ajar. After climbing through, the place was a mess. Rubble everywhere, but it looked completely desolate, as if no one had been inside for years. So anyway, we went straight up to the roof, sat, and had a few beers and then went home. I decided to go back a few days later with my girlfriend to have a proper look around, because I wanted to explore it. We went into the building, and immediately there was a very different vibe unlike the other night. We jumped over the broken staircase to get to the ground floor, and this was next to a large, heavy-duty wooden door with multiple bolts and chains over it, and found a trap door with a ladder underneath it which led into the basement. I convinced my girlfriend to come with me, but she wouldn't explore the basement when we were there, just stayed at the bottom of the ladder with her torch while I had a quick look around. This is when it got really scary. I walked past some machines in the small room, which was completely empty, with the exception of a kicked-over chair and a noose hanging from a pipe directly above my chair. I shat myself and turned around to leave, when on the wall there was red graffiti, saying, "Don't come back." Needless to say, I haven't been back. My girlfriend told me after that she felt I was gone for about an hour, when I knew I was only gone for about 5 to 10 minutes. And she told me that she kept hearing whispers from the dark corridors, and the trapdoor fell shut above her at one point for no apparent reason. It was a very scary place, and I would love to go back with more people, but damn, that shit absolutely terrified me. There is an abandoned East Coast insane asylum that I've often seen posted on YouTube, as well as other places on the internet. I personally have been there around 10 or 15 times over the course of a decade, and each time I found something new, as the complex is very spread out and very massive. What I've never seen posted or never mentioned, however, is the maze of tunnels underneath the complex. Connecting each building is a subterranean network of tunnels for steam, water, sewage, and electricity. The tunnels are roughly 10 to 15 feet underground and quite long. They lead into the basement of each structure in a portion of the complex, with an emergency escape hatch that leads out into the woods between buildings in a portion. One weird thing is that most of the entrances to the tunnel system are hidden in the walls. I exited through a door once and found myself in a room that was the complex's post office, where I'd literally been 5 times before, and had never noticed that there was a hidden passage integrated into the wooden paneling. The complex has been abandoned for 20 to 30 years, so parts of the tunnel are very wet with leaking water. When you're down in there, you constantly hear environmental noise, as well as echoes from your own movements. There is nothing reflective down there, and there are no outside sources of light. If you don't have a bright enough flashlight, it can get kind of difficult to make out features of things in the distance, and you're relying a lot upon the slight tonal differences of what you can see to determine what something is off in the distance before you're right up onto it. If you go out on a moonless night and shine an LED pen light against a concrete wall from 15 feet away, you would get an idea from what I'm talking about. Now, for the terror. First of all, I have a stupid habit of going into these places by myself. I've recently started correcting this, because you never know when an accident could happen, leaving you alone underground in the dark. The last time I was in the tunnels, I was by myself, with a single AA battery-powered 75 to 100 lumen LED flashlight. My second mistake was that during this excursion, I decided to follow the tunnel down to what I thought was the water treatment building for the complex. The tunnel slopes downwards, so the leaking water previously mentioned runs down and collects at the tunnel's end. So at the end of the tunnel, I enter this large room with two 15-foot tall water storage tanks. There is probably an inch of water and muck on the floor, which makes a really gross noise when you walk in it. I am still standing, looking around with my flashlight, and from the opposite side of the room, I hear it. There is someone else in this underground room with me. I shine my flashlight across the room. I don't see anything, but I keep hearing the wet footprints. All of a sudden, I shine the light on this human-shaped object that is just black. There is no difference in shading or anything, just like a shadow against the peach-colored concrete wall. I stammer out, "Hello?" And all of a sudden, I can see these persons' two eyes flash up, reflecting back my flashlight. But that's it. I don't know if the person was in a guile suit or what, but it was impossible to make out anything distinguishable. I don't know what kind of weirdo sets out in full black get-up to rummage around underground. So at this point I flip out. I spin 180 degrees on my heels and bolt. I'm flying up the inclined tunnel, slipping and sliding all over the place on the damn concrete. I fell a handful of times, sprained my wrist badly, and got a number of cuts on my one knee. That run through the underground tunnels felt like an eternity. If you've ever seen the subway scene from the movie 28 Weeks Later, that's the closest thing I can approximate to. It was the closest thing I've ever experienced to a living nightmare. I have never been so terrified in all my life. Looking back, I'm sure whoever I met down there in the dark was probably as terrified as I was, unless they were crazy as hell. I have no reason to believe they followed me, and they probably ran back the way they came, as did I. I noticed that they didn't have a flashlight on. So what I think probably happened is that they had noticed my light and pulled a hoodie up over their head, turned off their light, and tried to hide as best they could. My best friend dreamed about my stepfather getting stabbed. My family was pretty white trash, and on one particular evening, my uncle and stepfather got into an altercation outside of our house, wherein my stepfather got stabbed in the back. He fell on me coming back inside, and in the process, I got coated in blood. The cops were called, and he was taken in an ambulance as my mother and myself drove to the hospital. This was about 1 a.m. This is before the internet and cell phones and all that jazz, so there was no way for anyone beyond our next door neighbours to know about this. When we returned back to the house, 4 or 5 hours later, there was a message on the answering machine from my best friend. She was crying and apologizing for calling so late, but asking me to call her right away because she had a dream of me being covered in blood. The message was the time stamped as the same time the incident occurred, round about 1 a.m. We had missed her call because we were outside with the paramedics. I was doing a 2-month internship at a very famous forensic hospital in Germany prior to my studies. Many patients there are thought too dangerous to ever be released, which effectively means even if they're due to be released, they stay in the hospital. The hospital I worked in was separated in 2 sectors. The first was for acute psychotic patients. There you had the screaming, schizophrenic, and acute dangerous people. For example, when you got stuck on an acid trip and killed someone, you came there. Some of the patients there were relocated relatively fast to normal psychiatric hospitals. The second one was mostly for patients who were already locked in for several years. They appeared not as obviously insane as the others, mostly because their medication was adjusted really well during the time. That's the place I worked in. We had a lot of paedophiles in there, but they were more pitiful, to be honest, and not really dangerous or creeps. They got medication which suppressed their libidos, and as a side effect, they were really sluggish and appeared to be kind of dumb. But there was one patient who really terrified me. In contrast to most of the others, he was really intelligent, cultivated, attractive, and extremely charming. He was some kind of accountant before he got into the psychiatric hospital. Apparently he had a competitor at work, who he killed, partially skinned, and then decided to place the corpse in the office to show the others what happened when you got in his way. After 10 years doing forensic psychiatry, he tortured his roommate to death at night over some minor argument. This dude really terrified me. I'd never met such a cold, manipulative character like him. He had this special, super creepy look on his face when he was alone with you, like he knew all your secrets and weaknesses. There was another really uneasy situation when I nearly shat my pants. Of course it was during the night shift. Of course our office was separated from the part of the building where the patients lived, and the only way out of the patients area was through our office, which was highly secured with automatic locks and cameras. 2 of my colleagues made their rounds to look after the patients. I stayed in the office and watched the surveillance cameras, and suddenly I got an unsettling feeling. I looked out of the window, and in the reflection I saw a young woman hiding behind the door, watching me, smiling. I instantly jumped up out of my chair and pressed the alarm button on my pager. Even though the woman was one of the chilled patients, after we brought her back into her room, we tried to reconstruct how she might have got out. But on the cameras, we saw nothing that could have explained it. Unfortunately, it was during one of my last days there, so I never did find out what exactly happened there, but it was super creepy. I was a surgery nurse for 5 years. I have several stories that people love to have me tell. Here's what I think is the grossest one. I had a roughly 65-year-old woman who had just had a fempop bypass surgery. So she had a femoral artery incision in her groin. This is a fairly common procedure to care for on my floor, so I've become accustomed to my CNAs knowing what the aftercare should be, which is lay flat for an hour, no straining, pressure, dressing on the incision, etc. But this day, we had a float from another floor who didn't know. After doing my incision checks and assessment, the aide came to help clean the patient up, as she had sweated a ton in recovery. During the bed bath, the aide apparently removed what looked to be an extra bit of tape, but was actually helping to hold the pressure dressing in place. If that had been it, we may have been okay. But then the patient told the aide that she hadn't had a bowel movement in several days, so the aide put her on a bedpan to try. Several minutes later, the patient's roommate hits her call button because my patient was making a weird whimpering noise. I go in to find my patient white as a ghost and only semi-conscious. I immediately yell for help and pulled the sheets back to check her incision, only to find blood all over the bed and her groin. The aide comes in to take her off the bedpan and freaks out. As I'm holding pressure on her incision, as an attempt to stop the bleeding, the aide pulls the bedpan out, and floating in a pool of rapidly clotting blood is a nice big turd. I rode her bed all the way to the OR holding pressure. She had to have emergency surgery and 6 units of blood, but happily she made it. And I definitely learnt the importance of talking to your CNAs. This has been my one and only true paranormal experience to date. I have had a few encounters with seeing shadow people, but this is one that truly terrified me. One summer evening, I had stayed up late to watch Headbangers Ball on MTV with my older sister. I was a big fan of death metal as a kid, and this was summer 2005. I got up to go to bed, and as I passed our front door to get to the room, I see this Native American man standing there. I will never forget. He was about 6'3", 6'5", and he had a black suit and one of those old-timey top hats. He had long-looking hair and these piercing blue eyes. I froze in fear for a moment and then began to scream loudly. My sister jumped up and saw him as well through a nearby salt shaker and then chucked it at him. And this is where the part that got me really freaked me out. His face contorted into this incredibly sad expression as he got turned around and faced expulsion through the front door. A few days later, I was telling this story to my dad, who was like an out-of-states army person, and he asked me how to explain. I told him it's not much more than last time. But anyway, afterwards, he said my description sounded like his great-uncle, who had died when my father was small. I think about it sometimes. In my final year of college, I lived alone in an apartment. I loved it, until I started dealing with something weird. There were whispers in my ear when I'd go to sleep at night, which I always just chalked up to thinking. But then it became weirder. I thought I saw someone in my kitchen area when I was in the shower. The bathroom door didn't have a vent, so I left the door open when I showered. Whenever I'd go to shave my legs, I'd prop one on the back of the tub, only to feel like someone was staring at me from where the toilet was. It was a very deep, unsettling feeling, and again, I chalk this up to my weird self weirding me out, even though this happened all the time. But what confirmed it for me was one night when something got thrown across my kitchen. A few minutes later, I had turned my lights out to go to bed, and in the morning, I found my beach stone had been sitting on the table on the other side of the apartment, and it was right next to the front kitchen door. The apartment was in a building that used to be a house which was converted into apartments. It was a super deal building and had a lot of quirks to it. My apartment used to be the attic, which was later converted to a top floor apartment. My boyfriend and I went camping a couple of summers ago, and I gashed my knee while swimming in a river. It hurt and it bled, but we washed it off and wrapped it up and finished off the camping trip. We came back home and I pretty much ignored my injury because it didn't look too bad and it hadn't been bothering me. I didn't bandage it or anything, and over the next few days it flared up again, definitely got infected and swelled up very noticeably. For whatever reason, I still didn't give it attention, and by the end of the week my injured knee was twice the size of my okay knee. The sight of the cut was pushing out cottage cheesy yellow goop every time I bent my leg, and it hurt so bad I ended up just trying an ice pack to my leg for the day. I thought I was pretty badass for having this crazy infection, and I discovered that the cut had gotten so deeply infected that it had not yet healed from the inside, and to my fascination, I could stick my bacteria-riddled index finger into the wound and it would sink in all the way up to my first knuckle. Yes, that first knuckle. The wound would make a pop sound every time the skin broke opened up and closed when I moved my knee, and it looked like puckered lips drooling out yogurt streaked with blood. I finally decided it was time to see a professional when 1. I caught a peek at my bone one day, 2. My knee decided to lock in place from the swelling, and 3. I developed a wicked fever. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, I was born prematurely, so I have no sense of smell. One day, my mom knocked on the door of my bedroom and insisted that something was up because she could smell my knee from the hallway. Turned out, it was a staph infection, and if I hadn't have treated it a moment sooner, the infection would have spread to my heart, or I would have needed my leg amputated. I don't know what was wrong with me that summer. I definitely have good hygiene, and I know how to take care of myself. I am an ERRN. This, so far, is the only death I've experienced from work that I've lost a significant amount of sleep over. 24-year-old male walks into the ER with complaints of flu-like symptoms for the past 3 days. He had decided to come in that day because he started to develop a rash throughout his body that he was unfamiliar with. Sadly, the rash was actually the result of a failed battle with bacterial meningitis, causing him to bleed internally and externally. By the time we got him back to the ER, he started crying blood, and the terror in his eyes was palpable. He went downhill fast. His lucidity diminished with his blood pressure, and the last thing he said before succumbing to pulseless VTAC was something about his mother that we could not make out. You could see his consciousness fade from his eyes as we started compressions. The code lasted close to an hour. At first, we could still keep his oxygen levels up with mechanical ventilation, defibrillation, and drugs. But blood was filling in his airways faster than it could be suctioned out. He was bleeding too fast for any medication or fluids to keep his body pressure up. He died, soaked in blood, and nearly unrecognizable, due to his now almost uniformly purple skin and swollen face. We found out later that he was studying neurobiology. He had a devoted girlfriend that was, for all intensive purposes, a fiancée. a large family, and many friends. He was an athlete who lived healthy, had beautiful curly hair, and this made the death tragic in a way that you don't experience when an 80-year-old dies. It made the unanswered pleas to God for help that had been sent echoing around the room by his family all the more bitter. I helped drag and push him into a body bag. My uncle lives out deep in rural Oregon. He told me this story where he was driving to work really early in the morning to a small town about 30 minutes away. There was a bit of traffic just outside of town, so he stopped beside another car. There was a super heavy fog this morning, like Silent Hill quality. Really thick, so he could just see the backlights of the car in front of him. After following the car very slowly, for a while, the car stops once more in traffic. My uncle sits there and waits for about 20 minutes. The car hasn't moved. All he can see is the headlights in front of him. Eventually, he gets out to see what's the matter. When my uncle gets out and walks to the car in front of him, he sees the entire front of the car completely totaled. Inside, the driver was dead. The back part of the car was completely fine, and my uncle did not know a thing was wrong earlier due to the fog. The story always unsettled me when I had to drive in fog. I sleepwalk and sleep talk a lot. I've said and done a lot of wacky things while I'm asleep, and I've also done some creepy things. One thing I do a lot in my sleep is get up and go somewhere else. The night in question I had done this, but instead of going onto the couch or the chair or floor or something, I went to the couch all the way down in my basement. My basement has a lock on it that can only be accessed from the outside of it. When I woke up, after realizing I had probably sleepwalked downstairs, I walked up the stairs to leave the basement. But the odd thing was, it was locked. If I walked downstairs to go to sleep, unlocking the door to do so, then how could the door be locked? I was the only one home that day, and lived somewhere very rural and isolated, so there was no one about who could have locked the door. The time was 2 a.m, which is even more odd, because I never wake up in the middle of the night. I climbed out of a window in my basement and went back into my house and checked to see if the door was still locked. It was. Nowadays, this freaks me the hell out. But at that point, I was asleep, so I was like, okay, and went back to sleep elsewhere. So me and my best friend, including 3 others, were hanging out in this field about midnight to 1 in the morning. You could only access this field with an off-roading vehicle. Our 3 other friends wandered off, and I should mention only one of them is a girl. So me and my best friend were walking by ourselves, and we come across this girl, wearing a white t-shirt with her back to us. We thought it was our friend, since there were no other cars up there, so we call her name. She didn't move. We got closer and called again, and we were about 5 feet behind her and called again. She didn't move again. We freaked out and headed back to the car and found the girl who we thought it was, and she wasn't wearing a white t-shirt. We thought it was a prank at first, but we realized it couldn't have been her for many reasons. We still don't know who or what she was. The scariest part is that she was near some government building or something. No one knows what it is, because on Google Earth it's surrounded by trees. My best friend tried to go there and some guys in a car drove up and told him not to come back or he would be shot. I am a psychology student. This is a story from one of my most favorite abnormal psych professors. My professor was working with a patient, doing some job counseling. We will call the patient Julie. Julie is a 23-year-old woman who lives with her mother, stepfather, and her 5 children. She is having trouble keeping a job, and she has recently been fired from her job at a call center for falling asleep on the job and for lashing out and assaulting her manager. She has been fired from 8 out of 12 jobs, and she is studying to become a CNA and has had multiple warnings for falling asleep in class. 4 out of her 5 children are in the custody of her mother due to a personal and family history of drug abuse, drug trafficking, and check fraud. Julie has her own probation officer, and 2 of her children have probation officers for fighting at school, as one almost killed another kid by strangling him. There is constant fighting in the home between Julie and her mother, but they do not argue when the stepfather is around. Julie's mother denies any sexual abuse occurred when Julie was a child, but Julie remembers otherwise. It came out later in therapy that Julie was never taught how to tell the time. The reason she was so tired was because she was staying up all night watching television, so that the correct television time slot would prompt her to wake her kids up for school and for her to go to work. In addition, my professor found out later that all 5 of Julie's children were born from an incestuous relationship with her own stepfather, who had been sexually abusing her since she was a small girl. She was also staying up all night to protect her children from her stepfather. But, as a good twist, Julie got the right diagnosis for borderline personality disorder. She continued therapy in school and got back custody of all 5 of her children. She is now happily married to a woman and is an artist. So, no, it's not the scariest story, but I'll never forget it. We had several other cases to analyze during the class, but this one about Julie will stay with me forever. I can't get over the fact that no one ever taught her how to tell the time. I used to work at an animal shelter, and I would stay pretty late sometimes. I used to hate staying late, because something weird would always happen. Once at around 7 p.m, I was just finishing up, and it was pitch black outside. I was already a little on edge, as the animals were making all sorts of weird noises, and knocking things over in their rooms. I had to head to the front of the building. It's one big open room, to turn out the lights and head out the back door to lock up. I get to the lights and start heading back to my desk. I drop my time card on my desk and take off. As I'm about halfway to the back door, I hear my card fall to the floor and clatter about. There's no way it could have moved, as it was flat on my desk. I thought for half a second that I should check it out, and then wisely decided against it. You better believe it, that I booked it out of there immediately. Even weirder still, I was relaying this story to a co-worker a few days after, late at night again. I'm also telling her I've heard crystal clear little kid laughter before too. Right after I finish that, the motion sensor hand towel dispenser goes off in the bathroom down the hall. I obviously book it out of there, but my co-worker didn't seem too creeped out. That place is weird at night. The home I grew up in was in Long Island, New York. And the basement is lined on one side with small windows. Probably about 3 foot by 1 foot, rectangular, with sliding glass planes on them. The house was built during the Second World War, so it is made of what they had at the time. Normally, we would have curtains on the inside of those windows, so nothing could see or come in. This particular day, my mother had been washing them and hadn't put them back up yet. I was around 8 or 9 years old, sitting there playing Mario 3 on my NES, when I get the distinct feeling that I was being watched by someone. I look over my shoulder to the window and see the outline of someone's face. Once they notice me looking at them, they knock on the window really loudly, vigorously wave at me, and then bolt off, hopping over the neighbor's fence into the adjacent yard. Needless to say, I was left on the NES and noped my way out of there as fast as possible. The next day the NES was moved up, and the very next day the NES was moved upstairs to the family room, and I still check to make sure the curtains are on when I am down in that basement. This happened 8 years ago, when I was a sophomore in high school. My urban exploration friends and I went on a bike ride looking for cool places to explore in a relatively dilapidated area, when we discovered a really creepy cave, which turned out to be an old abandoned cement mine. We did some mild exploring that first day, but quickly realized it would require more gear to go through to explore, including flashlights and respirators. About a week later, the 5 of us came back with the proper gear and a camera to see what we could find in the mine. We discovered there was basically one main shaft that sloped downwards and deeper into the earth, so we followed that main route. It was wide enough for a car to drive down and was pretty well graded, so the walking was easy. There were many rooms, old machinery, and rusting equipment off this main shaft, but we mostly avoided it in the beginning. We were trying not to get lost or confused. Along the way, the walls were littered with the classic abandoned graffiti. Simon was here, swastikas, initials, dates, the typical phallic drawings, and more. As we got deeper and deeper though, the graffiti really thinned out. At this point, the light from the entrance was long gone, and we were relying solely on flashlights. The air was so stagnant and hazy, with particles, that the light from our flimsy flashlights would only go 20 feet or so before getting totally obscured by dust. Thank goodness for the respirators. The glow sticks we had bought to mark our way to prevent getting lost were also basically useless, because they would disappear into the haze only a few steps after dropping them, and we had only bought about 10 or so. At this point we started arguing amongst ourselves. Several of the crew were nervous about going any deeper, with the air quality becoming so terrible, and without a good way to prevent us from getting lost. We were probably a quarter of a mile into the earth now, and the rest of us managed to override that sentiment of fear by assuring them that the path was easy and straightforward. So we would have to try to get lost. We were going to rely on our level-headedness, sense of direction, and flashlight battery to get out. Despite the agreement to push on, it was becoming very creepy for everyone. We walked for a while in silence, hearing nothing but our own movements and the steady drip of water coming from somewhere deep within the cave. I think we were all pretty scared at this point, but no longer willing to admit it to each other. Then we stumbled across something that made us stop cold. Dug into the side of the deep stone shaft we were slowly descending was a tunnel, an offshoot. It was narrow. You'd have to crouch to go through it. It was also a good few feet off the ground, so required a scramble to reach it. But that wasn't what made us stop. It was the graffiti. We hadn't seen any for about 10 minutes or so, so we had assumed that the artists never came this far. But someone else clearly had a message, and they left it very ominously. The tunnel was lined with words written in white, all of them somehow reflecting to death and destruction. Scrawled through the tunnel were words like suffering, pain, plague, disease, and hell. It was pretty terrifying. Who else would come this far just to write such a terrible message in a mysterious tunnel that broke from the main path? But there was no turning back now. We had to see where the tunnel led to. Despite our fear, we were overpowered by intense curiosity. So one by one, we crawled through the tunnel to see the other side. What we found was a strange flooded chamber. Around a pool of water, there were many large stones, each covered with dozens of burnt-out tea candles. There must have been hundreds of used tea candles in the place. The walls had a few creepy monster faces poorly graffitied on them, and the tunnel entrance back to the main shaft was ringed and spray-painted with a blood-stained mouth. What is this place? Some weird ritual site for local Satan worshippers? An elaborate hoax set out by some kids? Or just some creative artwork? We couldn't find much evidence to figure out what it was, and we were running out of adrenaline to keep exploring. We all crawled out of there and made our way back to the main shaft, where we promptly headed towards the exit. When we finally saw that pinprick of natural light coming from the real world outside, we were flooded with relief. We never did figure out what the mysterious cavern was for, and I think I'm content to leave it a mystery. No, we didn't hear any monsters in the depths of the tunnel, or find any Satan worshippers covered in blood. But just finding that room, buried deep in an old forgotten mine, was enough to creep the hell out of us for a very long time. I worked as a hospital chaplain this summer. We got called to every code blue in order to be with the family and or pray while the staff worked on the patient. At 3:30 a.m, I get paged to the cardiac ICU. A 30-year-old woman has coded, and they are working hard to get her back. She is flat on her back while they are doing compressions, and she's not conscious. No family present, so I am working hard to stay out of the way and pray silently. When all of a sudden, this woman sits up straight in bed and full-on screams, "Let me go!" Everyone just stops and stares at her. Finally, after a pause that felt like forever, someone says, "Not today," and everyone kind of starts chuckling and breaks what felt like a very tense room. The staff quickly go back to work, trying to stabilize her, much of which she actually refused for the first minute or so. After she was stabilized a little more, I returned to the call room and continued with my night. But months later, thinking about her and that scream, I still wonder what she may have seen and why she wanted to go so badly. Her scream has been imprinted on my heart and still gives me chills. I am a female, of age 24, and I live with my sister at the first floor of a 3-floor building, with a big garden surrounded by a fence and gate. The 2 other families in my building are cool, but the neighbors are honestly the worst people I have ever met. The landlord has already told the neighbors not to let their kids play ball and jump over the fence to pick up the ball in our garden. They've destroyed flowers, fruit, and the fence. And the parents don't care because they say that they're just kids and won't pay for the destroyed fence. Lately, my sister caught one of the kids peeping through our bathroom window. Fortunately, he couldn't see much because of the curtains inside, but he tried. We tried to talk to the neighbors, but oh surprise, they said they didn't understand that they only speak Turkish. How convenient. Anyway, I caught the teenage kid staring through the window the second time, and I called the police. They took 40 minutes to come, and they didn't seem to want to help. They said, without damages on your property, or if he didn't try to force entry, there's nothing we can do. Our landlord said she'd already called the cops before, but they didn't care either. My sister and I also noticed some socks and tank tops of ours were disappearing magically from our clothesline outside. My boyfriend gave me a collapsible baton, 2 folding knives, and 2 pepper sprays, and we never leave home without them. It's annoying that nothing can be done about the situation. We're planning to move out. But why should we? Parents won't educate their kids, and the police won't help you. Something has to be done, but I'm not sure what. There is this abandoned mental hospital in my town called Prudhoe Hospital, near Newcastle in the United Kingdom, which is sort of the scary place kids go to show bravado. It's surrounded by woods, so obviously you hear a lot about it. You hear lots of stories from people after it was abandoned, but the spookiest things come from when it was still in service. My mum worked as an auxiliary nurse there for years, and she said at night, the crippled kids who couldn't move due to severe disease and birth defects would somehow get out of their cribs and into the middle of the floor on the wards. Whatever was doing this would also go around and remove blankets from all the patients and again pile them in the center of the room. Eventually security was hired, believing it was someone getting into the hospital at night and doing these things to scare people or just to cause trouble. However, even with security, they never found out who was doing these things late at night. This is only one of the hundreds of stories I've heard. It's quite spooky, and seems like whoever you talk to has a different story. I used to be a security supervisor at a hospital with an abandoned old hospital on site. We had to do walkthroughs, and I worked the graveyard shift. The place was creepy cool. I felt a bit like an urban explorer, but creepy nonetheless. It was like something out of 28 Days Later. Some lights worked, others didn't. Others still just flickered. So I'd be walking down a hallway, with some pitch black rooms on either side, in a section where the hallway lights were out, and the next section, The hallway lights were flickering. I always felt like a hobo could be chilling in a room and have me at the disadvantage, as I'm loud, with keys, a flashlight, and a radio, and I always felt uneasy. On this one occasion, I showed up at midnight and saw the whole top floor of the hospital had every working light turned on. The split shift supervisor told me that he had called the maintenance guy, as they were the only other people with keys, and they hadn't been up there. He said it happened around 11, and he was putting it off for me to handle. Place stood out like a beacon across the whole hospital grounds, so I grabbed one of my guys and went up, and we walked together and turned it all back off. We didn't find a soul, but they could have duped us or swapped to a different floor. Only part of the abandoned hospital that's still in use is the psych ward. One time, the nurses called complaining about people moving furniture above them on the abandoned floor. So I went up and found the place a mess, but I didn't see anyone. We went down to tell them, and they saw up and down that it was loud and there was a lot of noise. One time, I was walking through the old ICU. No lights in the whole place, except one side hallway, and it flickered. So I'm walking up, uneasy as usual, and I'm walking past the side hall, and the lights flick on. To my left is a bloody man in a chair, and I damn near shat myself. Lights flipped off, and then when it came back on, I saw it was a mannequin, or CPR dummy I think, covered in some red paint, that was propped up on the chair. Turns out, some cops asked to see the haunted hospital the shift before, and thought it would be funny to set that damned thing up there for me. Lots of other incidents, like guards reporting hearing babies cry when there were none, doors opening independently, swiveling chairs start swiveling by themselves. It didn't happen to me personally, but we did like to mess with them when they were up there and yell into the mic every now and again. Makes you jump when you're quietly going through that hauntingly empty place. My mother works in a hospital, so I've heard enough horror stories. One that sticks out was when a guy was brought into the ER after being mugged. My mum was supporting his head and neck while he was being moved, and when she let go, her gloved hands were apparently covered in his blood and parts of his brain. Apparently the mugger had hit him so hard in the back of the head with a brick that his head had literally broken. She told me about it when she got home from her shift. I've never seen her look so traumatized. Another incident. The hospital where she works also treats inmates from the prison nearby. When they come into hospital, they're obviously handcuffed to the gurney, resulting in them being convinced that they're either being killed by lethal injection, despite the fact that the UK doesn't have the death penalty, or are being prepared to be experimented on by the government. Once, for some stupid reason, a prisoner was in a room with only a trainee, operating department practitioner, who was keeping an eye on them. Said prisoner was heavily sedated, but he started to come to, then freaked out and ripped out his IV, resulting in blood being sprayed all over the room. The trainee panicked, ran around the room screaming, and my mom and two others ran into the room to restrain the prisoner and throw the hysterical trainee out, all while slipping on the blood that covered the floor. When my mum told me about the prisoner, I was nearly laughing at the comedy skit-esque setting. She said that she'd never been so close to slapping a trainee before and telling them to sort their shit out. A lone abandoned farmhouse in northeast Iceland. Langanes. That's the place. This was a real, edge-of-the-earth kind of business. It was a few hundred meters from the Arctic Ocean, about 10 kilometers from the nearest sealed road, and not a single soul for miles. I was on my own and just heading up for a quick explore. I was on fieldwork up there for other reasons. I went inside. It wasn't too messed up. Not much furniture, some things left in the kitchen, with a homemade poster saying, Eyatmot, 1982. A festival that celebrates the bringing of sheep before the winter. So it was abandoned at some point after that. I was about to explore the top floor when I heard a creak. I stopped and listened for a few seconds. There was nothing else. Fine. I went up 2 or 3 more steps and heard the creak again, and genuinely 2 or 3 more footsteps, or at least the sound of it. This really got the hairs on my neck up. Now logically, I knew there was essentially 0 chance of anyone else being there. As I mentioned before, this is the definition of isolated, in the absolute middle of nowhere. And if you know Iceland, you know that there aren't a lot of people. And I enjoy thinking of myself as a reasonable, not easily spooked man. I went up 1 more step, then heard 2 more footsteps, and something slam onto the floor above, and I legged it. I ran back down the stairs out of the farmhouse, back into my Land Rover, and headed off down the track. I never did find out what it was, and I felt stupid, but my love of horror movies took control of my brain, and told me to run from the footsteps in the attic of an abandoned farmhouse. At least, I got a few good photos. When I was a little dude, probably 4 or 5, my little sister, who was 1 year younger than I, shared a bedroom. Our bedroom door looked over the living room wall, and behind that area was our playroom. The playroom was a level lower and had huge ceilings. So the living room was roughly 6 to 8 feet above the playroom. One night, I woke up and saw a dark, blue hooded figure holding what looked like a candle coming through the wall. It looked towards our bedroom and then continued to float into the living room. I was so little I just hid under my blankets. A few years later, when we lived in a different house, I was telling my mum the story about the blue thing that I saw when I was in the old house. My sister was doing homework at the table, and her ears perked up before I finished my story and said, "Did it have a candle?" "Yeah." "Did it come through the living room wall?" "Yeah." "Did it look into the bedroom?" Yeah, actually." Then my mum says, it didn't have a hood by any chance, did it?" "Yeah? What the hell was it?" My mum says, "I don't know. Your father used to tell me that he saw the blue cloaked guy with a hood and a candle hanging out by the barn rafters at night. I always assumed he was drunk or high, but I never believed him until now. I can still picture that thing so vividly. My sister and I are in our early 30s, but we still talk about it on occasion." My dad was in a cult. So was my mother, but hers was a lot tamer and less interesting. Since I spent weekends with my dad for a couple of years, I was in the cult as well, at least as far as they was concerned. So let's discuss this cult's behavior. Women were allowed to be ministers, but not allowed to wear pants. Going swimming with these people was the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen, because they swam fully clothed. They didn't ever wear shorts. They believed that they could speak a secret ancient language by being possessed by either God or the Holy Spirit. It was kind of unclear which. In reality, they sounded like someone was trying to speak Hebrew with a racist accent. They didn't believe in doctors, and they once tried to heal one of my cluster headaches by putting oil on my head and babbling in tongues. All the kids were homeschooled, and the parents constantly tried to set their children up with each other, with the expectation being that they'd marry within the faith. There weren't that many followers. Higher education was just not a consideration. All these people were either factory workers or stay-at-home mums. The worst part, though, is that they were all super nice people. They were all good to each other, and they would all give you the shirt off their backs. But they were ruining their kids' lives. Last I heard of it, they all just sort of fell apart and people moved away. My dad moved with his second wife to another state, and I haven't really seen anyone from that church since. My biggest hope is that those kids were okay, because I think some of them got really messed up. I was the night watchman at an abandoned mental hospital turned state park for a summer in college. The only creepy thing I remember was one night I was with one of the state park police, and we saw flashlights in one of the buildings. Kids constantly broke in, and other people broke in to gut the old buildings of any copper they could find. So as I was saying one night, we saw flashlights moving around, so we went in. The officer pulled her gun and flashlight, and in we went. We could hear footsteps on the floor above us, so we slowly and quietly went upstairs. We checked every room and found nothing, and with there being virtually no places to hide, we found this very strange, until we heard footsteps above us again. This happened for a few floors, until we were on the very top floor below the roof, and we heard footsteps up on the roof. So we went up there. Still nothing. We never found anyone or any indication that anyone had been there. It was friggin' creepy. There was another night that was extra spooky. I was driving along one of the trails through the woods with one of my friends. There are no lights on the trail. Only light source was my headlight. About 20 or 30 yards down the road, I saw a big branch down. I slowed down to drive around it, and my friend screams, "Holy shit! That tree branch just looked at me." I jammed my brakes, and we both jumped out, as someone took off into the trees. It was a dude, full camo from head to toe. I had a patient who was older than dirt, riddled with cancer, and was in the hospital for a DVT. He died between rounds, but we had to code him anyway. As I was pumping on his chest, while everyone else was moving his roommate out and bringing the crash cart, he started vomiting this disgusting, thick, brown, red crap. Every time I thrust, more would come out. I am trying to do effective compressions while holding his head to the side to prevent, or rather, at least, reduce aspiration. We coded for more than an hour, and he never stopped being dead. And then, I had to stay like an extra 2 hours to finish the work I didn't get done. Oh, and there was also the incident of the dude who had his toe amputated, and then we saw him back a month later. He hadn't changed the bandages at all, and his wound had got maggots in it. Apparently, his daughter came to his house to take him out for Father's Day. She helped him dress, saw the maggots, went out to eat anyway, then brought him to the ER. The ER opened the bandage and went, "Hey look, maggots," and replaced it, then sent him to the floor. Day shift nurses looked and went, "Oh my god, maggots," and left it for us. I had to take photos for wound care documentation, and then we drowned the maggots and finally put a clean bandage on. He ended up having to get an above-the-knee amputation, but at least the maggots reduced the infection enough to save his life. A few years back, when I was a medical student, I was doing my primary care rotation when I had to see a morbidly obese lady for a gynecological issue. She said she was having a lot of itching and soreness in her vagina. Even as I set up for a pelvic examination, I could already tell it wasn't going to be good. I could smell a foul odor already, and I hadn't even looked. I was gloving up when I got so nauseated that I was about to get sick. So I excused myself and lied to my attending that I had a problem taking a look because she was so obese and I didn't have much experience with such a challenge. The truth was, I just couldn't stay in the room. It smelled like rotting vagina. A few minutes later, my attending called in order to show me what he has found. I thought for sure it would be an aborted fetus, but I was wrong. I go in with my mask, and there, my attending dangles this cylindrical object covered with bloody debris. It was a tampon. She apparently had difficulty removing it a week ago, and my attending kept saying, "It stinks like a mag." The embarrassed patient was crying, and I felt bad, but I had to step out of the room because I was beginning to regurgitate my saliva and was on the verge of puking. To this day, I can't forget that smell. I think that was my deciding factor as far as not going into OB/GYN. I just don't want to encounter that horrific smell ever again. So this happened while I was living at home. I hear a glass breaking in the middle of the night. I think someone is trying to break in or something, so I call my grandpa as he lives downstairs, since my mum was away from the weekend. I wake him up and start searching upstairs while he searches downstairs, with not a single piece of broken glass to be found. I shrug it off and forget about it. A month later, my mum bursts into my room in the middle of the night, whispering and yelling about hearing broken glass and thinking someone is breaking in. I sleepily tell her that it's nothing, and I heard it a few months ago as well. She decides to go downstairs and check it out just to be sure. On our wooden mantel above the fireplace, we keep a religious candle. This one, I believe, was the Sacred Heart of Jesus burning all the time. We've had it for the past 21 years, and I think even before that. Nothing like this had ever happened. My mum walks downstairs to see if half of the candle glass had been shattered. The liquid wax poured out into a river, and somehow the flames travelled down the liquid wax and lit a little corner of our wooden mantelpiece on fire. I have never seen glass break happen like that, and I've seen a lot of glassware break in my time, in labs and in chemical engineering student life for many different pressures, temperatures and stress factors, and I have never been more scared in my entire life. My father went with a group to go on a trip to Tanzania to do some medical work in a poor village. For a few nights of the trip, The group stayed in a hotel. My dad was sharing a room with another man from the group, with separate beds. One night, he is woken up by his roommate who had the light on. He looks terrified, trembling and praying. My dad asks what's wrong, but he wouldn't say anything about it. My dad is obviously concerned, but since he couldn't do anything about it, he went back to sleep. The next night, in the middle of the night, my father gets up to pee. He walks to the bathroom and starts to relieve himself when he catches a very strong scent of body odor. He, and most of the people from the group, are daily deodorant wearers, being from the US, but many locals in Tanzania don't wear it as frequently. So when the smell hits his nose, he realizes that him and his roommate may not be alone. He turns around and sees standing there in the doorway a local woman, shaking violently, her eyes rolled up looking on the ceiling. He panics, as no one should have been able to get into the room. He turns back around towards the bathroom in a moment of confusion. But then when he turns back, she's gone, as if she'd never been there to begin with. Thoroughly shaken, he goes back to bed, thinking that maybe he was dreaming or seeing things. He lays back down on his side. This story happened to a girl who attended my high school and was 2 years my junior. Our story begins as Daphne was going to bed one night during a Charlotte winter, which can get unpleasantly cold. Daphne tells that she remembers being restless during her sleep, and that she remembers groggily waking up and pulling her covers up, which had gotten displaced several times throughout the night. At one point, Daphne wakes up, shivering as once again her blanket had been yet again maneuvered away. Without moving or opening her eyes, Daphne lays in silence, wondering why she would keep kicking her blanket off in her sleep, when she felt her blanket being pulled towards the foot of her bed. Terrified, Daphne opens her eyes to a man staring at her intently while pulling away the covers. Immediately, Daphne jumps up, screams, and runs out of the room to her parents. The man escaped through the window and was never found. The police were called and discovered beer cans and a knife under her bed, giving them a reason to believe the man would frequently watch her at night. No one knows if the man was planning on raping her, or merely liked watching her in her sleep, or was having himself a nice wank while he watched her. In the 90s, I worked overnight and weekend security at a center for psychiatry that cared for inpatients, outpatients, and even the criminally insane awaiting trial. That area of the building was basically a prison instead of a hospital. People would often bring in the arrested for evaluation, and the homeless could even walk in and ask for help. We saw all kinds. I did this job for years, and some nights got very, very busy. Two scary situations really stick out from those times. The first, I was manning the front desk, and a walking patient holding a knife walks in, screaming that he wants to kill himself. He had cut himself all over his body and was covered in blood. My supervisor quickly rifled through the database and found him. He had a history of violence against staff, AIDS, hepatitis, and more. I was commanded to put him down, and I approached him with a chair as a shield. When he wound up to swing the knife at me, I rammed him with the chair until he went down. Then a bunch of staff jumped in, and everybody put 1 foot down on him until he was better subdued and eventually sedated. A doctor was in my face right after, yelling, "Did he touch you? Did he cut you?" I still wasn't sure until after an examination. The second incident started when 2 police brought in a tough-looking guy for an assessment. This guy is keeping his head down, not saying anything, and I led them into a secure observation room. The arrested and 1 officer goes in. The other cop returns with me to get our information and to see if he's in our database. Suddenly my partner, who was watching the monitors, jumps up and hits the alarm and run back the way we came in. We run after, and the door is wide open, and we see the guy wailing on the officer with his handcuffs like a one-handed flail. The other cop does most of the work in this case, and the arrest is pretty much laid out on the floor. How did this happen? How did this happen? In my quick inspection, I notice that his hands are funny. They're all covered in blood from the fight, but something doesn't look right. I look closer. The guy doesn't have a thumb. Even the ball socket that attaches the thumb to the palm has been removed. The cop looks at the other hand. Holy shit, both thumbs removed. They cuffed the guy and didn't notice he was missing both thumbs. The cuffs would just slide off. Still thinking about that guy. How? Why? For what reason? What crazy world was he a part of, where something like that could even happen? I still wonder. My great-grandpa was a lazy, mean, rude jackass who didn't care about anyone but himself. He would go to work, come home, expect dinner to be laid on the table, and then go to bed. Every day. And he was always nasty to my great-grandma. My great-grandma kept complaining that he never fixed any of the various problems around the house. The stove wasn't working right. Some parts of the house were practically falling apart, and there were leaks in the roof and holes in the floor. It was a mess. Of course, he would just yell at her and tell her that it wasn't his problem. Well, one day, he ends up dying. And even though he was still a giant jackass, my great-grandma still loved him, and she felt miserable over his death. So, a few days after his funeral, her friend decided to take her out and spend the day away from the house, to try and take her mind off it. She comes back a few hours later, and the door is unlocked. She thinks someone's broken in, so she panics and rushes around the house. Then she notices something. The roof is fixed, the floor is fixed, and the stove is fixed. Everything that she complained to her husband about was repaired. She then went back to the front door and noticed that his favorite shoes were sitting in front of the door, and his favorite coat was sitting on the coat rack next to the door. The door was open, and while she could still see out the door closed all on its own. I met a sociopath who beautifully played the role of an ordinary, normal human being. It took me quite some time to realize he was playing a role that he had been rehearsing for years, giving his grand performance on a day-to-day basis. It took me even longer to realize that I was playing the part of the leading lady, but so were dozens of other women. We all were. We were all understudies for one another, and we didn't even know it, all feeding into the same twisted fantasy that felt all too real. This story begins for me as a hopeful 19-year-old girl in the midst of pursuing an education in creative writing. Prior to my first English class at university, I looked my prospective professors up on the internet. You know, Those quirky rate my professor sites that we're all fed into. The comments section floored me as soon as I entered his name, as I was met with reviews of what an attractive and wonderful human being he was. As you can imagine, I sat patiently in the back of the room on the first day of class. I expected a Brad Pitt look-alike to appear. So when I was met with a pudgy, balding man in his late 30s, my mind whirled as I looked at my friend to my left and shrugged, feeling silly for bragging about how attractive this man was going to be. He entered class 10 minutes late with a wide smirk on his face, his hair in uncombed wisps that desperately tried to cover the evidence of premature aging. His face was swollen looking, with beady green eyes that sunk into his head, darting back at the wall and the tile ceiling. He had the physique of a man that spent most of his afternoons sitting at a desk throwing back beers, stains on his khakis and buttons missing on his blazer, and his faded white collar shirt was wrinkled and tucked into his pants in a haphazardous way. He was meticulously lazy. He wanted you to know that he didn't care. Every move calculated in such a way that you believed what he wanted you to believe. Looks aside, this man was a comedic genius, a real savant with words. He spent half of the class telling ridiculous stories, chock full of cuss words and euphemisms. His personality made up for the rest of him, in a big way, of course. It is later to be revealed that this personality was an act of work of a twisted, deluded art. Our first writing assignment was a personal essay. I chose to write a highly descriptive narrative depicting what it would be like to fight a female MMA fighter. It was less than 2 pages long, and most of it was just spent describing what hot asphalt felt like on human hands while doing push-up in the middle of July. I can tell you this because the response that followed my submission of this essay would make you think that I wrote a how-to manual on how to give blowjobs. After our first writing assignment, and a few weeks later, I sent him an email asking him if he knew how I could become more involved with creative writing on campus. I mean, that is what the professors are there for, right? They are there to help you achieve what you want to pursue in life. I was directed to seek out whoever is involved with the school paper and see if I could be of any service. I politely thanked him, and then was met with this response. This is from John Carrigan. I like the way you write. There's an intimacy and energy and vibrancy about it, a closeness of detail and imagery that generates real emotion. Now for me, this literally came out of nowhere, and the basis of how I am a writer was only portrayed through my personal essay on boxing and octagon rings. But let me tell you, I ate this shit up. You see, as a young female writer who wants nothing more than to be an accomplished published author, this is exactly what we want to hear. I thanked him and virtually blushed. He replied, "It helps that I know you in person, but I feel like your writing matches your persona, and that's an important ability for any writer. I mean, it's no secret that you are an absurdly beautiful girl, and you have a kind of persuasion and quiet comfort and confidence about you. I notice those things about you quite intuitively, and I can feel them translated onto your page that kind of eases into your own skin and sensuality." I replied, "I really appreciate that. You have no idea how much it means to me. I would love to be a writer someday. So all that you have to offer in terms of advice really helps. Then the teacher replied, "You deserve it. I'm going to assume that you know that you are quite gorgeous, because, well, how couldn't you? But you show an ability to grant that beauty and sensuality in a kind of artistic vibe and spirit. It becomes something as opposed to just being something that you look at in a static way. Sometimes beauty is just about being sexually desirable, but that grows boring after a time. Yours is a kind of attractive creative idea and identity, if that makes sense. You don't shy away from your sex appeal in your writing, nor do you commercialize it in the easy way. You translate it into a kind of closeness and intensity of imagery and experience that you're privy to, and know that you never have to feel appreciated. You are smart, talented, sweet, unique, creative, and beautiful. It is not exactly a chore to be around you, you know. Just so that you know, this professor had me in class for less than 3 weeks at this point." I replied, "I'm completely flattered. Could I give you some of my writing samples to proofread and give me feedback on them?" The teacher replied, "Of course. You help me just as much having people like you in my life. It is what makes everything worthwhile. The things that give you energy to think and create and feel and leave your whole soul out there. Beautiful, insightful, talented and passionate. You are unique, and that is never lost on me." I thanked him again and was really blushing, and I said it was a pleasure to have someone like him as a professor. He replied for one last time, "The pleasure is all mine, really. I feel lucky to get to know you and hopefully spend time with you after the term. You are an incredible girl, and alluring in every way, attractive intellectually, emotionally, and physically. I would want to hang out with you, no matter where I knew you from." This kind of dialogue continued for quite some time. I truly believe that we had some kind of out-of-this-world connection, on a literary level. By this time, he had asked me for my phone number, so that he could better communicate with me about my writing. I agreed. I saw him as a mentor that I could have for life, someone that would guide me through my writing woes and success. And of course, the oh-so-eloquent word vomit of excessive compliments being shoved down my throat didn't hurt either. He had me completely brainwashed. I just didn't know it yet. He would call me on the phone and tell me that I was a force of nature, a force to be reckoned with, and that I was going to do great things in this world. I was at a loss for words. He also ran a pseudo-dead poets society at night in a rented-out classroom on campus. He had implored for me to attend for quite some time, and when I found the time, I stopped by for an afternoon. However, something felt different that night. The classroom was filled with other students. His eyes seemed to linger on me for just a tad too long, his smirk resurfacing every time I would laugh at one of his jokes. And after the meeting, I scurried back to my dorm and was met with a text message regarding how distracted he was by how I looked that night, and how it was such a sweet and seductive pleasure to have me be in his presence. That night, it hit me. Had I gotten into more than I could handle? My head felt fuzzy, my hands shook, and I sent a single text message that ended up being the literal definition of a game changer. I debated sending this message for a good 10 minutes. What if I was misreading his advances? I would hate to make class awkward by assuming anything. I went for it anyway. "Do you have feelings for me?" And this was his response. "You are beautiful, provocative, and talented. Of course I have romantic and sexual thoughts about you. It would be an insult to both of us to even pretend I didn't. But it is really cool that it is deeper than two, and we can still have an awesome, meaningful relationship right now and figure out the more personal, romantic, and sexual stuff as we go along. I guess what I'm trying to say is, being attracted to you does not blind me from the cool connection we already have. But yes, I am of course attracted to you, and I would be a liar if I pretended that I was not thinking of how nice it would be to kiss you. The first thing that came to my mind was, am I the only one? I wanted to know if this was the kind of behavior that he participated in often. So I made some sort of sarcastic and smart-ass resort as to whether or not he frequents in picking up his students. I was met with a reply. I certainly don't frequent in picking up students, and I don't think of you in that way anyway. The truth is, I'm not into you because you're a student. I'm into you because of who you are. I would have been no matter what. And I kind of see it as a grand coincidence that you happen to be a student at the university that I am a professor at. I would find out a year later that being a student was exactly what he was attracted to. You see, there was never any coincidences here. There are no such thing as coincidences. We did not meet under the instance of fate. This was a calculated formula, years mastering and practicing, and I was just his latest victim, who majored in naivety. He purposefully sought out women that were young, attractive, vulnerable, and under his command as a power figure. He sought out the writers, the young women who were drenched in the smell of hopeless romanticism, the kind of women that would become weak at the knees for his kind of text message poetry. This was the game he played for years, and he would continue to play it for years after we parted. That night I fell asleep, phone in hand, and I woke up to tens.
The moment I had signed the sales contract for the old farmhouse, I'd been happier than I was in years. You see, in life, I did everything right. I heeded the advice of my teachers and parents. After I'd finished school, I went on to university and got my degree in business. I graduated with honors and started working at a fancy company. After a decade and a half, I'd climbed high enough on the corporate ladder to be head of the sale department. It meant quite the salary, but also more responsibility and more hours on the job. During these years, I moved into a newer, fancier place every couple of years, bought more luxuries, but spent less and less time home enjoying it all. With each passing year, I grew to hate my life a bit more. I hated my job, my apartment, and even the overcrowded city I lived in. I was yearning for a break and for some quiet and solitude. When my Uncle Dennis died, I was surprised to be named the sole benefactor. Apparently, he had no other relatives but me. Selling most of his property, I left me with a substantial sum. With the savings I already had, I decided it was time for a change. I had long dabbled with the idea of moving to a rural area. Growing my own vegetables, get a few chickens and live a self-sustaining lifestyle far away from the big city sounded nice. It had always been something I was interested in, a sort of fantasy. Reality was different. There were always deadlines to make, projects to finish and contracts to discuss and sing. Time moved along, and year after year I did nothing. Now though, enough was enough. I didn't want to end up like the people who'd finally made it to retirement only to realize that they were now too old and feeble to follow their dreams. When I quit my job, my boss was surprised and flabbergasted. Of course, I still had my termination period of 4 weeks, but most of that time was spent to make adjustments. While my boss was busy finding a replacement for me, I started to look around for a promising property. After a week of searching, I found it. It was an old farmhouse with quite a few plots around. It was located in a small village near a mountainous area. Until 2 years ago it had been owned by a woman, but after she died her son had put it up for sale. When I visited the place, I saw that it was old and not just a bit run down, but I was sure all this could be fixed. My last day of work arrived quickly. It was a few weeks later that I finally signed the sales contract and started to move what few belongings I wanted to keep to the old farmhouse. Once I'd put together some sort of temporary living quarters, I decided it was time to move in. I tried my hands at remodeling the old house myself, but I was soon reminded that I never had any talent using my hands. In the end, I gave up in frustration and contracted a company for it. It took another couple of weeks, but once they were done the place looked nice, cozy, and modern. After the repairs on the chicken crop were finished, I bought half a dozen chickens and a roaster. Being woken up by him in the morning reminded me of those childhood days I spent at my grandparents' farm. The nostalgia flooded over me in pleasant waves as I drank my morning coffee. By now I decided it was time to visit what few neighbors I had. To the north of me, quite a bit away, lived an older lady and next to her a middle-aged couple whose kids went to middle school. After my initial introductions, I didn't have much to do with them. To the south lived an older couple, the Richters. They lived in a huge old farmhouse. They used to be farmers themselves when they were younger but had since retired. They were nice and assured me they'd help me out if I ever had any problems. After that, there was only one person left, the old man living to the farm east of me. It was an old farmer who I guessed was in his late 50s or early 60s. He owned the fields adjacent mine. Only a small dirt road divided our properties. I'd seen him from afar a few times, but whenever I'd greeted him, he'd ignore me. His face was hard as if carved from stone, his lips were always pressed together, and he had a perpetually angry expression. The moment I walked over towards his farm, he tried his best to ignore me yet again. When he saw that I walked towards him, he turned to me. His face showed that he'd rather do anything else but talk to me. "Hello, I'm Dan, I bought the, know damn well who you are. You're the guy who bought Lisbeth's old house and made it all fancy and whatnot." Yeah, nice to meet you." With that, I held out my hand for a greeting. He didn't budge or even look at the hand I was awkwardly holding out in the empty air between us. "Why'd you move here?" "Oh, I was going to try my luck at farming. I always wanted to grow my own." I broke up as the old man burst into laughter. "You? Farming? Your hands are as soft as a girl's. This land is tough. I tell you right away that you won't grow a damn thing here. We don't need to city folks like out here." Ha! With that, he spat on the ground in front of me and without another word made his way towards his shack. For a while I stood there, looking after the old guy. I was nothing short of surprised and dumbfounded. Why'd he thrown so much hate at me? What the hell was his problem? More than a bit mad, I went back home. What had I done to get this type of reaction? In the end, I told myself that he was most likely a miserable old fool who hated himself and people in general. Not my problem. From that point onward, I tried my best to get the farm going. My knowledge was limited though, minimal. The internet with its endless information is fantastic, but it was all second-hand knowledge. I soon realized that if I ever wanted to learn how to do anything, I had to get my own hands dirty. I started with the old lady's small garden and planted a variety of different vegetables. The month after that, I got the old greenhouse running again. I soon had to learn that real life was no harvest moon. Running a farm and growing vegetable was tough. Needless to say, things didn't grow well at all. It was at a later meeting with Hans Richter and his wife that I learned that the ground here wasn't the best anymore. They didn't know what it was, but almost everyone had trouble getting things to grow here. You'd need a lot of care and fertilizer if you wanted to succeed. A decade ago, a few small-time farmers were still living here. As things got harder, most of them abandoned the trade. Some turned to raise livestock, others changed to different professions. There was only one single person whose fields were still flourishing, old Werner's. It turned out that old Werner was no other than my next-door neighbor. When I told the Richters how my introduction with him went, they both started to laugh. Werner was a bitter old man. He didn't like people and had lived alone most of his life. He was a very solitary man. When I asked if something happened to him, they both said no. It was just how he was. It'd be best for me to ignore him. That's what everyone else did anyway. As I'd said, I took things slow, worked the garden, studied different types of seeds, how to take care of crops and many other topics. It was early summer by then, so much too late to actually sow anything on the fields. So, I let them lay fallow for the year. As summer moved along though, I was surprised to see how the old man's fields were bursting with ripe grain and vegetables. Sure, they told me the old man was doing all right, but what I saw was more than that. No, he seemed to be doing pretty damn well. I could barely get a couple of tomato plants to bear fruit in the greenhouse, yet he had fields of them. Harvest came and went. I was frustrated at my own inability to grow anything, but also impressed at how well he was doing. I didn't like it one bit. As summer turned to autumn, there was one thing I found a bit strange. I often caught the old guy driving out in the middle of the night and returning back home a few hours later. I'd noticed it by accident when I was out one night. I'd decided to take a walk in the mild autumn air and to gaze at the stars. I was on my way to the local viewing platform when a car approached me from behind. Its headlights were off, and it sped past me, yet I was sure I'd seen old Werner. I didn't think anything of it, yet I wondered why he drove around without his headlights on. My first thought was that he forgot them, or hell, he might just be an asshole who liked to scare people. In time I learned that the old man was making these ominous trips frequently. Always in the middle of the night and still without his headlights on. There was no other explanation, he was trying not to get noticed. Well, to be honest, it was none of my business, and I told myself to ignore him and his weird antics. Yet, I couldn't help but find it unnerving. I started to wonder what reason he had for these strange nightly trips. I didn't help that he kept it up all autumn and continued well into early winter. It was a sheer mystery to me. Once the new year began and spring came around, I started to do the same as all other farmers. I started working my fields. I got quite a few stares and scoffs from old Werner. Many snide remarks were directed at me, or I'd see him laugh his ass off when things didn't work out for me. To tell you the truth, I tried my very best to stay above this petite behavior. Every once in a while, though, I couldn't help but yell back something similar. I'd had a few very long talks with Hans Richter, and he'd been paying me the occasional visit. He helped me to get things going, advised me on when to sow what fertilizer to use, and so many other important things. I have no clue what I'd have done without him. He was a godsend. Still, it didn't matter all too much. Things just didn't grow. Each day I walked the fields looking at rows upon rows of barren earth. Only here and there a few lonely plants were growing. Old Werner's fields, on the other hand, were thriving, and of course, the old man wasn't shy rubbing it in. "You city folks just don't have it in you, that's what it is," he'd shout over at me and start laughing. At other times he was a condescending asshole, pitying me. "That's as far as you'll get. If I were you, I'd give up while I still could. No reason to keep trying." I hated that damned old man. One day, after I'd watered the few lonely plants that were growing, he came over to pull another one of his nasty jokes. "Shouldn't water them too much, don't want these few plants you accidentally got to grow to go to waste, do you? How the hell do you do it?" I asked instead of reacting to his remark. He just stared at me. "How come your crops are growing so well when no one else can do it? And don't give me this city folk bullshit, everyone else tells me they've got trouble as well." The old man's face started to distort into a knowing grin, yet he said nothing. At that moment I remembered how often I'd seen him walk the fields with these unnamed bags of fertilizer. "Is it that fertilizer of yours?" "Heh, not as dumb as you look," he answered. "So, what sort of fertilizer is it? Do you make it yourself? What do you put into it?" The old man burst out laughing. "You think I'm going to tell you a damn thing about it?" "Oh, I don't think so," he said, spitting on the ground. "This is my very own, special formula. You've no idea what I'm going through to make it, to perfect it. Before I'd tell anyone, especially you, I'd rather have the devil take me away." Without another word, he turned around and stormed back to his farm. As the weeks went on, most of my fields should stay barren. The old man's were covered in lush green like they'd been the year before. What the hell was in that fertilizer of his, I wondered. It was some time later when I visited the Richters that I saw the local newspaper on the kitchen table. I half-heartedly opened it, and an article caught my eye. "Middle-aged woman still missing since last autumn." The article was about a woman, a mother of two, who'd gone missing on a hiking trip in the nearby area last year. When I started reading, Susan, Hans' wife, came over. Such a sad story. I wonder why it keeps happening. Hold on, what do you mean? Oh, it's those hiking paths near the mountains. Each year people vanish there. The authorities say it's slippery slopes and people aren't careful enough. Why they don't close it off? It really is something, her husband said. They always warn hikers and climbers, but people won't listen. A mother of two, what was she even thinking? I listened to them and learned that more than a dozen people had gone missing near the mountain range. Last year it hadn't only been the woman, but an older man as well. They said it was almost inevitable that people went missing there. Of course, people talked to the local council, but they didn't listen. The normal hiking paths and climbing locations were safe and secure, and there were enough warnings about straying from them. As I listened to them, there was something in the back of my mind. Something I couldn't quite grasp. Only when I returned home and saw old Werner, stalking around his fields, did I remember what it was. The woman had gone missing in autumn. Wasn't that the time when he went on all those trips? I realized what my brain was trying to put together. The more I thought about it, the more everything did fit together. He drove out in the middle of the night, headlights off, to an unknown location. And there was this special fertilizer of his. For a moment I couldn't help but imagine old Werner out on the hiking paths at night searching for lonely wanderers to turn them into fertilizer. What was I thinking? I almost burst out laughing at my own ridiculous idea. This was not a movie, this was real life. Somehow, though, I couldn't completely get rid of the idea. I don't know why I did it, but I started to spy on the old man. It might have been my frustration. It might have been boredom. It might have been the resentment I felt towards him. I'm not sure. It was not that I believed in my idea. It was way too far-fetched. I told myself that all I wanted was to figure out how he grew his crops and what sort of fertilizer he used. I knew I was only lying to myself, though. Now, I thought there was more about this old fool, his strange behavior, and that fertilizer of his. The more I thought about it, the more I was able to convince myself. Whenever I saw him out in the fields, applying his fertilizer, my thoughts went back to the same topic. I told myself to stop and leave it alone, but I couldn't. It wasn't long before my curiosity turned into an obsession and I started to take tabs on him. I took notes on how often he went out, when he got up in the morning, how long he stayed up in the evening, and many other things. It wasn't like I had much else to do anyway. Most of my fields resembled a barren wasteland anyways. After a couple of weeks, I had his whole routine written down. I knew pretty much everything that went on at his farm. So, I was more than a bit surprised when I saw him drive out with his car in the middle of the night on Saturday. He hadn't done that in the past 5 weeks. It was by sheer coincidence that I'd even noticed it. It was already early morning when he returned. I saw him get out of his car, but instead of going back inside, he went to the back of the car and opened the trunk. In the dark of the night, hunched behind my window, I pressed my binoculars against my head so hard, it hurt. My whole body tensed up, and I didn't dare move or breath. In horror, I watched how old Werner dragged something out of the trunk. It was long, big, and covered in a thick blanket. I watched as he heaved it over his shoulder. As he took a first step towards his hack, I saw something long and thin dangle from the pack. Oh, Jesus Christ, I thought. Don't tell me. Was that what I thought it was? Had I really seen it? No, I must be wrong. I was seeing things. Maybe I'd imagined it. But what I'd seen dangling, it couldn't be. I thought back to the woman in the newspaper article. Was this another one? Another victim? Another ingredient for his fertilizer? I had to go there and find out more. I should take a look at the shack. The moment I saw how old Werner returned from his shack, all thoughts about going there left my mind. It was dark, but in the moonlight, I could clearly see that his hands and lower arms were covered in something. I saw his dark, angry expression as he made his way back to his house. My whole body was filled with fear. For the first time in my entire life, I was honestly and utterly terrified. I couldn't help the urge to hide as soon as he'd walked back to his house. I knew there was no reason for it. The old guy couldn't possibly see me. I had the lights off, and I was way too far away from him to notice anything at the windows. Once he'd vanished inside, I started to calm down, at least a bit. My mind was still a crazed whirlwind of contradicting ideas. One part of it said I was stupid and nothing was going on. The other part told me that old Werner was a crazed serial killer. Even in bed I couldn't calm down and took me a long time till I actually fell asleep. When the rooster awoke me in the morning, I was thankful that the few hours of sleep I'd had were undisturbed and free from dreams about bloodied old men. While I was drinking my morning coffee, I watched his house as I'd done every morning for the past weeks. As if nothing had happened last night, the old man went out to take care of his fields. Had this guy really murdered someone last night and dragged the body into his shack? As I sat there, I was almost shaking with curiosity. I had to find out, I had to. I knew that every week, on Sunday evening, he spent an hour or two at his shack. During that time, he most likely mixed up his fertilizer. Once he was done, he went back to his house and most likely straight to bed. This might be the best chance to see what he's up to in there. The whole day I was antsy and couldn't sit still. I made plans what I'd do, how I'd approach and how I'd find a bloodied body lying on the floor of the shack. When the day finally turned to night, I turned off the lights in my house to give him the impression I went to bed early. He'd believe it, I was sure. Us city folks don't work as hard as he did, was what he most likely thought in his arrogance. All the while I sat at my window watching him with my binoculars. My cue was when the lights of the shack turned off, and the old man went back into his house. I dressed in all but black, and after waiting for another half an hour, I made my way outside. With low and quiet steps, I made my way over to his place. For the first time, I wasn't mad at how well his corn had grown. It allowed me to get near his house without having to hide much. Once I was closer, I checked out his farm from between the corn. The lights were off. There were no sounds, and nothing was moving. It was clear that the old man must have gone to bed. To be on the safe side, I still waited for another 10 minutes. When they'd passed, I rushed to his shack. My heart was beating heavily when I'd made it, and everything stayed quiet. I wasn't too surprised to find the door locked by a padlock. Even I knew that there was no way that I'd be able to open it. I hadn't imagined that I'd be lucky enough to find the door unlocked anyways. No, I went for the window of the shack that I was able to see from my house. I knew it would be locked too, but it was one of these old wooden windows. It consisted of 2 shutters and was only held shut by a metal bolt in the center. I might be able to pry it open wide enough to loosen the bolt and open it. I pried away the 2 shutters from one another until I could fit my finger in between. At that point, I knew where the shutter was. I'd to be careful. If I broke the window, the old man would hear me without a doubt. After a nerve-wracking minute of toying around with a couple of tools, I finally loosened the bolt, and the window opened. I scanned the window frame and the area below. Once I saw that there was nothing I could topple over, I climbed inside. The shack was larger than I imagined. For now, all I saw were shelves filled with tools and various other things. Step by step I made my way through the place, scanning it. In the end, I took out a small flashlight I'd brought, to give things a closer look. There was a sort of mixing station at the end of the shack. To be honest, it was nothing but an old workbench, but on it was an assortment of things. There were containers of various chemicals and fertilizers, a sack of bone meal and a few bags of his complete fertilizer mixture. As I looked on, I noticed something next to the workbench. It was a sort of metal composter as well as a freezer united cramped into the corner next to it. The composter was quite modern. It was most likely one of those that helped to quickly compost organic material. I'd read about them. My skin started to crawl as I stared at it. I took a deep breath, and after toying with it for a bit, I figured how to open it. The instant it opened, I almost vomited. The smell alone was enough to make me retch. When I looked inside, I saw bloody guts and a few pieces of half-rotten meat. Holy shit, I cursed and stumbled back in shock and disgust. I crashed straight into the assortment of containers on the workbench. A number of them clattered to the ground in an ear-shattering noise. My eyes grew wide. Shit. 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 You goddamn idiot, what the hell did you just do? I turned off the flashlight and waited. Oh God, please, I hoped. Please make him stay asleep. I waited for almost half a minute, praying that old Werner would stay asleep. My prayers weren't answered. My heart almost stopped when I heard the front door of his house open. God damn it, what's going on out there? If it's you damned kids again, he said nothing else. Oh shit, did he see the window? I tried to think, tried to remember if I'd closed it after me, but I couldn't. For all I knew, the 2 window shutters might still be wide open. Is someone there? I heard his voice. Then his footsteps came closer. I dare you, whoever the devil you are, show yourself. I didn't move. I hoped against all certainty that he'd go back to his house, but only a moment later I heard him from the side of the shack. You've got to be kidding me. He must have seen the open window. I could already hear him rummage with the padlock. Now or never, I thought. There was no way I could explain this to him. I was back at the window, tried to get up, but before I could do any more than to put my foot on the window frame, the door opened. In one swift motion, he hit the light switch and saw me standing there, dressed in all black, trying to flee the scene. What the hell are you doing in my shack? Then the smell hit him and his anger turned to pure rage. You goddamn, but in his rage he couldn't even finish his sentence anymore. In his blind rage he picked the first tool he could, a rake, and came swinging after me. There was no way I'd make it out in time. I barely ducked away and fled to the back of the shack. No, don't. I swear I saw nothing. But I didn't get the chance to finish as I had to dodge another hit of the rake. Finally, he saw the open composter and the disturbance on the workbench. You just had to know, did you? You couldn't let it be. Do you have any idea what I went through to finish this? 1 decade, 1 whole decade, and now you're trying to steal it. What the hell? Had he just admitted to what I thought he had? That's it. You're the last person to ever barge in here, I swear it. And with that, he threw the rack to the ground and came at me himself. He almost jumped me, and only now did I realize that old Werner might have been an old man, but damn was he strong. A life of farming had made his body stout and hardened his muscles. All I was able to do was to struggle against him and keep him from overpowering me. I clung to sheer desperation as I was pushed back against the workbench. His eyes were wide open, and a moment later he raised one of his hands and hit me square in the face, once, twice. When I stumbled, he closed his hands around my neck. I couldn't breathe. Only at this moment did I realize that he was really going to kill me. I was going to die. Stars appeared in front of my eyes, but there was nothing I could do. I twitched in his iron-hard grip, grasped blindly around for something, anything. My hands closed around something hard and cold. With all the power I could muster, I swung it into the direction of old Werner. There was a nasty sound, and the old man screamed up. Only when I swung it a second time did I see what I was already holding. It was an old mallet. For a moment I saw the surprise in his eyes, and his grip loosened, only to close once more even harder. In his fury, he wasn't just trying to strangle me anymore, no, he was going to break my neck by sheer force. Again and again, I hit him with the mallet. After 3 more hits, his grip finally loosened and he slumped down and fell to the ground. As I looked down at his head, I saw a nasty inward bump at the top where I'd hit him. What I was most surprised though was all the blood that still kept gushing forward. Time stood still. As if in a trance, I watched the blood flow from his unmoving body. It must have been only seconds before I realized what I'd done, but to me, it felt like an eternity. The bloody mallet clattered to the floor, and I pushed old Werner's body away from me. I started shaking, almost screamed up. I'd killed him. I'd murdered someone. I had done the right thing though, hadn't I? He'd have killed me. He killed others. The guts, the meat, the freezer. There was no doubt. And I'd done it in self-defense. When I opened the freezer, my world crumbled apart. What I found inside wasn't a corpse. Neither was it body parts. It was a dead animal. In the freezer were the remains of a deer. Part of its lower half was missing, and his innards were carved out. The blood and the guts I'd seen. What about the arm I'd seen last night though? It must have been, but then I saw the legs of the deer. What I'd seen had been a long, thin, body part. Only the dark of the night and my imagination had transferred it into the arm of a person. Dear God, what had I done? Had this old guy really done nothing more than to create some sort of complicated organic fertilizer? Right at this moment, my instincts activated and I turned to run. I'd already made it to the door of the shack when my mind started to work again. What the hell was I doing? Should I call the police? What would I tell them? That I broke into his place because I thought he was a serial killer? That he attacked me after that and I killed him in self-defense? Would they even believe me? In that outfit? No, it was much more likely that they thought I'd broke into his shack, he found me stealing his stuff, and I killed him. Or hell, that I came in here and killed him. I'd made it no secret that I hated him. Shit. 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 What the hell should I do? First, I turned off the light in the shack. Was there anyone nearby? There'd been so much noise. As I watched and listened, I remembered that no one else lived near enough to have heard anything. The only person who'd heard anything would have been no other than me. I went back inside, closed the door of the shack and then the window. I checked the wood splintering on the window and tried my best to get rid of it and make it sound as natural as possible. After that, I put everything back that the old guy had pushed off the shelves in his onslaught. Finally, there was the old guy himself. Was he really dead? I awkwardly touched his neck to see if there was any pulse. Then I looked at his head again and wondered what the hell I was even doing. For a while, I wondered what to do, but then I saw his huge fertilizer bags. Old Werner might have been strong, but he was still a scrawny old man. The irony was not missed on me when the old man's body was almost a perfect fit for it. I pushed the body bag to the front of the shack and then started to meticulously clean up the blood. First, I wiped up the floor and the workbench. Then I checked every notch and cranny and used one of his many chemicals to get rid of any blood spatters. I checked the whole place multiple times over. I had to make sure there were no blood splatters left anywhere. Only then did I open the door again. Once again, I checked the area. Sure, it was dark and not even 30 meters to the cornfield. Yet, I knew if anyone should see me carrying a bag of fertilizer through his yard the night before he went missing, I couldn't risk it. When I was sure that I was completely alone, I sprint to the edge of the cornfield with the heavy bag over my shoulder. Once I'd made it, I stumbled forward for a few more meters, but luckily avoided to crash to the ground. For a moment my head was spinning, and I almost passed out from the sheer exhaustion. I rested the bag between the corn stalks and ran back to the shack. The whole place smelled of the chemicals I'd used. Once more I went through it, using water to clear away the residue of the chemicals. I also closed off the composter and the freezing box. Before I did that though, I got part of the animal meat, cut it to pieces and ground it up with the mallet. I added the ground up meat to the composter. I made sure to leave the bloodied and dirted tool on the workbench. I had to make it look as if it was the last thing the old guy had done. At this moment I noticed something else. A notebook was stashed away in a small shelf above the workbench. When I opened it, I found that it contained the old guy's notes on how to create his special type of fertilizer. It was pages upon pages of ingredients with detailed instructions. I skimmed one of the pages, and it specified how certain ingredients had to be gathered. On the next one, he clarified that deer meat was best during their mating season, in autumn or early winter. That must have been the reason for his secret trips. He was getting deer meat for his fertilizer. All he'd been doing was trying to keep his formula a secret. Once I was outside again, I closed the padlock, careful not to leave any fingerprints on it. Carrying old Werner's body over to my house took quite a while. Every 10 meters or so I had to take a break. Once I'd made it, I hid the body down in my basement. After that I went back to the cornfield, to make sure there were no tracks or blood splatters anywhere. It was an hour or so before dawn when I was finally done with everything. I was utterly exhausted and pretty much fell into my bed. The next day was a blurry mess for me. I spent most of it in bed, curled up under my blanket. Murder is not something from which you move on with your life. You just can't. It was only in the evening that I remembered his little notebook. Reading through his notes was the only thing helped me to turn my thoughts away from what I'd done. It's not an understatement that the topic of fertilizer saved my sanity that day. I carefully went over every page. I knew damned well that I'd not be able to turn my harvest around. I might try my luck in the greenhouse though, and if that would be a success, I could prepare for next year. During the next days, I procured quite a few things, a composter, different fertilizers, chemicals, bone meal, and a variety of other ingredients. One thing I was missing though, and that I wasn't sure how to get, was deer meat, but I knew I had a substitute for it in my basement. It was still quite fresh, and most importantly, I had to get rid of it. It was a nasty piece of work, as you can imagine. I almost vomited every couple of minutes. Due to the heat, old Werner's body had been rapidly decomposing. I almost vomited the moment I saw his bloated, squishy corpse. Eventually, though, I got used to it. I grew numb, or I was already. There is one thing though, I told myself over and over again. This was not a person. This was a hunk of meat, nothing more. Once I cut it up though, it became pieces. The blood, the flesh, the bones, it all became things. And that way it got easier. I didn't mind anymore. Grinding old Werner up had become nothing but work in the end. Gruesome work, sure, but still only work. It took me the better part of 2 days, but after that, I'd ground up the old guy's remains. Finally, I added them to the other ingredients in the composter. It was about a week or so later that the police arrived at my doorstep. I'd never seen an officer like that. Old, tired, and most of all, utterly disinterested in what was going on. He asked me a few questions. The typical, "When have you last seen him?" and other similar ones. I answered them truthfully, and the guy said he'd be back if he needed more information. He checked the old guy's property, the shack, the house. The only thing he noticed was that old Werner must have gone out in the middle of the night. It was clear that this officer didn't give a shit. He didn't care what happened here in this small village. He concluded that old Werner must have walked off and vanished in the middle of the night. They put together a search party, but it was only a few people, and they never found out a thing. Old Werner became just another name added to the list. After this, his house was put up for sale, but no one seemed to show any interest. It's now late in the year, and the fertilizer I've created has developed nicely. 6 weeks ago, I upgraded the greenhouse for winter farming. Since then, things have grown well, really well. The tomatoes are big, ripe, and almost bursting with flavor. The old man had indeed created a splendid recipe. What's more interesting, though, is that I can't help but notice how fast and strong the plants have grown. They look even healthier than old Werner's. It might be the unique conditions in the greenhouse. To be honest, though, it might be due to my own little addition to the fertilizer. As I'm typing this out, I can't help but laugh at the grim irony of the situation. The one way the old man was able to improve his fertilizer even further was by becoming part of it himself.
It's mid-January, and as I'd recently turned 19, I decided that it was time to take a rite of passage to manhood, so to speak. So, after nagging my parents, my mother mostly to be honest, for weeks, they'd finally caved to my pleas to take a trip alone to our cabin we had in the North Rocky Mountains for about 2 weeks. My family was what you would call the outdoorsy type. We were out camping at least 3 times a month. We often spent entire days hiking, hunting, fishing, or canoeing. Me and my siblings had shot, cleaned, and eaten more deer and hogs than we could count, and our freezer was always stocked with freshly caught fish. So surviving outdoors was not a problem for us. However, ever since the death of my uncle, my mom's brother, my mom had been more and more protective of us. So yes, it took some convincing, but now here I was, driving up a winding road, cherishing the beautiful scenery as I made my ascent. My phone buzzed. A call from my oldest brother. I quickly dove for it. As I got deeper into the mountains, this would most likely be my last phone call before I lost cell service. "Hey, John. You there, bud?" His voice was already breaking up. "I'm here, Dylan. What's up, man?" Nothing. Just calling to check up on you from Mom. You're her baby. She's worried," he said with a chuckle. This was true. As the youngest, my mother had always been more protective of me than my other siblings. It was nice to hold it over my other siblings' head, although sometimes the care I received was a bit much. "Nah, doing good so far," I reassured him. "Just about there, actually. But hey, I'm about to lose service. I'll be off the grid for about 2 weeks, if I decide to stay, 3. I'll head down so I can call and give you guys a heads up." "Sounds good. I'll let you get to it." He laughed. "Don't let yourself get eaten by anything." I looked down at my phone. No service. Smiling, I threw my phone down on top of the duffel bag next to me. I was cut off from the world. This was going to be a great 2 weeks. The first 3 days were uneventful. I hunted, gathered wood, lounged about, and took day-long hikes. Just me and my thoughts. It was heaven, really. Day 4, though. That's when it all started to go to hell. I just shot a deer, a buck nonetheless, and I don't like to brag, but it was a big one. By far the biggest I've ever shot. Its antlers spanned 4 feet and would probably have kept me fed for most, if not all, of the remaining time I would spend here. There was no way I could carry it back to the cabin, or even drag it, so I started carving it then. I leaned my rifle against a tree and got to work. I'm not sure how much time passed, but I hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and it was mid-afternoon now. I was pretty hungry. So I cut off a decent-sized portion of venison, stabbed my knife into the tree above my rifle, and headed back to the cabin. My plan was to roast it slowly over the fire while I went back to finish up some more with the deer, and by the time I came back, it would be ready. So I got to the cabin, started a fire, and put the deer on the grate above it. Used the fire for a bit to warm up, and headed back out. I trudged through the snow, making my way back to the deer. I was about 5 minutes from the spot when I felt a strange chill. It was cold, of course. The thermometer at the cabin had read 20 degrees Fahrenheit. But this was different. It seeped through my well-bundled body, penetrating my core. I glanced around. I'm not sure why, but I did. And I saw something. A dark figure about my height duck behind a tree about 15 yards away. This didn't generally worry me. This was a public mountain, and it was a beautiful time of the year to come. Why wouldn't there be other people up here? "Hey, buddy," I called. No response. "Hey, you lost, man?" Nothing. I called once more. Still nothing. Maybe I was seeing things. I considered going over to investigate the tree, but thought better of it. It was cold, I had food cooking at the cabin, and I didn't want anything getting to my deer. Wolves were a problem out here. So, with a sigh, I continued to the spot of the deer. The area was spotless when I arrived. At first I thought I'd misplaced my steps. The deer was in another area. But no, there was my knife, still wedged into the tree, right above my rifle. I walked over and yanked out my knife, then picked up my rifle. A glint caught my eye. I looked down at my knife. It was spotless. I had left that knife covered in blood. But now, it was impossibly clean. Even the tip, where I'd stuck it in the tree, was shiny and clean. I turned around. There was nothing there. I mean, there was literally nothing there. When I'd left, the ground had been covered with blood, pieces of meat, bits of intestine strung about, and most noticeably, a deer. But now, there was nothing. The ground was a pristine white. It looked as if there had never been anything there to begin with, not even footprints of the culprits or my own. I realized with a start, the snow looked untouched. The only footprints were those of the ones I'd made right then. I lifted up my foot and put it back down. It sank into the snow with an icy crunch. The snow was old, very old, I knew. It hadn't snowed since the 4 days I'd been there. Every crunch of my boots was a reminder of that. So, there was no logical explanation as to why there were no longer any footprints in the snow, or anything in the snow for that matter. An entire butchering site, gone. Every sliver of meat and drop of blood in the span of 20 minutes. Stumbling backwards, I turned and ran all the way back to the cabin. I expected, at least, to return to the smell of cooked venison. That was gone too. I went to bed early that night. The next day, today, was when it all ended. Yesterday's events had shook me, but this was different. I'd spent all day inside. Our cabin, unlike most, was solar-powered, and we had working lights, a fridge, a stove. What my father has refused to add, however, was a heating system, opting instead to just install a big fireplace in the living room and 2 smaller ones in the bedrooms, saying it ruined the camping experience. As if the working lights and plumbing didn't already do that. But that was fine by us, really. The cabin was mid-sized, had only 2 bedrooms, a bigger one for my 2 brothers, father and myself to sleep in, and a smaller one for my mother and sister to sleep in. Besides that, it had 1 small bathroom, a small kitchen since we opted to do most of our cooking outside anyway, and a small living room. It didn't take much to keep the cabin toasty, even on the coldest days, especially since I just shut the bedroom doors to keep the heat in the main part of the cabin, so staying indoors was not uncomfortable. I spent the day writing, sleeping, and reading. I cooked a few packs of frozen hot dogs my dad insisted we keep in the cabin for food. It was a good day, and the bizarre events of the other day quickly fell away. I still could not explain the reasons as to why it had happened, but I didn't care. I wrote it off as a strange phenomenon of nature. Some hungry wolves had dragged it away, licked up all spare traces of blood and guts, even off my knife. And as for the footprints and the figure behind the tree, I didn't know or particularly care at that moment, as I'd noticed the fire had died down once again. I'd spent the day restocking it with a small pile of wood we kept in the house. And then, all at once, I felt the same strange chill from yesterday. This time, I wrote it off as the dying fire letting a chill into the air. I glanced outside. It was already 9 and almost pitch black. Luckily, I'd stockpiled a nice pile of wood. It was right on the side of the house. I pulled on my jacket, but the chill remained. I opened the door and flipped down the outside light as the small sliver of moon hanging above me did little to brighten up my surroundings. Where was a full moon when you needed it? I walked down the steps and towards the side of the cabin where the pile of wood was, my boots crunching noisily in the snow. I rounded the corner and ran into nothing. The wood was gone. Not a single sliver of wood remained. Even with little light, I could see that, as if there had never been any there in the first place. I turned towards the woods. I was scared and angry. We had no neighbors, not for at least 3 miles, and even he was a half-senile old man by the name of Herb. The kind of man who took crack shots into the woods for fun, or who brewed his own moonshine. I turned back towards the woods, watching it tensely. Herb was kind, though, and could chop his own wood. He wouldn't do this, and probably couldn't either at his age. So who did this? I looked down. No footprints again. I needed more wood. It was too cold to sleep that night without a fire. I started to turn to go back when a branch in the woods snapped, sounding like a gunshot. I spun again, looking and listening closely. I stood there for about 5 minutes. No more noise sounded from the dark forest. Walking backwards slowly, I continued on to the cabin. Back inside, I seethed as I bundled up. First thing tomorrow, I was calling the ranger. I grabbed my axe, flashlight, and my knife. I considered bringing my rifle, but I figured I'd be fine. If someone was in the woods, they probably wouldn't come armed to steal someone's wood. No, my axe and knife were enough. But as I stepped outside, that chill came again. But it was worse this time. It felt like icy sludge flowing through my body. I glanced at the thermometer. It had plummeted from 15 degrees to -5 degrees Fahrenheit in the time it took me to go inside and get ready. It took 12 minutes to reach my spot. It was a small clearing. About 17 stumps resided there, and it was a good spot to get wood. It was where we'd been coming to get it since the cabin had been built. There was a tree I'd already cut down earlier, but had not yet chopped into smaller pieces. I didn't need much for the night, but as I started chopping, the chill I felt continued to get worse and worse. I was shaking badly. I couldn't even grab the axe. It started slowly. I didn't realize it at first, but as it got closer, louder, I could hear it above the steady thwack of my axe hitting the tree. A growl, if you could even call it that. It sounded broken, like a smoker clearing their throat, mixed with a wolf. I looked up, expecting to see a wolf, maybe a sick one or something. But it wasn't a wolf. Not fully, anyway. It stood on its hind legs. Its body was wolf-like enough, though slightly human. It was impossibly skinny. I could count each of its ribs, even through its heavy coat. Its color was off. To say it was dark black simply wouldn't do it justice of just how black it was. It seemed to absorb what little moonlight hit it, and even the light of my flashlight. And its eyes. It didn't have any. Just 2 gaping black holes the size of golf balls where I should have been. And those holes, if its fur was black, they almost seemed to glow. They reminded me of black holes, how they absorb everything, even light itself. They seemed to stare right through me. It stood about 10 feet away, arms down at its side, panting. Impossibly calm for something that looked like it could rip me to shreds in seconds. I stood up straight. I was unsure of what to do. As I stared at it, the chill kept getting worse and worse. Slowly, as if woken from a deep sleep, it opened its mouth impossibly wide. It seemed to stretch all the way around its head. I saw a mouthful of crocodile-like teeth dripping with saliva, looking like they could crush bone. It suddenly let out a terrible, unnatural screech and threw itself at me. I ran. That was the only thought going through my head. Run. I needed to get away. That was obvious. But I only actually made it 2 steps as I suddenly felt a painful twist in my leg and fell. I turned to see my foot had gotten wedged between 2 rocks. I looked up. The thing was now in the air, hideous claws reaching towards me. Its mouth seemed to open in a wide grin as it descended on me. At the last second, I rolled, wrenching my leg free with a painful twist and possibly a crack, I don't know. I couldn't hear over the sound of that terrible screech. I wasn't fast enough, though, and its razor-sharp claws ripped into my side as it landed next to me. I had expected to feel pain, like fire maybe. That's how I'd heard being stabbed described before. But this wasn't. It was cold, freezing, like plunging into a lake in the middle of winter. It hit with a shock and spread throughout my entire body. I gasped. The freezing claws made it impossible to do anything else, and somehow focused through the cold enough to grab my knife and plunge it into the back of the hideous thing that was trying to kill me. It bellowed in pain and anger as a dark, thick, blood-like substance leaked out and it ripped its claws from my side. Warmth instantly returned to my body, though not much. I scrambled up and ran. Each step shot excruciating pain up my leg. My ankle was badly sprained, and my foot may have been broken. My side was oddly numb, but I knew I couldn't stop. I kept running. I glanced back, and only about 15 feet behind, led by my initial attacker, was a whole pack of them, all unnaturally black, no eyes, mouths open impossibly wide. Somehow I found it in me to run faster, my legs screaming as I wept while running for my life. It felt like an eternity before I saw lights up ahead through the trees. My cabin? I let out a sob of relief. I burst out of the forest into the clearing, at this point screaming like a madman. I shot up the steps, whipped open the door, and slammed it with a loud bang. I expected to hear them hit the door, try to get in, but outside remained eerily quiet. I sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably and holding my side. I was too worried about what I might find to check outside. I was scared out of my mind. I didn't know what those things were, and I didn't want to. After a while, I shakily stood up and peered out. There was nothing there that I could see. My car was there, and the woods a little beyond. But I knew they were still there, waiting for me. I was sure I could see them running around at the edge of the forest, and I wasn't about to leave the cabin. I would bundle up through the cold, fireless night, and in the morning I would break for my car and never come back here. That was my plan anyway. But apparently, it wasn't theirs. In the rooms then, I heard glass shatter. I'd closed the doors in an effort to keep the heat in the living room and kitchen, and then those doors burst open, one flying off its hinges and flying across the room. I wasted no time. I had to get out. I flew out the front door, slamming it behind me in a feeble attempt to slow them down. I ran at full sprint towards the car, the pain in my leg nothing but a distant ache in my mind. I could hear them moving in the woods, that horrible growl seeming to come from everywhere around me. And then I reached the car. grabbed the handle, and almost cried in relief. When it opened, I jumped in, slammed down the power locks, and slapped my thighs for my keys. My keys. I'd left my keys on the kitchen counter. My breath caught in my throat. Crowded around the windows, staring dead at me, were those things. And that's all they did. Stare. They reminded me of children looking through the window of a candy store, staring longingly at the goods in the window. At the same time, I somehow managed to feel a thrill of joy. I'd taken automotive class in school. One of the many things I learned then was how to hotwire a car. I slid my seat back and bent over to pry off the plastic covering. I threw it over my shoulder and was starting to mess with the wires when something hit my car with a loud bang that rocked it. I shot up and yelped. They'd abandoned the house and were now all around my car, some walking upright, some scampering around on all fours. There was even one on the roof. I jumped as one to my right suddenly lunged, cracking the driver's side window. I bent over again and found the 2 wires I needed, and I started trying to spark them. 2 more bangs sounded above my head. I was afraid to look up. The banging was now coming from everywhere, my car rocking as they continued slamming in from all sides. I could hear the crack in my window getting bigger. The car suddenly started with a roar, and I sat up just as my window gave. It shattered, showering me with glass. The thing once again lunged, but I was moving, tearing across the small clearing around the cabin. As I approached the woods, I struggled to bring the car around back towards the road. I flipped a tight U-turn and came to a stop. I saw the pack bounding towards me. And for the first time that night, I felt anger. I gunned it, heading towards the road. They continued towards me, growling and screeching. One rather ambitious one jumped in front of me, landing on my hood with a dull thud and rolling over my roof and falling off the back. The rest of them dove out of my way, snarling, and I left the cabin behind. That was 2 hours ago. I've stopped right at the bottom of the mountain to record this and to recover. The best I could, anyway. I don't know what to do. I could call the police, but I doubt they'd believe me. My ankle, though, I think it's bleeding. After the adrenaline left my body, the pain came back full force. I'm gonna go to the hospital, then I'm calling my family, and then, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do, but I have to keep driving. I can still feel that awful chill, and something tells me they're still close by. We found John's body today. After the second week, we waited. He said 3 weeks at the most, but he said he'd call if he decided to stay 3. When he didn't, we didn't think much of it. We reasoned he was too busy to call. After the 4th week went by, we were worried. By the end of the 5th week, I decided to go look for him. Everyone wanted to come, but I couldn't let them. As the eldest brother and closest to John, I felt it was my responsibility. John was probably jerking around, but in case something has happened, I didn't want the others to be there to find out. So I left. I drove down to Wyoming and contacted the ranger around the area. He contacted some paramedics in case John was injured, and we drove up. Nothing seemed out of place when we arrived. His car was still there, unlocked as he always left it. The cabin seemed untouched, save for a few hot dog wrappers. All the windows were locked, the bedroom doors closed. The fire pit outside looked untouched. I walked around the cabin while the ranger went a ways into the woods to look for clues to John's whereabouts. The outside seemed normal, except for the pile of firewood we always kept out there. It was neat, save for a small messy pile of fresh wood on top that I assumed John had cut. When neither me or the ranger found anything, we ventured deeper. After a while, we stumbled upon a deer carcass. At first glance, it was obvious animals had been at it, but upon closer inspection, it was clear this was a hunt. A small hole, most likely from John's rifle, was in its neck, and it had clearly been gutted by a knife. But no sign of John. Until 3 hours later, we found him. He was laying face down in the snow around the small clearing. His left foot was bent at a painful-looking angle, wedged between two rocks, and his knife was in his ribs. He must have tripped and fallen on the knife. His left hand was clutching his axe, and his other hand was in his jacket pocket. I was strangely numb. I couldn't comprehend what I saw. I couldn't even cry. I pulled out his right hand to find it wrapped around his phone. I opened it, amazed it still worked. It was open on an audio recording. As we crouched around my brother, listening to it, I couldn't help but feel scared at the crazy story he wove. After it ended, we sat around in silence until one of the paramedics spoke. "The cold," he said. I turned to him. "What did you say?" There was something unsettling about his tone. "The cold," he said again. "The cold will make you see some crazy things. I've heard stories like this before, oddly enough. Sometimes the things I've heard described are strangely similar to what this boy described. But it's all in your head. On some level, your body knows it's over, that there's no way out, and sometimes it starts making you see and feel things to cope, to make it easier to comprehend, I guess." He said he felt a strange chill. That was the hypothermia setting in. Those claw marks he felt, well, that was the knife stabbing him when he fell. "What about everything else?" I asked angrily. "What about the chill he felt before, or the wood, or the deer, or the—" "Look, kid," he said, "you saw it yourself. There's nothing up here. Maybe your brother was on something. My brother doesn't do drugs. He's smarter than that." The paramedic just shrugged. I turned back to my brother's frozen, like